Chung Chunhua had two regrets in her life. First, when she was young, she was too easily influenced and ended up getting married without thinking it through. Second, after marriage, she spent decades living a life where she had to depend on others for everything. Even buying a pair of red long johns for her mother required someone else's approval. So, when she suddenly found herself back in the year 1958, her first thought was, her mother still hadn't received the red long johns she had promised to buy. In her zodiac year, not wearing red was simply unacceptable. That was Chung Chunhua, a slightly superstitious, quirky old lady. Even though she had returned in 1959 and become young again, her heart and habits remained the same. In the winter of 1959, the land in Gansu province was frozen solid. The ground had cracked open so wide that a child's fist could fit inside. In front of the shabby yellow clay building of the Zyakuomyo Village Committee under Waijiakyo Commune, a few men in worn-out cotton jackets were squatting together. They weren't there to enjoy the sun. There was no sun that day. They were simply too hungry to walk any farther. 2 years ago, during the Great Leap Forward, most of the strong workers had been sent to make steel, leaving the crops to rot in the fields. Last year, the communal kitchens had used up all the food reserves. This year, famine had started in the spring, and now that winter had come, things were even worse. Captain Wei, do you think the government will send relief grain soon? The speaker was a young man in his 20s named Wei Taiju. His face was so thin that his cheekbones stuck out, and his eyes were sunken.
He spoke weakly.
At the front sat Wei Fulai, his face lined with deep wrinkles. He took a puff from his dry tobacco pipe. There was no real tobacco left, only dried elm bark, which made him cough. Wei Fulai stayed silent for a long time before sighing.
Wait, he said.
Waiting. That was the most common word in those days. Waiting for relief grain. Waiting for spring. Waiting for heaven to show mercy. The wild vegetables on the mountain are all gone, another man said quietly. Yesterday my wife took the child to the back mountain. Even the tree bark has been stripped off. They didn't dare go deeper. The animals in the mountains are starving too. Everyone fell silent. Hunger was like an invisible whip, draining the strength from their bodies and even their voices. They could only take deep breaths of the cold air, trying to fill their empty stomachs with it. A few of them simply closed their eyes to save their strength. From far away came the sound of a child crying, but it soon stopped. The child was probably too hungry to keep crying. Just then, a figure appeared on the dirt road at the entrance of the village. At first, no one paid attention. These days, anyone who could still move preferred to lie down and save energy. But the figure came closer and closer. It was a woman, carrying a bulging bag on her back.
Huh?
Wei Taiju squinted.
Who's that?
The others slowly lifted their heads. The woman came nearer. She looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a blue cotton jacket that was neither new nor old, but very clean. The most surprising thing was that there wasn't a single patch on it. Even more surprising was her face, round and fair, like a freshly steamed bun. Among all the pale, tired faces around, hers looked like a white mushroom suddenly growing out of the yellow earth. The woman stopped in front of the village office and looked around. Finally, her eyes fell on Wei Fuxing. "Excuse me, do you know where Li Chuamei's house is?" Her voice was clear, with the accent of someone from the city. Wei Fulai slowly stood up, leaning on the wall, and looked her over. "You're looking for Li Chunmei?" "Yes," the woman said.
She's my sister.
As she spoke, she adjusted the heavy bag on her back. It looked quite full, though no one knew what was inside. The men squatting nearby couldn't help glancing at it. In times like these, anyone carrying something that heavy was either an official or had food inside. "You're Chunmei's younger sister?" Wei Fulai frowned. "Haven't heard that her family was coming." The woman smiled. "I'm from her uncle's side. I was adopted by relatives in Jiangxin when I was little. My foster parents passed away a few years ago, so I came back to find my family." "Jiangxin?" The people exchanged looks. No wonder her accent sounded different. It was a long way from here. "What's your name?" Wei Fulai asked.
Liun.
Wei Fulai took a drag from his homemade cigarette, squinting as the smoke stung his eyes. "Times are hard. Chunmei's family too. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Chunhua, the elderly woman sitting nearby, understood it clearly. She didn't answer, but instead took out a small oil paper package from her pocket and handed it over. Some food for the road.
Please try it.
When the paper was opened, inside was a small, square, golden piece of food. No one had seen anything like it before, but it was clearly something to eat. The men squatting nearby all turned their eyes toward it at once. Wei Tieju's throat moved as he swallowed hard, though there wasn't much to swallow. His mouth was dry and bitter. Even the act of swallowing made his throat sting. Wei Fulai's hands trembled slightly. He took the package and looked at it carefully. This is compressed biscuits, Ching Chunhua explained. They fill you up. Wei Fulai licked his cracked lips. He wanted to refuse, but when he thought of his hungry wife at home, his hands tightened around the paper instead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and broke off a tiny piece, no bigger than a fingernail, and put it in his mouth. Everyone's eyes followed his hand as if pulled by a string. After chewing twice, Wei Fulai's eyes widened. The biscuit looked hard, but it melted quickly in his mouth. A warm wheat flavor mixed with a faint sweetness and a hint of onion and lard spread across his tongue. He almost sighed out loud, but held it back. I'll take you there. Otherwise, if the villagers see a stranger, they might not recognize you and cause trouble. Wei Fulai carefully wrapped the rest of the biscuit and tucked it close to his chest, then turned around. Chunmei's house is at the west end. Ching Chunhua followed him. The men who had been squatting looked at each other, then slowly stood up and followed too, partly out of curiosity and partly because maybe they'd get a share. Even just a smell would be nice. The group walked through the village. The mud houses leaned crookedly, and most of the courtyard walls had collapsed halfway. There were no chickens or dogs on the road. They had long been eaten. A few thin, pale children squatted by the walls, their heads too large for their bodies, their eyes fixed on the bag on Ching Chunhua's back. We're here. Wei Fulai stopped in front of a slightly tidier courtyard. Before they even entered, a sharp voice came from inside. You wasteful thing. Using 3 sticks of firewood just to boil water. Are you trying to ruin this household completely? There was a sharp smack, like a slap landing on someone's skin. Wei Fulai frowned and pushed the door open. In the yard, an old woman in her 50s was pointing at a young woman and scolding her. The young woman didn't dare fight back. She only held a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, tightly in her arms.
Wangpo.
You're hitting Chunmei again, Wei Fuxing shouted. The old woman looked up and, seeing the village head, loosened her grip but kept shouting, Captain Wei, you tell me if I'm wrong. This useless woman wastes everything. We only have a little firewood left, and she uses 3 sticks just to boil water. My eldest son's been working in the city for 2 months and hasn't sent a single coin home. She and her daughter just eat and use things for free, trying to ruin the family. Li Chunmei, the young woman being scolded, lifted her head, her face full of hurt. When she saw Ching Chunhua standing at the door, she froze, clearly not recognizing her. Wang Pa kept shouting, Oh, my poor life. My son's living comfortably in the city, and he left me with these 2 who just eat and do nothing. Before she could finish, everyone saw a blur of movement. Ching Chunhua threw the snakeskin bag off her back, rushed forward, grabbed Wang Po's hand that was pulling hair, and twisted it hard.
Ow!
Wang Po cried out in pain and let go. Without giving her a chance to react, Ching Chunhua raised her other hand and scratched across Wang Po's face. Her nails were neatly trimmed, but she used all her strength, leaving 3 red marks on Wang Po's cheek.
Who are you?
What are you doing? Wang Po screamed, covering her face. I'm Li Chunmei's sister. Ching Chunhua's voice wasn't loud, but every word was firm. Try pointing your finger at my sister again. The yard fell silent. Wang Po froze, then suddenly sat down on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying loudly. Oh heavens! A bandit's come to my house. She hit me. There's no justice anymore. Wei Fulai and the villagers who had followed him were stunned. This young woman from the city looked gentle, but she fought so quickly and fiercely. She didn't hesitate at all. Ching Chunhua ignored the noise, turned to help Li Chunmei up, and asked softly, "Sister, are you all right?" Li Chunmei stared at her, trembling. You are her younger sister? But her sister was only 14 and hadn't even married yet. Still, the girl before her had kind eyes, and from the first glance, she felt a strange warmth. "I'm Li Yun, the girl adopted by our uncle's family." As Chung Chunhua spoke, she caught sight of the little girl in Li Chunmei's arms. The child was so thin that only her big head seemed left. Her eyes were timid, and her small face was clean. But one thing stood out. She was dark. Really dark. At first glance, she looked like a tiny black bean sprout. Ching Chunhua had finally met her mother, Li Chunmei, when she was young, and also saw herself as a child. Old Madame Wang was still crying loudly. My eldest son. Come back and see. Your mother is being bullied. We already have no food, and now there's another mouth to feed." Ching Chunhua took a deep breath. She walked to the snakeskin bag, bent down, and untied the rope. Everyone's eyes turned to the bag again. She reached inside, felt around for a moment, then pulled hard. Out came something white and shiny. In the dim courtyard, it was so bright it almost hurt the eyes. It was pork fat. At least 15 or 16 pounds of it. Thick, solid, pure white fat without a trace of lean meat. In the winter of 1959, to the hungry people of Waijiakyo commune, this was more dazzling than gold. Old Madame Wang's crying stopped at once. The courtyard was so quiet that only the wind and the sound of people swallowing could be heard.
Gulp.
Someone swallowed first, then another, and another. Wei Taizhu stared at the fat, afraid it might suddenly fly away. The man beside him stood with his mouth open, drool slipping from the corner without him noticing. Wei Fulai's hands trembled. In over 50 years, he had seen good times and bad, but never such thick, clean pork fat. How much oil could this make? How long could it feed a family? Chung Chunhua dropped the fat onto the ground with a heavy thud. "This is for my sister," she said clearly, "who said she eats for free." Old Madame Wang scrambled up, ignoring the bruises on her face, her eyes fixed on the fat. This is pork fat," Ching Chunhua said slowly. "Pork fat. Pork fat." Old Madame Wang muttered, then suddenly smiled. "Oh my, it's my dear-in-law's sister. You see, my old eyes are failing me. I didn't recognize you. Quick, come inside and sit." Her expression changed faster than turning a page. The villagers who had followed finally came to their senses and started talking all at once. "It really is pork fat. Heavens, I haven't smelled pork fat in 3 years. Imagine how much oil that must make. Chunmei is going to live comfortably now. My goodness, this gift is so generous. It's enough for a new bride." Wei Fulai coughed and steadied his voice. "All right, everyone move along. Don't crowd around." No one moved. Their eyes were fixed on the slab of pork fat, their feet rooted to the ground. Chunhua looked around at the yellowed faces, the sunken eyes, and the worn-out clothes. Her heart sank. She had known times were hard, but seeing it with her own eyes was still beyond what she had imagined. "Sis, let's bring the things inside first," she said to Li Chunmei, who was still in a daze. Li Chunmei finally came to her senses, quickly nodded, picked up her child, and tried to lift a bag, but couldn't. She was too weak from hunger. Chunhua picked up the pork fat with one hand and the bag with the other, following Li Chunmei into the house. Old Madame Wang rubbed her hands together and followed closely, her eyes never leaving the pork fat. Before entering, Chunhua turned back for a glance. At the gate, the villagers were still standing there, staring longingly. Wei Taizhu met her gaze, then quickly looked down, his throat moving as he swallowed. Chunhua made a mental note. The famine had only just begun. The house was even colder inside. The earthen bed was covered with a torn mat, and the quilt was so thin that light could pass through it. A few clay jars were stacked in the corner, all empty. The only furniture was a broken table and 2 stools. Chunhua placed the slab of pork fat on the table. Its glossy surface shone temptingly in the dim light. Old Madame Wang leaned closer, reaching out to touch it, then pulled her hand back. This is really for our family? It's for my sister, Chunhua said firmly. She was still without official registration and needed to stay with the Qing family for a few days until she could find a way to get her household papers sorted. After that, she planned to move out with her mother. All the same. Old Madame Wang grinned, showing her yellow teeth, too excited to contain herself. Chunmei is my daughter-in-law. What's hers belongs to the family. She seemed to have completely forgotten the beating she had just taken. Li Chunmei kept her head down, saying nothing, holding her child tightly. Qing Chunhua took a few compressed biscuits from her pocket and handed them to Li Chunmei. Sister, let the child eat something first. The little girl's eyes slowly brightened when she saw the biscuits. She reached out her small hand, then pulled it back shyly and looked up at her mother. Li Chunmei took the biscuits, her hands trembling badly. She broke off a small piece and put it into the child's mouth. The child chewed slowly at first, then her eyes widened, and she began to eat quickly. Slow down, Li Chunmei said, swallowing hard herself. Qing Chunhua broke off another piece and handed it to her. You should eat too. Li Chunmei hesitated, then took it and put it in her mouth. As the biscuit softened, her eyes turned red. Old Madame Wang watched from the side, swallowing repeatedly. Dear girl, you must be hungry after such a long trip. There are still 2 potatoes at home. I can cook them for you? 2 potatoes, probably the family's last bit of food. Qing Chunhua understood clearly. The Qing family had 3 children. The eldest, Qing Feng, her father, worked for the county transport team and sent money home every month. The second, Qing Tao, her uncle, was lazy and careless, living day by day with his wife and son. The youngest, Qing Feng, her aunt, had married last year when food first became scarce, trading herself for a sack of bran and a sack of beans. In truth, the family's only steady income came from Qing Feng's monthly wages. By now, her unreliable father was probably already involved with a young widow. From what old Madame Wang, her grandmother, had said, he hadn't sent money home for 2 months. Rely on him? Might as well hope pigs can climb trees. Qing Chunhua shook her head and took out another biscuit, handing it to Li Chunmei. Li Chunmei accepted it, but didn't dare eat. She first offered it to old Madame Wang, who grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing so hard it almost made her choke. Water, she gasped, pounding her chest. Li Chunmei quickly poured half a bowl of water from a clay jar. The water was cloudy too. They had to walk several miles just to fetch water like this. Qing Chunhua saw how careful her mother was and felt a deep ache in her heart. She understood how hard life was in those years. By the time she could remember things, her father had already run off with someone else. Her mother gave birth to her younger brother and went back to the fields right after, working hard to raise 2 children. As for her grandparents, they might have wanted to help, but they were poor too. And with her uncle's family also living there, it was only natural that their hearts slowly turned away. Still, seeing her mother live such a hard life made Qing Chunhua feel miserable. Sister, I'm not leaving this time, she said hoarsely. My adoptive parents have passed away, and Zhang Xian has no family left either. Can I stay here? Before Li Chunmei could answer, old lady Wang spoke up while swallowing a biscuit. Of course. You're Chunmei's sister. We're all family. As she spoke, her eyes drifted toward the slab of pork fat on the table. Qing Chunhua noticed, but didn't say anything. This pork fat should be rendered soon, or it'll spoil when the weather gets warmer. Yes. Old lady Wang nodded quickly, her eyes shining. I'll start the fire right away. For once, she didn't complain about wasting firewood or being careless. All she could think about was that smooth, white piece of pork fat. No rush, Qing Chunhua said, glancing out the window. At the gate, a few villagers were still standing around, peeking into the house from time to time. In times like these, when people were half-starved, keeping such a big piece of pork fat at home could easily cause trouble. After thinking for a moment, Chung Chunhua lowered her eyes and said, "Sister, I have an idea." "Go on." Old Lady Wang quickly urged. "We'll keep half of the pork fat for ourselves and trade the other half with the villagers for some food." Old Lady Wang's face changed.
What?
"Give it away."
But.
Trade for food? Who still had extra food these days? Most people only had substitutes: wheat bran, corn husk powder, sorghum shells, or wild vegetable flour. Trading good pork fat for that? Wasn't that the same as giving it away for free? "It's not for free," Chung Chunhua said quietly. "We'll trade it for whatever they have: food coupons, money, firewood, thread, anything useful. These days, having only oil isn't enough. You still need something else to fill your stomach." Wang Posey's eyes turned thoughtfully. True, no matter how precious lard was, it couldn't be eaten as a meal. If only it could be traded for some grain. But this oil, it's so smooth and rich. What a fine pig it came from. Wang Posey still couldn't bear to part with it. "Even if we keep half, it'll last our family a long time." Chung Chunhua lifted her chin slightly. "Besides, our family isn't from this village. It's hard for my sister to get along here. If we share some oil, people will remember our kindness, and we can look out for each other later." Especially since she didn't have official household registration. In the countryside, family ties meant everything. Without registration, she was like a piece of sweet cake. Everyone wanted to share. Once registered, she would be considered one of their own. Her words moved Li Chunmei. She looked up and spoke softly. "Mother, my sister is right. Aunt Zhao in the front yard. Her daughter-in-law has no milk, and the baby is so hungry it can barely cry, just stares blankly now. And Grandpa's son in the backyard, his wife passed away a few days ago. They said it was illness, but everyone knows it was hunger." Wang Posey fell silent. Though she could be sharp-tongued, she wasn't heartless. In times like these, who didn't have troubles? Besides, the oil wasn't really hers. Li Yun had only suggested this for the good of their family. After a long pause, Wang Posey gritted her teeth.
"Fine.
"We'll do as you say, sister-in-law. You're from the city, you know better. I'll talk to the team leader for you." Chung Chunhua let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was new here, and to settle down in the village, she needed more than possessions. She needed goodwill.
Wait.
Just as she was about to leave, Wang Posey turned back, went into the east room, and took out a small cloth bundle. She carefully unwrapped it in front of Chung Chunhua. Inside were a few wrinkled ration tickets and some coins. It must have been the family's last savings. When you trade, you need a reason. Wang Posey pressed the money and tickets into Chung Chunhua's hands.
Say
This is what the family managed to gather. The oil came from Xinjiang, but you can't just give it away. Trade it for some grain, or we won't be able to get by." Chung Chunhua looked at the pitiful little bundle in her hands, feeling a mix of emotions. Her grandmother was a complicated person, both pitiful and frustrating. By family ties, her grandmother was her grandfather's cousin. When she was young, her grandmother was often hit by her grandfather, but she never dared to say a harsh word. When she grew old, even though she knew her eldest son was troublesome, she couldn't do anything about it. Chung Chunhua still remembered the time he hit his own mother in front of her. She didn't say a word, just quietly accepted the stack of money. She wasn't lying. Chung Chunhua really did have a special ability. When she traveled through time, she brought with her what young people called a golden sheet. It was a group buying chat on WeChat that only she could see. At the moment, there were about a dozen other people in the group besides her. The chat interface looked exactly like the WeChat groups Chung Chunhua used before she traveled through time. However, what she could buy depended entirely on what the sellers decided to offer. Maybe because there were few people in the group, there were only a few posts each day. Cold storage clearance, Zhang product, frozen pork fat, high quality from last year's stock, not leftovers. White and thick, high oil yield.
Vakuumpakket, 15 tin per bag.
Goods taken as debt payment, guaranteed fresh. Specification: 15 jeans/bag group price, 160 yuan per bag, about 10.6 yuan per jean stock, 8 tons note. Clearance price, no bargaining. I'll cover shipping. Need to clear the freezer fast. Sock Queen Sister Wong product. Thick pure cotton socks, autumn and winter basic style, soft and warm inside, suitable for both men and women. Colors: dark gray, navy blue, black mix. Practical and easy to clean. Specification: 10 pairs/pack group price. 15 yuan per pack, 1.5 yuan per pair, stock, 350 packs note. A must-have for winter, great value. Salt supplier, Old Lu product. Refined iodized salt, same as supermarket brand, for 100g small packs, good for home storage. Freshly packed, from official sources. Specification: 400g times 30 bags/box group price. 60 yuan per box, 2 yuan per bag, stock, 400 boxes note, everyday necessity, good deal for group buying. Because there were so few people in the group, each seller only posted 1 or 2 items a day. The prices were listed in yuan, but Chung Chunhua had to use the money from this era to top up before she could buy anything. The exchange rate was unusual. For example, if you added 1 yuan from 1959 into the group chat, it would turn into 10 yuan in balance. When Chung Chunhua traveled through time, she had over 3,000 yuan in her WeChat account, just her usual grocery money. According to the exchange rate, that amount was equal to about 300 yuan in this era. Take the Chung family as an example. There were 7 or 8 people in total, with 5 strong workers. Each could earn at least 45 work points a day. By the end of the year, after exchanging work points for grain, the leftover grain converted into cash was only about 20 to 30 yuan. 5 people worked hard all year, and after keeping enough food to eat, they earned just 30 yuan. So, in a time when a pound of pork cost 70 cents, 300 yuan was a huge fortune. Not to mention, Chung Chunhua could also buy cheap goods through the group chat. Even if she just resold pork fat, it would be enough to keep her mother well-fed and healthy during hard times. In the group chat, cold storage clearance, Zhang, whose profile picture showed a middle-aged man, was still complaining. Cold storage clearance, Zhang. Business is tough these days. My tenant ran off, owed 3 months' rent, and left a pile of pork fat as payment.
Who would want this stuff?
Everyone's into healthy eating now. I can only sell it cheap. At Chunhua Chiosher, miss, do you still want some? I can lower the price again. A photo was attached below. In the cold storage, piles of white pork fat were stacked high, almost identical to the piece Chung Chunhua had brought. Her eyes lit up. Just what she needed. She still had over 3,000 yuan in her WeChat balance, and buying pork fat was the best deal right now. Chunhua Chiosher, at cold storage clearance, Zhang, I'll take it. Save 200 pounds for me first. On the other end, the man holding his phone sighed and laughed to himself. Someone actually wanted to buy this greasy pork fat? Maybe she really was from a time of famine. Big sister, get me a knife. Having made up her mind, Chung Chunhua, also known as Li Yun, turned to Li Chunmei. Okay. Li Chunmei quickly nodded and fetched a kitchen knife with a small chip in the blade. Li Yun took the knife and measured it against the slab of pork fat. With decades of kitchen experience, she handled the knife with ease. With a swift motion, Li Yun neatly sliced off half of the pork fat, about 7 or 8 pounds. The pale white cross-section gleamed under the winter light, almost dazzling to the eyes. Old Madame Wong, watching from the side, felt her heart tremble. Yun Yu, you're really cutting it?
Yes.
Li Yun glanced at her, her feelings complicated. Toward the Chung family, she couldn't say she truly hated them, but she couldn't love them either. After all, when they slapped her mother today, she had already returned the favor in full. If the Chung family stopped causing trouble, she wouldn't go out of her way to embarrass them again. In novels, people who travel through time often rush to split from their families. That's just a story's thrill. But people live in society. Even if she really took her mother and her younger self to live alone, Li Chunmei would probably wear herself out. Women of that time all carried traces of their era's thinking, like stitches sewn into flesh. Pull one, and it hurts the skin and the heart together. Li Yun pushed the remaining half of the pork fat toward Li Chunmei and said loudly, Sis, keep this half safe. This is our hope for the winter. Then she pointed to the half she had cut off. I'll take this to the village office and trade it for some useful things. Old Madame Wang wanted to say something, but when she saw Li Yun's calm yet firm eyes, she swallowed her words. Li Chunmei held her half tightly, as if it were her lifeline. Back when everyone ate in the communal canteen, who could have imagined today's hardships? Who could have known? Li Yun wrapped her share of the pork fat in a piece of old burlap, tucked it under her arm, and stepped outside. She had helped butcher pigs when she was younger and was strong. After traveling back in time and becoming young again, that strength had returned with her. Li Chunmei, still uneasy, pulled Dahua along to follow behind. In front of the village office, a small house made of yellow clay, several people were gathered. It was freezing, and there was no work in the fields. A group of hungry villagers huddled together, chatting to distract themselves from the gnawing hunger. When they saw Li Yun coming with a bulging bundle under her arm and Li Chunmei following behind, all eyes turned toward them once again.
Cumbrada Li Yun.
Wei Fulai seemed to have guessed something and quickly stood up. What is this? Li Yun placed the bundle on the smooth stone mill in front of the village office and untied the cloth. The white, glistening pork fat was revealed again, drawing gasps from the crowd. Captain Wei, fellow villagers, Li Yun's voice was clear and calm, leaving no room for doubt. This half-piece of pork fat, I plan to trade it with the families in our village who are struggling the most. Trade? Someone asked in confusion. Yes, Li Yun nodded. These days, even if you have money, you can't buy meat, let alone pork fat. I know times are hard for everyone. I can't afford to give it away for free, but we can trade. Grain, firewood, dried vegetables, sewing supplies, sturdy baskets, useful tools. Anything is fine. As long as I think it's useful and fair, we'll trade. Her words were like a stone dropped into still water, stirring ripples among the crowd. Really? We can trade things for pork fat? A man spoke up excitedly. He was Wei Laosi from the west end of the village, father of 5 children. His family had run out of food long ago and survived only on wild vegetable porridge. Really, Li Yun confirmed. But let's be clear, it's only for the 10 families in the hardest situations. Captain Wei knows the village best, so he'll decide the list. The crowd began to stir. Envy, hope, and anxiety showed on their pale faces. Wei Fulai looked at Li Yun for a long time before speaking slowly. Comrade Li Yun, you're really willing to do this? After all, Li Yun had lived more than 60 years. Changing her surname didn't matter much to her. She actually felt closer to her mother's family name, Li. I'm willing, Li Yun said firmly. But I have one condition. Go ahead. The fat will be divided among the 10 poorest families, half a pound each. No money needed, but I want to trade for something grain first. If there's no grain, then firewood, vegetables, or sewing supplies will do. The amount doesn't matter. It's just a gesture. Wei Fulai understood. This way, she was helping others while preserving their dignity. Giving for free could hurt their pride, but trading made it fair. All right. He slapped his thigh hard, tears of joy streaming down his face. Comrade Li Yun, I thank you on behalf of all the villagers. Li Yun only smiled without saying a word. She was still without official registration. By the rules, Wei Fulai should have checked her introduction letter and ID as soon as she arrived in the village. But once the 15 pounds of pork fat were placed on the table and the news of the exchange spread, Wei Fulai was so happy that he completely forgot about the paperwork. The news about exchanging pork fat spread quickly. The whole Xiaokomio village was buzzing with excitement. Half a pound of pork fat. In the winter of 1959, that was rarer than a miracle. Wei Fulai went door to door, choosing the 10 families in the most difficult situations. Some had only the elderly and children, with few able-bodied workers. Others had already run out of food. Standing in the Chung family's yard, looking at the shiny slab of pork fat, Li Yun had her own plan. Wei Fulai was just as she remembered. Honest and upright. None of the families he chose were related to him. The 15 pounds of pork fat she brought back were as valuable as gold in the famine-stricken countryside of Gansu in 1959. But if that gold stayed hidden at home, it would only attract thieves or trouble. She needed to put it to use. helping the villagers while also paving a path for herself, an unregistered outsider. Everything was going smoothly at first, but Li Yun had clearly underestimated how tempting half a pound of pork fat could be to starving people. Why only the 10 poorest families? A man suddenly spoke up, his face pale and tired. My family hasn't tasted meat in ages. Half a pound of pork fat. Why not divide it by work points instead? The voice belonged to Wei Er, known in the village as the human abacus. His family had more workers and a bit more grain saved from past years. Though hungry, they weren't yet desperate. We're all from the same village. Everyone's struggling. If there's an exchange, it should be fair for all. That's right. Why can they trade and we can't? Captain Wei, you can't play favorites. Comrade Li Yun, you brought back something good from Xinjiang. You shouldn't let only a few families benefit. When your sister got married here, my family even lent her a bowl of rice. Exactly.
Who doesn't want to eat meat?
Who isn't hungry? Everyone present could tell that Li Yun was generous. When she said exchange, she was really giving them a good deal. Since it was a benefit, why shouldn't others want to share? Some people who were related to the Chung family were unhappy. Voices rose all around, and the scene became noisy. Someone pushed forward, staring at the lard on the stone mill, swallowing hard. That shiny oil, that faint smell of meat, to people who were starving it was more tempting than anything else. Shame on you all. You can't even handle a bit of kindness. Wei Fulai's face darkened. He struck his pipe hard against the stone mill. Enough. Quiet, all of you. His authority still carried weight. The crowd fell silent, though their eyes were still full of resentment. Wei Fulai looked around and said angrily, "These things were brought back by Comrade Li Yun after much hardship. They belong to her, not to our village. She can trade with whoever she wants. That's her right. Who are you to complain about fairness? Back when we all ate at the communal kitchen, didn't every family rush to hand over every last bit of grain? When we told you to save some for yourselves, you wouldn't listen. Where was your fairness then? Now that she has something good and is willing to share it with the families in real need, that's kindness. And you still want to take it by force? Get out of here. If anyone keeps shouting, don't expect me to speak for you again." Wei Fulai's sharp words silenced many. Wei Er pouted, wanting to argue, but when he saw Wei Fulai's dark expression and the quiet crowd, he didn't dare. He muttered under his breath and stepped aside, though his eyes still lingered on the lard. Li Yun then stepped forward, her voice calm but clear. "Everyone, Captain Wei is right. The goods are mine, and I have the right to decide what to do with them. But I understand how you feel. We've all known hunger." She paused, looking at the anxious, hopeful, and dissatisfied faces before her. Then an idea came to her. This was the perfect chance to settle down here. "Today, I'll only trade with the 10 families Captain Wei and I agreed on. I'll say this clearly," Li Yun declared. "Since I've come back to stay with my relatives, from now on I'm part of Waijiakyo's Zyakuomyo village. As long as I can settle here, and as long as I can still find supplies, I won't just stand by and watch our villagers starve. If I could get the first batch of lard, I'll find a way to get the second and the third." Her words cooled the tense atmosphere like a splash of cold water. Though the crowd's anger didn't disappear completely, the noise slowly died down. People looked at Li Yun with mixed feelings, some doubtful, some hopeful, and some calculating. Is that true? Can she really get more? Sounds like she's just saying that. Didn't she come here just to visit relatives? Why is she talking about settling down? Are you silly? If she settles here, she'll be one of us. How could that be bad for us? Comrade Li Yun, can you really get more? Someone asked carefully. "I'll do my best," Li Yun replied, not making any promises. "I've been in Xinjiang for years and know some friends who drive transport trucks. Sometimes they can bring back a few rare goods from other places. But times are hard and everything's in short supply. I can't guarantee anything, only that I'll try whenever there's a chance." Her half-true, half-hopeful words gave the villagers a faint sense of possibility. More importantly, her promise to settle down made her one of their own. That made everyone think that whatever she managed to get in the future, They might have a chance to buy some too. Wei Fulai seized the moment and took out a list he had already prepared. He had long kept track of who in the village was struggling the most, whose family had no food left, whose children were too weak to cry. Zhao Laosi, Widow Wang, Wei Datu. Wei Fulai read out 10 names in one breath. Those whose names were called lit up with relief, while the others couldn't hide their disappointment. Those on the list, go home and see what you can trade. Bring it to discuss with Comrade Li Yun. Don't try to fool her with junk. She's being kind, and we should act honestly too. Wei Fulai kept reminding them, afraid the villagers might embarrass themselves. He understood one thing clearly now. Whether Li Yun was truly the adopted sister from Li Chunmei's family or not didn't matter. Right now, when everyone was starving, she was the only one who could still bring in lard. Because of this, he had to treat people a little better. There were 10 households in the area. Some people went home to fetch things, while others had already brought their family treasures with them. In those days, anything of value was kept close. People were afraid of thieves, and also afraid that hunger might drive their family to eat whatever was left at home. Just last month, in Zhao's village up ahead, a man, unable to bear the hunger any longer, cooked the last bit of grain at home and ate a full meal. After that, he used a belt to hang himself from a beam. He died with a full stomach, but left behind his elderly parents, wife, and several children to starve. His parents cursed him for being selfish and heartless. His wife and children didn't shed a single tear. His body was buried hastily. When people heard the news, they sighed, but no one could say anything. They were all hungry. So hungry. The food they ate had no oil or flavor and passed through their bodies almost untouched. They had eaten grass roots, tree bark, wild vegetables, anything that could be chewed. Some families, too proud to let others know they had no food, would pretend not to cook during the day and sneak out at night to strip bark from elm trees near the old graves. All of it was because there was no grain left. Of course, no one talked about profiteering anymore. Anyone who dared to bring it up would be torn apart by the angry villagers. The first person to come and trade something was Zhao Laosi. He carried a small clay jar, its mouth stuffed with a piece of old cloth. He carefully set the jar down beside the stone mill, rubbing his hands together, his dark, thin face full of embarrassment.
Kumrada Li Yun.
I really don't have anything valuable left at home. This is a pair of silver earrings my wife brought as part of her dowry. She never had the heart to wear them. A while ago, we had no choice but to melt them down and make this small silver bracelet. I thought, if something happened, we could at least trade it for a mat. To give a proper burial. The man wiped his face, unable to go on. He took out a thin, roughly made silver bracelet from the jar and carefully handed it to Li Yun. We're not trying to take advantage. You can decide how much it's worth. Li Yun looked at the dull silver bracelet, then at Zhao Laosi's patched cotton jacket, so worn that its original color could hardly be seen. She took the bracelet, weighed it in her hand, then cut off more than a pound of lard, wrapped it in oiled paper, and handed it to him. Brother Zhao, I'll take the bracelet. Keep the lard safe, render it slowly, mix it with wild vegetables, and it should last you a while. Zhao could hardly believe his eyes. He had thought he'd get only a small piece, but Li Yun had given him so much. He dropped to his knees with a thud, but Li Yun quickly pulled him up. Brother Zhao, don't do that. Go home. Your children are waiting. Holding the lard tightly, Zhao thanked her again and again as he left, his steps unsteady. The second person was Widow Sunday. Her husband had died 2 years ago in a steel accident, leaving her with a 14-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old son, and a 4-year-old girl. She wore a faded blue cotton jacket that hung loosely on her thin frame. Her face was pale and sunken, but her hair was neatly combed. She hadn't brought anything else, only stretched out her right hand, holding a small golden thimble. Li Yun, she said softly, her voice calm but tired. My family has nothing left. This thimble was passed down from my mother-in-law. She said it's gold. I tried biting it, it seems real. Do you think I could trade it for some lard? My little girl is so hungry her body is swollen. Her voice broke at the end, and she turned her head away. The crowd fell silent. A golden thimble. It was clear that Widow Sun's family was truly desperate. Everyone looked at Li Yun. Li Yun took the thimble. It was small and light. The surface was smooth, with dark stains inside from years of use. She held it up to the light, turning it between her fingers. She wasn't an expert, but judging by its weight and color, it was most likely real gold. Though in these hard times, gold and silver were far less useful than food, their value was still undeniable. By modern standards, it could buy hundreds of pounds of lard. Sister Sun, Li Yun said seriously, holding the thimble in her palm, this is too valuable. I can't just give you a little lard for it. She cut a piece even larger than the one she had given Zhao Laosi, about 1.5 pounds, and secretly took out 2 compressed biscuits from her coat, which actually came from the group buying warehouse. Li Yun had suffered hardships when she was young, so she couldn't bear to see a widow struggling. She quietly wrapped the biscuits together with the lard and pushed them into Widow Sun's hands. Take these first. I'll keep the thimble, but it's too valuable. Let's say I owe you for it. If I ever get more food, I'll make sure your family gets the first share. Widow Sun froze. She looked at the heavy jar of lard and the strange but fragrant dry food in her hands, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. In times like these, what was food? It was life itself. They weren't even related, yet this woman refused to take advantage of her and instead tried to help her. Her lips trembled as she tried to say thank you, but no words came out. In the end, she just held the things tightly, gave Li Yun a shy, tearful smile, and hurried away. Next, the others brought out their own treasures, things closer to daily life. Someone carried in a neat bundle of fine dry firewood. In these times, when even firewood was scarce, it was as valuable as money. Another brought half a clay jar of precious salt. Someone else offered a half-new sickle or a sturdy basket. An old man came with a dark purple gourd. When he pulled out the stopper, a strong smell of liquor filled the air. It was homemade sorghum wine. Only 2 or 3 pounds of it, but in times like these, it could mean survival. An elderly woman, her hands trembling, took out a handkerchief bundle from her coat. Inside were a dozen well-kept copper coins, said to be old family heirlooms. Li Yun accepted everything. She gave out pieces of lard according to how useful and rare each item was. She had her own sense of fairness. Firewood earned a palm-sized piece. Salt got a slightly larger one. Farm tools a bigger piece still. For the gourd of wine, she gave 2 full pounds of lard. She hadn't wanted to take the copper coins, but seeing the old woman's hopeful eyes, she exchanged a small piece anyway. Everyone stared at the lard, their eyes shining. It was as if what Li Yun was giving them wasn't just lard, but the hope to keep living. Each person who received some wore an expression that seemed almost sacred. Everyone carefully held the precious white fat as if cradling a newborn baby, hurrying home. They were afraid that if they were late, the fat would melt or be taken by someone else. The lard on the stone mill was quickly running out. The last person in line was an old man named Wei from the east end of the village. He had no children and lived with his adopted grandson. A few days ago, the boy broke his leg while gathering firewood, and the old man, half blind, could only weave baskets to trade for food. But in times like these, no one had extra grain to spare. Even though people pitied the old man and his grandson, they had to pretend not to see. Old Wei, and used to taking advantage of others, shakily brought out 2 finely woven willow baskets. He said nothing, just pushed the baskets toward Li Yun, tears streaming down his face. If not for his grandson depending on him, he might have ended his life long ago. Li Yun looked at his thin, trembling hands and the delicate but fragile baskets, and her heart ached. She didn't remember people like them in her memory. Perhaps they had fled the village or died in the famine. History only recorded a few words, but in reality, each life carried heavy weight. She cut off the last large piece of lard and took out her only remaining compressed biscuit, placing both into one of the baskets. She handed it to the old man. "Grandpachi, I'll take the basket. Please keep these. You weave beautifully. When I have more materials, I'll come to you again." The old man squinted at the basket's contents, reached out with his thin, trembling hand and gently touched them. When he realized they were real, a muffled sob escaped his throat. Finally, he picked up the basket, leaned on his cane, and slowly walked away. Li Yun let out a deep sigh. Half a slab of lard had brought her a pile of odds and ends at her feet: silver bracelets, a gold thimble, copper coins, homemade liquor, a jar of salt, bundles of firewood, farm tools, baskets. And in the villagers' eyes, a faint spark of hope had returned, along with a complicated feeling toward this outsider. That piece of lard was not to be underestimated. With a bit of fat, people wouldn't go hungry so quickly. If they could just hold on a little longer, until spring came, until wild greens sprouted, until relief grain arrived, maybe they could survive. Wei Er and the others who hadn't managed to trade anything stayed nearby, watching silently. At that moment, seeing that the oil was all gone, he finally couldn't hold back. He stepped forward with a forced smile, rubbing his hands in a flattering way. "Comrade Li Yun, well, if there's more next time, could you maybe think of my family first? We have plenty of workers, and we can also help you gather information." Li Yun kept packing her things without looking up. "We'll talk about next time when it comes. The exchange is over for today." Her tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Wei Er awkwardly stepped back. Wei Fusheng helped Li Yun pack the exchanged goods into an old burlap sack. His eyes showed new respect and admiration. "Comrade Li Yun, what you did today was fair and well-organized. I heard you plan to settle in our village? Don't worry, Wei Fusheng, promise to get it done quickly." "Thank you, Captain Wei." Li Yun thanked him sincerely. She knew that what she gained today from half a slab of pork fat was more than just supplies. More importantly, she had earned the respect of the village captain, a man of influence. And in the hearts of the struggling villagers, she had planted a seed that Li Yun was capable and fair. It was like laying the foundation for a tall building. All of this would later become her moral strength when she and Li Chunmei tried to leave the Chung family. To be honest, in a poor and remote village, family ties often carried more weight than the law. The sun was setting. From the village rose faint wisps of smoke carrying the smell of pork fat. The scent was light, yet it seemed to bring warmth, cutting through the cold and despair of the winter of 1959. When Li Yun returned to the Chung household, Granny Wang had already finished cooking dinner. The pork fat had been rendered and stored in a clay jar. It was golden and shiny, glimmering under the dim oil lamp. The crispy bits were scooped out and placed in a small bowl, something people today might throw away, but to Granny Wang, it was a treasure. After all, it was real meat. Mixed with wild greens or porridge, it could keep a person strong for the whole day. Granny Wang carefully hid the jar deep inside the brick bed's hollow and covered it with a piece of old cloth. The bowl of pork crackling sat on the stove. She stared at it for a long time before finally picking up a small piece and putting it into Dahua's mouth, who was warming herself by the fire. "Eat, eat, you little rascal. Just like your late father. Both of you came into this world to trouble me." Dahua was a bit slow to react, but she knew when something was good. "Smells good. Grandma smells good." With the fragrant piece of pork fat in her mouth, she squinted her eyes in delight and smacked her lips happily.
"Grandma, eat."
Old Madame Wang hesitated, looked around, then quickly popped a sesame-sized piece of crackling into her own mouth like a thief. Crispy, fragrant, and rich with flavor. She closed her eyes and chewed slowly, as if savoring the finest taste in the world. After a long while, she opened her eyes, smacked her lips again, and picked up another piece. This time, she didn't eat it. She held it tightly in her palm, saving it for her husband and son. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open. Old Madame Wang thought it was Li Yun and Li Chunmei and quickly turned her head. Footsteps followed, heavy and dragging. Then came a man's cough.
Her face changed.
She hurriedly stuffed the crackling into her pocket and wiped her mouth with a rag. The dirty curtain lifted, and two men entered. The one in front was an old man of about 60, tall but stooped, his face so wrinkled it looked like it could hold chopsticks between the lines. He wore a worn cotton jacket, the cuffs shiny from wear, patches over patches, and his elbows showing through. This was Li Chunmei's father-in-law, Chung Dashin. Behind him came a man in his early 30s, short, sturdy, with a dark face and quick, darting eyes. This was Li Chunmei's brother-in-law, Chung Tao. He carried a cloth bag that looked limp and nearly empty. As soon as they entered, both men sniffed the air. What's that smell? Chung Tao's eyes lit up. Pork fat? Mom. Where did that come from? Chung Dashin smelled it too, but he kept his composure, only glancing at the stove without saying a word. Old Madame Wang hurried forward, giving them a meaningful look. You're back? How did it go? Chung Tao tossed the bag onto the floor and sat heavily on the edge of the bed.
How do you think it went?
A wasted trip. That old man's family can barely keep their own pot boiling. How could they feed us? They only gave us half a pound of bran, like we're beggars. He spoke angrily, but his eyes kept glancing toward the stove. The bowl of pork cracklings was still there. It was covered with a cloth, but the smell couldn't be hidden. Chung Dashin took off his worn cotton jacket, hung it behind the door, and called out, Chunmei, have you cooked yet? Don't shout. Old Madame Wang quickly pulled at her husband's sleeve and whispered, It's been ready for a while. I kept it warm in the pot. Dinner was the usual dark corn buns mixed with bran, cold and hard as stones. But today was different. When Madame Wang steamed the buns, she had, for the first time, added a small spoonful of lard to the dough. Just that little bit made the buns shiny and fragrant when they came out of the pot. Chung Dashin lifted the lid. Steam rose up, carrying the rich smell of grain and pork fat. His throat moved as he swallowed, but he kept a straight face and took 2 buns. He handed one to his second son, Chung Tao, and kept one for himself. Chung Tao was so hungry his stomach ached. He grabbed the bun and took a big bite. He froze.
Mom.
He mumbled, Why does this bun smell so good? Madame Wang glanced nervously at the door. Seeing that Li Yun hadn't returned yet, she whispered, I added a bit of oil. Oil? Chung Dashin looked up sharply. Where did you get oil? Madame Wang hesitated, not knowing what to say. I brought it. Li Yun lifted the curtain and stepped in, carrying a burlap sack. She looked calmly at her grandfather and second uncle, who suddenly seemed much younger in her eyes. Only then did the 2 men notice there was someone new in the house. Chung Dashin looked Li Yun up and down, frowning.
Who are you?
I'm the daughter of Uncle Chunmei's family. I was adopted by relatives in Jiangxin. My parents have passed away, so I came back to stay with family. Li Yun repeated the story she had told before. Chung Tao, his mouth full of bun, mumbled, Jiangxin? That far? Did you bring anything good? His blunt question made Madame Wang blush with embarrassment, and she glared at him. But Chung Dashin kept his eyes on Li Yun, his face dark. The oil, you brought it? Yes, Li Yun said calmly. 15 pounds of pork fat.
Li Yun spoke calmly.
She already knew what kind of person her grandfather was, so she said directly, I traded half of it with the villagers for some food. 15 pounds of pork fat? Are you serious? Chung Tao's eyes widened. You traded it all? I kept half. Li Yun lifted her chin slightly and stood protectively in front of Li Chunmei. Auntie, where did you put the rest? Old Madame Wang quickly replied, Oh dear, I'm not the kind of person who would take things that aren't mine. Just like you said, I used a little for cooking, and the rest is hidden in the stove hole. There's still some left? Chung Tao jumped up, ready to check, but Chung Dashin shouted, Sit down. Unwillingly, Chung Tao sat back down, still staring toward the stove. Chung Dashin slowly chewed his cornbread, taking small, careful bites. When he finished eating, he finally spoke, as if asking about something that naturally belonged to him. You traded with the villagers. What did you get? Li Yun didn't answer. She simply picked up dahua and wiped the child's face. Li Chunmei, afraid of her father-in-law, quietly listed what they had received in exchange. She left out the part about the gold ring and silver bracelet. After listening, Chung Dashin was silent for a while, then suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table. Nonsense. Everyone jumped in fright. You made such a big decision without asking me first? Chung Dashin's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. That oil is valuable and you just traded it away? For this pile of junk? He pointed at the small stack of grain and firewood in the corner, his hands trembling with anger. In his mind, what Li Yun gave to Li Chunmei equals belonged to his son equals belonged to the Chung family. Li Yun looked at him calmly. Mr. Chung, the oil is mine. How I use it is my decision. The room fell silent. Li Chunmei nervously twisted the corner of her clothes, and old Madame Wang's face turned pale. In the Chung family, Chung Dashan's word was law. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Girl, that's not how things work, Chung Dashan said sharply, his eyes cold. You're Chunmei's family, living in my house, eating my food. Since the oil was brought here, it's part of this household. The eldest son's family hasn't separated yet, so everything in this house is under my say. Father. Li Chunmei tried to speak softly, but Chung Dashan silenced her with a glare.
Li Yun smilat.
It wasn't a cold smile, but one that showed she had seen through everything. How had she been so afraid of the old man when she was young? Now, after living for more than 60 years, looking back, Chung Dashan was just a man obsessed with pride, as stubborn and old-fashioned as an antique dug out of the ground. No one could start eating until he picked up his chopsticks, and he would act as if he were doing everyone a favor by serving food. Every bit of food in the house had to be approved by him. Otherwise, even Madame Wang couldn't touch a bowl of coarse flour. He treated his children like possessions, scolding or hitting them whenever he pleased. He cared most about saving face. Once, when his younger brother's daughter-in-law didn't greet him on the road, he stayed angry for 3 years and refused to speak kindly to his own brother. She sometimes wondered, when people were getting rid of old traditions, why didn't they take her grandfather away too? Master Chung, that's not right, Li Yun said clearly, her voice calm but firm. First, the oil was carried all the way from Xinjiang by me. It's not yours. Second, I'm staying here because I came to rely on my sister, not to live off you. Besides, the food we traded for today is enough for the 3 of us for quite a while, isn't it? Third, she paused, glancing around the room with a faint smile. If I can get the first piece of pork fat, I can get the second and the third. From now on, I'll take care of my sister and Dahua. If you don't want me living here, fine. I'll take them and live on our own. In times like these, as long as one has the ability, there's always a way to survive. Her words struck like thunder, leaving everyone stunned. That couldn't be right. Li Chunmei's family had always been poor. When she got married, all she brought was a single quilt. Because of that, her family had always felt ashamed in front of the Chengs. Li Yun had never understood why, when everyone was struggling to survive, the Chung family still acted so proud. She only realized later in life that people's sense of superiority doesn't depend on wealth. In the Cheng's eyes, Li Chunmei's family lived deep in the mountains, so poor they stayed in caves and couldn't even gather enough clothes for everyone. But the Chung family, at least, had 3 mud brick rooms to their name. Was that really such a better life? When Li Yun finished speaking, Madame Wang was the first to react. She quickly said, "No, we can't split the family." "That's right. Why should we split up?" Chung Tao added anxiously. He and his wife, along with their son, depended on the family for food. If his older brother and sister-in-law moved out, how would he support his own family? Besides, now there was this sister-in-law who could even get pork fat. And his father. Why was he treating her like some poor relative coming to take advantage, trying to drive her away? Chung Dashan's face darkened, almost as if ink could drip from it. Split the family? In those days, that was a shameful thing. Usually, it meant the elders were unkind or the head of the family was foolish. Why did people in the countryside value sons so much? Because in their eyes, sons were like strong oxen, hard-working, earning work points, and not easily bullied. If a daughter-in-law took her child and went back to her family, what would people say? Where would Chung Dashan's pride go then? But he didn't lose his temper right away. This sister-in-law who suddenly appeared was not simple. She could get pork fat, dare to talk back, and even dare to suggest splitting the family. She was either foolish or had strong support behind her. Chung Dashan had lived over 60 years and met all kinds of people. He stared at Li Yun, trying to read her expression. Li Yun let him look, calm and steady. She had seen far more in her life than he could imagine. Try to intimidate her?
Dream on.
Did he think she was easy to fool? She had met plenty of difficult people before. Compared to them, Chung Dashin was just a paper tiger, scary on the outside, weak inside. After a long pause, Chung Dashin finally spoke, half doubtful. You can really get more pork fat? Yes, Li Yun answered firmly. Not just pork fat. I can get grain, sugar, and cloth too. But only if my sister and her daughter live well. If anyone makes them suffer or upsets me, none of these things will be seen again. Her words were meant for everyone in the Chung family. Madame Wang quickly promised, Don't worry, Li Yun. Chunmei is my daughter-in-law, and Dahua is my granddaughter. I would never let them be mistreated. Chung Tao quickly smiled and agreed. Yes, we're all family. No need to be so formal. Chung Dashin didn't say anything, but he also didn't object again. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of pickled vegetable, and squatted by the bed to eat with his cornbread. Everyone knew then he had accepted it. Li Chunmei quietly let out a breath of relief and turned to look at Li Yun with some worry. After dinner, Old Lady Wang was unusually diligent, helping Li Yun tidy up her room. There wasn't much to clean. She just cleared out the west wing, which had been used for storage, laid down a straw mat, and brought over an old quilt. Yun, I'm sorry you have to stay in such a simple room, Old Lady Wang said, rubbing her hands with a surprisingly kind smile. When spring comes, I'll ask your sister to make you a new quilt. That was the power of a little pork fat in hard times. Even a stingy old woman could suddenly act kind.
Li Yun schmilat.
It's fine, as long as I have a place to stay. The west wing was separated from Li Chunmei's east wing by only a mud wall, which didn't block sound well. After all, Chung Feng had come home and would be sharing a room with Li Chunmei. It wouldn't be proper for Li Yun, the younger sister, to stay in the same room with them. The west wing had once been the room of Chung Yi, the third daughter of the family, before she got married. Now that it was empty, it was just right for Li Yun. It was like finding a pillow just when you're sleepy, perfect timing. Li Yun was still wondering how she could send a message to old Zhang about the pork fat that night. After all, if someone saw her waving her hands at thin air, they might think she'd lost her mind. Once everything was ready, Li Yun lay down. Not long after, she heard faint rustling sounds from the main room next door.
It was Chung Tao.
Mom, is there any pork crackling left?
He whispered. Keep your voice down.
Old Lady Wang's muffled voice came through the wall.
There are only a few pieces left.
Is your father asleep? He's asleep, snoring already. Here, just these 2 pieces. Don't let your father hear. If I'd known we still had pork fat at home, I'd have done anything to bring my wife and son back. Stop talking nonsense. Your wife's family is better off than ours. Every time your mother-in-law does her fortune-telling, she earns at least half a bowl of grain.
Mom.
That's only because Big Brother hasn't sent money home for 2 months. Otherwise, Fang Chao wouldn't have gone back to her parents' house. You only think about your wife. We don't even know how Yezi is doing. Tomorrow, take half a bag of bran and go check on her. The voice grew quieter. Then came the sound of chewing, soft but hurried. That was life during the famine years. A family eating in secret, as if they were doing something wrong. Li Yun listened carefully, piecing together what she had learned. Her father, Chung Feng, hadn't sent money home for 2 months. Her second aunt, Deng Fangchao, probably used that as an excuse to take her son back to her mother's house for better food. Her aunt, Chung Yi, hadn't been doing well these past 3 years either. Li Yun turned over and closed her eyes. In her mind, the group buying app interface appeared. 200 pounds of pork fat sat neatly in the storage box. Her balance had changed to 1,332.5 yuan. Converted to the currency of this time, that was 133 yuan and 25 cents. If she added the few 2-cent notes her grandmother gave her, it would barely make 133 yuan and 40 cents. She needed to find a way to sell, or rather, trade, the goods she received today. As she was thinking, she heard a soft rustling from the next room. Li Chunmei's cautious voice followed. Yun, are you asleep?
No.
The curtain lifted, and Li Chunmei came in holding Dahua. Dahua was awake, rubbing her eyes and snuggling into Li Yun's arms. Li Yun took the child naturally and asked softly, "Sister, what's wrong?" The Chung family had no light. They couldn't even afford a kerosene lamp at night. She could see only by the faint moonlight outside. Li Chunmei sat on the edge of the bed and laid Dahua down in the middle. The child soon fell asleep again. "Yun," Li Chunmei said quietly, sitting cross-legged, "are you really my sister? It just feels so unreal." Li Yun turned to face her. The dim light showed Li Chunmei's face, thin, pale, not like the worried woman she remembered. Her eyes were bright, full of light. "Sister, I really am." Li Yun held her hand sincerely and said, "Before my adoptive parents passed away, they always thought of me. They wanted me to have a home to return to. They told me I must come back to find my real parents. Asked around and found out that my real parents had passed away, and I had an older sister who married into this village called Zycromio. That was the truth." 60 years later, Li Chunmei often told Li Yun that their uncle's biggest regret before he died was sending his daughter away so young. So when Li Yun traveled back in time and took over the identity of Li Yun, she became her own aunt, holding in her arms the younger version of herself. The relationship was a bit confusing, but there was no other way.
"I'm not doubting you."
Li Chunmei held her hand tightly. "Yun, I know you're capable, but today you talked back to father. I'm afraid he'll make things hard for you later."
"You don't know what he's like."
"I'm not afraid. We'll manage somehow." Li Yun squeezed her hand back and smiled reassuringly. "Sis, in times like these, only capable people have a voice. Since I'm here, I won't let you and Dahua suffer anymore. When the weather gets warmer, take me back to the mountains to visit my uncle and aunt. They were actually her grandparents. You're so good to me. I don't even know how to thank you." Li Chunmei's eyes turned red. "Don't blame mother either. Your brother-in-law. He hasn't sent any money or food for 2 months. The whole family's waiting to eat, and mother's upset. I'll go to town tomorrow to find him." Li Yun said firmly. Chung Feng was out earning wages, living carelessly while leaving his wife and daughter to take care of his parents. Later, he sweet-talked a widow and foolishly planned to run away south to make a fortune. In the end, he was cheated out of everything and still wanted his children to support him in old age. How could the world work that way?
Li Yun snarled.
This time, if Chung Feng wanted to run off, she wouldn't stop him. But if he didn't make things right, she would make sure he paid for it. "You're going to town?" Li Chunmei was surprised. "You know where your brother-in-law is?" "Yes, I asked Lu Er earlier to help me find out."
Li Yun answered confidently.
Of course she knew. Her irresponsible father, who planned to abandon his wife and daughter, was probably at the transport team in town, plotting to run away with that woman. In her past life, her mother had a kind heart. Even in her old age, she kept advising her, saying that Chung Feng was still her father and she shouldn't deny him, or people would talk behind her back.
But
Li Chunmei wanted to say more, but Li Yun smiled and interrupted her. "Sis, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tomorrow I'll take Dahua to town to see a doctor, and I'll also check on brother-in-law's situation." When she mentioned the child, Li Chunmei fell silent. Dahua was indeed pitifully thin. At 3 years old, she looked more like 2.
Well,
"The money. Once your brother-in-law comes home, I'll pay you back. I have enough. Why talk about money between family? Don't you see me as your sister?" Li Yun patted her hand.
"Go to sleep.
"We have to get up early tomorrow." Li Chunmei lay down but couldn't sleep. She stared at the dark ceiling for a long, long time. Li Yun couldn't sleep either. She listened to the sound from the next room. Ching Tao grinding his teeth, or maybe sneaking a bite of fried scraps. She heard Li Chunmei's soft sighs and Dahua's quiet breathing. This home was poor and full of tension, but at least her mother was still with her. That was enough. In this life, she would stay by her mother's side, always. Before dawn, Li Yun woke up. The space beside her was cold. She didn't know when Li Chunmei had taken Dahua back to the east room. To be honest, it's easy to get used to comfort, but hard to go back to hardship. The bed was as hard as iron, and since the Chung family didn't keep the fire going, every small movement let in a chill through her shoulders. The quilt was lumpy and flat, offering little warmth. She decided that when she went out today, she must find a way to buy a new quilt. Sniffling, she quietly got up and took about half a pound of compressed biscuits from her bundle, tucking them into her clothes. When she stepped outside, Granny Wang was already up, boiling water at the stove. Seeing Li Yun, she spoke kindly for once. "Yun, you're up so early?" "I'm taking Dahua to town," Li Yun said. "Chun Mei, and I won't be back for lunch." Granny Wang opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she held it back. Li Yun nodded, then turned toward the east room to call Li Chunmei and Dahua. Li Chunmei has already dressed the child, a small padded jacket patched many times, with sleeves that are too short, exposing a long wrist. The pants are also short, with ankles showing. Li Yun feels sad when she sees this. She thinks for a moment and decides to take off her own thick sweater vest. Even though it's old, it's warm. She unravels the sweater, asks Li Chunmei for a needle and thread, and quickly sews a few stitches to make sure the clothes don't let in the cold, then puts it on Dahua. "Wear this, it's warm." Li Yun helps Dahua put it on. Dahua touches the wool vest and, with a blank face, forces out a shy smile. Soft. Meanwhile, Li Chunmei hesitates and wants to say something but stops. Soft is good. Li Yun pats Dahua's head and picks her up. "Let's go. Auntie is taking you to town today." When they leave, Cheng Tao is still not up. Cheng Dashan is squatting at the wall, weaving a willow basket. He even glances at Li Yun on purpose. Li Yun doesn't mind and leaves with Li Chunmei and Dahua. It's just dawn, and the village is very quiet. Occasionally, early risers come out to empty their chamber pots. When they see her, they smile and nod as a greeting. At the village entrance, Wei Fuxing is squatting there still smoking tree bark. "Comrade Li Yun, why are you up so early?" Wei Fuxing stands up. "Going to town to see the doctor with the kids." Li Yun steps forward and softly says, "Captain Wei, I want to ask you for a favor." "Go ahead." "I thought about it all night. My biological parents are gone. Going back to my second uncle's house isn't a good idea. It's better to settle in our village. But to do that, I need an introduction letter." Li Yun speaks directly about the introduction letter. Wei Fuxing pauses for a moment. "To settle in, you need relatives to rely on. You're Chunmei's younger sister, so technically you qualify. But it needs approval from the commune. These days. Do you have the introduction letter with you?" Li Yun pretends to be sad and sighs deeply. "Captain, you're a good person. I won't hide from you. I'm a woman returning from Jiangxin by train to reunite with family. It's not unreasonable to be cautious. Yesterday, before I went to see my sister, I wanted to find a guest house to wash my face. But at the guest house entrance, someone cut my purse. Introduction letter, train ticket, some receipts, and money are all gone. If I hadn't been careful and kept the money, tickets, and documents separate, I wouldn't even have the face to come empty-handed to visit my sister now. I might have already jumped into the river. What are you thinking? I am your sister, and you are the daughter of our dear uncle. How could I possibly turn you away?" Hearing this, Li Chunmei quickly held her hand and said, "Losing money is a small matter. As long as you are safe, that's what matters." "I understand. I've been worried about this all night." Li Yun wiped her tears and looked at Wei Fulai. "Uncle, please help me a bit. I plan to go to the town to see if I can get some grain. When I do." She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. "Which guest house is in the county? When you come out of the train station, walk 2 streets straight ahead, then turn at the corner, the Chunlan guest house. Didn't you report it? Send a telegram to Jiangxin?" "Uncle, you don't trust me, do you?" Li Yun forced a smile. "Why would I, a woman, travel so far from Jiangxin? It's just that my foster parents think I was brought in and then kicked out. They now hope I'll die outside. Even if they knew I returned to my hometown to seek relatives, they wouldn't care about me. That's because of the current transportation difficulties and chaotic communication. Especially this year, many people are fleeing from other places. Even if Wei Fulai suspected something, he couldn't go to Jiangxin to verify." "Are you really planning to stay at your sister's house?" Wei Fuxing puffed on his dry tobacco, squinting at Li Yun as if recalling something, then nodded. Your biological parents' household registration is in the mountains. It's not as warm as our Xiao Chao temple village. As a girl, returning there would mean facing cold looks from others. Our Xiao Chao temple village may be poor, but the villagers are kind. All right, I'll do my best. I'll prepare the introduction letter and leave it at the commune for you. When you come back, you can pick it up. After everything is settled, I'll ask your sister to take you back to your parents' home to visit their graves and recognize your biological parents. He didn't mention burning paper or offering sacrifices at the grave. Li Yun guessed that the few pounds of pig fat she exchanged yesterday had worked. Thank you, Captain Wei. She wiped away non-existent tears and said sincerely, partly out of gratitude. Actually, I was going to the county to send a telegram and ask my friends if they could send some grain or supplies to our village. Wei Fuxing didn't speak. He just waved his hand and turned to pull out a note from the village committee's yellow mud house. Li Yun took it and opened it. It was an official stamped letter of introduction. It read, "This is to certify that Comrade Li Yun is the cousin of Li Chunmei, a villager of Zaikomio village, and is going to the town for medical treatment," and so on. It seemed Wei Fuxing didn't have much hope that she could get grain. After all, the whole country was facing difficulties now. Every village and county was short of food. Even the county couldn't get relief grain, so they probably didn't expect much from this young girl. After saying goodbye to Wei Fuxing, Li Yun hugged her big flower and led Li Chunmei onto the dirt road heading to the town. The road was rough, full of potholes, frozen hard. On both sides were bare fields, with a few withered trees whose bark had been stripped clean, exposing white, bare trunks. They walked for over an hour, and the sky was just getting bright. Gradually, more people appeared on the road. But everyone looked pale and thin, walking with weak steps. A few looked especially fat, but it was clear they were swollen from malnutrition with almost no necks left. Li Yun knew that was edema, common in severely malnourished and starving people. Next to them, an old man pushed a wooden cart loaded with firewood, breathing heavily with every step. "Grandpa, are you going to sell firewood in the town?" Li Yun asked, eager to find out more.
Yes.
To get some food, the old man looked up at her, then lowered his head, panting like a sick old ox. "Taking the kid to see a doctor?" "Then put the kid on the cart and I'll push it." It was clear he thought she was asking for a ride. The old man's face was deeply wrinkled, with deep-set eyes and dry, cracked lips. His thin hands pushing the cart looked like chicken claws, with prominent veins. In modern terms, he was about Li Yun's age. But he looked like he belonged to a completely different generation. Li Yun quickly stepped forward and said, "Grandpa, I'll help push it." The old man looked up at Li Yun, then at Li Chunmei and the child behind her. He shook his head and said, "No need, I can manage by myself. It's okay, just along the way." Li Yun didn't argue and took the handlebar. "You rest, I'll push for a while." The old man was indeed tired, so he didn't refuse. He let go of the handlebar and walked beside the cart, panting softly. Li Yun was not polite. She placed the big bundle of firewood on the cart and chatted casually as they walked. "Sir, are you taking this firewood to sell in town? Is it a good price? Have you received the relief grain from the village? How is the harvest this year?" The old man could only smile bitterly. "Harvest? There's no harvest in the fields. 2 years ago, when they started steelmaking, all the strong workers were taken away, and the crops rotted in the fields. Last year, the commune system was introduced, and everyone ate at the big canteen, so the family savings were gone. This year, it looks like it will be hard." He paused, then with a mix of hope and despair said, "I heard they're going to send relief grain from above, but I've waited a month and haven't seen a thing. 3 people in the village have already left. Some have died from hunger." The old man spoke calmly, but his voice carried a numb sadness. "They're old, saving their food for the children, and they just starved to death." He didn't continue, only sighed deeply. Li Yun was silent. She knew life was hard in this time, but hearing it firsthand made her heart heavy. "How many people are in your family?" she asked. 5. The old man replied calmly. "My wife, my son, my daughter-in-law, and a grandson." My son broke his leg 2 years ago while making steel and can't do heavy work. My daughter-in-law left last month, saying she was going back to her parents' home. But I know Nir just wants to save some food for us old folks. Her family is also having a hard time. He didn't finish his sentence. They pushed for a while, and ahead was an uphill slope. The old man wanted to help, but Li Yun easily pushed the cart up without much effort. Li Chunmei watched with envy. At the top of the slope, the old man spoke again. Nir, let's stop here. I can manage myself. Li Yun let go and quietly slipped a compressed biscuit into the pile of firewood. It was obvious, and she was sure the old man would see it right away. People are already starting to die from hunger. She might as well be a kind-hearted fool, a hypocrite, unable to bear seeing ordinary people suffer. Anyway, no matter what others say, she feels happy to give away this piece of cookie. After walking for more than an hour, they reached the town. Although called a town, it's really just a main street with some shops on both sides. The street is made of dirt, packed hard, and covered in gray dust, looking hazy. It's like a special filter of the old times. There aren't many pedestrians, and everyone looks busy, with pale faces. A woman is sitting by the roadside holding a child. The child is crying loudly, and the woman is just mechanically patting him. Li Yun first takes Da Huang to the health clinic. The clinic is at the end of the street, in a small yard with 2 tiled houses. There's already a line of about 7 or 8 people waiting, all looking pale and thin. A man leans against the wall, his legs swollen and tight in his pants. That's edema caused by hunger. After waiting about half an hour, it was their turn. Inside the consultation room, a woman doctor in her 40s sits at a desk. Her face is pale yellow, with heavy bags under her eyes, and she also looks a bit swollen. Seeing Da Huang, she forces out a tired smile and waves her hand, asking, "What's wrong with the child?" Thin and weak, Li Yun says softly, handing the child over. "Please take a look." The doctor makes Da Huang sit down, feels her ribs, then checks her eyes and tongue, sighing knowingly. Malnutrition. These days, which child isn't malnourished? That last comment sounds like she's talking to herself. After that, the doctor takes out a small notebook from the drawer and writes something down. Give her some vitamins, but honestly, it's not much help. The key is to eat enough and get proper nutrition. Li Yun nods and pulls Li Chunmei over. "Doctor, please check my sister again."
Me?
"No need, I'm fine. Just check Da Huang, okay?" Li Chunmei quickly waves her hand. No, I'm really fine. "Please, check," Li Yun insists. The doctor looks at Li Chunmei, frowning. "Sit down, extend your arm." She checks her pulse, asks a few questions, and finally frowns. "How long has it been since your last period?" Li Chunmei was surprised and blushed, quickly avoiding Li Yun and whispering, "It's been 2 months." The female doctor carefully checked her pulse and looked serious. "You're pregnant." Li Chunmei was stunned. "Pregnant? You mean I am?" "Yes, about 2 months," the doctor replied. "Didn't you feel anything?" Li Chunmei shook her head, unconsciously placing her hand on her belly, her eyes showing a mix of surprise, confusion, and a faint hint of fear. This baby came at a bad time. The family didn't have much food, and adding another person would be difficult. Not to mention her grandparents, but her second uncle's family might also get upset. "Doctor," Li Yun lowered her voice, "my sister's health. Can she keep the baby?" The doctor looked at her in surprise. "Do you want me to be honest?" "Yes, please. It's difficult," the doctor said plainly. "She is already undernourished, and pregnancy puts both mother and child at risk. These days, having an abortion is even more dangerous, and we don't have the facilities here." She paused and added, "If she can eat more nutritious food, eggs, meat, brown sugar, soybeans, there might still be hope. But where can we get these things?" Li Yun was silent for a moment, then secretly took a compressed biscuit from her pocket and handed it to the doctor. "Doctor, please write a note saying my sister needs nutritious food, like brown sugar and soybeans." The doctor was surprised and looked at the biscuit in her hand, her eyes widening. She recognized it. She had seen officials eat it before, saying it was for extreme hunger, but she had never tried it herself. She swallowed hard, her hand trembling.
This
This might not be good. Your sister is already undernourished, but a note like that. It's okay. Here, take it, Li Yun said. The note. The doctor snapped back to attention and quickly nodded. All right, I'll write it. She took out a prescription pad, quickly wrote a few lines, and stamped it. Take this to the supply store. You can buy a gene of brown sugar and 2 gene of soybeans, but you need money and a ticket. Thank you, doctor. Li Yun took the note sincerely. You're a good doctor. I'll trouble you again in the future. The doctor held the note tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Comrade, you're a good person. Your sister's health is very important. The first 3 months of pregnancy are crucial. She must not go hungry, and this child too. She pointed to Dahua. They also need nourishment. Look at her hair, yellow and dull. She's lacking nutrients. If only we could get rice oil, like the layer of oil on porridge, to give her, it would be very nourishing. In the past, poor families fed their children rice oil because they had no milk. She spoke carefully, covering everything from pregnancy precautions to how to supplement the child's nutrition, saying a lot. The main point was, don't let them go hungry. Li Yun listened carefully, but was thinking that the rice oil the female doctor mentioned had been criticized by nutritionists after 60 years. Just drinking rice oil alone lacks protein and vitamins, which can cause malnutrition. But in this time when even enough food is hard to find, rice oil is a rare nutrient. After all, if they can't even get enough rice to make rice oil, how could they have good food for the children? Isn't that a good thing? The limitation of the times is exactly that. After leaving the health clinic, Li Chunmei was still dazed. She held Dahua with one hand, instinctively protected her belly with the other, her eyes wandering. Sister, Li Yun softly said, what are you thinking? Li Chunmei snapped back to reality, forced a smile. What can I think? I'm already pregnant. If, Li Yun carefully chose her words, trying not to upset her mother. If you don't want it, I'll find a way. No way, Li Chunmei interrupted sharply, her voice suddenly firm, looking at Li Yun in disbelief. How can you think that? It's a life. It's my child. After saying that, she was stunned herself, her tone softening again. Yun, I know you mean well. But this child belongs to Qingfeng, and he's mine too. Seeing her determined look, Li Yun knew she couldn't persuade her anymore. In this era, abortion was considered a shameful thing, not to mention a traditional woman like her mother. She would rather die than give up her child. Then keep it. Li Yun closed her eyes and stopped trying to persuade her. If you really want it, I'll find a way. How could I let you find a way? Li Chunmei's eyes reddened. Our family is already like this. If we have one more mouth to feed, Qingfeng, trust me, sister. Li Yun held her hand calmly. As long as I can get food, I can support you all. Li Chunmei looked at her, tears finally falling.
Yun.
I really don't know how to thank you. Family doesn't need words. After comforting Li Chunmei, Li Yun said, Sister, you stay here with Da Huang for now. I need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll go with you. No need, rest here. Li Yun insisted. I'll be back soon. She told Li Chunmei and Da Huang to wait on the steps outside the clinic, then quickly walked away. Li Yun didn't go to the supply store. Instead, she turned into a small alley. Deep inside the alley, no one was around. She found a corner wall, opened her group buying chat. Old Zhong grain and oil, new batch of rapeseed oil, 5-liter bottles, special price 49 yuan. Lu Jia, the snack seller, brown sugar in bulk, 5 gene for 18 yuan. Malted milk in a can 800 grams, 25 yuan. Xiao Ding, rural officer, fresh eggs, firewood eggs, 30 in a pack, 15 yuan. Fresh sliced noodles, 10 gene, 15 yuan. Li Yun estimated her balance and quickly placed an order. 5 gene of brown sugar, 1 can of malted milk, 30 eggs, 10 gene of noodles. Total 73 yuan, which at the exchange rate is about 7.3 yuan in this era. But the problem was, in 1959, even if she had money, she couldn't buy these things. The order was successful, and the system immediately showed a message. Goods have been delivered to a nearby safe point. Please pick up within 30 minutes. Li Yun opened her eyes and looked around. Across the wall, there were some broken pieces of wood, and inside, she saw a yellow hemp bag typical of the era. She opened the bag, and inside were exactly the items she bought. Brown sugar wrapped in oil paper, malted milk in a tin can, eggs neatly packed in a cardboard tray, noodles in a cloth bag. No matter how she looked, there was no sign of anything suspicious. When Li Yun returned to the clinic entrance, Li Chunmei was still sitting there, Da Huang leaning on her legs, already asleep. "Sister, let's go," Li Yun said. Li Chunmei stood up. "Why did you buy so much?" "Yun, you can't just think about me and Da Huang. The money your parents saved for you, what should I say about that?" "Don't worry. If the money's gone, we'll earn more. You're my sister. Who else should I care about if not you?" Li Yun held the medicine bag tightly, but her eyes were cold. She glanced at Li Chunmei's thin back and then at the small Dahu in her arms. Her anger grew stronger inside her. "Big sister, is brother-in-law at the transport team?" She spoke calmly, but there was something hidden in her voice. Li Chunmei nodded softly and said, "Yes, at the county transport team. He hasn't come home for 2 months. Then it's a good idea for us to go see him today," Li Yun said decisively. Li Chunmei was surprised. "Go to the transport team? Isn't that inappropriate? He's working. Even at work, he needs to eat," Li Yun replied. "Brother-in-law hasn't sent money or supplies home in 2 months. We should ask whether his unit can't pay him or if he forgot." Her words made sense, but Li Chunmei still felt something was wrong. She looked at Li Yun's calm face and felt a strange flutter in her chest. "Yun, maybe we should forget it," she whispered. "Wait for him to come back himself." "Wait?" Li Yun smiled coldly. "Big sister, can you really wait? Can Dahu wait? Look at how hungry the child is. And there's your pregnancy too." Li Chunmei looked down at the child in her arms. Dahu was lying on her shoulder, pale and yellowish, with half-closed eyes, looking listless. Her heart sank, and she said nothing. "Let's go," Li Yun said, pulling Li Chunmei as they headed toward the town. The county transport team was in the east of the town, about 7 or 8 miles away. The road was rough, a dirt path full of potholes, with barren fields on both sides. Occasionally, trucks carrying goods passed by, kicking up clouds of dust. After walking for over an hour, they finally saw the gate of the transport team. It was just a broken iron gate, rusty and old, with a wooden sign hanging above that read, "And County Transport Team." No one was at the gate, so Li Yun went straight in. Inside was a large yard with a few old trucks parked. Some of the trucks had smashed fronts, held together with wire. In the corner of the yard, there were tires and scrap metal piled up. Oil stains covered the ground, making it look black and yellow, like a patchwork. A few workers were sitting under the eaves, sunbathing. When they saw the 2 women come in, they looked up. "Who are you looking for?" asked a man in his 40s. He was thin, with prominent cheekbones and deep-set eyes, but compared to the villagers, he had some flesh. At least his face didn't look sallow. "Find Chingfeng." Li Yun opened the door directly. "I am his sister-in-law, Li Yun." "This is my sister, Li Chunmei, and her daughter, Dahu." A few workers exchanged glances. The man cleared his throat. "Chingfeng, he went out on a trip today." "Out on a trip?" Li Yun stared at him. "Which route is he on?" "Well, I can't say for sure." The man looked a bit distracted. "The transport team's work isn't fixed. Where's the schedule?" Li Yun asked. "I just want to see if he's supposed to be out today." The man hesitated. "The schedule is in the office. The manager has it. Then I'll go ask in the office," Li Yun said, about to step inside. Hey. The man quickly stood up and stopped her. "Comrade, you can't just go into the office. Then call your leader out." Li Yun raised her voice. "My sister and her child have walked over 10 miles from the village, hungry, just to see her husband. Why won't the transport team let family visit?" Her words made sense, leaving the man speechless. A younger worker nearby whispered, "Chingfeng." Before he finished, the man glared at him and he shut up. Li Yun saw this clearly and understood everything. She had lived for decades before, seen all kinds of people. These workers' eyes flickered, and they hesitated, clearly hiding something. Li Yun took a deep breath and suddenly raised her voice. "Chengfeng! Chengfeng, come out!" Her voice echoed in the yard. The workers were all startled. A few more heads peeked out from under the eaves, all curious. "Chengfeng, your wife and child are here. Why are you hiding?" Li Yun kept shouting. Meanwhile, Li Chunmei, holding her child, blushed and whispered, Yun, stop shouting. Why can't I shout? Li Yun turned to look at her and explained in a way Li Chunmei could understand. Sister, you are his legal wife, and Dahu is his biological daughter. It's natural for us to come find him. If he's innocent, why hide? Her words were loud, and everyone in the yard heard. The man looked upset and took a step forward. Comrade, lower your voice. You're affecting our work. Work? Are you fooling around with ghosts? Li Yun sneered. What kind of job keeps a man away from home for 2 months? No money sent. Not even a letter. I tell you, if I don't see Ching Feng today, I won't leave. I want to ask your transportation team leader how they manage workers. His wife and children are starving at home, but he's here having fun all by himself. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, and the man's forehead started to sweat. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from the nearby dormitory area. The transportation team's dorms are just a few rows of old, broken houses, with peeling walls and plastic-covered windows. A woman in her 30s came out holding a basin of water. Seeing the scene in the yard, she paused in surprise. Li Yun's sharp eyes caught that the woman was wearing a slightly new red sweater. Though it was washed out and pale, it stood out in the dull yard. She felt a sudden urge and headed straight toward the dormitory area. Hey, what are you doing? The man tried to stop her, but Li Yun walked quickly, reaching the dorms in a few steps. There were about 7 or 8 small houses in a row, all with closed doors. Li Yun went from one to another, and when she reached the third one, she heard movement inside, low talking and the clattering of dishes. She stopped and listened at the door. Inside, a man's voice with a smile said, This piece of meat is fatty, you eat. A woman's light laugh responded, You eat too? It's delicious. Li Yun's face instantly darkened. She recognized the man's voice. It's her father, Ching Feng. In her past life, her mother still hoped her children wouldn't be called fatherless wild kids and didn't speak badly of her real father. Today, she saw it with her own eyes, and her chest felt tight with anger. Even her lungs hurt. She never expected that in this life, she would run into her father's affair and even catch him in the act. Li Yun's anger surged like a flame. She took a step back and kicked.
Bang!
The old wooden door was already fragile. With this kick, the door shook but didn't open, though it made a loud noise. Everyone in the yard looked over. Who's there? Ching Feng's impatient voice came from inside. Li Yun didn't answer. She kicked again, solid and firm, and the dust on the door fell down.
Bang!
This time, the door cracked open a little. Several dormitory doors nearby also opened, and heads peeked out. There were workers and their family members. Some workers from the transport team lived here with their families. The conditions were poor, but at least they had a place to stay.
Who is that?
So fierce, someone whispered. She's said to be Ching Feng's sister-in-law. That is his wife. Oh, she's come to the door? She should have come long ago. That kid Ching Feng. TSK, SK, TSK. She's so fierce, sister-in-law bringing her sister to catch her brother-in-law doing something wrong. Bah. Serves him right. Cheating and getting caught now. Everyone was talking quietly around. Li Yun didn't care about the gossip. She saw a family member of a worker cooking near the stove in the yard, with a kitchen knife on the cutting board. She walked over and grabbed the knife. Hey, that's my knife, the woman, a middle-aged lady, exclaimed, startled. Miss, can I borrow it? I'll return it soon. Li Yun's voice was cold, like ice. She took the knife back to Ching Feng's door and raised her hand to chop at the doorframe. Clang.
Clang.
Clang. The knife hit the wood, making a harsh sound. Ching Feng, you bastard. Hiding in the county, living it up, while your wife and kids are starving. Come out here. She kept chopping and shouting angrily, her eyes turning red. Inside, there was a commotion, things being knocked over. Li Chunmei, holding the hua, stood behind her, her face pale as paper. She wanted to step forward and stop Li Yun, but her legs felt nailed to the ground. She couldn't move. More and more people gathered around, watching the scene. Some shook their heads, some sighed, and others laughed with glee. Ching Feng, he's got this coming sooner or later. I've met his wife. She's honest and kind. It's not easy raising kids.
Who's that inside?
Widow Zhang? Oh my, they've blocked the door. Shame on his family.
Could it be
The sister of the man who died at the textile factory? Otherwise, the leaders might turn a blind eye. The gossip reached Li Yun's ears, and she understood even more. She chopped harder, with chips flying everywhere. Cheng Feng. If you don't come out now, I'll break down the door. Finally, Cheng Feng's voice came from inside, panicked. Who?
Who's there?
I warn you, don't cause trouble. I am your ancestor, Li Yun shouted. Open the door. There was no response from inside. Li Yun was about to strike again when her older sister, who was borrowing a knife, quietly tugged at her sleeve and made a hand signal toward the back of the house, lowering her voice. Back window. Li Yun immediately understood. She grabbed a kitchen knife and ran toward the back. Behind this row of small houses was a narrow alley filled with clutter. Li Yun circled to the third house and saw a crack in the back window. Someone was climbing out. It was a woman in her early 30s. Although thin, her skin was fair, and she was wearing a red padded jacket. When she saw Li Yun, she looked ashamed and covered her face before running away. Li Yun didn't chase her. Instead, she stayed behind. Behind her, a man was following. He was sticking out his hips, with his upper body already outside, but his lower body was still inside the house, caught in the window frame. It was Cheng Feng. He was wearing a torn work uniform, his pants not properly fastened, with his belt dragging on the ground. When he saw Li Yun approaching with a knife, his face turned pale.
Why you?
What do you want to do? He stammered. Li Yun stared at his face. He was in his early 20s, fairly decent-looking, but her eyes showed panic and scheming. This was her father, the man who abandoned his wife and daughter in a past life, and who came back in old age to cause trouble. She would never forget that face. Thinking of her mother, Li Chunmei, and the hardship she endured in her past life, and recalling how she and her brother had been so hungry they looked like skin and bones, and how people called them wild children, her anger surged. What am I doing? She raised the knife. I'm here to teach you a lesson for your ungratefulness to your wife and kids. Before he could react, she swung the back of the knife and sharply hit Cheng Feng's buttocks. Smack! A dull sound. Cheng Feng howled like a pig being slaughtered. He had heard the sound of the knife hitting the door earlier, and now he truly felt the pain, even though it was just the back of the knife. More than that, he was scared. He thought he was really going to be hurt. Someone's killing. Someone's killing, he yelled, desperately trying to crawl out, but the more he struggled, the more stuck he became. His butt scraped against the window frame, looking ridiculous. Li Yun ignored him and raised her hand again, striking several more times. Smack! I let you enjoy luxury in the county, leaving your wife and children to suffer in the countryside. You're afraid, pig-headed. Your daughter is malnourished, only growing to 1.5 meters when she's grown up. Do you know that, still, knowing that my sister is in poor health, you still dare to let her get pregnant? Smack! 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 The back of the knife hits the flesh, each sound louder than the last. It's like the father is hitting his own child with a kitchen knife, showing strong filial piety and authority. Stop hitting. Don't hit anymore. Don't kill me. I can't feel my butt anymore.
Dad. Mom.
Chunmei. Cheng Feng cried loudly, tears and snot flowing together. The grown man, over 20, was crying out, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. His loud crying was heard by everyone in the front yard. Is he really going to be killed? Someone wondered with doubt. Oh no, this can't be. Hurry, hurry. Go and see what's happening. He's too impulsive. Quick, save him. A group of people hurriedly ran to the backyard and just happened to see Li Yun exerting her authority, holding Cheng Feng down and hitting him hard. Everyone saw this scene and froze in place. Cheng Feng's upper body was half outside the window, his butt covered in dust, his pants half off, revealing his long underwear. His pants had 2 holes at the thigh. He was crying loudly, snot and tears streaming, shouting help. Li Yun stood nearby with a kitchen knife, her face cold. This is Someone stammered. Haha, Cheng-Feng, I didn't know you were such a kid. Your butt is pretty white. Haha. Even if we wanted to, would Widow Zhang look at us? This family is so fierce. Cheng-Feng still dares to mess around? Li Yun ignored them, turned around, and went back to the front yard. She kicked open the already loose door. The door slammed against the wall with a bang. Inside, the scene was clear, a small room about 10 square meters, with a broken wooden bed. The bedding was messy and unfolded. On the floor, there were a few empty glass bottles and cigarette butts. In the middle of the room was a small square table, with an oil paper package half opened, revealing leftover pig head meat, fat and lean, greasy. But since it was cold outside, the oil on the pig head meat had solidified into a white layer. Near the bed, on the ground, there was a red knitted sweater, a woman's. Li Chunmei stood at the door, looking at everything, trembling all over, feeling sick to her stomach. She saw the pig's head meat, the red sweater and the messy bedding on the bed. She wasn't stupid. She understood everything. Li Yun entered the room and looked around. The room smelled bad, mixed with sweat, dirty feet, smoke, and a strange powdery scent. She frowned and went to the bed. She lifted the pillow. There was some change underneath. She lifted the quilt and felt along the bed frame, finding a small cloth bag. She opened it and found some ration tickets and a 1 yuan note. One of the bricks in the wall was loose. She took it out and found a small metal box hidden inside. Li Yun opened it in front of Li Chunmei. It was full of money, 10 yuan bills, 5 yuan bills, 1 yuan bills, and some miscellaneous coupons. Finally, she found 2 worn cloth shoes under the bed. She also felt some crumpled bills under the insoles. They were scattered on the table. Li Yun counted them. Wow, there was 53 yuan and 70 cents. In 1959, that was a lot of money. At this moment, Cheng-Feng finally realized what was happening. He was holding his butt and stuck at the window. When he saw Li Yun going through his money, his eyes turned red. What are you doing? That's my money, he shouted at Li Chunmei. Are you rebelling? Bringing a crazy woman to the county and embarrassing me? Shut up, or I'll kill you. Li Yun looked up at him, her eyes sharp like knives. Your money? You haven't sent money home for 2 months. Your wife and kids are hungry, and you're supposed to be filial to your parents. And you've hidden over 50 yuan here? Cheng-Feng, have you no conscience? She couldn't quite explain how she felt right now. It was a bit like a mother catching her daughter cheating. It was also a bit like Cheng Chunhua fighting for justice for herself. Cheng-Feng's face turned red and white alternately. Seeing so many people in the yard, he tried to act tough. Who are you to tell me what to do? Who are you? Sister-in-law meddling in my affairs? What's between me and Chunmei is none of your business. His words sounded harsh, and someone in the yard chuckled. Exactly, sister-in-law, mind your own business. It's their marriage. Chunmei hasn't said anything. Oh, Spring Plum is also pitiful. She has few family members to support her. A few days ago, Wang Dahu from our village beat his wife, and her relatives came to the house and broke everything. I think one little sister-in-law can be as strong as 2 brothers. She kicked open such a thick door with 1 foot, the crowd started talking. Li Yun had lived over 50 years in her past life. She had heard all kinds of harsh words. She was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled. She picked up a kitchen knife from the table, walked over to Cheng-Feng, and tapped his face with the blade. It was cold. Cheng-Feng shivered in fear. At this moment, Li Yun's stepfather was not yet the person who would later deceive and do all kinds of bad things. Cheng-Feng, let's be clear today. Li Yun's voice was quiet but clear enough for everyone to hear. You haven't come home in 2 months, nor sent any money. My sister is taking care of the children in the village, and almost starved.
And you?
Eating meat here, hiding money, and fooling around with other women. She pointed to the red sweater on the bed. Whose is this? Tell me. Cheng-Feng hesitated. That's... Speak up, Li Yun suddenly raised her voice. Cheng-Feng trembled and dared not speak. If you don't tell, I will. Li Yun turned around and looked at the people in the yard. Everyone, workers and family members, everyone here, let's judge this fairly. My sister, Lee Chunmei, has been married for over 3 years and has a daughter, Dehua. She takes care of her in-laws in the village, works in the fields, and has never complained about hardship. Dehua is malnourished. My sister is pregnant and works every day to earn work points, fetch pig feed, and try to save food from her teeth to feed her family. Chung Feng works in the transport team, earning 28 yuan and 50 cents a month, plus allowances, totaling over 30. But for 2 whole months, he hasn't sent a single penny home. She paused, her voice choked with emotion. Though it was a show, it had a strong effect. Many people around looked moved. My sister and her children are so hungry they go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables. Everyone knows this year's situation is bad. People in the village have died from hunger, and even the bark has been stripped from the trees in the mountains. The children are malnourished. Today, the doctor at the health clinic said they need nutrition supplements, but there isn't even an egg at home. And Chung Feng. She pointed to the pig's head on the table. He's eating meat, hiding over 50 yuan, and fooling around with other women. The yard fell silent for a moment. Someone sighed, and someone shook their head. The woman pouring water quietly said, "Spring Plum is not an easy girl. I've seen her. Last time she came, she didn't even drink water. She's worried about her husband. Chung Feng is a bit too much. Her family is angry, and there's a reason for that. Is the situation in the countryside really that bad? I thought only the city lacked food, and the countryside could still feed people. Everywhere is short of food." Public opinion quickly turned in favor of Li Yun. Chung Feng saw things weren't going well and became anxious. He looked at Li Chunmei and said, "Chunmei, say something." I didn't mean to do it. Li Chunmei was holding her big flower, swaying as she stood. She looked at Chung Feng, at the man who once promised to treat her well for a lifetime, and tears silently rolled down her face. She wanted to speak, but her throat felt blocked, like cotton was stuffed inside. Li Yun came over and whispered, "Sister, think carefully. If you still support him today, it will be you and Big Flower who suffer later." Li Chunmei trembled all over. She looked down at the child in her arms. Big Flower was wide-eyed, timidly watching everything, clutching her clothes tightly. She looked up at Chung Feng again. His eyes showed pleading and panic, but there was no guilt. At that moment, Li Chunmei suddenly understood. This man cannot be trusted. Even her own sister, who had only been with her for less than 2 days, had been kind and caring. And what about the man? While she was starving and feeling dizzy, trying every way to save food for her family, he was out in the city having an affair. Li Yun stood up for her. If she backed down today, wouldn't she be putting her sister in trouble? Li Chunmei took a deep breath, stepped forward. Her voice was small but clear. "Chung Feng, I want you to give me an explanation." Chung Feng was stunned. Everyone in the yard was stunned too. Li Chunmei was known for being gentle in the transport team, never raising her voice. Today, she was asking her husband to explain in front of so many people. "Chunmei, you." Chung Feng wanted to say something. "I want you to clarify." Li Chunmei interrupted him. Tears were still falling, but her voice was firm. "What's going on with this money? What's going on with this woman? If you don't explain clearly today, I will go find your leaders." Chung Feng's face turned pale. "Find the leaders? That would be terrible." Although the transportation team has a bad reputation and some workers do inappropriate things, those are private matters. If it gets directly reported to the leaders, the consequences could be criticism or even dismissal. Nowadays, losing a job is like losing your life. "Chunmei, don't be impulsive." Chung Feng was panicked, clutching his buttocks, turning in circles. "Let's go home and talk, okay? Let's talk right here." Li Chunmei gritted her teeth. In front of everyone, Chung Feng broke out in sweat. At that moment, a voice came from outside the yard. "What's going on? Why are you making trouble?" When Secretary Ma from the transportation team entered, the yard was already in chaos. Workers and family members gathered around, some trying not to laugh, some shaking their heads in disappointment, and others stretching their necks to look inside. Mostly, they were staring at the package of pork head meat on the table. These days, the smell of meat is very tempting. "Make way. Secretary Ma is coming." Someone outside the crowd shouted happily. The onlookers quickly moved aside. A man in his 40s, dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit with frayed cuffs, hurried in. He was not tall, very thin, with sunken cheeks and dark eye sockets, looking like he hadn't eaten well for a long time. But he walked confidently with sharp eyes. He looked like a long-time manager. This must be Secretary Ma from the transportation team. Li Yun's heart jumped. She quickly changed her strategy, planning to help Li Chunmei get the most benefit from Secretary Ma. As soon as Ma entered the yard, he first saw Qingfeng, looking miserable. His pants were half off, revealing patched-up long underwear, and there were fresh marks on his buttocks. He had just been beaten. Then he saw Li Yun holding a kitchen knife and Li Chunmei holding her big daughter, trembling. Finally, he noticed the greasy pork head meat on the table and the bright red sweater on the bed. Secretary Ma's eyebrows immediately furrowed. "What's going on?" His voice was not loud, but carried authority. The man who stopped Li Yun quickly came over and lowered his voice. "Secretary Ma, here's what happened." He quickly explained the situation, emphasizing that Qingfeng hadn't sent money home for 2 months, his wife and children almost starved, and there was a situation at home. Secretary Ma listened, his face growing darker. When the man finished, Secretary Ma angrily slapped his thigh. This Qingfeng, he was truly angry. The transport team hadn't operated for several months. The county had no goods to transport, and half of the 20 workers were at home, almost unable to get paid. As the secretary, he worried every day, trying to find ways to get work for the workers or some grain subsidies. But instead, he was so worried his hair was turning gray, and his workers somehow had money to buy pork heads and still had time for trouble. "Secretary Ma, you have to help me." Qingfeng saw the leader coming and thought he had found a lifeline, crying out, "My sister-in-law tried to cut me with a knife. Look at my butt. It's like pork on a chopping board." Laughter spread among the crowd. Secretary Ma looked at the mark on Qingfeng's butt, some redness and swelling, but it was clearly from the back of a knife, not broken skin. He also looked at the kitchen knife in Li Yun's hand, which still had some dust on the back. "Shut up," Secretary Ma scolded Qingfeng. "How dare you talk? Look at what you've done." He pointed inside the house. "Your wife and kids are starving in the countryside, and you're here, eating meat and fooling around with other women. Qingfeng, what am I supposed to say about you?" Qingfeng didn't dare to speak after being scolded. Secretary Ma then looked at the crowd outside, his face even darker. So many people watching, and the transport team had lost face. If this got out, how could he manage the people in the future? "Everyone disperse. Do what you need to do." Secretary Ma waved his hand to chase away the onlookers. But no one moved. In these times, there weren't many entertainment options. This kind of lively scene was more interesting than a show, so no one wanted to leave. Secretary Ma knew he couldn't chase them all away, so he could only deal with the immediate problem. He told 2 workers nearby, "Go, get him down." "What kind of mess is this?" The 2 workers stepped forward, one holding his waist, the other grabbing his leg. It took a lot of effort to pull Qingfeng down from the window. As Qingfeng's foot touched the ground, he cried out, "Ouch, ouch," clutching his buttocks and unable to stand straight. Secretary Ma looked at his timid appearance, feeling very angry. He really wanted to kick him hard, but he was a leader and had to watch his image. Secretary Ma took a deep breath, calmed his anger, and looked at Li Yun and Li Chunmei. These 2 women, one holding a knife with a cold, sharp look, and the other holding a child with a pale face, were hard to soothe. Especially the woman with the knife. Old Ma heard many people say she was Qingfeng's sister-in-law from out of town. From the way they acted, she seemed tough. "Comrade," Secretary Ma tried to speak gently, "please put down the knife first. We can talk nicely." Li Yun looked at him, but didn't move. Secretary Ma continued, "I'm Ma, the secretary of the transport team. I know about this. Don't worry, I will handle it seriously." Li Yun then threw the kitchen knife onto the ground with a clatter. "Secretary Ma," she said calmly but clearly, "my sister Li Chunmei is Qingfeng's wife. She takes care of her in-laws and children in the village, and she has never complained. Qingfeng has been working at the transport team for 2 months and hasn't sent any money home. My sister and the children almost starved. Today, we came here just to get an explanation. She paused and pointed inside the house. Look at what he's eating, pork head meat. And what else is on the bed? Other women's clothes. Secretary Ma, please judge. Does this kind of thing happen among decent people? Secretary Ma's face turned red with embarrassment. He was hungry and knew the transport team was having a hard time, but he still understood the basic principles. No matter what, Chingfeng's actions were wrong. If this matter got worse, it would also be embarrassing for him as a leader. Comrade, don't worry, Secretary Ma said, calming himself. I will give your sister a clear explanation. He looked at Chingfeng and said sternly, Chingfeng, tell me, what is going on? Chingfeng lowered his head and stammered, I was just confused for a moment. That money was saved to go home and build a house. Confused? Building a house? Are you fooling around? Old Ma sneered. I think you're very clear. You have money to buy meat but no money to send home. If you have time to mess around with other women, do you have no interest in taking care of your wife and children? Chingfeng, do you have any conscience? This was a serious statement, and everyone in the yard heard it. Someone whispered, Secretary Ma is right. Chingfeng is really no good. Spring May is so honest, sigh. We're really ashamed, but that pork looks so delicious. I wonder where this kid got it from. Gulp. That last part was true. The smell of meat still lingered in the yard, and many people stared at the cold leftover meat in the house, secretly swallowing saliva. Old Ma's stomach also made a gurgling sound. He had drunk a bowl of plain porridge that morning, and now, smelling the meat, his stomach was twisting. But he had to hold back. He couldn't show weakness. Secretary Ma. Lian looked at Li Chunmei, signaling her to speak. She hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and said, We're not here to cause trouble. I just want you to help us, to let Chingfeng come home. Please, don't let him do this anymore. Lian almost laughed out of anger at her own mother. The strong, decisive woman she was over 10 years ago? This man is like this, and you still want him? But Lian looked around and saw many gossiping eyes, and she quickly realized reputation is very important these days. Li Chunmei's own thoughts are also very important. She couldn't just act blindly in the name of doing it for your good and make decisions for Li Chunmei. Whether to keep the pregnancy or not is like that. Whether to separate from Chingfeng or not is like that. After all, what she gives might not be what Li Chunmei wants. Even if her mother and Chingfeng want to split up, it would only be because Li Chunmei kicked Chingfeng out, not because Chingfeng abandoned her mother. In other words, in this life, only when her own mother is tired of Chingfeng and wants him to be the one to leave will it happen. Secretary Ma, you heard that too. Li Yun's eyes flickered and she immediately said loudly, My sister has 3 requests. First, Chingfeng must come back with us. Second, from now on, all her monthly salary must be handed over to my sister. Third, he must immediately write a guarantee to cut ties with that woman. If even one of these isn't done, I will take my sister to the county and then to the city, reporting step by step up the chain. I want to see if the transportation team plans to protect such a morally corrupt person. This statement was said firmly. Li Chunmei couldn't understand and looked confused at Li Yun. Is that what she meant? But it also seemed right. The conditions her sister mentioned all favored her. Li Chunmei unconsciously moved closer to Li Yun. Meanwhile, Secretary Ma's heart sank. He wanted to ask, Oh my goodness, your sister just said one thing, but now it's turned into 3 conditions? If this gets really serious today, not only Chingfeng, but even the secretary himself could get into trouble. In these times, issues of conduct are very serious. If not handled well, he could lose his position. Looking at the other person's attitude, it was very firm. Secretary Ma quickly assured her, Comrade, don't worry. I will handle this matter seriously. Chingfeng, did you hear that? Starting today, you are suspended for reflection. Write a report. Make a deep self-criticism. Chingfeng's face turned pale. He stammered, Secretary Ma, he had a mistress who was well-connected locally. If this matter got out, her family would find out, and he might get into big trouble. Who do you think you are? Secretary Ma glared at him angrily. If you dare to talk back again, you'll be fired. Chung Feng didn't dare to speak anymore. Secretary Ma then said to Li Yun, "Comrade, let's go to the meeting room to talk. It's too crowded here, not a good place." Li Yun looked at Li Chunmei, who nodded, and then said, "Okay." Secretary Ma finally relaxed and said to the others, "Take Xingfeng along." He also looked at the pig's head meat in the room, hesitated, and said, "Bring that meat too." A worker entered the room and took out the meat. When the oil paper wrapping was removed, the smell of meat seemed even stronger. In the yard, everyone was swallowing saliva. At this moment, the way people looked at Xingfeng was full of disgust, mixed with anger. They knew Xingfeng was involved with a woman before, but no one paid much attention. After all, they knew that woman's family was difficult to deal with. But now, seeing Xingfeng benefiting and not wanting to give up, why can he eat pig's head meat when everyone else can't even afford a meal? Old Ma looked uncomfortable and quickly led everyone toward the meeting room. Li Yun disliked the pig head meat because it was dirty. She turned and took the paper-wrapped food, then handed it to the older sister who had lent her the knife earlier. "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry earlier and borrowed your kitchen knife. Here's a gift to make up for it. Please don't mind." Oh. Such good meat. How could I dislike it? The older sister smiled happily and kept thanking them. She didn't seem to mind at all. Nowadays, food is scarce. Everyone tightens their belts and goes hungry. Even if the pig head meat is leftovers from Xingfeng, or if it falls into the garbage, some people still pick it up and eat it. The people around looked at each other with changing expressions. They thought if only they had helped, they could have gotten some meat too. The transportation team's meeting room is at the back of the yard. It's a small, simple house with a long table and a few broken chairs inside. On the wall, there's a portrait of the leader and some faded certificates. Secretary Ma told Li Yun and Li Chunmei to sit down, then had someone pour water, just plain boiled water in a chipped porcelain cup. Xingfeng wanted to sit, but his backside hurt, so he had to squat. Secretary Ma glared at him again. He sat down himself, looked at the big girl being held, then at Li Chunmei, and finally sighed before speaking to Li Yun. "Comrade, what's your name?" Li Yun, cousin of Li Chunmei. She'd just returned from Xinjiang a few days ago. Li Yun replied calmly. "Oh, Comrade Li Yun." Secretary Ma nodded with a serious face. "Today's matter is indeed Xingfeng's fault. As a leader, I also have responsibility for not managing the workers well. He admitted his mistake first. That's leadership." Li Yun didn't accept this and sneered. "Secretary Ma, there's no need for formalities. When you came today, someone in your team was covering for Xingfeng, and others were warning him. This transportation team is not big. Did no one see the woman coming and going? But today, I don't want to pursue this. We just want to know, how does the transportation team plan to handle Xingfeng?" Secretary Ma hesitated for a moment. "Suspend him for reflection, have him write a report, deduct 3 months' wages." "Comrade, does that sound okay?" "No, it doesn't," Li Yun said straightforwardly. "This punishment is not painful enough. He might change his ways, but he'll still do it again." "Your punishment doesn't hit the mark." Secretary Ma was surprised and asked, "So you mean he couldn't just aim to fire Xingfeng, could he?" Remember, Xingfeng's job at the transport team was only secured after Qing Dashan begged and paid for connections. If they really lost the job, what would Cheng's family do? How would they survive? Would Cheng's family blame Li Chunmei, the eldest daughter-in-law? Li Yun also thought of this and wouldn't do anything to embarrass her mother. She glanced at Li Chunmei and politely said, "Suspension is okay, but not for too long. My sister is pregnant, and there are elderly and children at home, depending on her salary. If she's suspended too long, the family will be struggling." Secretary Ma was surprised and looked at Li Chunmei instinctively, asking, "Pregnant?" Xingfeng, nearby, also turned his head, covering his backside. Li Chunmei was no longer crying and nodded with her big daughter in her arms. Old Ma was even more angry at Xingfeng for being irresponsible. His wife was pregnant, and he was out causing trouble? He felt ashamed of his family's ancestors. "Second, salary deduction is not acceptable," Li Yun continued. "If we do deduct, it can only be from Xingfeng's own living expenses. Money sent home must not be less. Third," she looked at Secretary Ma softly, "Xingfeng must write a guarantee letter. He should come home with us today to reflect. Only when he truly regrets his actions will he be allowed to return to work. Secretary Ma listened and considered the situation. If Chung Feng was suspended for too long, the transport team would be short a driver, and with little work, it wouldn't matter much. But deducting wages, the team was already struggling to pay salaries, so whether they deduct or not didn't make much difference. Sending Chung Feng home to reflect was a good idea. It would prevent trouble at work and avoid embarrassment. Li Yun was young but shrewd and clever. Her insistence that Chung Feng write a guarantee letter wasn't impulsive. As soon as Chung Feng signed it, it would be seen as admitting to misconduct. From then on, Li Chunmei could always hold that guarantee letter and use it to control Chung Feng whenever needed. Okay, Secretary Ma nodded and glanced at Chung Feng. Since the other person was not related to him and had done something wrong, he saw no need to remind him. Comrade Li Yun, do as you said. Xiao Ding, go find paper and pen and have him write a guarantee letter with his fingerprint. Chung Feng also sensed the seriousness. Although he didn't understand everything, he knew that a guarantee letter shouldn't be written carelessly. He became anxious immediately. Secretary Ma, I can't write it. Shut up, Secretary Ma scolded sharply. If you dare to say another word, you'll be fired immediately. Chung Feng didn't dare to speak anymore. If he really lost his job, his father, Chung Dashan, could break his leg. So, Chung Feng could only look at Li Yun with resentment and obediently kneel on the ground to write the guarantee letter. Of course, he couldn't read or write, so Secretary Ma's assistant, Xiao Ding, wrote it down while Chung Feng dictated, and he just pressed his finger to stamp it. Seeing this, Secretary Ma advised Li Yun, Comrade Li Yun, don't worry. If Chung Feng dares to make trouble again, the transport team will be the first to fire him without you saying a word. Li Yun didn't take this seriously. With Secretary Ma's words, I feel at ease. Hearing this, Secretary Ma's face turned red again. If it weren't for Chung Feng, at his age, how could he be sitting here being scolded by a young girl? Now, seeing Chung Feng, he was even more furious. Shame on your ancestors. What you've done is so bad, I can't even tell your family. Hurry up and pack your things. You're going home today. You also need to write a deep reflection. Chung Feng hung his head in disappointment, being escorted out by Xiao Ding and 2 workers. In the conference room, only Secretary Ma, Li Yun, and Li Chunmei remained. Secretary Ma looked at Li Yun, thought for a moment, and suddenly asked, Comrade Li Yun, from your accent, you're not a local, are you? I grew up in the Xinjiang New Army Corps, Li Yun replied. My foster parents passed away, so I came back to reconnect with relatives. Oh, Secretary Ma looked thoughtful and brightened up. How is Xinjiang New Army Corps doing? Better than here, but still difficult, Li Yun said half-truthfully. This time I came back with everything I own, or my sister and children would be in trouble. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. I thought Xinjiang New Army Corps would be better. Secretary Ma sighed again. These days, everywhere is hard. Our transport team hasn't operated for several months, and we can't pay the workers. They're very hungry.
Sigh.
He is telling the truth. Li Yun can see that Secretary Ma himself is also very thin and pale from hunger, wearing an empty-looking Zhongshan suit. A sudden idea comes to her, and she feels a spark of hope. Secretary Ma, Li Yun lowers her voice, is the transport team short of work? Not just short of work, we have no work at all. Old Ma sighs with a bitter smile. Our county is so small, where can we find enough cargo to carry? The provincial transportation tasks don't even reach us. Li Yun pauses for a moment, speaking more softly. What if I can get some grain? Secretary Ma is surprised at first, then bursts into joy. Grain? You can get grain. If someone else said that, he might not believe it. But from how Li Yun speaks and her manner, she doesn't seem like an ordinary girl from a wealthy family. Plus, the Xinjiang New Army Group produces grain. What if? What if? Thinking this way, he starts to breathe faster. Not necessarily, but I have a way. Li Yun speaks carefully, not making any promises. I have relatives in Xinjiang who might be able to get some supplies. But bringing it back is a problem. Secretary Ma immediately understands, nodding eagerly like a woodpecker. The transport team has trucks, drivers, As long as we can get the grain, the transportation costs are easy to handle. Li Yun smiles inwardly. This is exactly what she was waiting for. Secretary Ma, I need to go back and ask my relatives in Xinjiang about this. She says, if I get any news, I will come find you. Good, good, good. Secretary Ma nods repeatedly. Comrade Li Yun, if you really can get the grain, you'll be a great benefactor to the transport team. He lowers his voice again. Don't worry about Chingfeng. I will handle it. If he dares to bully your sister again, just come to me. Nowadays, forget about background or face. Everyone is hungry, with empty stomachs and no food in their bellies. They go to work hungry, finish work hungry, even dreaming of white, fluffy pork and noodles. If you have grain, you are like a grandma or grandpa. As long as Li Yun can get the grain, Ma Changda will keep an eye on Chingfeng every day. Li Yun nods, knowing that what the other person is saying now is the truth, and she smiles. Thank you, Secretary Ma. Li Chunmei, on one side, didn't understand where Li Yun managed to get the food, but she inexplicably believed her. At this moment, even Li Chunmei didn't realize she hadn't cared at all about Chengfeng's injury. When they left the county transport team, it was already getting dark. Chengfeng hobbled at the front, his injured backside making him grimace with every step. Li Chunmei held De Hua and followed behind, her head lowered, silent. Li Yun walked at the back, holding a sturdy cloth bag with millet milk, brown sugar, eggs, and noodles inside. She had already hidden the 50+ yuan she found from Chengfeng close to her body. When they reached the gate of the transport team, an old, characteristic truck from the era was parked by the roadside. The driver was a man in his 30s, leaning against the truck, dozing. When he saw them come out, his eyes lit up. Comrade Li, he threw away his cigarette and hurried over, looking eager. My brother-in-law asked me to take you back. Li Yun recognized him and realized he wasn't among the crowd watching earlier. Your brother-in-law? Yes, yes. My surname is Wei Daqiao. No, my brother-in-law is Secretary Ding. Secretary Ma said that since it's so late and the roads are difficult, he asked me to drive you. Wei Daqiao rubbed his hands, smiling warmly. Actually, I need to pick up some things from your commune too, so it's convenient. Li Yun saw through him clearly. What, convenient? It was obvious Secretary Ma was thinking about her mention of getting grain. It was a gesture of friendliness, but also a reminder. Look, I've sent a car for you. Don't forget what you promised. She didn't expose him, just nodded. That would be helpful. Thank you. No trouble at all. Wei Daqiao quickly waved his hand and politely opened the passenger door. Comrade Li, please sit here. But Li Yun didn't sit. She turned to help Li Chunmei. Sister, you hold De Hua and sit in the front. It's spacious up front, and the wind is lighter. Li Chunmei looked a bit uneasy and pressed her lips. Is that all right? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Li Yun didn't hesitate. She helped her into the car, then lifted De Hua in as well. Only after that did she open the back of the truck and jump in herself. The back of the truck is open air, with some scattered hemp ropes and torn cloths piled up. Li Yun found a corner to sit in and sneered at Chengfeng, who was still standing on the ground. Still not coming up? Should I help you? There was no nostalgia or longing for her biological father. Only pure hatred. Chengfeng's face alternated between pale and flushed. He knew this was Li Yun deliberately embarrassing him, but he dared not say anything. He could only slip up quietly, clutching his backside, and shrink into another corner. Wei Daqiao was perceptive. He turned his head from the driver's seat and handed Li Yun a torn canvas cloth. Comrade Li, cover yourself. It's cold on the road. Li Yun took it, looked at him twice, and then nodded in thanks. The vehicle started. The diesel engine made a loud put sound, especially sharp on the quiet street. Cars were rare in these days. Pedestrians on the street looked over with curiosity and envy. Li Yun sat in the back of the truck, feeling the cold wind hit her face, but she felt very comfortable inside. She realized a truth. In this era, or in any era, as long as you are confident and shameless enough, many things can be overlooked. If there's one thing Li Yun learned in her decades of life, it's to be shameless. Yes, shameless. When she was young, she cared about appearances, was competitive, and worried about many things. But one day at 51, she suddenly had an awakening. No matter how rich or powerful someone is, they still need to eat, drink, and go to the bathroom. So, if she was shameless enough and good at pretending, others wouldn't be able to see through her. For example, when she faced Wei Fulai or Secretary Ma, even though she had no official status now, as long as she believed in herself and was shameless enough, no one would doubt her. Who would suspect that a bold person claiming they could get grain, who is actually an illegal resident with no official ID, is telling the truth? A little lying is like a secret weapon in life. As long as she was shameless enough and not afraid of being caught lying, life would be much smoother. Many people are taught from a young age to be honest, not to lie, and to be upright. That's correct, but life isn't about placing weights on a scale. If you cross the line a little, your whole life could be ruined. Sometimes, life needs the right kind of lies and a bit of boldness. For example, now she is a complete outsider without household registration, recommendation letter, or ID. By rights, she shouldn't be able to move around freely. But in the past few days since she came back, she has been running around the county town and Xiaoqiao Temple Village, and no one has checked her. She confidently claims she is Li Chunmei's cousin from Xinjiang, here to visit relatives, and no one doubts her.
Why?
Because she dares to threaten her brother-in-law with a knife, negotiate with the transport team secretary, and say she wants to bring grain to the village. The more assertive she is, the more capable she seems, and others are less likely to question her. Who would doubt someone so strong and capable has a problem with their identity? Even if someone has a tiny suspicion, they swallow it down.
Why?
Because Li Yun can get grain. In these starving times, being able to get grain is like a mother's care. People don't care where it comes from.
Li Yun Shmilat.
It's a bit of a crooked logic, but it works. The car traveled for about half an hour, and it was completely dark outside. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the car's headlights illuminating a small dirt road ahead. Occasionally, there were a few lights in the distance, probably from nearby villages. Chung Feng curled up like a dead dog in a corner, not daring to make a sound. He was afraid that any noise might get him beaten again. Lian looked at Chung Feng hiding in the corner and reached into her snakeskin bag. It looked like she was organizing supplies, but secretly, she took out 2 bags of frozen pig fat from the WeChat warehouse. When Li Chunmei went shopping, Li Yun didn't follow, so she didn't know what she bought. As for the transport team, everyone's attention was completely on Chung Feng, so no one noticed how big her bag was. The snakeskin bag almost instantly became bulging, but it was covered with a torn canvas, so it didn't look obvious. Li Yun pulled the bag closer to herself and felt it. It was hard and greasy, definitely pig fat. All of it was in 15-pound packages, wrapped in oil paper instead of plastic, with ice crystals on top. She felt relieved. When the car entered Zhao's Gorge, it was already past 8 p.m. The village had no electricity, so it was pitch dark, with only a few houses showing the glow of kerosene lamps through their windows. This kerosene lamp is very dim and has a bad smell when lit. Most importantly, if someone gets too close to the lamp, after a while, their nose will get 2 dark black marks. The roar of the truck engine breaks the quiet of the night. Virum, clack clack. This sound in the quiet mountain village is almost like an explosion. First, a few households open their doors and peek out. Then, more people are awakened. Nowadays, it's rare to see a bicycle in the village, let alone a truck. Someone sticks their head out to look and sees the truck driving all the way to the village entrance. Chung Dashan and Granny Wang had already gone to sleep, but hearing the noise, they quickly get up. Chung Tao also rushes out from the west room, eyes wide open. Truck. It's a truck, Chung Tao exclaims, leaning on the mud wall. Chung Dashan comes out dressed, first surprised, then happy. At this late hour, a truck arriving at the village entrance must be bringing someone back. Only his eldest son, Chung Feng, works at the county transport team. His son is talented, able to get the company to send a vehicle. Granny Wang is also happy, whispering, "Dad, look, it must be Feng's reputation." Chung Dashan straightens his back, showing pride on his face. He clears his throat and, with a happy glow, prepares to welcome Ching-feng and the villagers' envious looks. His son has made a good name, and as a father, he feels proud too. Many villagers have gathered at the entrance. They are all awakened by the sound of the truck and come out to watch. Wow, whose car is that? It seems to be Ching-feng's unit vehicle. Ching-feng? Isn't he at the county transport team? Wow, impressive. He managed to get the car to bring him back. Yeah, amazing. He actually rode in the car. How does it feel? I don't know, but it must be more comfortable than a horse-drawn cart, faster and so spacious inside. As they talk, the truck stops. Wei Daqiao jumps out, walks around to the back, and politely opens the tailgate. Everyone's eyes focus there. Chung Dashin's smile grows wider. He takes a few steps forward, ready to wait for his son to come down and say some polite words. This proud old-fashioned grandfather, looking like he's taken a perfect tonic, has a face glowing with happiness. However, the first person to jump down was not Ching-feng. It was Li Yun. She moved quickly and landed steadily. She brushed off the dirt from her clothes, then turned to help Li Chunmei in the front passenger seat. Sister, take it slow. Dad, Mom. Why are you still awake? Li Chunmei carried Dehua down, looking a bit nervous as she watched the villagers gather around. Chung Dashin's smile froze for a moment, but he didn't lose his composure. His daughter-in-law and granddaughter were still family. Next, Wei Daqiao reached out and helped Dehua down. And then, nothing more happened. What about Ching-feng? Everyone stretched their necks to look, like curious turtles by the pond. Finally, Ching-feng slowly crawled out of the car. He moved awkwardly, limping, with a pale face, completely different from the proud image of returning home in fine clothes. Chung Dashin's smile disappeared completely. What's going on? Li Yun ignored him and turned to Wei Daqiao. Master Wei, thank you for your help. Would you like to come inside for some water? No, Comrade Li. The road ahead is too steep for the car. I can only take you this far. Wei Daqiao kept shaking his head. I need to head back tonight. And about that matter you discussed with Secretary Ma. Don't worry, I remember, Li Yun nodded. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Good. I'll wait for your news. Wei Daqiao was so happy, he nodded repeatedly. Then he reached down and carried the snakeskin bag that Li Yun brought back from the car. It was heavy, pressing on his shoulders. Wei Daqiao staggered a little, but unexpectedly, Li Yun caught it steadily without changing her expression. Everyone's eyes turned back to Ching-feng. He only had a small cloth bag, looking very poor. Li Yun glanced at the cloth bag, then smiled and said to Wei Daqiao, who was eager to report back. Wait, Master Wei, you've helped me a lot. I can't let you go empty-handed. She turned and went inside. After a moment, she came out with a kitchen knife. The villagers watching were startled and instinctively stepped back. Li Yun ignored them. She untied the snakeskin bag, revealing the shiny, white pork fat inside. Wow, a gasp of surprise sounded. Under the dim light, the pork fat looked dazzlingly white and glossy, clearly valuable. Many villagers who didn't get pig fat were eagerly swallowing their saliva, looking at Li Yun with a mix of begging and longing. Wow, she just said yesterday she could get pig fat, and today she already brought some back? And it was in a truck from the county transport team. Not to mention, the driver kept calling her Comrade Li Yun and Secretary Ma. Who exactly is Li Chunmei's sister? At this point, everyone could see that this truck was clearly sent for someone special. Chung Dashin's face was already dark with anger. Over there, Li Yun cut off a piece of pig fat, about 3 or 4 jin, and directly handed it to Wei Daqiao. Master Wei, a small gift. Please don't mind if it's not much. Pig fat? Such a big piece? When will I ever finish eating this? Wei Daqiao hadn't tasted meat in a long time. His throat kept moving, his eyes widened, and he trembled as he took it. This is too much. It's right to give you this, Li Yun said warmly. Be careful on the way, and I might need your help again in the future. Wei Daqiao's smile became even more genuine. No wonder his brother-in-law insisted he make this trip. So there are such benefits. He gratefully thanked her, carefully placed the pig fat on the front passenger seat, then got in the truck and started the engine. Throughout the whole journey, Wei Daqiao didn't say a word to Qingfeng or his family. The truck rumbled away, leaving a group of stunned people behind. In the yard, a torn cloth bag was open, and the pig fat inside shimmered enticingly under the moonlight. Li Yun stood nearby, looking calm. Li Chunmei held Dahu, comforting the child. Cheng Feng shrank to the side, looking dirty and miserable. Cheng Dashan's face was as dark as a pot bottom. The villagers watching finally snapped out of their shock and started talking excitedly. Oh my, so much pig fat. Must be about 10 jin, right? More than that. I think it's 20 jin. Who? Is this sister-in-law of the Chung family? What's her background? Did you see how respectful the driver was to her? This comrade Li really keeps her promises. Yesterday, she said she could get food, and today, didn't you hear what the driver said? Secretary Ma from the county transport team asked her to handle things. Wow, Spring Plum is really doing well now. The family back home is so strong. What's wrong with Qingfeng? He looks strange. Amid the gossip, someone loudly asked, Comrade Li Yun, what's going on? How did the county transport team bring you back? Cheng Dashan's face was hot, as if he had been slapped. He wanted to show off his son's talent, but all the attention was taken by his daughter-in-law's sister. What's more frustrating is that he couldn't get angry. There was so much pig fat right there. What could he say? He forced a smile and explained to the villagers. It's Spring Plum's sister. She brought it back from Xinjiang. From so far away? How did she bring it back? Through the transport team, Cheng Dashan said, but even he felt unsure. Villagers, don't worry. Li Yun took over and said clearly, this pig fat was also brought by my comrades from the transport team. It just arrived today. Even though her story had flaws, and even though Li Chunmei looked nervous and pursed her lips, she spoke confidently and with a sense of righteousness. The villagers believed her. If they didn't, they had no choice since the shiny, white pig fat was right there. Comrade Li Yun is really capable, someone praised. Spring Plum is lucky to have such a sister. Qingfeng, your sister-in-law is so capable. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qingfeng lowered his head, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Cheng Tao watched with wide eyes, his gaze darting around. Suddenly, he stepped forward eagerly, holding up a snakeskin bag. Oh, this is so heavy. Let me do it. Sister Li Yun, you've worked hard. Come inside and rest. His attitude was so close, it was almost more intimate than with his own brother. Li Yun had already thought of several ways to respond. She showed just the right amount of anger on her face, then deliberately moved the snakeskin bag aside. The rope was not tight, and some white fat peeked out from the gap. That little bit of white was enough to make someone starving stare with wide eyes. Sister Li Yun, Wei Er was the first to rush forward, eyes fixed on the pig fat bundle. This is pig tallow. Li Yun's voice was soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. 30 jin. I just divided about 3 jin with the driver earlier. 30 jin, someone gasped in surprise. More people gathered around. Not just those at the village entrance. Even folks from nearby yards came out after hearing the news. In just a few minutes, about 30 or 40 people had gathered. There were men, women, and children, all looking thin and pale, with deep-set eyes. A few children clung to adults' legs, staring eagerly at the pig fat, drooling from their mouths. Comrade Li Yun, did you really bring it? Wei Fuxing hurried over after hearing the news. His voice trembled, and his hands shook.
Li Yun nudda.
She didn't rush to take the pig fat out. Instead, she looked toward Qingfeng, an experienced man who seemed to have predicted something. His face was dark and serious as he looked at her. His expression was especially grim. He was the head of his family, and normally, he should be the one to handle such big matters. But Li Yun, the outsider's young sister-in-law, had bypassed him and talked directly to the villagers. This made Cheng Dashan feel embarrassed. Li Yun sneered inwardly, but she showed a worried look on her face. She cleared her throat, raised her voice a little, and looked sad. Dear villagers, I've brought the pig fat. Originally, I thought, for my sister's sake, and because I care about everyone in the village not having enough oil, I was brave enough to ask for help. After much effort, I managed to get these 2 pieces of pig fat. She paused, and suddenly her eyes turned red. Everyone was confused by this. Wei-er asked carefully, Yun, what's wrong? Didn't you say you got it? Li Yun wiped her eyes. Though she wasn't actually crying, she made the gesture convincingly. She sighed, her voice trembling with emotion. I did get it, and I took my sister and the children to see a doctor. But as soon as we entered the city, we ran into. She didn't finish her sentence, just shook her head and looked at Chung Feng. The villagers looked in her direction and saw Chung Dashan's face as dark as a pot bottom, and behind him, Chung Feng was hiding, walking with a limp, with a wound on his face, clearly beaten. What did you run into? Someone asked. Li Yun bit her lip, seeming to make a big decision, and loudly complained toward Cheng's family. Your family is too mean. I want to take my sister back to her parents' house. After saying that, she bent down to grab her snakeskin bag, acting like she was about to leave. The villagers became anxious. Don't, Sister Yun. What's going on? Explain clearly. Exactly. What about the pig fat? Pig fat. Captain, say something. Wei-er was quick-witted. His eyes turned and he suddenly understood. He looked at Li Chunmei, who seemed heartbroken, and then at Chung Feng, who was avoiding eye contact. He also thought about Chung Feng suddenly coming home with injuries. Chung Feng, Wei-er shouted loudly, shame on you. What did you do? Everyone was startled by his shout. Chung Feng trembled and shrank back behind Chung Dashan. Chung Dashan's face darkened further. He scolded, Wei-er, what are you shouting for? What am I shouting about? Wei-er pointed at Li Yun. Old Master Chung, look for yourself. Sister Yun kindly went to get oil for our village, and now she wants to take her sister away. And they say your family is bullying people. Isn't that obvious? Someone in your family must have done something bad, making Sister Yun angry. He got more and more excited, spitting as he spoke. Sister Yun said she only made the oil because she wanted to help Chunmei. If Chunmei's family bullied her and took her away, would there still be any of our oil left? His words made everyone realize the truth. Yes, Li Yun just said she only made the oil to save face for her sister. If Chunmei was taken away, what right would Li Yun have to care about the village's affairs? Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Chung Feng. Wei Filai took a deep breath. Chung Feng, be honest. What exactly did you do to wrong Chunmei? Many people grew anxious. Their families were starving, only holding on by a thread, hoping this little bit of oil could help them survive. I didn't do anything. Chung Feng stammered, looking at Chung Dashan for help. Dad. Chung Dashan's beard trembled with anger. He already guessed what his son had done, but this family's secret couldn't be revealed in front of so many people. Especially now, he could never admit it. Stop staring. Go home. Chung Dashan kicked Chung Feng, trying to make him return to the yard. But Wei-er, who was starving and desperate, rushed forward first, grabbing Chung Feng's arm. Don't go. Say what really happened. Let go of me. Chung Feng tried to break free, but he had been beaten and was badly hurt. He had no strength left. Wei-er held on tightly, his eyes red as if they might bleed. Chung Feng, tell me, what did you do to make Sister Li Yun so angry? If you don't say, you're not leaving today. Other villagers gathered around. Exactly. Say it clearly. If you don't say it, you owe us oil, right? Our kid is so hungry he's crying. We're just waiting for that bit of oil. Hunger makes people go crazy. Usually, these honest farmers had been on the edge of despair for too long. When they finally saw a little hope, that shiny white pig fat, how much oil could it really produce? Even if each family only got a small piece, it could make some oil in the pot, help exchange for food, and survive. But now, that hope was about to be lost. All because Chung Feng did something bad and made Sister Li Yun angry. Anger spread like wildfire. Chung Feng, tell us. Someone pushed him. Chung Feng staggered, almost falling. He was in pain, grimacing, full of shame and anger. He blurted out, I was just talking with a textile factory girl about work.
Li Yun misunderstood.
She even tried to cut me with a kitchen knife.
Look.
I'm all covered in injuries. He didn't know what Li Yun had done yesterday, nor that she had used 15 gene of pig fat to scare everyone in the village. He pointed to his injuries, hoping to gain sympathy. Look, is there a sister-in-law who would beat her brother-in-law like this? But the villagers didn't buy it. Talking about work? You scoundrel! Wei Fulai trembled with anger. Why did Sister Li Yun try to cut you? You must have done something shameful. I didn't. Chung Feng wanted to argue. At that moment, a soft, childish voice sounded. Dad, sleep with people, eat meat, don't give to Big Flower, Auntie is angry. The voice was quiet but clear amid the noise. Everyone froze. Turning around, they saw Big Flower lying on Li Chunmei's shoulder. Her face was dirty, but her eyes shone brightly. She repeated slowly, Dad, eat meat, don't give to Big Flower, Li Yun. As expected of me. A decisive blow. There was dead silence. Then suddenly it exploded. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Wei was the first to react, raising his voice. Chung Feng, that bastard. His wife and kids are starving at home, and he's out cheating. Eating meat. How dare he eat meat when our ancestors suffered? Animal. Some villagers' eyes turned red. They thought of their own elderly mothers starving, of children happily drinking wild vegetable soup, and Chung Feng, who has a job and a salary, was out eating meat and cheating on his wife. Beat him to death. Someone shouted. The crowd surged like a swarm of angry bees. Chung Feng was terrified and wanted to run, but Wei held him tightly. Someone kicked him hard, hitting his backside, which Li Yun had just tapped with the back of a knife.
Ah!
Chung Feng's scream pierced the sky. Let him eat meat. Let him cheat. Another kicked him. His wife and kids are almost starving, and he's out having fun. Li Yun kindly brought us oil, and you ruined it. Fists and feet rained down. Most people didn't hit with full strength. They were too hungry to do so. But with so many people, Chung Feng was soon knocked to the ground, curling up and crying in pain. Chung Dashan wanted to stop them but was held back by some of his relatives with the same surname. Old Master Chung, don't interfere. Your son did this. He deserves it. Exactly. If Li Yun's girl really took Chunmei away, what about our village's oil? You have to pay. Brother, if you don't teach your son, someone else in the village will. Chung Dashan trembled with anger, but couldn't say a word. Li Yun watched from outside the crowd, sneering inwardly. She understood why the villagers were so angry. It wasn't because Chung Feng was unfaithful. In this era, men drinking, hitting their wives, were just minor complaints. Someone like Chung Feng, who could cheat and still eat well, was considered capable. In her previous life, before her father eloped with a widow, he used the widow's brother's influence to get a batch of inferior cloth for the village. Everyone praised Chung Feng for being generous, old-fashioned, kind, and capable. He could marry 2 wives, and even the deputy factory director's sister was eager to be with him. No one cared about Chunmei's feelings. Some people even asked Li Chunmei in front of everyone if she knew she had a new stepmother. This made the usually timid Li Chunmei chase after that person with a shovel for 2 miles. But all the curious and gossiping looks felt like sharp knives stabbing into her heart. Now, everything was different. The person who was blamed was Chung Feng. The one who was laughed at was Cheng's family. And the person praised for being kind and fair was Li Yun. The villagers still begged Li Chunmei not to abandon Chung Feng. In hunger, morals and pride become less important. Living is the most important thing. Li Yun wanted to create this effect. She held Li Chunmei's hand and slowly smiled at Chung Feng. That smile looked terrifying to Chung Feng, like seeing a ghost.
Ah!
Finally, the villagers stopped. Wei, panting heavily, kept his eyes on the bag of snake skins at Li Yun's feet, thinking quickly. Wait! Wait! He shouted. The villagers who had been hitting stopped and looked at him. Wei went to Li Yun and forced a friendly smile. Li Yun, you see. Chung Feng deserves to be punished, but this oil. You promised us. Li Yun looked at his twisted face from hunger and sighed inwardly. Brother Wei, she lowered her voice. I promised. But you saw what my sister has been going through with Chung family. If Chung Feng treats her like this, and I still exchange this oil with Chung family, I would be betraying my sister and my second uncle and aunt. Not exchanging with Chung family. Not exchanging. Wei quickly spoke, then looked at Wei Fulai. We'll exchange. We don't want Cheng family's share anymore. Yes. We don't want it. Cheng Feng did such a bad thing, and Cheng family still wants the oil? Dream on. Yes, yes. You can't blame us. The villagers agreed one after another. Some relatives of Cheng family also joined in. Cheng Dashan's face turned green. Li Yun sneered inwardly, but showed a worried look. But Cheng family is still my sister's husband's family. If I don't give it to them, my sister will be in trouble in the village in the future. Comrade Li Yun, don't worry. Wei Fulai patted his chest to promise, looking around. In Little Grass Temple Village, anyone who bullies Chun Mei will be going against the whole village. Yes. Going against. That's right. Chun Mei is a great benefactor to our village. Yes, yes, yes. Li Yun wanted to hear these words. She nodded, seeming to make a big decision. All right then. I will exchange the oil as we discussed before. But about the marriage part, she looked at Cheng Dashan with a very cold look. Uncle Cheng, what do you think? Cheng Dashan clenched his teeth tightly. What could he say? If he said he wouldn't exchange, he would become the enemy of the whole village. If he agreed to exchange, it would be a clear insult. He stared at Li Yun, surprised that this seemingly gentle girl was so clever. With just a few light words, she pushed him, the Cheng family, and Cheng Feng into a difficult situation. Father. Cheng Feng groaned on the ground. Cheng Dashan suddenly turned around, glaring at his irresponsible son, finally releasing all his anger. He rushed to the wall, grabbed a willow branch used for weaving baskets yesterday, and took a few steps to stand in front of Cheng Feng. I'll beat you to death, you brat, he shouted angrily, swinging the willow branch down hard. This was not a show. It was a lesson for the whole village. Cheng family was not uncaring. When someone made a mistake, they would be punished harshly. Smack! The willow branch hit Cheng Feng's back, opening a new wound, blood immediately seeping out.
Ah! Cheng Feng screamed.
Shame on you. Breaking your promise. Ruining the hopes of the whole village. Shame on you, even to the county, making you feel sorry for Chun Mei. Cheng Dashan kept hitting and scolding, each strike full of strength. The willow branch whistled through the air, hitting flesh with a dull, cruel sound. The villagers were stunned. They had seen Cheng Dashan hit his son before, but never so fiercely. Cheng Feng rolled on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, but Cheng Dashan kept hitting without stopping. Old Lady Wang rushed out of the yard to stop him, but Cheng Dashan kicked her aside. Get lost. If you try to stop me again, I'll hit you too. She could only sit on the ground, covering her face and crying. Sun Tao watched from the side, his face turning pale. He finally realized that his father was truly furious. Lu Er and the others looked on, feeling a bit scared inside. But no one stopped him. Cheng Feng should be beaten, but more importantly, they needed to calm Li Yun down. Li Yun looked on coldly. She knew that Cheng Dashan's beating was partly out of anger and partly to show her and the whole village. But she didn't mind. She wanted this effect. After more than 10 lashes, Cheng Feng stopped moving, only his body twitching occasionally. His father. Chun Mei, please talk to him. Grandma Wang sat on the ground, crying loudly. Stop hitting him. His father. Chun Mei, if you keep hitting your man, he might really die. Li Chun Mei looked a bit distressed. She glanced at her daughter, and then at Li Yun. Li Yun surprisingly felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Stop crying. If you don't want to deal with this mess, take Dawawa inside to cry. She turned slightly and lowered her voice to Li Chun Mei. I'll handle the rest. Li Chun Mei's eyes flickered, and she really covered her face and ran into the east room crying, still holding Dawawa. Meanwhile, Cheng Dashan, exhausted from the beating, stopped to catch his breath. He looked at Li Yun with a complicated expression. Dear sister-in-law, this beast doesn't deserve your sister. I've beaten him. If you're still not satisfied, just cut him open and be done. Anyway, I can't control him anymore. Li Yun knew it was time to end this. She sighed and pretended to be caring as she said to Wei Er, Brother Wei Er, please find a few people to carry Cheng Feng inside. Also, find someone who knows about herbs to check him. Don't let anything serious happen and turn my sister into a widow. Wei Er quickly nodded. Yes. Yes. Wei Fuxing cautiously asked, and what about this oil? Li Yun took out 2 pieces of pig fat with one hand and placed them on the ground. Divide it up, Captain. As we agreed before, the 10 most difficult households get half a gene each. The rest. She paused. My family keeps 3 gene, and the rest is divided among the village. 1 liang per household. 1 liang? For free?
Someone exclaimed.
Yes, I'm not in the business of speculation. I plan to settle in this village in the future. Besides, my sister's family lives far away, and today the villagers are supporting my sister. I appreciate that. Li Yun nodded and said, but my family doesn't have much, so this oil sharing is only happening once. Yes, that's how it is. How can I let you share for nothing? Young sister Yun is kind-hearted. So kind-hearted. The villagers looked at Li Yun as if she were a treasure. So many pig fat pieces, and they just share them? It's like throwing money into the water and hearing the splash. This child is so generous. 1 or 2 pieces of pig fat may not seem much. But in the winter of 1959, in Xiaochao Temple Village, it was life-saving oil. When melted, pig fat could be used to cook several meals of wild vegetable porridge. And if they were bold enough, they could trade some in the black market for wheat bran, ensuring the family wouldn't go hungry. The villagers' eyes lit up again. Li Yun continued, but I made a promise beforehand. This oil is shared because of my sister's face. From now on, if anyone in the village dares to bully my sister or talk behind her back, she looked around and softly said, don't blame me for being rude. I can get this oil, and I can make it disappear too. Her words sounded calm, but everyone heard the threat behind them. Wei Er was the first to speak up. Girl, don't worry. From now on, in Zhaojia Gully, Chun Mei is our sister. Anyone who bullies her is bullying the whole village. Yes, bullying the whole village. Rest assured, Yun's sister. We will treat Chun Mei as our own daughter. Li Yun nodded, then signaled Wei Fulai to start sharing the oil. The village once again fell into a brief celebration. Meanwhile, the family members seemed like props after the show, awkward and helpless, left aside. Grandma Wang covered her face and cried. Chung Dashan silently turned and walked away. Chung Tao looked longingly at the shiny pig fat, his face twisted with emotion. Li Yun watched and suddenly felt a bit dazed. The image of her mother crying in her past life seemed to be slowly fading away. She sneered, this is just the beginning. Chung Feng and the rest of the family still have good fortune ahead. The kerosene lamp flickered constantly, casting shadows on several faces, like dark clay sculptures in a temple. Chung Dashan sat on a broken wooden chair at the head of the table, his family's only decent piece of furniture, with the armrests polished smooth from use. He was smoking a bark cigarette, taking puff after puff. The smoke swirled in the dim light, reflecting his mood at the moment. Chung Feng knelt on the ground, his pants not fully pulled up, revealing his bloodied backside with cuts and bruises. Some areas of skin were torn open, covered with dark blood scabs. He grimaced in pain but dared not shout, only occasionally taking shallow breaths. Old Lady Wang stood nearby, wiping tears from her eyes, her face swollen like a walnut. Chung Tao crouched at the doorframe, holding a grass stick, drawing lines on the ground. His eyes kept flickering toward Ching Feng, a faint look of mockery on his face. Father, Ching Feng finally couldn't hold back, speaking with a trembling voice. I really know I was wrong. Please don't be angry. No, you're wrong. Chung Dashan slammed his cigarette onto the table. You don't know a thing. If you knew you were wrong, you wouldn't do such shameful things. He grew angrier, standing up and pointing at Ching Feng's nose, shouting. Having an affair? You have an affair, and you even keep your sister-in-law locked in the house. And everyone in the village knows. I've lived most of my life, and you've brought shame on our family. Ching Feng shrank back, whispering. But Li Yun was too fierce. She took a kitchen knife and attacked me. I didn't run away, so who else would she attack if not you? Chung Dashan roared, then suddenly remembered something, lowering his voice. If I were her, I'd use an axe on you. Father, Old Lady Wang quickly tried to smooth things over. Calm down. Feng knows he was wrong. Besides, men having a bit of fun outside is normal. Normal? Bullshit. Chung Dashin shot her a glare. You don't know anything. Is this fun? It's deadly serious. He sat back down, lowering his voice. What year is it now? A new society. Having an affair means going to jail. Do you understand? Chung Feng shivered all over. Jail? What do you think? Chung Dashin sneered. Not long ago, a clerk from the neighboring commune had an affair with a married woman. Her husband sued, and he got 3 years in prison. I'm still working on the labor camp digging soil. Chung Feng's face turned pale. He only then realized how scared he was. Before, he only felt ashamed and hurt, but he never thought he would go to jail.
So,
What should I do now? He asked nervously. Chunmei isn't like that. She's not so cruel. She may not be cruel, but she is a tough sister. Chung Dashin looked at him sharply. Tell me the truth. Besides cheating, what else did you do? How do you know Li Yun? Chung Feng's eyes flickered, and he hesitated. Seeing his reaction, Chung Dashin's heart sank. He suddenly stood up. You're still not honest? I'll beat you to death. I just wrote a promise letter and signed it. Chung Feng explained everything clearly. Li Yun forced me to write it, saying I should send my salary home every month and not contact Zhang's widow anymore. She also said Chunmei is pregnant again. You idiot. Chung Dashin slapped him hard. Bang, the sound was sharp. Chung Feng was hit and tilted his head, blood seeping from his mouth. Dad. Don't call me Dad. Chung Dashin shook with anger. Writing that promise is proof of your guilt. It's in black and white. You can't deny it. From now on, Chunmei can use this to threaten you. If she wants you to go to jail, you'll have to go. Wang Posey was also scared stiff, trembling and saying, What? What should we do? I'll go ask Chunmei. We're all family, all family. Chung Feng was completely panicked. He knelt and clung to Chung Dashin's leg.
Dad.
Dad, save me. I don't want to go to prison. Chung Dashin kicked him away and paced back and forth inside the house, like a trapped beast. Chung Tao was watching from the doorway and suddenly spoke coldly. Big brother, your girlfriend. Isn't she Zhang's widow? Didn't she say her brother is the deputy director of the cotton factory? Hearing this, Chung Dashin suddenly looked up sharply, staring at Chung Tao. It seemed Chung Tao already knew about Chung Feng's situation in the county. Chung Feng's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward on his knees. Yes. Dad, Zhang Hong's brother is the deputy director of the cotton factory. He's powerful. Dad, if we can get close to him, we'll be famous. Get close to him? No way. Chung Dashin kicked again and said, The vice factory manager's sister. Do you think she would like a driver like you? You're dreaming. Really? Chung Feng hurriedly said, Zhang Hong told me her brother cares a lot for her. If she wants, her brother will definitely help. She also said that after I get divorced, she would be loyal to me and marry me. Then her brother would transfer me to the cotton spinning factory to be an official. This made Chung Dashin pause and look at Chung Feng, as if trying to judge if he was telling the truth. Did she really say that? Absolutely, Chung Feng nodded repeatedly. Zhang Hong also said her brother knows many people in the county. In the future, if we get married, they can help us with anything. Chung Dashin was silent. He sat down again, smoking a dry pipe made from elm bark, squinting his eyes. The words, vice factory manager, kept spinning in his mind, like a donkey grinding a mill, over and over. His family had been farmers for generations, fleeing to Wei Jia Qiao commune. For 3 generations, they had been working the land, with no one able to read or write. It wasn't until his generation that Chung Feng finally got a job driving a truck for the transport team, which was considered a government job. But in the end, he was still a worker, doing hard labor, always respectful to officials. If his son really could become a vice factory manager, then the Chung family would truly stand out. Dad, Chung Feng spoke again, sounding a bit cautious. That Li Yun, she just knows how to get some pig fat. Compared to the vice factory manager, what is she? This hit Chung Dashin's heart. Yes, Li Yun was capable, but at most she could get some food. But the vice factory manager had real power, connections, and influence. If Chung Feng could marry someone from the city, He could live in a small apartment and get government-supplied grain. With this connection to the vice factory manager, no one in Xiaoqiao Temple Village would dare look down on them. But now, the problem was how to make the connection. Li Chunmei, the eldest daughter-in-law, was still blocking the way. And Li Yun, that formidable character, was even harder to deal with. Cheng Dashan pondered for a long time and then slowly said, "This matter, we can't rush." He looked at Cheng Feng. "In the next few days, you need to behave honestly, listen to Li Chunmei, and get the guarantee letter. Without evidence, we can handle it better." Cheng Feng nodded repeatedly, a happy smile on his face. "Dad, I understand. Also, Cheng Dashan's eyes turned cold. "That girl, Li Yun, is too arrogant. We need to teach her a lesson so she knows that our Cheng family isn't someone she can bully." Cheng Feng's eyes lit up. "Dad, do you have a plan?" Cheng Dashan snorted. "Did you forget? Our Cheng family is in Xiaoqiao Temple Village, but we're not just a single household." Hearing this, everyone understood immediately. Although the Cheng family originally fled from hardship, over the decades, they've spread out and established roots here. Cheng Dashan has 3 brothers, Cheng Dashan, Cheng Dae, and Cheng Dashu, all surnamed Cheng, and their grandfather was a Gongsun. Their mother, who is also Cheng Feng's grandmother, after fleeing hardship, remarried here to a man surnamed Wei, and they had 4 children. One of them is the current team leader, Wei Fulai. This means Wei Fulai is actually Cheng Dashan's half-brother, born of the same mother. Cheng Feng would call him Six Uncle. However, over the years, the Wei family sticks together and the Cheng family sticks together, so they don't often interact. But Cheng Dashan believes that in critical moments, blood ties still matter. "Are you saying we should find Uncle Da and Uncle Air?" Cheng Tao asked from the side. "Not just them." Cheng Dashan's eyes flashed with a plan. "Also Uncle Fulai. Although he's the team leader, he's still our mother's son. Li Yun, an outsider, wants to cause trouble in Xiaoqiao Temple Village and bully our family. She needs to ask if we're okay with it." If Li Yun knew his plan, she would probably laugh at him, thinking that the Cheng family's men's meeting was worth less than 2 pounds of chicken manure. Wang Posey listened nervously. "Brother, isn't it too risky? Li Yun is tough, but she's genuinely kind to Chun Mei." "Good for nothing." Cheng Dashan interrupted her harshly. "She's insulting our Cheng family. Today, she publicly discredited us in front of the whole village." "I can't swallow this insult." Wang Posey didn't dare speak anymore. But Cheng Feng got excited. "Dad, you're right. We need to show Li Yun a little color. Otherwise, she'll think our Cheng family is easy to bully." Cheng Tao didn't dare say a word. Suddenly, a fragrant smell drifted in. It was the aroma of cooking oil. Hot oil frying in a pan, with that crackling sound and the unique smell of proteins caramelizing. Next, there was a stronger smell of wheat and eggs. Everyone inside the house was stunned. Cheng Feng sniffed hard and suddenly widened his eyes. "It's eggs. Fried eggs. Mom, do we have eggs at home?" Cheng Tao quickly stood up, stretching his neck to look outside. The smell was coming from the east room. Wang Posey also caught the scent. She swallowed hard and unconsciously moved toward the door. Cheng Dashan's face turned pale. In the middle of the night, Li Yun was cooking? Does she not respect him at all? The group left the main hall and stood in the yard. The window of the east room was covered with newspaper, but a faint yellow light shone through the gaps. 2 shadows appeared on the window, one big, one small, Li Yun and Dahua. The aroma grew even stronger. Not only was there the smell of fried eggs, but also the scent of plain flour. Cheng Tao's stomach growled loudly in the quiet night. He had eaten half a black wheat cake with bran at noon, and it was hard to swallow. Now, smelling this aroma, his stomach felt like it was being grabbed. "Are they eating plain flour?" Cheng Feng asked hoarsely. "Where did they get it?" He remembered the pigs had meat he ate with Widow Zhang at the transport team. The smell of that meat, he thought, was the best in the world, worth dying for just one meal. But now this food smell was even more tempting than pigs' head meat. Cheng Tao swallowed hard, his eyes wide. "There's also eggs. I can tell. It's a poached egg, fried in pig fat." Wang Posey couldn't hold back. She whispered, "Should I go see?" Chung Dashin's face was dark, but he didn't say anything. He silently agreed. Wang Posey tiptoed to the window of the east room, peering through the newspaper gaps. When she looked inside, her eyes widened. The room was lit by an oil lamp borrowed from Li Yun, much brighter than the one in the main hall. Li Yun sat on the kong, a traditional bed, with a large, rough ceramic bowl in front of her. The bowl was filled with noodles, white, thin and glossy, with oil floating on top and a few dried vegetable leaves. Most tempting was the poached egg resting on the noodles. The egg was golden brown with crispy edges and the yolk was semi-liquid, just a poke with chopsticks and it would flow out softly. Li Chunmei also had a bowl in front of her, and she was eating small bites carefully. With each bite, she paused, as if savoring the taste. Her face looked dreamy, like she was in a trance. Dahua sat beside her with a smaller bowl, containing less noodles, but also with a poached egg. The child ate quickly, cheeks puffed out, eyes squinting, like a little wolf grabbing food. Li Yun sat opposite, holding an enamel mug, which was steaming hot. Was that malted milk drink? Grandma Wang recognized the malted milk. 2 years ago, the commune sent it as a gift, and she had seen it before. It was said to be very nutritious. Only city folks could afford to drink it. Li Yun took a sip, tasted it, checked the temperature, then handed the mug to Dahua. Dahua, eat slowly, have some malted milk, smooth and easy. Dahua carefully took a small sip, her eyes brightening immediately.
Sweet.
Then drink more. Li Yun patted her head. Grandma Wang watched with wide eyes, her throat feeling itchy as if a hand was scratching inside. Suddenly, she remembered there was a jar of melted pig fat hidden in the kong hole. She had planned to secretly melt it when no one was around, to help Chung Dashin. Now, smelling this aroma, she couldn't hold back anymore. She turned and ran toward the main room. Chung Dashin saw her return and whispered, "What did you see?" "Flour, noodles, a poached egg, and malted milk drink." Grandma Wang was so anxious she stammered, "Chunmei and Dahua are eating." Li Yun even gave Dahua malted milk. Chung Tao's eyes turned green. Where did they get flour? Eggs? Malted milk? I don't know. Grandma Wang gritted her teeth and said, "There's still pig fat in the kong hole. I'll get it. Today we'll eat too." Before she finished, Chung Dashin's face changed. "Pig fat? Check if it's still there. Hurry and get it." Grandma Wang quickly ran into the main room, lifted the kong mat, and reached into the kong hole. After feeling around for a while, her face changed. "It's gone."
Gone?
Chung Dashin stepped over quickly, reaching in himself. The kong hole was empty. Li Yun took it. Chung Dashin gritted his teeth. That girl. She planned this long ago. No wonder she acted so innocent when sharing the oil today, talking nonsense about whether to share or not. I had already planned this early on. I won't let them take even a little bit for free. Zheng Tao nearby was so anxious. He kept stomping his feet. What are we eating tonight? I'm starving. My stomach feels like it's pressed against my back. Chung Feng also held his stomach. He hadn't eaten since noon, and now his stomach was hurting from hunger. The delicious smell still drifted in the air, coming and going like hooks pulling at their souls. Chung Dashin, with a dark face, felt like he had lost all his dignity in life. Eat what? Nothing. Sleep. He turned around and went back to the main room, slamming the door shut. But a closed door can't block the smell. The aroma seemed alive, sneaking through the cracks in the door and window, entering their noses, stomachs, and minds. Zheng Tao squatted in the yard, staring fixedly toward the east room, muttering, "White noodles.
Eggs.
Malted milk." He remembered his wife taking their son back to her parents' house. At that time, he thought his wife was naive. But now he understood. If only he could have a bowl of white noodles, a fried egg, and a sip of malted milk. How wonderful that would be. Chung Feng, holding his injured backside, felt pain but was even hungrier. He thought about the pork head he had eaten with Widow Zhang. It smelled good then, but now, compared to this aroma, what was it? Widow Zhang, though resourceful enough to get some food, mostly had coarse grains and occasionally some meat. White noodles. Eggs? Malted milk? Forget about it. And Li Yun, this sudden little sister-in-law who appeared out of nowhere, somehow managed to get these things. Suddenly, he felt a bit uncertain. What if? What if he and Li Chunmei had a good life, and with Li Yun's help, he could also enjoy these treats? But that thought only flashed through his mind, because he remembered Widow Zhang's brother, the deputy factory director, and his future prospects of becoming an official. What are white noodles and eggs compared to that? Once he becomes an official, he'll eat egg noodles every day, even mixing pork cracklings into them. He clenched his teeth, forcing down his longing. He's hungry. So hungry. In the East Room, Li Chunmei finished the last bite of noodles and drank all the soup. The bowl was spotless, as if washed clean. She put down the bowl, looked at Li Yun, and seemed to wake up from a dream, touching her stomach. I'm so full. Usually, the white flour eggs at home were reserved for big meals, like mountains, peaks, and waves of food. Even before she got married, Li Chunmei never truly had a full meal. Sister, you need to get used to it in the future, Li Yun said patiently as she tidied up the dishes. Now that you're pregnant, you need to eat well. Dawawa is also growing, and she can't go hungry, but Li Chunmei looked at the empty bowl, her eyes blank, as if still savoring the delicious taste of grains and eggs passing down her throat. This bowl of noodles requires a lot of white flour, eggs, and malt extract. I have a way. You don't need to worry, Li Yun said, patting Dawawa's head. From now on, every day, you and the baby must eat well. If the family gets jealous, let them be jealous. Li Chunmei didn't say anything. She touched her belly, still flat, but she could feel a slight difference. The baby wasn't coming at a good time. These days, every mouthful was more burden. But Li Yun said she could support them. So she believed her. Thinking of this, her gaze suddenly fell on Li Yun's cloth shoes without insoles. She seemed to remember something and pressed her lips together. Dawawa finally finished the last sip of malt extract, licking her lips eagerly, still wanting more. And do you have it? The child asked eagerly, speaking unclearly, but Li Yun understood her perfectly. Yes, Li Yun patted her head. There will be every day. Dawawa, drink more so you can grow taller. When she was a child, she was malnourished and only grew to 1.58 meters as an adult. No matter how much she ate, she couldn't grow taller. This time, she wanted to take good care of her biological mother and her childhood self. As for the scheming family members, let's see who outsmarts whom. Outside the yard, the family members each went back to their rooms, but couldn't sleep. Chung Dashin lay on the Kong bed, staring at the dark ceiling. His mind was torn between thoughts of the factory director's connections and the smell of white flour eggs. These two thoughts fought, making him restless. Granny Wang was sleeping beside him, her stomach growling. She remembered the bowl of noodles she saw earlier, with the golden egg, and her mouth involuntarily salivated, but she quickly swallowed. In the West Wing, Chung Feng was lying on the Kong, his bottom sore, hungry, and his mind even more confused. For a moment, there was the image of the widow Zhang promising a government position, then the cold gaze of Li Yun, and then the fragrant bowl of plain rice. Chung Tao lay in his room, tossing and turning. He thought of his wife and son. If only his wife were here, maybe she could share a bite now. But then he remembered his father's schemes and pushed the thought away. Once he finished dealing with Li Yun and got promoted to deputy factory director, he could have as much plain rice and eggs as he wanted. He tried to comfort himself this way, but his stomach was growling loudly. That night, everyone in the family had dreams. In their dreams, there was shiny white noodles, golden fried eggs, and sweet malt drinks. They ate eagerly, their faces covered in food. But when they woke up, only a sour taste remained in their mouths, and their stomachs were empty. Outside the window, dawn was just breaking. A new day had begun. Li Yun had already gotten up. She stood in the yard, looking at the pale light on the eastern horizon, taking a deep breath of the cool air. Breakfast was prepared separately from the family, since Li Chunmei had gathered firewood, and she felt justified in using it. She was more restrained this time. She cooked 6 sugar water eggs. Li Chunmei had 2, she had 2, and Dahu had 2. Then Lee Chunmei and Dahu each drank an extra cup of malt drink. This stuff was bought in a group purchase, very convenient. The family had 2 kitchens, one in the main house, and an additional small one in the east wing where Lee Chunmei lived. This was built after Dahu was born, when Lee Chunmei was resting after childbirth and wanted hot water, but Wangpa kept watch and wouldn't let her burn firewood. So she had no choice but to build a small stove out of yellow mud at the door. It was called a stove, but really it was just an arch structure made of packed earth. The once empty corner was now filled with dry firewood, mostly exchanged from villagers yesterday, much easier to burn than the damp wood they used before. Chung family didn't have an iron pot, only a clay jar. Despite modern TV shows and novels showing stir-frying with iron pots, in reality, iron pots were rare and hard to buy in the 1950s and 60s. To buy an iron pot, you needed not only money but also industrial coupons. The industrial coupons are issued by the government according to plans. They are either distributed by urban street committees or issued as monthly wages to official workers in government offices, factories, and schools. They are very rare, like giant pandas. As for the countryside, some production teams sell excess grain and are rewarded with industrial coupons. But these days, even the people of Xiaoqiao Temple Village can't fill their stomachs. Farmers spend the whole year working in the fields, so where could they get industrial coupons? Therefore, iron pots are valuable but hard to find. Of course, there is another option: the black market. Lian thought as she scooped water into a clay jar. She then took out an oil paper package from her pocket. Inside was about half a jean of brown sugar, which she bought in a group purchase yesterday. Her group purchase warehouse had several items. Pork fat, 15 jean pack, 12 packs, totaling 180 jean. 2 cans of malt extract. 4 plates of farm eggs, 25 eggs per plate. 5 bags of brown sugar, 500 grams each. 2 bundles of dried noodles, 1,000 grams each. Liyun looked happily at these goods, but when she saw her remaining balance, she suddenly felt a bit anxious. After buying pork fat, eggs, and noodles, she only had a little over 800 yuan left. She needed to find a way to make more money quickly. She couldn't just sit and wait. She stirred the brown sugar water with chopsticks, and a sweet aroma quickly filled the air. Nowadays, brown sugar is a precious item. The supply and marketing cooperative sells it, requiring sugar coupons. It costs 7 mao per jean, but on the black market, no coupons are needed, and a jean can sell for 2 yuan. Li Yun bought cane brown sugar. Its color isn't as nice, but it doesn't taste overly sweet. She tasted it but wasn't satisfied, so she broke off about a jean of brown sugar and put it into the pot. When the water boiled, the brown sugar melted. The dark red syrup boiled in the pot, releasing a sweet fragrance. This aroma on a winter morning in 1959 felt as luxurious as a dream. Li Yun then cracked 6 eggs into the pot. At that time, boiling 6 eggs for a meal would definitely be considered wasteful and could get her scolded by her elders. The egg liquid quickly solidified in the sweet syrup, turning into tender, white, pouch-shaped eggs. All 6 eggs floated and sank in the dark red syrup, steaming hot and fragrant. The aroma of sweet soup grew stronger, drifting out of the kitchen and filling the entire yard. After a whole night of hunger and craving, the family members finally broke down. At this moment, the others in the main room had woken up. Chung Dashan was awakened by the smell. He sniffed, sweet aroma, with a hint of egg. This smell. Chung Dashan's dark face suddenly showed anger. He sat up, put on his old cotton coat, and went outside. The kitchen was empty, but the ashes under the mud stove in the east room still had some warmth. There was a little bit of sugar water left in the clay pot. It was dark red, sticky, and gave off a tempting sweet smell. Chung Dashan's eyes widened. Brown sugar.
And eggs.
He had lived over 60 years, experienced good times, but had never eaten brown sugar and eggs on a winter morning. What kind of family could have such food? Then came shock and uncontrollable anger. Grandma Wang also came out and saw the sugar water in the pot, swallowing hard. Is this made by Chunmei? Why is she eating alone? Chung Dashan didn't speak, his face as dark as a pot bottom. He remembered how Li Yun had looked when she divided the oil yesterday, how she seemed so innocently wronged in front of the villagers, and how she made him the enemy of the whole village with just a few words. His anger shot up even higher. This outsider, eating his family's food, living in his house, and secretly eating alone. Brown sugar and eggs, lard, white flour, and even refined noodles. Such good things. She would rather share lard with outsiders than let them have any. It was like a slap in his face, as if someone had slapped him hard across the cheek. Cheng Tao and Cheng Feng also came out. Cheng Feng was limping, with wounds on his face and body crusted over, looking very ragged. Cheng Tao was energetic. When he smelled the aroma, his eyes lit up. Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, what delicious food did you make? They didn't get to eat the fine flour and eggs yesterday, but today they might get a little taste. It's not him who caused trouble for his sister-in-law. All you do is eat, eat, eat. Cheng Dashan endured his hunger, feeling the fire in his chest burning hotter and hotter, eager to rush in and ask questions immediately. But he thought about the things in Li Chunmei's hands and held back his feelings. Soon, the family sat down for breakfast. Usually, their breakfast was black porridge mixed with wild vegetables. To be more precise, it was made from ground whole sorghum flour mixed with some cornmeal, cooked into a thick porridge. Whole sorghum flour cost 5 cents a pound. It looked rough and had a bitter taste when eaten. They also cooked it with dried wild vegetables, making the pot look black and green. Today, Li Chunmei was kept resting by Li Yun, so Wang Pozi had to prepare breakfast herself. The porridge finally was ready. It was dark and sticky, with a strange smell and a sour taste. Cheng Feng scooped a bowl, took a sip and frowned. Mom, what is this? It tastes terrible. It's better than nothing, Wang Pozi said impatiently, clearly remembering how her son enjoyed eating meat in the city. Cheng Dashan's face looked grim. Cheng Tao drank his porridge quietly, not saying a word. Cheng Feng looked at the bowl of porridge, feeling no appetite at all. Although he didn't always get enough to eat at the transport team, he could sometimes eat dry food or sneak some meat with Widow Zhang's help. But now, this porridge. He remembered what Lu Er and the others said yesterday when they kicked him. Let you eat meat. Let you mess around. Feeling frustrated inside, he dared not speak, afraid his father would hit him again if he mentioned it. Cheng Dashan took a sip of the porridge, but his eyes flicked toward the east room. He could hear faint sounds from that side, the spoon hitting the bowl, the children talking vaguely, and faint laughter. Laughter. Cheng Dashan was furious. They were actually laughing. With a loud bang, he slammed his bowl onto the table. Everyone was startled. Cheng Dashan stood up, hands behind his back, pacing in the main hall like a turtle carrying a pot. After pacing twice, he suddenly stopped and looked at Wang Pozi. Go call Chunmei. Wang Pozi was stunned. Call her? She's probably already eaten with Li Yun. Just go and call her, almost shouted out loudly. Cheng Daesan suddenly remembered something and stopped Wang Pa. Wait, her sister is very stubborn and not a good person. I'll go with you. I really want to see. In just a few words, he spoke almost one word at a time, as if each word was bouncing out. Cheng Tao's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and followed. Cheng Feng wanted to follow too, but for some reason, he always felt that this little sister-in-law was very strange and unsettling. He shivered and decided to go back to bed and lie down. On the east side of the room, Da Huang was the first to wake up. The child had a keen nose. When she smelled the aroma, she rubbed her eyes and sat up. She didn't say anything, just kept sniffing and sniffling, like a little puppy, curling up in Li Chunmei's arms. Li Chunmei had also woken up early. She was tidying up the bed. She didn't sleep well last night. In her dreams, she saw Cheng Feng being pressed to the ground and beaten, the swinging red thread dress, and that half-pack of solidified pig head meat. Strangely, she felt that her relationship with Cheng Feng was like that half-pack of pig head meat. Not eating it? Well, it was meat after all, and eating it could fill her stomach. But eating it made her feel nauseous, as the pig fat on top soaked in, and swallowing it made her stomach churn with sour water. Disgusting just to think about. If only Li Yun hadn't come. Lee Chunmei was lost in thought, not even realizing she had slept in late today. When she smelled the aroma, she paused, then suddenly understood. It was her sister cooking. Her heart warmed, but she also felt a bit uneasy. Her sister was being a little too good to her. Last night, she cooked plain white flour, and she kept thinking about it while sleeping. Such good food. How could she just eat it like that? Such good days. How could she have imagined them before? Lee Chunmei poured water for Dia to wipe her face, then used a string to tie up her soft, fine hair. Yesterday, Li Yun had knitted a sweater vest for Da Huang. Da Huang loved it and kept touching it, smiling foolishly. Seeing her daughter smile, Lee Chunmei couldn't help but touch her own face, noticing her mouth was also curved into a smile. It's so good to be full. When hungry, it feels like your intestines are stirring in icy water and your throat keeps rising with acid, because there's nothing in the stomach to vomit. In the evening, she felt so hungry she wished the wind could fill her stomach, but she dared not move. She could only wrap herself in a torn blanket and endure. However, yesterday, she and her daughter had eaten enough. For the first time in a long while, just as she was thinking this, Li Yun came in carrying a bowl. In this time period, hunger wasn't just about missing a meal or two, but about long-term starvation, malnutrition, and a deep craving for food and calories from both the heart and body. So Li Yun didn't dare make much food, worried about her daughter Li Chunmei and Dahu eating too much and getting sick. She carried 2 large, rough ceramic bowls into the east room, each with 3 poached eggs. The brown-red syrup covered the eggs, and the eggs floated and sank gently, looking very nice. Big sister, Dahu, eat while it's hot. Li Yun placed the bowls on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, saying, I only found 2 bowls, so I washed them quickly and used them. Tomorrow, I'll see if I can buy some more bowls, cloth, blankets, or other things in the county. She looked around the east room as she spoke. She realized how much the family needed to buy. The blankets the mother and daughter shared had almost no cotton left inside, just thin as paper, no longer warm. Okay, Lee Chunmei didn't refuse this time. Instead, she turned around, unfastened her waistband, and took out over 50 yuan and some tickets hidden in her pants. Here, take this. You've spent enough on us these days. No more subsidies. When she said this, she seemed quite pleased to have stood her ground. Li Yun knew that if she didn't accept the 50 yuan, Li Chunmei would probably not sleep well. So she nodded, calmly took the money, and secretly planned to buy something for Dahu and Li Chunmei, maybe a thermos, blankets, cloth, shoes, or face oil. Meanwhile, Dahu, hungry, opened her mouth wide, like a little bird in need of feeding, and pointed at the bowl with her small hand, muttering, Egg.
Egg.
Want. Ant. Yes, these are eggs. Li Yun patted her head and handed her chopsticks, placing them in her small hand. Each of us has 2. Eat up. Li Chunmei looked at the eggs in her bowl, her throat moving slightly. She pressed her lips together, but didn't ask whether they should send some food to the main house. Cheng Feng was outside eating meat, but he never thought that her big flower would be hungry at home. There are also her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Every time there was food at home, they secretly gave it to Urshizner, always telling Dawawa to go outside, either to gather firewood or run errands. After a while, Dawawa got used to it. As long as her grandparents closed the door, she would obediently sit outside and play with dirt. Li Chunmei just didn't have her family backing her, so she lacked confidence and was timid, but she wasn't foolish. She also felt sorry for her daughter. So when she saw the 2 bowls of sweet water eggs, she almost didn't hesitate to push them in front of Dawawa, letting her eat first. Sister, you eat. I'll feed Dawawa. Li Yun took the child, used chopsticks to open the steamed egg, revealing the golden yolk inside, and fed it to Dawawa. Eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Li Chunmei insisted that Li Yun eat first, and left the 2 biggest steamed eggs for her. Seeing that Li Yun was reluctant, she ate a few bites quickly, and then focused on feeding the child. After Li Yun finished eating, Li Chunmei picked up her bowl. She first scooped some sweet water with a spoon and carefully took a sip. It was sweet, so sweet it touched her heart. How long had it been since she tasted sweetness? Half a year? Or a year? Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. The egg was tender, the sweet water was sweet, and Awawa ate with her eyes squinting, gobbling like a little animal. Take it slow, don't choke. Seeing this, Li Yun felt warm inside and wiped her own mouth, remembering her childhood. Although, when she was little, she was really ugly. Li Chunmei sipped her red sugar water little by little, savoring each sip as if she was drinking fine wine. This breakfast in the winter of 1959 was more luxurious than New Year's dinner. The three of them were happily eating when they suddenly heard a noise at the door. The broken wooden door moved, and there appeared the stern face of Chung Dashin. Chunmei, his voice was harsh and sinister, like a ghost from a graveyard.
Li Chunmei instinctively trembled.
Li Yun narrowed her eyes dangerously. Li Yun didn't see Chung Dashin sitting in the shadows. Instead, he cleared his throat and took on a commanding tone. Chunmei, come out. Old man Dashin doesn't enter his daughter-in-law's room. That's the rule. He is a strict supporter of old-fashioned ideas and considers himself a good father-in-law. In his view, giving 2 bags of wheat to bring Li Chunmei back, feeding her and giving her drinks was enough kindness. Look at how many families outside treat their wives badly, hitting them hard. Look at how many people outside are starving to death. Look at how many families are so desperate for food that they hang themselves or run away from home. Although Qingjia doesn't have enough to eat, Li Chunmei and Dahu still haven't starved. Clearly, Chung Dashin never thought about Li Chunmei's hard work and efforts all year round. Working, farming, chopping wood, cooking, doing laundry, caring for children, serving the elders. It's all so hard, like being in bitter water, yet she still faces scorn just for eating a little grain. Li Chunmei nervously glanced at Li Yun, feeling strangely reassured. Dad. Chunmei. Chung Dashin stood at the door, his voice slow but firm. You've been married to this family for several years now. Li Chunmei nodded. Yes. How have your parents treated you these 5 years? Chung Dashin asked. Li Chunmei thought for a moment and softly replied. Pretty good. Since it's good, Chung Dashin said sharply, with a tone as if he had just discovered her digging into his family's ancestral grave. Then how could you do such a thing? Li Chunmei was stunned. Dad, what? What did I do? What did you do? Chung Dashin pointed at the ceramic bowl on the table. Your husband is still lying in the main room, and you're eating alone with your sister. Brown sugar, eggs. Such good things, secretly eating them behind our backs. And you? Just watching? As a wife, don't you know how to respect your elders? Care about your husband? Be considerate of your little brother-in-law. He became angrier as he spoke, his face growing more fierce. Your parents are hungry, and you're enjoying good food with your sister. Do you have any conscience? Li Chunmei's face turned pale with fear, her lips trembling. Dad, I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to. Chung Dashin gently patted the door frame, and dust fell from the wooden door with a soft rustling sound. I can smell it. Brown sugar.
Eggs.
Do you think I can't smell anything? Li Chunmei's tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to explain that Li Yun had specially prepared these for her to improve her health, that she was pregnant and needed nutrition, and that Dr. De Hua advised her to eat more. But she held her words back. She remembered yesterday when Li Yun confidently talked with Secretary Ma, without any fear. Li Chunmei took a deep breath, looked at Chung Dashin, and forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. Dad, those eggs were given to me by my sister to help me get better. I am pregnant. This sentence was like a stone thrown into water. Wang Posey was the first to react. She had overheard part of the conversation yesterday and now remembered. She quickly clapped her thigh happily. Pregnant? Really pregnant? Oh, this is good news. Chung Dashin's face looked even worse. What's wrong if I'm pregnant? Can I just eat all the food myself? Having a baby doesn't mean you can be unfilial to your in-laws. I tell you, Li Chunmei, the child in your belly has the surname Chung. It's from our Chung family. Eating all the food yourself is a betrayal to our family. Ask around. Everyone will be pointing fingers and scolding you. Li Chunmei's tears fell. She didn't expect her father-in-law to know she was pregnant and respond with blame instead of happiness. Her heart grew colder little by little. Li Yun, standing nearby, said nothing. Instead, she slowly fed Da Hua some red sugar water. Her anger was building up little by little. Seeing Li Chunmei cry, Cheng Dashan thought she was afraid, so his tone softened a bit and he whispered, "Chunmei, I'm not blaming you. I'm teaching you how to be a good person. As a daughter-in-law of the Cheng family, you must follow our family's rules. We don't know where your sister got these things from." Through a door, Li Yun could clearly see Cheng Dashan's greedy and hypocritical face. He paused for a moment and continued, "But since she brought them here, they belong to the Cheng family. You should take them out and show respect to your in-laws. Take care of your husband and look after your younger brother-in-law. Don't secretly eat them yourself. Go tell your sister to give you the way to get the grain. From now on, everything she brings should be kept by you. You are the daughter-in-law of the Cheng family, and she is your sister. These things should be managed by you. Also, I heard from Cheng Feng that your sister forced him to write something? Spring May, a family should speak openly. You and Cheng Feng are living happily, but since your sister arrived, the family is falling apart. You need to be more careful and not trust outsiders. After all, Cheng Feng is your husband."
Li Chunmei understood.
Her father-in-law is trying to use her to control Li Yun and control the grain supplies. She bit her lip and suddenly stood up. "Dad," Li Chunmei's voice was soft but clear. "Those things belong to Yunmei. If she wants to give them to someone, that's her choice. I can't control that." Cheng Dashan was stunned. Outside, Wang Pa and Cheng Tao, who had been eavesdropping, were also surprised. Everyone didn't expect that the usually gentle Li Chunmei, who was as steady as an old ox, would dare to oppose her father-in-law. "Why you? What did you say?" Cheng Dashan's voice trembled with anger. "I said I can't control it," Li Chunmei repeated, tears still falling but her eyes firm. "Li Yun, my sister, she treats me well, I know that.
But she isn't married yet.
Her belongings are left by her parents. How can Cheng family take them? You're rebellious." Cheng Dashan was furious. Looking around for something to hit, he kicked open the wooden door of the east wing. Bang! The door hit the mud wall with a dull sound. Li Yun's big flower in her arms suddenly trembled and burrowed into her embrace. There was still half a preserved egg in the bowl, and the sweet water was finished. She slowly raised her eyes, looked at the scene at the door, and at Cheng Dashan's changing face and smiled. "Oh, Uncle Cheng calling a family meeting for my sister? Come on, why don't you say it? I was just listening and you still want me to do what? Oh, you want me to get the grain and then take the credit for your useless son's work." Cheng Dashan was first surprised. He didn't expect Li Yun to still be in the East Wing. But then he remembered that his words had been overheard, and his anger grew. "Li Yun, you're just in time. Since I consider you half a family member, I want to ask you, where did those red sugar eggs come from?" Li Yun blinked. "Bought them?" "Bought? Where did you get the money? Did Chunmei give you the money she worked hard to save?" "Of course, it's my own money. You, kid, are out in the city eating pig's head meat. Where would I have left any money?" Li Yun spoke confidently, not bothering to lie carefully. "Don't believe me? Go ask Secretary Ma from the county transport team. See if what I say is true." "So, Uncle Cheng, do you still want to check my accounts?" Cheng Dashan was left speechless, choked by her words. Wang Posey and Cheng Tao both took a step back. The Cheng family is used to being bossy at home, acting like emperors. When it comes to meeting leaders, they all shut up. Li Yun couldn't stand seeing her own mother, and Da Hua looked so scared. She rolled her eyes and pushed the bowl back toward Li Chunmei. "Sis, there's half left. Eat it quickly. There will be more tomorrow." Li Chunmei looked at the half egg in her bowl and then at her fierce-looking in-laws. Suddenly, she did something nobody expected. She closed her eyes, picked up the spoon, and quickly put the half egg into her mouth. She chewed twice and swallowed. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. After finishing, she opened her eyes, looked at Cheng Dashan, and softly said, "Dad, I ate it. It's gone. Please stop making trouble." Li Yun almost laughed out loud. The Cheng family yard was deathly silent. Cheng Dashan's eyes were wide like bells, and his hands trembled badly. Wang Posey was also stunned. Cheng Tao swallowed hard. They had never seen Li Chunmei like this before. What was Lee Chunmei usually like in their memory? Honest, silent, and shy. The bride price of 2 bags of wheat weighed on her like a mountain. She was afraid of being criticized or argued with, so she worked desperately. On the day she gave birth to Dahua, she went to the fields, cut half an acre of wheat, fetched water from the mountain, and carried a load of firewood. She repeated this life every day. It became so normal that the family got used to it. Li Yun was first stunned, then burst out laughing. She laughed so hard her shoulders shook, and she patted Li Chunmei on the back. Mom, you're amazing." Li Chunmei's face turned red, and she didn't dare to speak. Finally, Chung Dashin reacted and trembled with anger. You've gone too far. All gone. You didn't fetch water this morning, didn't cook, and don't care about your husband, who in any family would have a daughter-in-law like you. I'd have beaten you to death and buried you." He pointed at Li Chunmei's nose, his eyes filled with hatred as if he wanted to crush her and swallow her whole. "I can't take it anymore. Get out. Leave the family. We don't need an unfilial daughter-in-law like you." Li Chunmei's face turned pale, but she didn't move. Li Yun finally stopped smiling and looked at Chung Dashin. "Old Master Chung, my sister has been married into your family for years. She gave birth to Dahua, took care of her in-laws, and worked like an old ox every day. She gets up before dawn and goes to bed after dark. All year round, she goes to the mountains to fetch water, while Chung Feng is out having fun and Chung Tao, a grown man, can't even fetch water? Honestly, you just hold a grudge because you can't take advantage of me, and you bully my sister right in front of me." Li Yun paused, her anger reaching its peak. Chung Dashin tried to use moral pressure to control her and Li Chunmei. But unfortunately, she, an old woman who had lived for decades, knew exactly how to deal with people like him. Li Yun suddenly stood up straight in front of Chung Dashin, startling the 3 of them. "Can't take it anymore. Are you so angry because you can't get eggs from the pregnant woman? Are you planning to wipe your nose on your eldest son?" She looked around the shabby yard, finally fixing her gaze on the clay jar in the corner of the wall. That was the only large item in the family. In her childhood memory, her mother Li Chunmei would fetch water repeatedly every day to fill the water jar. Now, the jar was half full, with a thin layer of ice on the edge. "What do you want to do?" Chung Dashin didn't know why, but instinctively took a step back. Granny Wang and Chung Tao also trembled, unsure of what the other wanted to do. "What do I want to do? Since you won't let me and my sister live happily, then neither of us will." Li Yun grabbed Chung Dashin's hair and forcefully pulled him, then roughly pressed his head into the water jar. "They're all peers. Who needs to argue with you?" The food was boiled bitter greens with a little salt, and the main dish was a bowl of boiled potatoes. But they couldn't serve themselves. They had to wait until Chung Dashin sat down, watched him be served by Granny Wang, who used a hot towel to wipe his face and hands, then she would pass the dishes to them. No one knew how, but even a simple plate of cold bitter greens seemed to hold some power over him. When Chung Dashin wanted to give a speech, he would put down his chopsticks, and everyone else had to do the same and listen respectfully. Even the babies drinking milk were no exception. This strange rule set by Chung Dashin for family meals could go on for days. Li Yun didn't understand this when she was young. Later, she realized it was his way of regaining self-respect and a sense of importance. Outside, he was a poor man with nothing to his name. But at home, he was the head of the family, and his word was final. Li Yun hadn't planned to act at first, but Cheng's family members were too unreasonable. So Li Yun, who had lived again and considered herself a high-quality elderly woman, found the key problem and simply and forcefully solved it. The incident happened suddenly and was shocking. No one there expected Li Yun to suddenly attack her in-laws. Granny Wang opened her mouth in shock, and Chung Tao were stunned. "Old Master Chung." Li Yun grabbed the back of Chung Dashin's collar with one hand and his hair with the other and roughly pushed him into the tub. "Aren't you desperate to die? Come on, I'll help you." Chung Dashin was thin but still a grown man, weighing at least 100 pounds. But with Li Yun's push, she actually lifted him from the ground. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Chung Dashin was terrified, flailing his limbs, but his struggles in Li Yun's hands were weak, like a little chicken flapping. Li Yun, in good health and at her peak strength from her youth, easily lifted a man who had been malnourished for a long time. It was too easy.
Ah, ah, ah.
She's gone crazy. Granny Wang was the first to react, screaming and rushing forward. Let go of my dad. Let go. Li Yun didn't look back. She raised her foot and kicked Granny Wang away. She had no moral qualms about hitting her elders. They are all the same age. Do you know what that means? That kick was hard. Granny Wang yelped and fell to the ground. She was so hungry that she couldn't get up for a long time. Chung Tao rushed forward, trying to hold Li Yun from behind. But Li Yun seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. She bent her body slightly, pushed her elbow back, and directly pressed it against Chung Tao's throat.
Ugh.
Ugh. Chung Tao groaned softly, clutching his throat, took a few steps back, his face turning pale, and kept vomiting. In that moment of delay, Chung Dashin had already taken several sips of water.
Splash.
Chung Dashin's face was completely submerged in the water jar. The cold well water instantly covered his nose and mouth. He struggled in fear, grabbing wildly with his hands and kicking with his feet. But Li Yun's hands were like iron clamps, holding his head firmly and not letting go. The water in the jar made a rushing sound, splashing out and wetting Li Yun's pants and the ground. Li Chunmei was stunned. She held De Hua, her eyes wide with shock, trembling all over. She couldn't believe what she saw. Her sister-in-law's younger sister, actually pressed her father-in-law's head into the water jar? This is too crazy. Chung Dashin was an elder. He was her father-in-law. Li Yun, as a younger generation, a daughter-in-law's sister, dared to attack an elder? And dared to press him into the water? This is a huge violation of respect. It's like inviting divine punishment. But Li Yun didn't care about any of that. She held Chung Dashin's head, watching him struggle desperately in the water, watching bubbles rise and burst, and seeing his struggle weaken more and more. Then she let go. With a loud splash, Chung Dashin suddenly lifted his head, gasping for air. His face was flushed red, his eyes bloodshot, his wet hair sticking to his scalp. Water dripped down his cheeks, mixing with tears and snot, looking very miserable.
You.
He pointed at Li Yun, his hand trembling like he had Parkinson's, his eyes bloodshot. You dare. What do I dare to do? Li Yun interrupted him calmly, her voice frighteningly steady. Grandpa Chung, isn't it true that you can't go on living? I will help you. Anyway, drowning is a good way to end it all. If you die, I will kill them afterward, then go to jail or face execution. It's just right to give my sister some peace. Her tone was calm but strange, as if she was seriously considering this possibility. A few people in the yard shivered together, their backs covered in sweat. This is not normal behavior. Would a normal person be so calm and talk about killing an entire family? She's crazy. She's really crazy. People are afraid of crazy people because they don't follow reason. Can you talk about morals, respect for elders, or filial piety with a crazy person? Maybe she'll suddenly stab you. As she spoke, Li Yun made a move to press down harder, with great force, as if she really wanted to kill Chung Dashin. Stop. Chung Dashin was terrified, clutching the edge of the tub tightly. He forgot about any plans or schemes. I was wrong. I'll change. Dear sister-in-law, I was wrong. Let Ching Feng apologize to your sister later. No more red sugar eggs. No more. I promise. He was truly scared. Just a few seconds ago, cold water poured into his nose, and Chung Dashin could feel death approaching. Li Yun's hand on his head was so strong he couldn't break free. This Li Yun is crazy. She's a real murderer.
Wrong?
Li Yun stopped and looked at Chung Dashin kindly. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have said your sister is unfilial. Chung Dashin panted heavily, his words a bit incoherent. The red sugar eggs should be eaten.
Springmei is pregnant. Should be eaten.
Yes, that's right. And what else? Li Yun asked, kicking the stick-wielding man who was rushing over to save Chung Dashin, ensuring every Chung family member gets hit. Also, Chung Dashin had never seen a woman with such strength before. His mind went blank. I promise to treat Spring May like my own daughter. Please, let go first, old Master Chung. Li Yun smiled like a villain from a movie and sternly said, Master Chung, your rules don't mean anything to me. I only call you Master, out of respect for my sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you. I'm feeling a bit wronged. I'm just having breakfast peacefully, and you're here scolding and questioning. What's the point? Right? She let go, and Chung Dashin collapsed onto the ground with a thud. He was soaked all over, teeth chattering loudly, whether from cold or fear, no one knew. Oh, my father! Oh, my father! Grandma Wong hurried over, crawling and crying as she hugged Chung Dashin. Are you okay? Huh. Chung Tao also came over, clutching his chest, too scared to look at Li Yun. It was too frightening. This woman was too scary. She was scarier than a ghost. At that moment, the main house door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Chung Foam hobbled out. He had been lying inside, heard the commotion outside, struggled to get up, and just saw his father being pressed into the water jar. He was so scared his legs went weak.
Li Yun.
Are you crazy? He pointed at Li Yun, trembling. How dare you hurt my father? I'll fight you. He picked up a wooden stick that had fallen on the ground, ready to rush forward. The stick was as thick as a child's arm. If it hit someone's head hard enough, it could be deadly. Li Yun's eyes grew colder. She dodged just in time, kicked Chung Feng's stomach, snatched the stick, and with all her strength, slammed it toward the water jar. Bang! The jar, several centimeters thick, shattered with a loud crash, creating a hole the size of a head. Chung Feng was stunned. He knew that jar was very sturdy. He didn't think she could break it with one hit. Even strong workers who work in the fields all year wouldn't be able to do that. Li Yun was not human, not at all. Chung Feng looked into Li Yun's eyes and started trembling uncontrollably. He remembered yesterday at the transport team, Li Yun holding a kitchen knife, chopping at the doorframe. He remembered her hitting him with the back of the knife. He felt scared inside. Wanna hit me? Wanna bully my sister? Li Yun's palm was numb from the shaking, but she didn't throw away the stick. Instead, she weighed it in her hands. If life is too hard, then just give up. Let's see if you guys beat me to death, or if I beat your whole family first. She spoke casually, as if saying, the weather is nice today. But the fierce tone in her voice made everyone shiver. Chung Feng completely lost his courage, shrinking back and not daring to speak. Chung Dashin was still overwhelmed with fear from escaping death, staring intently at Li Yun. Chung Tao was clutching his stomach and vomiting. Old Lady Wang was crying. Li Chunmei was holding De Hua, looking confused, as if she hadn't fully reacted from the shock. Except for De Hua, all the Qing family members were beaten equally. Li Yun still felt upset, so she went to the main house right in front of Li Chunmei and smashed everything inside. Bang! I told you not to make things difficult for me and my sister. Clang! I told you to stop bullying my sister, making her walk several miles to fetch water. Thud! You ruined my good mood early in the morning. Enough! Stop it all. Li Chunmei opened her mouth wide. The Chung family looked ashen. They couldn't fight back. If they scolded, they wondered if they'd get hit again. God knows where she found such strength. Like a wild boar on the mountain, 3 grown men couldn't hold her down. The timid Chung family could only huddle together, trembling and afraid, fearing that the stick might fall on their heads at any moment. After venting her anger, Li Yun finally felt better. She returned to her kind old lady mode and touched De Hua's face. De Hua, don't be afraid. Tomorrow, Auntie will buy you new things, and we won't need Qing family stuff. De Hua tried to understand this, then tilted her head and licked her lips. Okay, see that, sister? Li Yun smiled warmly and patted Li Chunmei's shoulder. Be obedient. If they think you're easy to bully, they'll keep pushing you. If you lose your temper, they'll respect you. From now on, if someone makes you unhappy, just flip the table and make yourself feel better first. Li Chunmei slowly bit her lip, her eyes full of confusion. So this is okay too. At that moment, a loud cry came from outside the Chung family courtyard. Wow, what's going on? Are we being attacked by bandits? It was Wei Fulai's voice. Zhang Dashan's eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Wei Fulai hardly slept all night. He lay on his own earthen bed, tossing and turning like a pancake. But his mind was full of Li Yun's calm yet mysterious face, and the words she said, "I can get some food."
Food.
These two words felt heavier than gold in the winter of 1959. Wei Fulai was the leader of the production team in Xiaoqiao Temple Village, one of the few literate people in the village. He was 48 years old and had been the team leader for over 10 years. He had seen good years with plenty of rain and sunshine and bad years with no harvest at all. But he had never seen a year like this, where they ran out of food before winter even started. He knew the reason. Wei Fulai clearly remembered going to a meeting at the commune last month, where the secretary looked worried. There were reports of people starving to death in other teams, though it was not spoken aloud. The news still spread. Xiaoqiao Temple Village was somewhat better off, thanks to some savings from previous years, plus wild vegetables and tree bark from the mountains, barely holding on. No one had died yet. But how long could they last? Wei Fulai didn't know. He only knew that the wheat seedlings in the fields were sparse, and next spring, the famine might be even worse. The villagers, pale and thin, could collapse at any moment. As the leader, Wei Fulai was the backbone of the village. But what could he do? Ask the commune for food? The commune had no food either. Even if he hanged himself, there would be no food. Go to the county? That was even more difficult. In this moment of despair, Li Yun appeared. She brought pig fat, compressed biscuits, and said she would get food for the village. At first, Wei Fulai didn't believe it. In these times, city people couldn't even eat enough, and she was a girl who just returned from the frontier. Where could she get connections? But the white, shiny pig fat was real. The oil exchanged out had made the 10 most difficult families in the village have some oil in their pots. And the pig fat given to each household was genuine, no fake. Wei Fulai turned over and looked at the dark roof. Outside, the wind was blowing, making a whimpering sound like crying. He thought about the little food they had left: half a bag of sorghum flour, a basket of rotten sweet potatoes, and a few pounds of cornmeal and wheat bran. He planned to eat sparingly, mix in some wild vegetables, and drink porridge at every meal, hoping the family could survive until the new year. But what after the new year? During the lean months, it's the hardest. Wild vegetables haven't grown yet, and the stored food is gone in winter. Not to mention spring planting requires a lot of effort. How can they work hard if they're hungry? Farming isn't like in the city. Just burying seeds in the ground isn't enough. You need to work hard. You have to weed carefully, remove weeds bit by bit. You need to prepare the land, turn the soil, catch pests, and add fertilizer. In dry weather, you have to carry water, scoop by scoop, to water the fields. In the dry northwest, the Xiaoqiao Temple Village is in a mountain valley, without water channels, so watering depends on people carrying buckets of water. In one summer, shoulders can develop large blood blisters. Farmers know well, they can't fool around or be lazy. If they do, the harvest will be small, and the whole family will have to suffer through the winter. But they are hungry. Very hungry. Not just missing a meal or two, but days of starvation. Hunger becomes a state. Everyone is starving. Everyone wants to eat enough, eyes hungry, eager to swallow everything they see. They say that in Qianhoujiao's village, some people have started eating mud to survive. Wei Fulai sighed and thought of Li Yun's eyes. Calm, but firm, not like she was talking nonsense. What if? What if it's true? Wei Fulai muttered to himself. This thought grew wildly, like wild grass. If Li Yun really can get some grain, even just a few hundred jin, it could save many people. The elderly and children in the village who are barely holding on could survive. Just a little grain, to get through the winter famine and spring. Heaven doesn't let hardworking people starve. In summer, there will be wild vegetables, fruits, and tree bark. There's no reason they can't survive. But what if? What if it's all a lie? Wei Fulai turned over again. The straw mat on the Kong was rough and uncomfortable, but he couldn't care less. His old wife sleeping nearby was making loud gurgling sounds from her stomach. Two thoughts fought in his mind, making it impossible for him to close his eyes. As dawn approached, Wei Fulai finally made up his mind. Whether it was true or not, he had to try. If it worked, it would be a way out for the whole village. If it didn't, he was willing to lose face and go to the commune begging for food. Just before dawn, Wei Fulai got up. He specifically put on his eldest son's least patched cotton jacket. After all, he was going to meet someone with connections, so he couldn't look too shabby. His wife, He Yulan, heard he was going to find Li Yun, and after some thought, she insisted he take a bag of dried vegetables with him. There was nothing left at home to give as a gift. The old hen had long been slaughtered, and the bones ground into powder for porridge. Only the dried eggplants from autumn, sun-dried and then cooked with meat in winter, still looked decent and smelled delicious. Wei Fulai's wife, He Yulan, hesitated but finally sighed. If Li Yun really can get some grain, maybe she can send some to Xianglan first. Her mother-in-law doesn't like her, and I don't know how they'll survive. Wei Xianglan was Wei Fulai's eldest daughter, who had given birth to 2 girls in a row. Because her husband's family valued boys over girls, they always found fault with her. He Yulan felt sorry for her daughter and kept thinking about her. She often sent her eldest son to check on Xianglan and secretly bring some grain to help. Otherwise, the 2 children would have starved long ago. I understand. Wei Fulai interrupted her. If there's grain, we'll focus on helping the most difficult first. Our family can hold on. As for Xianglan, I worry about her. He Yulan stopped talking, wiped her tears, and lowered her head to continue cooking. The pot contained a porridge made from bran mixed with ground corn cobs, with some bitter greens added. She added more water, boiling it until even the air seemed bitter, matching her own bitter expression. Wei Fulai left the house, walking on the morning frost toward the village. On the way, he met a few early risers from the village who greeted him. Captain Wei, so early? Yes, got some things to do. Is it about the grain? Someone asked cautiously. Wei Fulai neither denied nor admitted anything. He only said, I'll go take a look. The man's eyes lit up and his voice trembled. Captain Wei, if there really is a way, please think of us. My child. He didn't finish his sentence. His eyes turned red first. Wei Fulai felt a pang in his heart and nodded. Don't worry. Finally, when he reached the outside of the Chung family's yard, it was already bright in the morning. From afar, Wei Fulai saw the gate open, and inside was a mess. His heart sank, and he quickened his steps. He entered the yard, and it was terribly chaotic. The yard looked like it had been robbed. A table was overturned on the ground, with one leg broken. The chairs were leaning and broken apart. Shards of porcelain bowls were scattered everywhere, shining pale in the morning light. Chung Dashin was lying on the ground, eyes closed, groaning softly. Grandma Wang was squatting nearby, wiping tears from her eyes. Chung Tao stood to the side, his face bruised and his eyes swollen. Chung Feng was half sitting on the doorstep of the main house, his backside swollen, probably from yesterday's beating, and now it looked even worse. Li Yun was at the east wing door, holding a bundle and leading a big flower dog. Li Chunmei followed behind her, looking down and also holding a small bundle. Seeing Wei Fulai, the Chung family members looked like they saw a savior. Fulai. Chung Dashin suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Fulai, you're here. Look at this. Look at how our home has been messed up by that troublemaker. Grandma Wang rushed over, crying and sobbing. Uncle, you have to help us. That Li Yun. She's not human. She broke things and even tried to kill your older brother. She's pushing us to the limit. Chung Tao pointed at his own face with a bruise, mumbling loudly. Captain, look. She hit me. An outsider, daring to hit someone in our village. Is there no law anymore? Chung Feng also grunted. Uncle Wei. I almost got beaten to death. The 4 of them talking over each other, crying, wailing, and complaining. Wei Fulai stood in the yard, listening and watching, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. He first looked at Li Yun. Li Yun had no expression on her face. When she saw him looking, she even smiled. Captain Wei is here. Exactly. I was just about to take my sister and Awawa back to our family home. You gave a witness, but it's not that we want to leave. It's because others won't let us stay. She pointed at Chung Dashin. Old Master Cheng told me to leave. I will leave now, but before I go, I must take my sister and Awawa with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone might harm us here. Her words were serious, and Cheng's family members looked worried. Chung Dashin was angry and pointed at her. You're lying. They just thought about it. How could they possibly kill anyone? Li Yun ignored him and looked at Wei Fulai. Wei Fulai then looked at Cheng's family. Chung Dashin was lying on the ground, shouting in pain, but his eyes were darting around, clearly pretending. Grandma Wang was crying loudly, but her eyes kept flickering. Chung Tao's face looked like he had been hit. Chung Feng. Chung Feng was really unlucky, but he brought it on himself. Wei Fulai had been the village team leader for over 10 years. He had seen all kinds of people. He saw through their tricks immediately. Cough, cough, big brother you. He cleared his throat, about to speak, when Chung Dashin suddenly let out an ouch, clutching his chest, turning pale. I can't go on. I can't. I need to go to the hospital. Someone is fighting. Someone might get hurt. While speaking, he secretly looked at Wei Fulai, waiting for him to settle things fairly. Normally, when the team leader arrives and sees this, he would first criticize the person who hit others, comfort the injured, and then mediate. Cheng's family expected the same. They waited for Wei Fulai to scold Li Yun, tell her not to argue with women, make her apologize, and hand over the things. But Wei Fulai's next actions shocked everyone. He was stunned for a moment then. He actually lifted his foot and stepped over Chung Dashin. Yes, he stepped over him, like stepping over a puddle of mud, an obstacle, or something unimportant. Chung Dashin, lying on the ground, watched Wei Fulai's foot cross above him, frozen in place. Grandma Wang's crying suddenly stopped. Chung Tao opened his mouth, forgetting to complain. Chung Feng also forgot to grumble. Li Yun raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Wei Fulai stepped over his half-brother Chung Dashin and walked straight to Li Yun. He forced a stiff smile on his face, still a smile, but a little awkward. Comrade Li Yun, he said in a very low voice, loud enough for everyone in the yard to hear. About the grain.
What you said yesterday.
Is it true? A deathly silence followed. Cheng's family members stared wide-eyed, looking at Wei Fulai as if he were a monster. Li Yun was also stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. Captain Wei came so early just for this?
Yes.
Yes, Wei Fulai nodded, fidgeting nervously. I thought about it all night and couldn't sleep. If you really can get the grain, it would save all of us, everyone in the village. He looked at Li Yun intently, as if clutching at a last straw in desperation. Li Yun understood his sincerity. At least, Captain Wei was genuinely worried for the villagers. So she didn't hide anything and nodded. I can get the grain. Those 3 words made Wei Fulai feel like he had heard heavenly music. He relaxed completely, his shoulders dropping, and he took a deep breath. Good. If you can get it, that's great. Then he remembered something and asked cautiously, how long will it take? Some families in the village are about to run out of patience. Within the next day or 2, I can get it, Li Yun replied. But there's a problem.
Tell me.
Wei Fulai hurriedly said. If there are difficulties, the village will find a way to solve them. Li Yun glanced at Cheng's family, her voice quiet but clear. I can get the grain, but I don't trust my sister and Dahua. You've seen what Cheng's family is like, she continued. Chung Feng works at the transport team and has some inappropriate relations with the daughter of the deputy factory director. I'm worried that while I'm out getting the grain, they might take advantage of my absence to poison my sister and Dahua, so Chung Feng can marry the deputy director's daughter. This news was like a thunderbolt. Wei Fulai suddenly turned around and looked at Chung Feng. Chung Feng's face turned pale instantly, and he blurted out, You're talking nonsense. But his panicked eyes and evasive expression already revealed everything. Wei Fulai then looked at Chung Dashin. Chung Dashin's eyes flickered with fear, and he dared not look directly at him. Madame Wang was even more frightened and lowered her head. Wei Fulai's heart skipped a beat. He remembered what he heard yesterday. Chung Feng was caught cheating during transportation, and Li Yun saw it clearly. At the time, He thought it was just a minor issue and didn't think much of it. But now, hearing Li Yun's words and thinking about Chengfeng's work, and Li Yun even clearly naming the other person's identity, this matter is not simple. If Chengfeng really has ambitions to climb higher, then Li Chunmei and her daughter staying at Cheng's house won't have an easy life. He knew his older brother well. He cared about reputation and followed rules. Although he wouldn't commit murder, he definitely would torment his daughter-in-law. It's normal for Li Yun to be worried. Wei Fulai's face darkened. Seeing the situation turning bad, Zheng Tao quickly stepped forward. Captain Wei, don't listen to her nonsense. My older brother is just confused for a moment. There's no way he poisoned his sister-in-law. That would be illegal. Illegal? Li Yun continued to sneer. Nowadays, many people die of starvation. If one or two more die, who would bother to investigate? If my sister died from malnutrition or starvation, who could say anything? Li Chunmei shook her head and pulled Dehua. Zheng Tao was speechless. Wei Fulai's alarm bells rang even louder. He took a deep breath and said to Li Yun, Comrade Li Yun, don't worry. As long as you can get some food, your sister and Dehua will be safe. The village will take responsibility. He paused and made a firm decision. Then, you all should stay in the village cave for now. That cave is old and broken, but it can still hold people. I'll have my wife and your sister-in-law go with you, and a few women will take turns watching over you. With villagers watching, nothing will happen. His words were firm and decisive. The family was completely stunned. They had hoped Wei Fulai would seek justice, but instead, he not only didn't scold Li Yun but also arranged a place for her to stay and even sent people to protect her. How did it come to this? It was clearly Li Yun who was hitting people in Cheng's house and pushing Cheng Dashan into the water. Why was she the one needing protection? What is going on in this world? How can they turn black into white? The person who hits others isn't punished, but the one who gets hit is scolded? Oh heavens, why don't you open your eyes and see? The family members were so angry they almost shouted to the sky. They wanted to ask Wei Fulai, are you blind? Can't you see the broken belongings all over the ground? Can't you see the injuries on their bodies? Clearly, they're the ones being wronged. Yu, Cheng Dashan got up from the ground, pointing at Wei Fulai, trembling with anger. Wei Fulai, do you have any conscience? Our family has been bullied like this, and you don't speak up for justice, but instead go to praise that woman's bad behavior. You're blinded by money, seeing grain, and you forget everything. Madame Wang also scolded through tears. Wei Fulai, are you even human? We've lived in the same village for decades. Your wife and my husband grew up together. How can you treat us like this? Zheng Tao was even more furious, speaking without thinking. Captain Wei, you're protecting her so much. When our family gains power, don't come crying to us. His words were harsh, and Wei Fulai's face darkened. What does it mean to have power? It seems your family is determined to make Feng become like Chen Shimi, climbing up the social ladder in the city, right? No wonder Li Yun is so angry. If it were his daughter being treated like this, he wouldn't just break their legs. He'd do much worse. Wei Fulai turned around and looked at the family members as if they were rotten mud. Cheng Dashan, he said very seriously, you say I'm blinded by money? Yes, I am. But I see money as saving lives. Saving food, Wei Fulai pointed outside the yard. Go take a look. Look at the children in the village who are so hungry they can barely walk. Look at the elderly who are close to death. Ask them, do they care about your family's reputation, or do they just want a meal to survive? Cheng Dashan was speechless, choked by his words. In our village, everyone knows each other. You look down on Chunmei's family because they're poor and you dislike that they have a girl, so you treat them badly. In the winter, they go to the mountains to fetch water. In the summer, they weed the fields. They don't even leave enough food for themselves, and at night, they rush to make rope. Wei Fulai continued scolding. You say I protect Li Yun? Yes, I do. If she can really get grain and save the whole village, I'd serve her like a horse or a cow. He became more and more excited. Your family cares about face rules and being the head of the household. Fine, you all should shut the door and act quickly. Don't delay saving the whole village. These words were spoken with great seriousness, and the family members turned pale. Wei Fulai took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and finally looked at Qing Dashan. Qing Dashan, if you don't want to take care of your son, fine, I will do it for you. I will go to the commune and report that Qing Feng is trying to cheat and climb higher. Let's see if the transport team still wants this kind of worker, he paused, then added. If you think that's not enough, I will tell your mother. The old lady is still at my seventh brother's house, and these days she's been starving and refusing to eat. Let her hear what her eldest son and grandson have done to shame your ancestors' good name. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Qing Dashan sank to the ground, looking as if he had lost all hope. He was not afraid of anything, except his mother. The old lady was 78 years old, stubborn, and if she found out what Qing Feng had done, she would be furious and might even die from anger.
And
she was at Wei Laoqi's house. Wei Laoqi was Wei Fulai's younger brother. If this news got out, Qing Dashan couldn't even imagine. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse, staring at Li Yun with a look like he was seeing a monster. Do as you wish. Do as you wish. He gave up. This time he surrendered. Li Yun still had a half-smile on her face. She knew her grandfather very well. But the debts had to be paid little by little, and the wrongs had to be righted gradually. She wanted her family to see clearly how Li Chunmei had escaped hardship and was living a good life. Wei Fulai no longer looked at Qing Dashan and turned to Li Yun. Comrade Li Yun, let's go. I'll take you to the cave. Li Yun nodded and looked at Li Chunmei. The latter still didn't understand why eating 2 eggs had caused such a big fuss. But she had been married to Qing Feng for several years, and with just a glance, she could tell what he was feeling. Qing Feng really didn't want to be with her anymore. Her mind felt like it was hit hard, her ears and head buzzing, and she dazedly followed Li Yun. Li Yun knew that Li Chunmei might still be soft-hearted. But today, she had already upset her mother too much, so she would take it slow. Big sister, you shouldn't just think about yourself. Think about Dahua too. With a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. These days, Dahua stays at home, and she can't even fill her stomach. Li Yun gently persuades, acting like the most understanding sister in the world. You're not being kicked out. You're just staying with me for a while to rest and recover. Maybe Qing Feng will change by then. Change? No way. Unless dogs can learn to stop eating poop, pigs can fly. She knows very well what kind of person her scoundrel father is. This is just an excuse to make Li Chunmei leave. Yes, yes, yes. Li Chunmei grabs Li Yun's hand, as if convincing herself in a whisper. Just stay with you for a little while. Li Yun then follows Wei Fu out. As they pass by Qing Zhou's family, she doesn't even look at them. Qing Dashan sits on the ground, watching their backs as they leave. He looks at the mess in the yard and suddenly spits out a mouthful of water with a loud, wow. He hasn't eaten anything this morning, and his stomach feels sour. But he can't vomit anything. Her father, Wang Posey, screams. Qing Tao is also panicked. Father. Qing Feng leans on the doorstep, wanting to move but feeling pain every time he does, so he can only watch helplessly. Outside the yard wall, neighbors peek over, but don't come in. All the commotion just now was heard by everyone nearby, but no one came out to stop or help.
why?
Because they are starving. So hungry they have no strength to care about others. So hungry they have no mood to stand on moral high ground and defend Qing Zhou's family rules. Moreover, Li Yun has pig fat in her hands and might get some grain later. To be honest, if Li Yun liked to interfere in Qing Zhou's family matters, she could stay even if she was beaten to death, and no one in the village would care. Living is more important than anything. Qing Zhou's family looks at the indifferent eyes outside the yard wall, and their last hope shatters. They support each other and go inside, closing the door, like a pack of defeated dogs. They never thought that, according to the original plan, after more than 10 years, the person who would be beaten, watched, and gossiped about would actually be Li Chunmei. She would be holding her children, torn apart and beaten by Qing Feng, with her 2 kids desperately biting their father, tears streaming down their faces. Now, the people who were once beaten, laughed at, and ignored have become family members. It feels like a cycle of cause and effect, and justice has finally been served. On the village road, Wei Fulai was walking with Li Yun and the others toward the village office. "Comrade Li Yun," he said quickly as he walked, "the cave was dug a few years ago. It was originally for storing grain, but since the grain is gone, it's empty now. It's a bit damp, but with some cleaning, it can be lived in. I asked my wife to bring over bedding, and I'll get some firewood." Li Yun followed behind him, listening to his rambling plans, knowing that Wei Fulai truly cared about the villagers. The cave was a bit broken. Windows leaked rain, the walls were peeling, and most of the paper on the windows was torn, but it could still block the wind. Wei Fuxing personally helped with the repairs. A few villagers who had shared oil yesterday heard the news and came to help. In just half a day, the house was barely livable. He Yulon even brought her old quilt, patched up but usable. Wei Fulai's eldest son, Wei Dagong, stayed silent and stacked some firewood in the corner. His wife, Wang Chui, kindly helped warm the stove and told her children to play with Dawawa. "Big sister, you can stay here for now," Li Yun said as she made the bed. She looked around and quietly thought about what she needed to buy. "Tell me what's missing. I'll get it." Li Chunmei held her hand, tears welling up in her eyes.
Sister.
I've been kicked out. What should I do?" "You weren't kicked out," Li Yun said, patting her hand to comfort her. "You left with me, openly and honestly, to start a new life. They didn't bully you because your family lives far away. Don't be afraid. From today on, I am your family." Li Chunmei froze, then hugged Li Yun and cried loudly. All her accumulated frustration over the past days poured out, and she cried like a wolf howling in the mountains. Dawawa didn't know what was happening and sat by the stove playing with her fingers. Wei Fulai's grandson eagerly reached for her hand, sniffing the sweet aroma of red sugar and eggs in her mouth, drooling with envy. Li Yun patted Li Chunmei, and her determination to earn money grew stronger. He Yulon sighed softly and said wistfully, "Cry now, and after that, everything will be good." After settling everything, Li Yun followed Wei Fuxing and the village accountant Zhang Hui, a tall, thin woman in her 40s, to the county. Zhang Hui's full name is Zhang Shuilan. She is one of the few literate women in the village, able to do basic arithmetic within 100. This is already quite impressive. Her husband died 2 years ago, leaving her with 2.5 children. She is clever and quick at calculating. Wei Fuxing brought her along to act as a witness and to help with the calculations. Zhang Shuilan also carried a long, narrow bag on her back, though no one knew what was inside. Li Yun took a few more glances at it. The dirt road was muddy and difficult to walk on, with each step shallow or deep. Wei Fuxing and Zhang Shuilan were both panting, but Li Yun remained calm. She had worked on construction sites, slaughtered pigs, swept streets, and sold things at stalls before, so her strength was much better than that of malnourished people in this era. When they reached the county, the sun was already high in the sky. Li Yun kept sending messages in her mind. The latest message in the group chat was from last night, around 11. "Lao Zhang grain and oil. Got scammed again. This batch of cornmeal is mixed with white flour. They promised it was ground using traditional stone mills, but it's too fine, and the white flour content is over the limit. Who wants it? Everyone's talking about eating coarse grains for health now, so this stuff won't sell. Over 2 tons, all sold at a low price, 6 mao per jean. Hurry up if you want some." There were also a few pictures attached. The yellowish cornmeal was packed in burlap sacks, with a bowl placed nearby. The cornmeal in the bowl was lighter in color than usual and had a finer texture. Li Yun looked carefully at the pictures and understood the situation. This so-called excess white flour in the mixture was actually a good thing in her view. What was cornmeal like in 1959? Rough, coarse, with bran and even corn husk powder mixed in. They couldn't grind it so fine, almost as if they ground the entire corn husk and ate it. But the picture showed that, although it was mixed with white flour, the color was still yellow like normal cornmeal, just finer and with a much better texture. Most importantly, the price was 6 mao per jean. According to the system exchange rate, recharging 1 yuan in 1959 would give a balance of 10 yuan. That means, in this era, 6 fin could buy a jean of this adulterated cornmeal. The usual cornmeal on the market costs about 8 to 10 cents per jean, half a kilogram, and requires ration tickets. Black market prices are higher. One jean of cornmeal without a ticket can sell for 15 to 20 cents in 1959 currency. Li Yun quickly calculated in her mind. She could offer 7 cents per jean, equivalent to 71 cents per kilogram, without needing ration tickets. For buyers, this is cheaper than the market price, and they don't need tickets. For her, earning 1 cent per jean means 20 yuan for 2,000 jean, a significant amount considering the prices of that time. More importantly, this batch of cornmeal was mixed with white flour, which was actually an advantage in this era. It was finer, tastier, and more filling. She decided to go ahead. So, while on the way, Li Yun opened Lao Zhang's profile and privately messaged, "I want a lot. Can you ship today?" The other person replied almost instantly, "Yes. Send me the address, and it will arrive this afternoon." Li Yun still doesn't understand how group buying and shipping work. Almost as soon as she orders, she can pick up the goods from the WeChat warehouse. But the problem is, she doesn't have enough money right now. So, she has to collect the payment first. When Li Yun was riding back to Xiaoqiao Temple Village, she had already chosen the meeting spot. About 10 miles west of the county transport team, there's an abandoned kiln. That kiln isn't far from the county seat, but it's remote, with no one around. Although the kiln is abandoned, the kiln cave can still block the wind and rain, making it an ideal place for a transaction. On the way, Wei Fulai hesitated and kept glancing at Li Yun. He had spent the whole night calculating. There are 50 households in Xiaoqiao Temple Village, with about 300 people. At the minimum, each person needs half a jean of grain daily, which totals 150 jean per day. That's 4,500 jean of grain in a month. But he knew this wasn't possible. Not even 500 jean, let alone 4,500 jean, was a realistic amount. Originally, the village was running a large canteen, but the team ate all the grain. At first, they had rice porridge, then porridge made from bran and high-starch bread made from corn husk flour, and finally, it turned into clear broth with little to no food. This porridge was so clear you could see a reflection in it, and after drinking it, people would be hungry again within an hour. The commune saw this wasn't sustainable, so they simply distributed the grain again, and each family ate their own. But now the problem is that the whole country has no grain. The first issue was in 1958 when officials reported false crop yields everywhere. In Gansu, a dry land, 1 acre could only produce about 300 jean of wheat at most. But all the local reports claimed 5,000 or even 10,000 jean per acre. If they reported less, it would hurt the revolution. They dared not report the truth. So, the reports were sent up, and the authorities believed them. If you said 1,000 jean per acre, the government would buy that much. The actual amount of grain collected was very small. When the grain trucks arrived in the village, they took everything, seeds and food, leaving nothing behind. The granaries were cleaned so thoroughly they looked like they had been washed, with not a single grain left for winter. Last year, there was a big steel-making campaign. All the strong workers were sent to make steel and build reservoirs. People built high furnaces on the mountains, and the wheat in the fields rotted in the ground. Potatoes also rotted in the soil. No one harvested anything. In places that rely on the weather, they depend on this one harvest each year. People left, the grain was gone, and the roots were cut off. Then they tried to set up large communal kitchens, taking all the village's iron pots to make steel, and everyone crowded into the kitchens to eat and drink wildly. Within 2 months, the grain was finished. When the kitchens shut down, the villagers had no pots left. They couldn't even secretly cook wild vegetables because they had no tools, only waiting to starve. Wei Fulai felt very frustrated. We clearly had a poor harvest, clearly no grain left. Who dares to say otherwise? Anyone who claims a reduced harvest is just hiding and dividing the grain privately. Anyone who says people starved is just spreading false rumors. The team leader didn't dare tell the commune. The growth team leader didn't dare tell the team leader. One level hid from the next, and by the time the higher authorities found out how hard things were, the village had been without grain for several months. Wei Fulai clenched his teeth and said a number he himself found ridiculous. 1,500 jin. Is that even possible? After saying it, he couldn't help but laugh, bitterly. 1,500 jin of grain, in those days, could pile up into a small mountain. Li Yun, a young girl, where could she get that much? But Li Yun's answer almost made him and Accountant Zhang fall over. There is. Li Yun flipped through her WeChat messages. But you have to pay first. Wei Fulai paused, and Accountant Zhang looked hopeful. How much? How much money? Wei Fulai quickly calculated in his mind. 1/5 of a pound costs 7 cents, so 1,500 pounds would be 105 yuan. The village's account still has 87.3 yuan, and with contributions from each family, they can barely make up 100 yuan. But this is the village's last savings. What if Li Yun is a scammer? Wei Fulai's palms were sweaty. Li Yun saw his hesitation and didn't rush him. Captain Wei, it's up to you whether you believe it. You give the money, and I'll take you to get the grain. Wei Fulai clenched his teeth. I believe. The three of them eagerly headed towards the county. After walking about 10 miles, they reached the transport team's yard near noon. The yard looked the same as before, dilapidated and covered in oil stains. A few workers were repairing a vehicle. When they saw Wei Fulai and Li Yun, they paused and recognized them. Isn't that Qingfeng's sister-in-law who caused trouble the other day? Wei Fulai mustered his courage and approached. Comrade, we're looking for Secretary Ma. Secretary Ma is in a meeting. One worker glanced at Li Yun. He won't be back until the afternoon. Wei Fulai's heart sank. But Li Yun was calm. She turned and asked, Who is in charge here? Secretary Ding is here, the worker replied. Then, I want to see Secretary Ding. The workers looked at each other, and finally someone went to call him. Secretary Ding was a man in his early 30s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, wearing glasses and refined in appearance. He came out and saw Li Yun frowning. He recognized her too.
You.
Are you Comrade Li Yun? Secretary Ding, because of Wei Daqiao, had a good impression of Li Yun and spoke gently. Is there something you want to see the secretary about? Li Yun stepped forward and lowered her voice. Secretary Ding, I have a business deal. I want to work with the transport team. A business? Secretary Ding was surprised and also lowered his voice. What kind of business? Grain. Li Yun said clearly, cornmeal, 7 cents per pound, no ticket needed. Secretary Ding's eyes widened instantly. 7 cents per pound? No ticket? This price was 1 to 3 cents lower than the market price, and no ticket was required. Now, grain coupons were more valuable than money. So his first thought was scam. In these times, who would offer such a good deal? He looked at Li Yun, then at Wei Fulai and Accountant Zhang, and asked suspiciously, Where did you get this grain? Imported from Xinjiang. Li Yun remained calm. My foster father has some connections at a farm in Xinjiang. This batch was originally meant for export, but due to mishandling, it was mixed with white flour and became defective. She spoke confidently, but Secretary Ding still didn't believe her. How much do you have? He asked cautiously. At least 4,000 jin, Li Yun said with full confidence. However, Secretary Ding became more suspicious. Her tone was too bold. Nowadays, food is scarce everywhere. Who would dare guarantee they can get food? He thought for a moment and said, Then, I'll need 400 jin first. But I want to see the goods before paying. This is standard practice. But Li Yun shook her head. No, payment first, then delivery. Secretary Ding's face darkened. He glanced at Wei Fulai, who looked honest and straightforward. That won't do. What if you take the money and run? Li Yun thought for a moment and offered a solution. Secretary Ding, our village also needs to buy grain. I can set the meeting point near your transport team. You bring the money, and if you're satisfied when you see the goods, we can exchange money and goods at the same time. That sounds reasonable. Secretary Ding hesitated for a moment. 400 jin of grain at 7 cents per jin totals 28 yuan. For the transport team, that's not a lot. Plus, the transaction is nearby, so the risk is manageable. Most importantly, the transport team is really desperate. Over 300 people in the team haven't received their grain rations this month. The canteen has been out of food for 2 days, and workers are eating wild vegetable porridge. If this continues, not only will they be unable to work, but people might starve to death. Above, they were told to find their own way, and Secretary Ma kept going to report their plight. But what could they do? They aren't magicians who can conjure food out of thin air. So, Li Yun's appearance was like a lifeline. Even if it's a scam, Secretary Ding wanted to try. What if it's real? He clenched his teeth. All right, I'll take the 400 gene first. But if the goods are not right or you run away, I'll call the police. Rest assured, Li Yun said. They agreed to meet at 6 in the evening at an abandoned kiln 10 miles west of the county town. After leaving the transport team, Wei Fulai whispered, "Comrade Li Yun, is 400 gene enough for them?" "Of course it is," Li Yun nodded. "Secretary Ding doesn't believe me. Let's buy a little less first. When the goods arrive and he sees it's real, he will naturally add more. So, for our village's 1,500 gene, let's do it all together," Li Yun said. "But Captain Wei, the rules are the same. Payment must be made first." Wei Fulai and Accountant Zhang exchanged a glance. After a moment, Accountant Zhang unfastened her waistband, took out a cloth bag, and opened it layer by layer. Inside were various bills, 10 yuan notes, 5 yuan notes, 1 yuan notes, and some small change. She counted again and finally said softly, "The village's account has a total of 103 yuan, 7 jiao, and 2 fun." Wei Fulai took the money, handed it to Li Yun, and his hands trembled. "Comrade Li Yun, this is the life of the whole village." Li Yun took the money, feeling its weight. She knew how heavy it was. This might be the last savings of Little Grass Temple Village, the only hope for more than 300 people to survive. Don't worry. She put the money into her padded jacket pocket, but actually transferred it directly into her WeChat balance. In the next second, the balance jumped and the number changed. Wallet. 1,437.2. Li Yun quickly ordered 2,000 jin, spending 1,200 yuan. Seeing this big order, Laozhong Grain and Oil was very happy and immediately shipped the goods. Li Yun looked at the dozens of bags of cornmeal in the warehouse and let out a small sigh of relief. Around 3 p.m., Li Yun took Wei Fulai and Accountant Zhang to the abandoned kiln. The kiln was on a barren hillside, surrounded by yellowed weeds, with a few bare trees in the distance. The kiln was made of bricks, half collapsed, but the remaining part could still block the wind. Li Yun went inside to take a look. It was dirty inside, with some moldy bundles of corn stalks scattered around. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. The sky was gloomy, as if it might snow. Wei Fulai was worried about the grain and pulled Accountant Zhang to sit by the roadside and wait. In his mind, such a large amount of grain could only be transported by truck. The weather was cold, and it got dark early. Wei Fulai couldn't see a watch or clock, so he could only guess the time, which was probably just past 5 o'clock. Suddenly, there was the sound of a truck approaching, and Wei Fulai looked up excitedly. But it was just Secretary Ding with his brother-in-law, Wei Daqiao. Wei Fulai felt a bit disappointed and sank back down. Besides Wei Daqiao, Secretary Ding brought 2 workers, each carrying a stick at their waist. Wei Fulai became a little cautious and pulled Accountant Zhang and Li Yun back slightly. The truck stopped outside the kiln, and a few people got out and entered the cave. The inside was dark, with dirt and broken bricks on the ground. There was nothing but corn stalks, no other supplies. Secretary Ding looked unhappy, covering his small bag. "Where's the goods?" "Not here yet." Li Yun glanced at her WeChat, checking the time. "We agreed to trade at 6 o'clock. There's still an hour. Are you playing us?" Secretary Ding's voice turned cold. "You're overthinking it." Li Yun smiled and looked at the 2 men behind Secretary Ding, who had fierce expressions. "If you're worried, you can wait here. If the goods don't arrive by 6, you can just leave. A deal that rushes is not a real deal." If she wasn't trying to connect with the county transport team, she wouldn't be here trying to sell. Nowadays, everywhere is short of grain. Secretary Ding checked his watch and looked at the gloomy sky outside. "All right, let's wait a little longer." The group sat down in a relatively clean spot outside the cave.
Time passed second by second.
It was 5:30. It was getting colder outside the cave. Wei Fulai and Accountant Zhang hunched their necks, rubbing their hands. The 2 workers with Secretary Ding also looked impatient, whispering, Is it really here? I have my doubts. This remote countryside, where would the grain come from? Even if they're drivers from another province, they wouldn't take this broken road. Secretary Ding's face grew darker. Li Yun sat at the back, closing her eyes as if resting. She could have traded earlier, but that would reveal she was alone. The watch's hands pointed to 6 o'clock. A wind started to blow outside, whistling like ghostly cries. Snowflakes began to fall lightly from the sky. At the end of the road, there was still no movement. Secretary Ding suddenly stood up quickly, looking very angry. Comrade Li Yun, explain yourself. Wei Fulai and Accountant Zhang also looked worried, staring at Li Yun with hopeless expressions. Li Yun stood up and walked toward the outside, looking out at the road. On the empty hillside, besides the broken truck, there was nothing else. It started to snow. At first, tiny snowflakes fell on her face, stinging a little. Then large snowflakes began to fall from the gray sky, quickly covering the ground in white. It's snowing, Accountant Zhang muttered, his voice full of despair. No food, and now snowing too. How will we get through this winter? Secretary Ding lost his patience and turned to leave. But unexpectedly, Li Yun suddenly turned around and headed into the cave. Where are you going? Secretary Ding asked cautiously. Is someone still hiding inside? Wei Daqiao and a few workers stared tightly at Li Yun, afraid someone might come out of the cave to rob them. In 1959, public safety wasn't very good. Truck drivers often encountered robberies, which was common. So some factories and production units had their own security teams. I'm going to check inside, Li Yun said without looking back. Wait here. She went into the deepest part of the cave, where it was darker, and there were some broken bricks piled up. Li Yun opened 2 bundles of moldy corn stalks, revealing a large open space underneath. Goods have been delivered. The next second, 20 neatly stacked burlap sacks were placed under the corn stalks. They were stacked high and orderly. She counted 20 sacks of corn flour. Each sack weighed 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, totaling exactly 2,000 jin. Li Yun covered the sacks with a torn straw mat, then sprinkled some dust on top, trying to make it look like the grain had been stored there for a while. Next to the sacks, there were also a few bundles for vintage hot water bottles, a set of Xinjiang cotton quilts, and 2 sets of cotton padded jackets with fur trim. Li Yun had bought these items in a group chat. Hot water bottles cost 15 yuan each, cotton quilts 80 yuan each, and cotton jackets 120 yuan per set. Although she spent quite a bit of her balance, it was worth it. Li Yun took a deep breath and turned to leave. How did it go? Secretary Ding asked with a frown as she came out. The goods have arrived. Li Yun nodded and said, Come in and move it. Everyone was stunned. Is it here? Secretary Ding was the first to doubt.
Where?
I didn't see anything. I came along this road, but I didn't see any vehicle. It's inside. Li Yun turned to Wei Fulai and said, Captain, it was just delivered. We probably need to call someone to help move it. Wei Fulai immediately went inside. Secretary Ding looked uncertain, but followed Wei Daqiao inside. Accountant Zhang glanced at the 2 workers, holding a long bundle, but didn't move. They reached the innermost part. Li Yun lifted the mat in front of everyone and saw a pile of burlap sacks. Everyone present was stunned. This is... Secretary Ding's voice trembled.
Kurmeal, Li Yun Nuda.
2,000 jin. You want 400 jin. The rest belongs to Xiao Chao Temple Village. I need to take it. Wei Fulai rushed forward, trembling as he untied a sack. The pale yellow cornmeal was revealed, shimmering softly in the dim light. He grabbed a handful, brought it to his nose, and smelled the aroma of grain. He couldn't believe it. He took another small pinch and put it in his mouth. The raw flour dissolved in his mouth, rough yet delicate. It had the fresh scent of corn and a hint of sweet white flour. It was real. It was truly grain. And good grain. The best quality grain. Tears welled up in Wei Fulai's eyes. This man in his 60s squatted on the ground, clutching a handful of raw cornmeal, stuffing it into his mouth while crying, tears like a child's. Wei Daqiao also rushed over, grabbing some flour and stuffing it into his mouth, coughing as he choked but still eating. Open my eyes, open my eyes. Wei Fulai knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the burlap sacks. Heavenly Father. Heaven has opened its eyes. Li Yun watched this scene, feeling a complex mix of emotions. She remembered her mother talking about 1959, always with a look of fear. Back then, we were so hungry we wanted to eat dirt. It wasn't an exaggeration. They were truly starving to the point where they could eat raw grain, kneel, and cry like children. Secretary Ding. Li Yun spoke, her voice slightly louder. The goods are checked. Where's the money? Secretary Ding only then realized what was happening. He quickly took out the money from his pocket, 28 yuan, which he had prepared in advance. He handed it to Li Yun with both hands, looking very grateful. Comrade Li Yun, I'm really sorry. It was all a misunderstanding. Look at this grain, can we buy a little more? No. It was agreed that this grain is sold to us by Comrade Li Yun. Before he finished speaking, Wei Fulai suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Secretary Ding and shouting loudly, "This is our village's life-saving grain. If the village goes hungry like this, people will die. Even if the heavens come down today, we won't let it be taken." He shouted so loudly that his veins bulged on his neck. Li Yun hadn't yet reacted when Zhang the accountant, who was outside guarding, rushed in holding a long cloth bag. Who's trying to steal the grain? Zhang lifted the cloth bag, revealing a shiny, well-cleaned earth rifle, looking mighty, like a warrior god. At this moment, the slow realization dawned on Li Yun, and she remembered some details from her memory. In 1961, a criminal gang was nearby, robbing people on the road. The militia captain from Kaichao Temple Village shot and killed 3 of them, wounded 2, and was himself seriously injured. This news was even published in the newspapers at the time. The militia captain's last name seemed to be Zhang. Li Yun carefully examined Zhang the accountant and couldn't help but admire. This is the true value of the older generation. Seeing the gun, Secretary Ding and Wei Daqiao's faces turned pale. The joy they felt about the grain disappeared instantly. They didn't doubt for a second that the other side might shoot. In those days, stealing grain was like stealing lives. And in this remote countryside, if they were killed, beaten, or buried, who would know? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Comrade, let's talk this over. I genuinely want to buy it. I even brought the money from the transport team's account. Secretary Ding hurriedly waved his hands. It's my fault for not doing my job properly. Well, Comrade Li Yun, how much do you still have? We want it all. I'll go back and report to Secretary Ma.
Tomorrow, we need 2,000 jin. No.
3,000 jin. All right, we'll exchange the grain here in 3 days. Li Yun stood behind Zhang the accountant, looking somewhat envious at the gun, and said, "The price is still 70%, no tickets. Pay half as a deposit first, and then find 2 more people to help us transport the grain back." Good. That's right. Secretary Ding had the workers load the grain onto the truck, leaving the remaining 16 bags set aside separately. Accountant Zhang held a gun and guarded the grain, alert and watchful, not leaving even a step. While loading the truck, Li Yun also took the opportunity to bring up a thermos, a quilt, and a cotton-padded jacket. When Wei Fulai saw this, he paused in surprise. "What is this?" "I asked a friend to bring it," Li Yun said casually. "It's cold now for my sister and the children to use. After winter, we'll get a separate house." She spoke lightly, but Wei Fulai suddenly remembered something and rubbed his hands excitedly. Yes, this is important. When I get back, I'll write you a note and an introduction letter, so we can settle the household registration as soon as possible." Wei Fulai's eyes were now only on the grain. Everything else was unimportant. Once everything was loaded, it was already dark. The snow was falling more heavily, covering the ground with a thick layer. Secretary Ding first took the grain back to the county transport team. Wei Daqiao drove, carrying Li Yun, Wei Fulai, and Accountant Zhang, slowly heading towards Xiaochao Temple Village. On the way, Wei Fulai kept holding the sack, as if clutching a newborn baby. He occasionally opened the bag, sniffed inside, then smiled foolishly. Accountant Zhang also smiled, then suddenly wiped his eyes and said, "Captain, our village.
We are saved.
My son can eat well now." Li Yun sat in the car, looking out at the snow falling all around, feeling a warm fire in her heart. The first step was completed. They had grain, money, and connections. Most importantly, she was no longer an illegal resident. The snow was falling wildly. The truck struggled through the snow-covered road. It was the oldest truck from the transport team, a broken-down Liberation model, with dim headlights barely illuminating the muddy road buried under snow. Driver Wei Daqiao's hands, holding the steering wheel, were red and frozen. His breath formed white mist inside the cab, freezing into frost. Inside the truck, the sacks piled up like a small mountain. 1,600 jin of cornmeal, covered with an oilcloth. But the smell of grain still seeped through the gaps, drifting out in the cold night, especially clear. Li Yun sat in the front passenger seat, while Wei Fu Lai and Accountant Zhang, worried about the grain, squeezed into the back seat. Wei Fu Lai was also holding a cloth bag, not a whole sack, but a small portion of cornmeal that he carefully took out after breaking a small hole while carrying grain. He held it gently, occasionally bringing it to his nose to smell, then chuckled foolishly. As he laughed, tears started to fall again. Comrade Zhang, smell this. Smell this aroma. Wei Fu Lai handed the handful of meal to Accountant Zhang's nose. Is it fragrant?
Huh?
Is it fragrant? Accountant Zhang took a deep breath and nodded. It's fragrant. Really fragrant. This is proper food. Wei Fu Lai pinched a small amount and tasted it carefully. The raw flour melted on his tongue, rough yet delicate, with a fresh corn scent and something else. He paused, tasted again, and suddenly widened his eyes. This flour has white flour mixed in. What? Accountant Zhang also took a bit to taste. After a moment, he muttered, It's mixed with white flour. They looked at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Back then, cornmeal was just cornmeal, coarse, rough, often mixed with bran or cob flour. But this flour was not only fine, but also had a good texture. It was clearly carefully ground and mixed with precious, white flour. 7 cents a jin? And no receipt? Wei Fu Lai suddenly turned around, looking at Li Yun in the front row, his voice trembling. Comrade Li Yun, your friend is like a living bodhisattva. This grain, Li Yun didn't turn around, only said calmly, Captain Wei, grain is just grain. As long as it fills the stomach, where it comes from doesn't matter. That's what she said, but Wei Fu Lai's heart was in turmoil. He had been a team leader for over 10 years and knew very well the value of grain. This kind of cornmeal mixed with white flour, sold on the black market, could fetch a price of 15 cents a jin. But Li Yun's friend was selling it for 7 cents? This wasn't just business. It was saving lives. It was like a living bodhisattva descending to earth. Wei Fu Lai suddenly remembered the statue of Guanyin in the temple, kind and compassionate, saving all beings. He thought that Li Yun's friend who sold grain was probably just like that. The car continued to move forward. The snow fell heavier and heavier, like goose feathers covering the windshield, with the wipers struggling to clear the snow. The world was covered in a white, endless snow, making it hard to tell where the road ended and the fields began. Suddenly, Wei Daqiao slammed on the brakes. What's wrong? Wei Fu Lai was startled, and Accountant Zhang clutched the gun in his arms. It seemed like there was a sound. Wei Daqiao's face turned pale as he listened carefully. Everyone held their breath. Li Yun tilted her head slightly. Amid the wind, she faintly heard a baby's cry. It was soft, weak, and intermittent, like a kitten calling. In this remote countryside, on a snowy night? Is it a ghost? Wei Daqiao's voice trembled. Nowadays, many people die of hunger, and there's a lot of resentment. People say it's easy for ghosts to appear. Especially children. Many die young, and it's said they turn into little ghosts crying by the roadside to lure people. Wei Daqiao's hands trembled as he drove. But Li Yun frowned. She was sharp-eared and could hear clearly. It wasn't a ghost crying, but a real child. Stop the car. She patted the window. I'll go down and see if someone's in trouble or if a child is stranded on the road. Don't stop, Wei Daqiao urged anxiously. This place feels evil. Stop the car. Li Yun's voice grew firmer. Reluctantly, Wei Daqiao stopped the car. Li Yun opened the door, and the wind and snow rushed in, cold enough to make her shiver. She jumped out and followed the sound to the roadside. The snow was half a foot deep, and it crunched under her feet. She stepped carefully, approaching a withered tree. Under the tree, there was a broken grass basket overturned. The crying she heard earlier was coming from inside the basket. Li Yun squatted down and lifted the basket. Inside was a naked baby girl. Completely naked, with no clothes at all. Her skin was blue and purple from the cold, covered with a thin layer of snow. The child was so thin her ribs stuck out, and her little belly was swollen, likely from long-term hunger. The crying was faint, like a mosquito's buzz. Her tiny mouth was open, but she couldn't make much sound. It looked like she had been abandoned here for hours. Li Yun's heart sank. She turned to look at the footprints on the road. The heavy snow covered the mountain path and hid any signs of a crime. When she was young, elders had told her that during times of famine, there were many cases of children being abandoned, especially for baby girls. When they are born and found to be girls, some families cannot afford to raise them and simply secretly abandon them. But in such cold weather, leaving the baby in the snow, with a basket turned upside down on top, clearly shows they didn't want the child to survive. She reached out and touched the baby's chest, feeling the faint movement of her breath. There was still hope. Li Yun took off her cotton jacket, wrapped the baby inside, pressed her against her chest, and used her body heat to warm her. The baby was so cold, she was almost like an ice block.
Kumrada Li Yun.
Come back quickly, Wei Fulai shouted anxiously from the car. Li Yun hurriedly ran back, holding the baby in her arms.
What?
What is this? Wei Fulai saw the bundle in her arms and froze. Where did this baby come from? Under that withered tree over there, Li Yun said. It was probably left there by someone. Captain, when the snow stops tomorrow, please ask around to see if anyone nearby has lost a child. Though she spoke politely, everyone present knew the truth. This was clearly an intentional abandonment. They didn't want the child to survive. Even if someone asked, no one would admit it. During times of famine, asking around was not as simple as adding a few chopsticks and a bowl. Moreover, in rural areas, ideas were backward. People didn't understand contraception or basic health knowledge. If a woman got pregnant, she would give birth. If she couldn't raise the child, she would carry her legs and throw her into the mountains to be fed to wolves. When Li Yun was young, she saw many girls as young as 14 or 15 already pregnant. Wei Fulai moved closer and saw it was a baby girl, half dead from the cold. His face changed, and he gritted his teeth as he cursed. Such evil. Truly evil. Life is hard enough, but you can't do this. This is a life, Zhang, the accountant also sighed. In these times.
Sigh.
If only they could raise the child, no mother would be willing to abandon her. Wei Daqiao started the car quietly muttering, even if we save her, it's trouble. No one will recognize her as their own now, with everyone starving. Li Yun said nothing, only holding the baby even tighter. She could feel the faint heartbeat, thumping again and again. She was alive. As long as she was alive, there was hope. The car continued on and finally reached the entrance of Zhao family gully village. The snow fell even heavier, covering the whole village in white. It was very quiet, like a dead village. Only a few houses had faint yellow lights in their windows. These were lit with kerosene lamps. Most people went to sleep as soon as it got dark to save oil. But tonight, they couldn't sleep. Wei Fulai knew that with such heavy snow and cold weather, if they fell asleep, they might never wake up again. The old, broken houses in the village let in cold air, and the blankets were thin. Every winter, some people died from the cold. Today's snow was so heavy that he didn't know how many more might freeze to death. He had to warn everyone quickly. His car was parked outside the 2 yellow mud brick houses at the village office. Wei Fulai got out and shouted into his yard. Oldest.
Second.
Third. His 3 sons ran out of the house. They were young men in their early 20s, wearing torn cotton-padded jackets. They shivered from the cold. Dad, is that you? The eldest son, Wei Dagong, shouted loudly, worried that it might be a thief. Move the grain. Wei Fulai pointed at the car and whispered urgently, like a thief. Be careful.
Don't make a sound.
The three sons climbed into the back of a truck. When they saw the burlap sacks, their eyes widened.
What?
What is this? Wei Dagong's voice trembled as he licked his lips instinctively.
Grain.
Where do you think it came from? Once the grain is in your stomach, it doesn't matter where it came from, Wei Fulai said sharply. Quick, move it into the warehouse. Then call someone from the village office and go door to door. Tonight, no one can sleep, understand? The three sons finally understood. It wasn't a dream, this was real grain. They hurriedly started to move the sacks, each weighing about 100 pounds. It was hard for the three of them to lift. But no one complained or said they were tired. Everyone was determined. This was grain. 15 sacks of grain were moved into the warehouse, one after another, taking more than half an hour. They carefully stacked the cornmeal inside, then Wei Fulai locked the door himself, keeping the key close to his chest. Dagong, he said to Wei Dagong, tonight, you and your brothers, call the village militia. Stay here and guard the grain. Keep your guns ready. If someone tries to steal the grain, shoot a warning shot. Remember, as long as the grain is here and people are safe, you don't need to come back. The village has a militia team and a few homemade guns. Although these guns were used for hunting years ago, they can still scare people. Wei Dagong nodded seriously, realizing the situation was serious.
Dad, don't worry.
I'll take the second and third brothers and make sure nothing goes wrong. Wei Fulai added, make sure to tell the villagers clearly not to let anyone know we have grain. If the news gets out, someone might come to steal or rob it. Nowadays, people will do anything for food. Did you leave the 100 gene of flour? That belongs to Comrade Li Yun's family. I left it. I'll have the third brother deliver it later. The Wei family has 3 children, the oldest Wei Xianglan, the second Wei Dagong, and the third Wei Ergang, plus a younger brother Wei Xiaojing. Their names are simple and straightforward. As for Li Yun, as soon as her car stopped, she headed straight to the cave. In the cave, Li Chunmei was still awake. She lit a kerosene lamp. It was a gift from Hiyulan, Wei Fulai's wife. The wick was very small, just enough for a little light. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, mending shoes. The shoes were made from old cloth, layered and sewn tightly with hemp rope. Locals called this kind of shoe insole 1,000-layer bottom. It sounds impressive, but making it takes a lot of effort. 1 layer of old cloth, coated with glue, then another layer of cloth, stacked and sewn tightly with coarse hemp rope. Shoes made this way are soft and comfortable, not rough on the feet. But nowadays, no one would bother boiling flour to make glue. So Li Chunmei could only soften the cloth by rubbing it, carefully trim the frayed edges, and then cut out the shape according to Li Yun's foot size. The cave was very dark, but the snow outside reflected a bright glow. Why isn't she back yet? My sister's feet are quite big. Big feet can walk anywhere. Why isn't she back? Li Chunmei scratched her head with a needle, looking out the window for the nth time. Next to her, an old, torn sweater was laid out, and a Hua was sleeping soundly on the heated kong. Suddenly, Li Chunmei's eyes lit up, her gaze fixed on the shadow on the hillside. She dropped her sewing and rushed outside. Jia, hurry inside. Don't catch cold. Li Yun braved the snowstorm and hurried into the cave, bringing Li Chunmei, who was on her way, to the bed. Quick, warm yourself by the fire. I'm not cold, but you, after giving birth, should stay out of the wind and avoid catching a cold. Be careful not to develop lingering health issues. I'm not cold. The bed is warm, and the villagers brought more firewood today. They even covered the window. Look, Dahu is sleeping peacefully. Li Chunmei was still surprised how Li Yun knew about this, but her expression froze in the next moment. She saw Li Yun holding something in her arms. Whose doll is this? It was found in the snow. Li Yun placed the child on the bed. Sister, hurry, get some snow to warm the hands and feet. Do you still have the yellow wine we traded for that day? Although confused, Li Chunmei acted quickly. She immediately fetched clean snow from outside, returned to the bed, and gently rubbed the child's frozen, bluish feet with snow. This is an old folk method. Frozen injuries shouldn't be soaked in hot water directly. Instead, snow is used to rub the area, helping blood circulate slowly. Li-yun also rubbed the child's hands. They rubbed for over 10 minutes until the child's hands and feet gradually regained some color. But the body was still cold. Li-yun poured some wine into her palm, warmed it, and gently wiped the child's body, chest, back, limbs. The alcohol evaporates and takes away heat, but the warm hands also bring comfort. After repeating this several times, the child's breathing finally steadied. Although still weak, she was no longer on the verge of losing her life at any moment. Thank goodness, she's alive. Poor child. Lee Chunmei finally relaxed and whispered, "Where did this child come from?" "Found in the snow," Li Yun simply replied. "She was abandoned." The team leader promised to help find out tomorrow if anyone nearby lost a child. Li Chunmei's eyes reddened as she sighed. What a tragedy. In such cold weather. She looks only a few months old. How could this happen? Just then, footsteps sounded outside the cave. It was He Yulan, Wei Fulin's wife. Seeing Li Yun return, she immediately brought a pot of hot food, pork fat and pickled cabbage stew, a few sorghum flour buns, and a small stack of scrambled eggs in a bowl. "Comrade Li Yun, have you eaten yet? Quickly, eat while it's hot. We have already eaten with your sister and Awawa and the others." He Yulan placed the food on the bed and glanced at the child on the bed, startled. "Is this the child you brought back? Annie, don't make this public yet. Let Uncle Wei quietly find out." Li Yun quickly thought and whispered, "This child was left in the snow outside. Most likely I won't hide it from you. I was married before and I lost my child and my husband. When I saw this child today, I felt a special connection, like fate. If we find the child's parents and they want the child, we'll return him. If they deny losing the child altogether, we can say he's my own child. Is that okay?" She wasn't lying. She was married before, in her past life. She had a child, but lost him before he was born. Most likely, she won't have children in this life either. When she said this, He Yulan and Li Chunmei reacted differently. "Oh, you've suffered so much and still care about your hometown folks." He Yulan showed sympathy and nodded understanding. "All right, I'll tell your uncle when I go back. I'll find out everything clearly. You're capable, and if this child stays with you, he'll be blessed." Then she stood up decisively and went to find Wei Fulai. Meanwhile, Li Chunmei started crying again, holding Li Yun's hand and rubbing it repeatedly. "Oh, my sister, my poor sister. If your mother knew you've suffered so much, she'd be heartbroken." "Don't worry. The opera singers say that the eldest sister is like a mother. Even though our aunt has passed, I'm here for you. I'll take care of you, okay?" Li Yun hugged Li Chunmei gently, patting her softly with a tender look. "I believe you." Of course, she believed. Mother. On the Kong bed in Widow Sun's house, four people were squeezed together. Widow Sun, in her early 40s but looking over 50. Her face was deeply wrinkled, enough to hold chopsticks, with sunken eyes and high cheekbones. She was wrapped in patched-up cotton quilts, so thin that light shone through, and the cotton had long hardened into lumps. Widow Sun was holding her 8-year-old son, Taidan. The child was so thin that only a big head remained, with arms and legs as thin as sticks. Even wrapped in a torn cotton-padded jacket, he kept trembling constantly. On the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, the eldest daughter of the widow, Xinghua, was sleeping. She was 14 years old, and already a young lady. But her face was so starved that it looked almost like a skeleton. The sleeves of her cotton jacket were short, exposing her very thin wrists that could snap easily. Xinghua was holding her 6-year-old sister, Zhaohua, in her arms. Zhaohua had her eyes closed, her face swollen and frightening to look at. She seemed to be sleeping, but her eyelids twitched from time to time. The room was dark. There was no oil lamp because the kerosene had run out. The cotton inside the kerosene lamp was chewed and eaten by the starving widow. A faint glow came from the fire in the Kang's hole, shining through the gaps in the bedding, giving a little warmth. But it was not enough to make a difference. It was cold. Bone-chilling cold. Not just ordinary cold, but a cold that seeped into the bones. The room's temperature was only a little higher than outside. When she exhaled, Her breath turned into white mist immediately. Frost formed on the walls, and the window was covered with a torn cloth. Still, the wind sneaked in through the gaps, making a whistling sound. Everyone in the village knew this was not the coldest time yet. When the snow melted, it would be truly deadly cold. "Mom, I'm cold," Xinghua whispered, hugging her sister closer to her voice as soft as a mosquito. Hold on. It will be dawn soon," the widow replied, holding her son with one arm and touching her daughter's chest with the other. Her hand was icy cold. She was also calculating how much food was left at home. In the broken clay jar in the corner, there was about 2 jin, a Chinese weight measure, of sorghum flour mixed with cornmeal. It was mixed with bran, dark and coarse, making her throat sore. In the cupboard, there was half a basket of dried sweet potatoes, dried in autumn, but long moldy and fuzzy now. But the widow didn't want to throw them away. She washed them, and they could still be eaten. There was also a half jin of pig fat she exchanged with Li Yunmei a few days ago. It was frozen hard and hanging on the beam. As for Chungfeng's trouble with the women and getting caught, Li Yunmei had already divided a few pieces of pig fat among the families. The widow had boiled it with wild vegetables, making a simple meal of wild vegetable cakes. Now, only 2 of those cakes remained. 2 jin of sorghum flour, half a basket of moldy sweet potatoes, and 2 cakes. For people, how many days could they last? Maybe she could ask the team leader to exchange the pig fat for dry food in the city. Perhaps it could last a few more meals. Widow's son couldn't count carefully. The more she thought about it, the colder she felt, like falling into an icy hole. Her husband died 3 years ago. He died while making steel, falling into the furnace, leaving no ashes behind. Their family was never wealthy, and after he died, everything fell apart. As a widow with 3 children, she earned work points at the collective farm but couldn't support the family. Things were better 2 years ago with help from neighbors, and they managed to get by. But this year it was different. The big dining hall wore them out, and their stored food was almost gone. They had picked all the wild vegetables from the mountain, stripped the bark from trees, and even dug up most of the roots. A few days ago, she was so hungry she went to the river to see if she could catch some fish. But the frozen river was hard to break, and after chipping at the ice for a long time, she couldn't open it. She only found a few tiny dead fish on the edge. Widow went home and made soup, sharing it among her 3 children, who chewed the bones and swallowed them. Mom, suddenly Iron Egg in her arms, spoke with a dreamy longing. I want to eat steamed bread. White steamed bread. Widow felt a pang in her heart. White steamed bread. What kind of magical food was that? The last time she ate white flour was during the New Year last year, when the production team gave each person a little. She mixed it with cornmeal and steamed some small buns, and the children ate happily, like celebrating the new year. I also want to eat boiled eggs. Iron Egg continued, licking his dry, cracked lips, and with his eyes half open, he mumbled, Boiled eggs? No, red sugar water eggs are better. Dehua had eaten them. She heard from the team leader's grandson. Dehua said they tasted like red sugar water eggs, so sweet. Tears fell from Widow's eyes. Red sugar water eggs were only for postpartum women to eat. When she gave birth to Iron Egg, her mother-in-law secretly cooked one for her, adding a spoonful of red sugar. It was the best thing she had ever tasted. But now, she hadn't seen a red sugar water egg, or even a regular egg, in a long time. Their 2 old hens had starved to death last winter. If only she could have a red sugar water egg. The apricot blossom was still muttering, slowly turning over. I'd be happy even if I died. In extreme cold and hunger, each turn of the body took away what little warmth was left. The room grew quiet again, only the sound of wind and breathing. Widow's son felt more and more sad, tears flowing uncontrollably. Afraid the children would see, she quietly wiped her eyes with her sleeve, but the sleeve was stiff and hurt her skin. The fire in the fire hole was almost out. She wanted to get up and add some wood, but her body was frozen stiff, making movement difficult. And there wasn't much wood left, just some dried branches she had collected in autumn, almost burned out. If she added more, she would have to tear down the house beam. Mom, I'm hungry. Her little girl suddenly woke up, sniffled softly, then quickly fell back asleep. Go to sleep. If you sleep, you won't be hungry. Widow's son gently patted her daughter, voice choked with emotion. At that moment, there was a sudden knocking at the door outside.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
It was urgent. Widow's son's heart tightened. Who could be visiting so late? Has something happened in the village? Is Sister Sun home? It was Accountant Zhang's voice. Widow's son hurriedly got off the bed. Her legs were numb from the cold, almost causing her to fall. She supported herself against the wall and slowly walked to the door, pulling open the latch. As the door opened, wind and snow rushed in, making her shiver from the cold. Wei Fulai stood outside, snow covering his head and shoulders. Behind him were Accountant Zhang and some village militia, looking like a group of snowmen. Wei Fulai was holding a cloth bag, bulging and full. Accountant Zhang, Captain Wei?
What?
What are you doing? Widow's son was stunned. Wei Fulai didn't dare come inside, just took a breath and said, Sister Sun, I brought you some grain. Grain? Widow's son thought she had heard wrong. Wei Fulai placed the bag on the ground and untied the rope. Light yellow corn flour was revealed, shining with a fine luster in the dim light. Widow's son's eyes widened, unable to believe it. This. Where did this come from? Corn flour, Wei Fulai said. 10 Jin. Comrade Li Yun asked me to bring it to you. That day, when distributing the flour, Comrade Li Yun probably remembered you. She said your family has many children and it's not easy, so she specially kept 10 Jin of flour for you. Oh, and she also said she promised you before that whenever she got more grain, she would leave some for your family first. Widow's son remembered. The day before yesterday, when Li Yun was distributing pig fat, she exchanged her gold ring with Li Yun. That was her last possession. She didn't expect Li Yun to get more grain again. She thought it was just a casual remark. But unexpectedly, she really got grain. Li Yun truly cared about her family. 10 Jin of cornmeal. Widow's son squatted down, trembling as she reached into the cloth bag, grabbing a handful of flour. The flour slipped through her fingers, fine and smooth. She took a small pinch and put it in her mouth. It was real. It was really grain. And good grain. Tears streamed down Widow's son's face. She was trembling and almost knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Wei Fulai. Captain Wei. Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Li Yun. Get up, get up. Wei Fulai quickly helped her up, then withdrew his hand. Accountant Zhang hurried over, helping her to stand. There's more. Tomorrow morning, the village will distribute grain. It will be divided by household, and you can get another 20 Jin.
What?
Widow's son thought she had heard wrong. The village has grain now. Wei Fulai explained. Comrade Li Yun brought cornmeal, mixed with white flour from Xinjiang. Tomorrow morning, it will be divided by household, 5 Jin per person. Your family has 4 members, so you can get another 20 Jin. Adding this 10 Jin, that makes 30 Jin. Exactly 30 Jin of cornmeal. Widow's son's mind was buzzing. She couldn't figure out how long 30 Jin of grain would last for 4 people. A month? 2 months? Really? She asked, trembling. Really? Zhang accountant nodded. I'll go notify the next family with the captain. You better store the grain well, and don't make it known. Don't sleep tonight. It's snowing heavily, stay alert. Tomorrow morning, go early to the village office to get the grain. After speaking, Wei Fulai and the others turned to leave.
Captain.
Widow's son called out to him, tears streaming down her face.
Please.
Thank Comrade Li Yun for me. I kowtowed to her. She truly knelt down and bowed 3 times. Wei Fulai's eyes also turned red. That's enough, get up quickly. Live well, raise the children, and remember Comrade Li Yun's kindness. The group left, disappearing into the snowstorm, heading to the next house. Widow's son closed the door, hugged the bag of grain, and squatted on the ground crying. She cried with a broken heart. It wasn't sadness, but relief at finding hope in despair. On the calm bed, the 3 children fully woke up, all staring wide-eyed at their mother. "Mom, is that grain?" Xinghua whispered. Widow's son wiped her tears and brought the bag onto the Kong. "Grain. It's grain." She untied the bag so the children could see. Tai Dan rushed over, grabbed a handful of flour, and stuffed it into his mouth, choking and coughing.
Slow down.
Slow down. Widow's son hurriedly patted his back. Zhao Hua also reached out, took a small handful, carefully licked it, and her eyes shone like stars. Xinghua looked at the bag of grain and suddenly asked, "Mom, can we eat a full meal tonight, even if it was just a dream?" She wanted to die full. Widow's son froze. How long had it been since she last ate a full meal? She couldn't remember. Every day was wild vegetable porridge, clear water soup, just enough to keep her stomach from being empty. Seeing her children's eager eyes, she clenched her teeth.
Eat.
"Tonight, we will eat until we're full." She scooped 2 bowls of noodles, about a jin, half a kilogram, and made a thick porridge. Then she added water to the clay pot, boiled it, and poured the porridge in, stirring until it became thick cornmeal porridge. No oil, no salt. But it was grain, real, honest grain. The porridge was ready, filled 4 large bowls. The family of 4 devoured it hungrily, drinking and crying at the same time. They had survived. They had survived. In Zhao Laoxi's kitchen, the family gathered around a broken clay pot, warming themselves. Zhao Laoxi's father, wise and experienced, knew that with such heavy snow, if the house collapsed, everyone would be buried inside. So he simply woke everyone up and cooked wild vegetable porridge over the clay pot. The pot sat on the stove, with firewood burning underneath. The fire was small because Zhao Laoxi's family didn't have much firewood left and needed to save it. The porridge in the pot was gray-green, with a few wilted wild vegetable leaves floating on top. But today was different. Zhao Laoxi's wife even added a small piece of pork fat. The pig fat was exchanged from Li Yin the day before yesterday. She didn't want to use it all at once, so she cut it into 4 pieces. Using one each time, she cooked porridge. Her silver earrings turned into a silver bracelet, then into a piece of pig fat. Old Zhao's wife didn't feel sad at all. Instead, she kept praising her clever husband. Nowadays, gold and silver are just for show. They are not real worth. What truly matters is what you eat. She only added a small piece of pig fat, but the porridge cooked with it had oil spots and smelled very good. The whole family, old Zhao's father, Zhao Laoxi, his wife, 2 sons, and a daughter, were all eagerly watching the clay pot. The children kept swallowing saliva, and the youngest son was even drooling. "Almost ready, almost," Zhao Laoxi's wife said excitedly as she stirred the porridge with a wooden spoon. Old Zhao was squatting by the stove, smoking dried corn stalks. Actually, he had run out of tobacco leaves, so he was burning dried corn stalks, which made him cough when lit. But he kept staring at the pot without blinking. His son, Zhao Laoxi, was a strong worker in the village, 38 years old in his prime. But in recent months, Zhao Laoxi had become so hungry he could barely walk straight. The day before yesterday, old Zhao went up the mountain to find food, but he slipped and almost fell off the cliff, injuring his ankle, which swelled like a bun. Still, he just endured it, afraid that his son and daughter-in-law would think he was useless and kick him out. "Dad, when can we eat?" asked his eldest son, who was 12 and very thin like a bamboo stick. "Once the porridge is ready," Zhao Laoxi replied. "I want it thick," said the youngest son, only 8, speaking weakly. "Today it will be thick," Zhao Laoxi's wife said softly. "I added half a bowl of cornmeal, and I'll scoop some out for you first, then for your grandpa. Is that okay?" The children looked a little disappointed. There is wisdom in serving food. If you scoop first, the porridge is mostly thin and watery, and drinking it feels like water. The last scoops are the real, hearty food. When the porridge was ready, Zhao Laoxi's wife served 5 bowls. Each bowl was filled more than halfway, with a few oil spots floating on top. The family held their bowls and squatted by the stove to eat. No one spoke, only the sound of slurping porridge. Zhao Laoxi ate quickly and finished in just a few bites. He licked his bowl and wanted to eat more, but the pot was already empty. His wife poured half of the porridge from her bowl into his. Eat more, you have to work again tomorrow. Go ahead and drink. Don't worry about me. Old Zhao shook his head, handed his bowl back, and then licked his own clean. I feel sorry for you. I can't even keep my silver earrings. The two children finished eating quickly and looked longingly at their parents' bowls, but they didn't say anything. After eating, the family huddled on the Kong, heated bed, to stay warm. The quilt was thin, and all 5 of them squeezed together, sharing body heat. Dad, do you think Comrade Li Yun can still get some grain? Suddenly, Zhao Laosi spoke. Zhao Laodi was stunned and looked a bit scared. I don't know. It would be great if she could get some more, Zhao Laosi said, rubbing his chin. Li Yun is so capable. Zhao Laodi sighed but said nothing. Li Yun was giving pig fat to the villagers and said she was trying to get grain. But how easy is it to get grain? In these times, city folks are barely eating enough, and she's just a girl. How much can she really do? Still, he held on to a little hope. What if? What if she really manages to get some grain? While he was thinking, there was suddenly a knocking sound outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Laosi struggled to get off the Kong, walked to the door and called out, Who's there? It's me, Wei Fulai. Zhao Laosi quickly opened the door. Wei Fulai stood outside, covered in snow, his face pale from the cold. Captain Wei? What are you doing? It's snowing heavily. No one should sleep tonight, Wei Fulai said. Also, I have some news. Tomorrow morning, the village will distribute grain. Each person will get 5 jin of cornmeal. Go to the village office early to pick it up. Don't be late. Zhao Laosi's mind buzzed. Distribute grain. Yes, Wei Fulai nodded. Li Yun's grain from the frontier has arrived, and it will be distributed tomorrow. After saying that, he turned to leave, ready to inform the next family. Zhao Laosi stood at the door, stunned for a long time. Distribute grain? According to the head count? Is this real? His wife whispered inside. Laosi, what did Captain Wei say? Old Zhao turned his head, trembling as he spoke. Wife. Captain Wei said, tomorrow the village will share grain. Based on the number of people, our family can get 25 jin. Really? Truly. Captain Wei said it himself. How could it be false? His wife was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly covered her face and cried. 25 jin of cornmeal, plus the 2 jin of corn husk flour left at home. That makes 27 jin. 27 jin of food. For 5 people, it can last half a month. Half a month. During this time, they wouldn't have to worry about food every day, see their children cry from hunger, or stay awake at night hungry. Old Zhao also cried. He was always worried, afraid that one day his son and daughter-in-law would be so hungry they couldn't take it and would leave him to starve. Although his daughter-in-law was obedient, the whole family couldn't eat enough. He heard that in the neighboring village, an old man drank a little too much porridge and then told his son to wait for death in a broken hut. Now, with grain shared based on the number of people, at least he wouldn't die from hunger. Adults cried. Elderly people cried. Children cried along with them. The whole family hugged and cried together. After crying enough, old Zhao's wife stood up and went to cook another pot of porridge. This time, the family gathered around the stove, holding bowls and eating eagerly. This time, no one spoke, but everyone's eyes shone with hope. Outside, heavy snow was falling. Inside Wei Laoqi's main room, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating. Wei Grandma sat on the Kong, eyes closed, motionless. She was 78 years old, so thin that only bones remained, her face deeply wrinkled like carved wood. In front of her was a bowl with half a bowl of pig fat and wild vegetable porridge, already cold and covered with a film. Mother, please take a bite. Wei Laoqi's wife knelt in front of the Kong, voice choked with tears, tears falling steadily. The old woman didn't open her eyes or speak. The family's food was almost gone. This elderly woman, who had lived a life full of hardships and suffering, decided to stop eating. Even with the little children kneeling nearby, she refused to open her mouth, determined to starve herself to death. Wei Laoqi stood nearby, his eyes red. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice. Loudly. What are you doing? His wife was so scared she hurried over to pull him away. You fool. I am useless. Wei Laoqi's voice was hoarse. If I let my mother go hungry, what kind of son am I? He tried to slap himself, but was tightly held by his wife. Laoqi. Don't do this. Don't do this. Mother, just eat a little. If something really happens to you, outsiders might tear us apart. Mother, if you come with me and you starve, I won't want to live either. The couple hugged and cried together. Old Lady Wei finally opened her eyes, looked at her son and daughter-in-law, sighed, and slowly said, Why are you crying? I am old now, I've lived enough. It doesn't matter if I eat or not. Save the food for the children. Mother. Wei Laoqi knelt down and bowed his head. If you don't eat, we won't eat either. Nonsense. The old lady's voice was stern. You are young and have children to raise. I am old and have lived my life. She paused and added, Take the porridge to Chunmei, the eldest daughter-in-law. I remember someone said she's pregnant and shouldn't go hungry. Wei Laoqi's wife looked at the old lady and cried even harder. Although the old lady was in her 70s or 80s, she cared about each of her children deeply. From Chengdashan, Chengde, Chengdashu, to Wei Fujing, Wei Funi, Wei Fulai, and Wei Fugong, Wei Laoqi, her family members, whether the younger ones were married or not, she kept track of everything. She married into the family first, then married into the Wei family. So she was always afraid others would gossip and say she favored some children. She had cried like bitter medicine her whole life. Wei Laoqi's wife wiped her tears. The family had long run out of food. This porridge was made from the last bit of corn cob flour, mixed with some wild vegetables and a little pork fat. Even this bowl, the old lady was reluctant to eat, saving it for pregnant Li Chunmei. Everyone was afraid that her old age might cause her to fall ill from anger, so no one dared to tell her about the chaos in Chengdashan's family. They only said Li Chunmei was pregnant and that the family was expecting a new member, hoping to cheer her up. But now, the old lady remembered it and would rather starve than eat. The whole family was stuck in this situation. The house was as cold as an ice cellar. The firewood was almost gone. Wei Laoqi burned everything he could, broken stools, old baskets, even took apart a window frame. It was still cold. The old lady was wrapped in a torn quilt, shivering. Old Seven. Her lips turned purple, her face pale, looking like she might pass away at any moment. You are the most filial. When I am gone, bury me alone, not with your father or your real father. I want to live alone, in a big space. Wei Laoqi looked at his mother, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. His father died early, and his mother raised all 7 of them with hard work. But now his mother was old, and he couldn't even give her a proper meal. He hated himself, hated these times, hated that heaven was unfair. Just as Wei Laoqi fell into despair, there was a knock at the door outside the yard. Old Seven. Is Old Seven home? It was his 6th brother, Wei Fulai. Wei Laoqi quickly wiped his tears and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, wind and snow blew inside. Wei Fulai stood outside, stepping in without hesitation. 6th brother, you came just in time. Mother refuses to eat. I'm here to bring food. This is Chunmei's thoughtful gift. She sent 10 jin of cornmeal first. Wei Fulai carried a cloth bag from behind and, without waiting, shoved it into Wei Laoqi's arms, raising his voice so his mother could hear clearly. Chunmei's sister is capable. She brought in emergency food from outside. Tomorrow morning, the village will distribute grain. According to the number of people, everyone gets 5 jin. Go early to the village office to get your share. If there's one more person, you get 5 more jin. Wei Laoqi's mind buzzed loudly. The old lady on the bed opened her eyes wider and mumbled, Distribute. Distribute grain? 1 more person, then more, 5 jin more? Really? Yes, mother. Wei Fulai held his mother's thin hand, nodding repeatedly with red eyes. Chunmei's sister, Li Yun, brought the grain. It will be distributed tomorrow. Mother, you must live well, live a few more years, and get more grain. He knew that if he didn't say this, his mother probably wouldn't want to live. The old lady tightly grasped her son's hand, as if confirming something. After a long while, she slowly spoke. Fulai, you dare not fool your mother. I'm not fooling you. Wei Fulai almost swore. Really? The grain has already been brought back and stored in the village warehouse. It will be distributed early tomorrow. Comrade Li Yun took some grain from Xinlong, and 7 out of 10 pounds did not require a ticket. Wei Fulai quickly explained. It's that girl Chun Mei, who just came back a few days ago. She has connections. The old lady remembered. She had heard that a capable girl had come to the village, sharing pig fat and helping with grain. She believed it, because she knew Wei Fulai from Lure never lied. She slowly sat up, looked at the bowl of porridge that had cooled on the bed, and reached out to pick it up. Mother? Wei Laoqi was surprised, then happily. The old lady said nothing, picked up the bowl, and drank the porridge slowly and carefully. She drank it slowly, but seriously. After finishing, she put down the bowl, wiped her mouth, and told Wei Laoqi, Go. Cook some for the children too. Let everyone eat their fill tonight. Wei Laoqi's eyes filled with tears of joy. I'll go right now, his wife also cried, but this time she was smiling through her tears. Wei Fulai watched this scene clearly in his mind. Most of the 10 jin of cornmeal was probably sent by Li Yun, asked for by Li Chunmei. How could Chung Dashan compete with Li Yun? What she sent wasn't just food, it was life itself. With Chung Dashan's simple-mindedness, he still thought he could control her. If Chung Feng treated Chunmei better and lived steadily, the elders could still call Li Yun sister-in-law and build connections. But if Chung Feng was truly determined to be like Chen Shimi, forget about the 4 brothers and sisters of the Wei family. Even Chung Dashan's own brothers wouldn't dare stand up for him. Your mother's life-saving grain was given by her. If you truly bullied her, would your mother kneel and beg you? His eldest brother was too confused. Thinking of this, Wei Fulai patted Wei Laoqi on the shoulder. Come early tomorrow to get the grain. I have to go now. There are a few more families to notify. All right, Brother Lu. Thank Chun Mei and Comrade Li Yun for me. Wei Laoqi choked with emotion. When the snow melts, I'll go up the mountain to hunt some foxes and make a fur coat for Comrade Li Yun. Just see, this is all thanks to Li Yun and Chun Mei showing respect to the old lady. Wei Fulai waved his hand and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the stove in Wei Laoqi's house was lit again. This time, the fire blazed brightly. Before dawn, the village entrance was already crowded with people. It was called dawn, but it was only a little brighter than midnight. The snow had stopped, but the sky remained gray and gloomy, with heavy clouds pressing down. Cold wind cut like a knife into people's necks. The snowflakes were blown onto faces by the wind, feeling sharp and painful. But no one felt cold, or rather, no one paid attention to it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the broken wooden door of the village office in Xiaochao village. In front of the door, Zhang Huiji was carrying a gun, guarding the granary with a militia team. Her face was serious, as if she was going to fight a battle. Next to her, 5 young men stood, all on patrol last night. Each held a hoe or a shovel, watching the crowd carefully. Inside the granary, there was 1,500 jin of cornmeal brought back last night. Wei Fulai stood at the door, clutching the keys with sweaty palms. The crowd was dense with men, women, and children. Some wore torn cotton-padded jackets, others wrapped in burlap. Some even wore only thin clothes, shivering from the cold. But no one went home to put on more clothes. They were afraid that once they left, they wouldn't get their share of the grain. Captain Wei, when will they distribute the grain? Someone asked impatiently. Yeah, it's almost on. Our kids are still waiting. Is there really grain? With all the snow, where would the grain come from? Has the relief grain from above arrived? Didn't the team leader say yesterday that the grain was brought by Sister Chunmei's family? Villagers chattered anxiously. Wei Fulai raised his hand to quiet them. Stop arguing. Once Zhang Huiji finishes calculating the accounts, dividing according to the number of people, how many family members each has, everyone will get their fair share. Not a single jin less. The crowd quieted down, but the tense atmosphere was hotter than fire. Zhang Huiji squatted at the door, writing something on a crumpled piece of paper by the light of an oil lamp. She wrote slowly, her hands trembling slightly from the cold. Last night, She had counted countless times. 103.72 Jean, plus a promissory note signed and stamped by her and the team leader. The grain was bought from Li Yun, 1,500 Jean of cornmeal. Divided by the number of people in the village, 300 households, each person could get 5 Jean. 5 Jean of cornmeal. As long as they eat sparingly, adding some wild vegetables, tree bark, bran, and corn cob flour, it's enough to last half a month. Half a month is enough to get through winter and survive. Accountant Zhang sketches and finally stands up, nodding to Wei Filai. All right. Wei Filai takes a deep breath and unlocks the big lock on the granary. The door creaks open, revealing neatly stacked burlap sacks inside. The smell of grain hits the air. Someone takes a deep breath, eyes turning red, and pushes forward desperately. Line up. Line up. Wei Filai raises his voice loudly. Come in order, one family at a time. No pushing, no fighting. Anyone causing trouble, they won't get any grain today. The crowd automatically forms a long line. Elderly people and children are at the front, women behind them, and young men at the end. This has been the village rule for many years, and everyone follows it. The first to receive grain is Grandpa Sun, the lonely old man who trades firewood and rice for lard. He hunched over, trembling, walking to the door, holding a torn cloth bag. Grandpa Sun, your family gets 5 Jean. Accountant Zhang takes his bag, scoops cornmeal from the sack, and pours it in. The yellow, fine flour piles up like a small mountain inside the torn bag. Grandpa Sun holds the bag with both hands, trembling badly, eyes fixed on the powder, afraid to miss a bit. He looks down at the cornmeal, and suddenly tears well up in his cloudy old eyes. It's grain. Real grain. Oh heavens! Heaven has opened its eyes. Tears streaming down his face, Grandpa Sun hugs the bag and bows to Wei Filai. Don't thank me, it's Comrade Li Yun's achievement. Wei Filai quickly supports him. Uncle Sun, go back and cook some porridge to warm up. Don't think about other things. As long as we are alive, our village can't just watch people starve, right? That's right, we must survive. Grandpa Sun is helped away by someone nearby, crying as he walks, muttering. Li Yun's such a kind girl. So kind. The second person is Zhao Tieju's family. He, his wife, and 2 children receive 25 Jean. When old Zhao takes the grain from his son, his hands tremble like leaves in the wind. The old man grabs a handful, brings it to his nose, and smells. As he smells, he begins to cry. Don't cry, don't cry, Zhao Taiju whispered comfortingly, but tears also fell from his eyes. The 2 children, not understanding, saw their mother crying and started crying loudly too. The whole family hugged their cornmeal and cried together. No one around laughed or made fun of them, because this scene was very familiar. Everyone had gone through that kind of despair. So hungry that their bones hurt, so hungry they wanted to eat dirt. It's not an exaggeration. The neighboring village had already started eating ground from the riverbed. Now, with these 5 Jean of cornmeal, they had a chance to survive. And maybe they could get a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th batch. Everyone who received food looked the same. First disbelief, then joy, and tears kept flowing. Some wanted to kneel and thank Li Yun immediately. Others hugged the food tightly. Some looked back while walking, afraid it was just a dream and that the food would disappear if they turned around. Wei Fu watched these people, feeling sad and sighing constantly. He was a poor leader, after all. He remembered Li Yun and Secretary Ding saying they could get more food. He couldn't help but feel a little tempted. He knew logically that such cheap food probably had a shady source. Not to mention, cornmeal mixed with white flour or with corn husk powder and bran wouldn't sell at this price. Farmers knew the market price as well. Even the Xinjiang regiment couldn't produce such cheap fine grain. But Li Yun had managed to bring it out, risking being reported, and transported it back. What was this? It was kindness, it was friendship. They all had to recognize that. Even if it was discovered later. At worst, he, the leader, would go to jail or face punishment. Wei Fu unconsciously touched his pipe and made a quiet decision. When half of the food was distributed, it was Lu Er's turn. Lu Er's family of 5 was supposed to receive 25 Jean. His wife held the food, smiling happily. This is good. This is good. We can have a good New Year now. But Lu Er frowned and whispered, Captain Wei, will this last until the New Year? Maybe we should mix in some wild vegetables and save it. Save it, mix in wild vegetables, it can last half a month. Wei Fu said, in half a month, the relief grain from above should arrive. What are you worried about? Lu Er's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, yes. Sisterly Yun is really like a kind goddess. My mother said we should burn incense for her. Every day, he can't even say a proper word, yet he dares to talk. Wei Fu was so angry, he kicked him. Go away, go away. Hurry back and don't stay here bothering us. The weather's cold these days, and the animals in the mountains will probably come down. Your family lives near the mountains, so stay alert at night. Lu Er grinned and walked off happily. It was as if the man who had been so bitter and full of hatred just days ago had disappeared overnight. Just then, a commotion came from behind the group. Wei Fu looked up and his face darkened. It was Wei Lizi. Wei Lizi's real name was Wei Gosheng. Because he was lazy and liked to steal chickens and dogs, the villagers gave him a nickname, Wei Lizi. He was in his 40s and single. His parents had died early, and he lived alone in a dilapidated house, relying on borrowing from neighbors to get by. Nowadays, every household was struggling to make ends meet. When he couldn't borrow anymore, he would hold a broken bowl and wander around the village, begging anyone who had food. He was very annoying. Wei Lizi pushed to the front of the line, grinning and said to Accountant Zhang, Sister-in-law, my good sister-in-law, it's my turn now. Accountant Zhang scowled and scolded, line up properly. I am in line, I am. Wei Lizi pointed behind him. Wasn't I just standing there? Now it's my turn. Wei Fu didn't bother arguing with him and signaled to Accountant Zhang to weigh his grain. Wei Lizi's household had 5 jin of grain. But when he took the grain and weighed it, his face changed. 5 jin. He stared in disbelief. That can't be right. What's wrong with it? Wei Fu replied coldly. Other families with 3 or 5 people get dozens of jin. I'm just one person, and I only get 5 jin? Wei Lizi started shouting. I'm just one person in my household. Isn't that a big loss? That's unfair. Distribution is based on the number of people in the family. Everyone gets the same, Wei Fu scolded. Your family has only you, so of course you get 5 jin. Wei Lizi's eyes flickered, and he grinned again. Captain Wei, how about this? 5 jin is too little. Can you give me a little more? I will exchange my work points for next year. I will work harder next year, and make up for this year. Wei Fulai laughed angrily. Your work points for next year? You haven't worked much this year, and now you're talking about next year? I'll change. I can change, can I? Wei Lizi shamelessly moved closer. Besides, sister-in-law Chun Mei and sisterly Yun are capable. Let her go get some more. She has connections. When he said this, everyone around looked angry. Wei Lizi, what are you talking about? Someone shouted. Exactly. Getting grain isn't easy. Do you think it just falls from the sky?
Stop thinking about her.
You can't even say 2 good words. What are you chattering about? If you dare to go out and spread rumors, we won't hesitate to stop your legs. That's right. Wei Lizi was scolded by everyone and looked embarrassed, but he still didn't give up. I was just saying. Anyway, she's so capable. If she can get some more, what's the big deal? Wei Fulai's face turned dark. He stepped forward and kicked Wei Lizi in the backside.
Ouch.
Wei Lizi staggered and almost fell. Wei Lizi, listen to me. Wei Fulai pointed at him and scolded. This grain was hard-won by sisterly Yun. It's life-saving food, not for you to waste. You take these 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms, eat them carefully, mix with some wild vegetables, and it can last half a month. If you don't want it, then get out now. Wei Lizi covered his backside and wanted to say something.
And
Wei Fulai's chest heaved heavily, clearly very angry. If you dare bother sisterly Yun over grain, I'll break your legs and throw you out of the village. Do you hear me? His words were harsh, and Wei Lizi shrank back in fear. He muttered, got it. I got it, is that enough? After a while, he carried the 5 jin of cornmeal and slunk away. Someone in the crowd spat and said, serves him right. This kind of person shouldn't get grain. He steals chickens and dogs every day, and I don't know how he hasn't starved yet. Forget it. At least he's alive. The group continued moving forward. When it was Wang Posey's turn, she pushed to the front desperately, smiling flatteringly. I, from the Zhang family, am here to get grain. Accountant Zhang looked at her without speaking. Madame Wang, shivering and shrinking her neck, had blackened edges on her old cotton coat that reflected light, but she kept talking. Our family is 10 people, and we have 50 jin of grain. You can weigh it. Zhang slowly put down the ladle and looked at her. 10 people? Where did your family get 10 people? Why not? Madame Wang counted on her fingers. Me and my husband, Chung Feng and Chung Tao, Chun Mei's younger sister, De Hua, and the baby in Chun Mei's belly. And Chung Tao's wife, Fong Chao, and our stone. Isn't that 10 people? Zhang had already heard about Chung Feng's situation in the city. She sneered coldly. Chun Mei with comrade Li Yun? Yes, Chun Mei is my son's wife, and Li Yun is the girl who came to stay with our family. Why wouldn't that count as 10 people? Chun Mei and De Hua now live in the village's cave, not at your house. Zhang calculated. Comrade Li Yun said earlier that her household registration isn't at your place. They can get their own grain. It has nothing to do with your family. Madame Wang's face changed, and she wanted to argue but hesitated, stammering. But Chun Mei is still my son's wife. Yes, she's a wife, but since she doesn't live with you, she doesn't count as part of your household. Zhang waved her hand. Your family has 6 people and 50 jin of grain. Bring a bag. Madame Wang was stunned, her face full of regret. 50 jin? That means 20 jin of grain are gone for nothing? A full 20 jin of fine grain. If she had sorted it out, mixed some cornmeal and wheat bran, steamed it into steamed bread, she could at least make enough for a month. She originally wanted 50 jin, but now. Madame Wang wanted to cause trouble, but then she remembered the day Li Yun smashed things, and her heart sank. That was a good jar, and it was smashed just like that. There were Chung Feng's clothes, the family cabinet, windows, and bedding, all thrown into the dung pit. And the red sugar eggs Li Yun had, if they hadn't caused trouble, wouldn't they all be hers now? Auntie, seeing Madame Wang lost in thought, Zhang exhaled coldly and urged, Are you going to take it or not? The others are waiting. Madame Wang quickly handed over the bag. I'll take it, I'll take it. 50 jin of cornmeal was poured into the bag. Grandma Wang carried the bag back home, still thinking, 30 jin, 6 people, 5 jin each. If they eat carefully and mix in wild vegetables, it could last half a month. But what about after half a month? She remembered Li Yun's cold, sharp eyes, and shivered again. That troublemaker is not easy to deal with. But what if? What if she could bring her back? She still has some connections. She can get grain, red sugar, eggs. Grandma Wang walked slowly, lost in thought. In the Chung family courtyard, Chung Dashan sat on the doorstep of the main hall, looking grim. The things that happened these days made him angrier the more he thought about them. Li Yun, an outsider, dared to hit people, not only smashing his house and throwing his water jar but also taking Li Chun Mei and Da Hua away. What made him even angrier was that Wei Fulai didn't help him. Instead, he went to flatter that woman. Chung Dashan had lived most of his life and had never been so humiliated. He stared at the bag of cornmeal that Grandma Wang brought back. His anger slowly faded, replaced by a sharp glint in his eyes. How many, Jean? Chung Dashan asked. 30. Grandma Wang nervously placed the bag on the table. According to the head count, 5 jin per person. Chung Dashan reached out and grabbed a handful, examining it closely. The cornmeal was fine and yellow. It didn't look like the rough kind mixed with bran, but like refined grain. He sniffed it, then licked his lips. Squinting, he said confidently, This flour has white flour mixed in. What? Grandma Wang leaned over, surprised. White flour? How can it be 7 cents a jin and not have a receipt? Chung Dashan nodded.
Li Yun.
She's got some tricks. This grain probably comes from an illegal source. Chung Feng, lying on the bed in the inner room, heard this and immediately poked his head out, his eyes shining with a fierce light. Dad, let's report her for illegal trading and make her go to jail. Stop dreaming. You still have some leverage in her hands. Chung Dashin glared at him. And you're still brave enough to say that? Chung Fong quickly withdrew. Grandma Wang whispered, Dad, maybe we should go and bring Chunmei back? She is pregnant with the hope of starting a family. Maybe Chung Fong will cause trouble, and she will come back. What's the use of that? Chung Dashin scolded. She's with Li Yun, that troublemaker. She can enjoy good food and comfort. Why would she come back? Wang Posey stayed silent. Chung Dashin thought for a moment, and suddenly called out from the inner room. Chung Tao. Chung Tao came out from the west room, his face bruised and swollen. Likely from the incident when Li Yun threw things at him that day. Ouch. He shivered from the cold, sneezed loudly, and looked at the bag of cornmeal, asking, Dad, what's the matter? Go and bring your wife and son back, Chung Dashin ordered. Chung Tao was surprised. Now, yes now. Chung Dashin's eyes sparkled. Li Yun can get food, so there's probably more than just this. Our family is many people. If we need to divide the village's supplies, it should be based on the number of people. If your wife and son come back, we can get an extra share of grain. Chung Tao's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly.
Right.
Yes, he asked, and what about my sister-in-law? She's pregnant with Cheng's child. She married your older brother. She will always be part of our family. Chung Dashin waved his hand confidently. She's pregnant, so she will come back sooner or later. He then looked toward Chung Fong in the inner room and lowered his voice to give instructions. Widow Zhang, didn't you say her brother is deputy director at the textile factory? If you can get close to him, our family won't have worries after that. When you go to the city to work as an official, you can also help your brother find a job. That's how our family will rise. Chung Fong hesitated for a moment.
But
Secretary Ma was there that day when he signed the guarantee. You're young and naive. Come to me secretly. When Zhang's widow is pregnant with your child, what's Secretary Ma compared to that? Chung Dashin sneered. The transport team is a state enterprise, and deputy director is more important than a secretary. If you can marry Zhang's widow, not only will you get grain, but also future work quotas, industrial coupons, and more. Chung Fong swallowed hard, clearly tempted by the promise of a better life. But because of that guarantee, he was still a bit afraid and whispered, But I have a wife. Your wife? Chung Dashin glanced at him and said, Your wife left with Li Yun. We'll keep an eye on her in the village. Besides, she's expecting a child, so she can't take care of you right now. You can spend some time with Widow Zhang for now. It won't cause any trouble. That Li Yun girl is bold. She's probably been doing shady business more than once. If we can catch her doing something wrong, we can force Chunmei to divorce you. Then Chunmei will still be yours. Widow Zhang will be satisfied, and all the good things Li Yun gets will end up in our hands. Chung Fong said nothing, but his eyes grew brighter. He lay on the bed, thinking about Widow Zhang, her red sweater, her smile with a dimple and a small mole, and her brother, the deputy factory director. If he could really marry into that family. Old Madame Wang listened to her husband and son plotting, feeling both scared and excited. She was afraid of offending Li Yun, who was known to be fierce. But she was also thrilled. If this plan worked, she would become the mother of a city official. She had heard that city people got food supplies every month, rice, flour, oil, even meat. Then she could eat white dumplings every day. Chung Dashin grew more excited as he spoke, then carefully told his wife, These next few days, keep an eye on Li Yun. Watch when she leaves, when she comes back, who she meets, and where she gets her food. Old Madame Wang was puzzled. Why watch her? Are we just trying to catch her doing something wrong? You don't understand, Chung Dashin said in a low voice. She's definitely doing illegal trading. If we catch her, we can control her. Then all that fine flour, good grain, and eggs will be ours. Old Madame Wang's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. She thought of all the things Li Yun had brought back. Noodles, brown sugar, eggs, and that shiny white pork fat. If all that could become theirs. She swallowed hard. Then she hesitated. But what about Chunmei? She's Li Yun's sister after all. She's been living well with Li Yun, but sooner or later she'll come back begging, Chung Dashin said coldly. When that time comes, we'll decide how to treat her and make her do what we say. The children born are also part of the family. They must stay and be raised within the family. Grandma Wang nodded repeatedly, becoming more hopeful as she thought about it. She could already see Li Yun kneeling and begging her, and imagine the house filled with white flour, red sugar, and eggs. But a cold wind suddenly blew, making her shiver. She looked down and saw her worn cotton jacket, with cotton stuffing clumped into lumps and holes letting the wind in. The sleeves were shiny from wear, patched over patches. Inside the house, the walls were drafty, covered with broken mats on the windows, and the bedding on the Kong was so thin it let light through. Chung Feng was lying on the Kong, his injured bottom still hurting badly, making him grimace. Chung Dashin sat for a long time, his back hurting, and slowly stood up, coughing several times. First, cook some porridge, 2 bowls. Make it thick, to help Feng recover, and tell him to go back to work quickly. 2 bowls? According to tradition, those 2 bowls of porridge didn't include her or Qing Tao. Grandma Wang swallowed hard, but her mouth was empty, only feeling bitterness. While Chung Dashin was hungry, scheming, fantasizing, and waiting to deal with Li Yun, another scene was unfolding inside the village cave. At dawn, Li Yun was already up. She first fed the child she had rescued yesterday. Last night, Li Chunmei stayed awake all night, carefully feeding the child with malted milk powder several times. Though the child was still weak, she had finally recovered. Her small face had a bit of color, and her eyes were open. Li Yun wrapped her in a cotton jacket and placed her on the warmest spot on the Kong. Among the supplies she smuggled back yesterday was a small iron pot. She told Li Chunmei she used the 50 yuan she had given her. Li Chunmei looked much happier all night, and her worries on her face had eased a little. She felt she hadn't wasted her effort. The small iron pot was just enough for the 3 of them, no, now 4, to eat. There was no water jar in the cave, so He Yulon asked Wei Dagong to bring their household water container. Someone had secretly filled the water jar overnight. The pile of firewood by the wall was growing bigger and taller overnight, seemingly growing several meters. Li Yun guessed that the firewood pile would keep getting taller. Li Yun first cooked a pot of corn porridge. She mixed cornmeal into a thick paste, poured it into boiling water, and stirred with a spoon. The liquid in the pot quickly thickened, bubbling and steaming, with the aroma of corn spreading through the air. She took out 2 eggs, beat them, and slowly poured them into the porridge, then used chopsticks to stir in golden egg flours. Finally, she scooped a small spoonful of lard from the clay pot and added it in. The lard melted into the hot mixture, blending the scents of oil, eggs, and grains, filling the entire cave with a rich aroma. Hua was already awake. A tiny person was lying on the edge of the Kong bed, sniffing and snorting softly, eyes fixed on the pot without blinking. Next to her, there was an even smaller and thinner baby sleeping. Li Chunmei was busy in the corner. She had gotten up in the middle of the night, took out 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms of cornmeal, mixed in some water, and started steaming cornbread. This kind of cornbread was a common dry food in every household in Xiao Chao Miao village. Most of it was made from ground corn cob flour, wheat bran, and black cornbread made from sorghum flour. This dough was not sticky and hard to form into balls. After steaming, it would fall apart with a bite, and it tasted bitter and sour. But today, Li Chunmei was making something different. She mixed cornmeal with water, shaped it into a pointed top and rounded bottom, hollowed out the bottom for easy handling and cooking. She was skilled, shaping the cornbread evenly and neatly placing them in the steamer. While shaping, she occasionally glanced at Li Yun. Now, smelling the fragrant steam, she couldn't help but sniff the air. "Big sister, the porridge is ready. Come eat quickly. We even made a little fried egg for each of us." Li Yun called out. She was the same in her previous life, never willing to be shortchanged, and never limited herself to only 2 eggs for the family of 3. Maybe it was also related to having experienced hunger as a child. Li Chunmei wiped her hands and came over. She served herself a bowl of porridge, then a bowl for De Hua, and finally, the thickest one at the bottom was for Li Yun. In the end, Li Yun had already stirred the porridge in the pot, so all the bowls were the same thickness. She looked at Li Yun with a mixture of helplessness, annoyance, and happiness. Are you eating? He Yulan tiptoed in slowly, hurriedly refused Li Chunmei's invitation, and cheerfully said, Is the baby feeling better? Oh, Li Yun, you really are a very lucky person. She was worried that others might think she was just coming to eat for free, so she quickly waved her hand to explain. My daughter married into another village. Once the snow stops today, I'll ask her to find out if anyone nearby has lost a child. But you should be prepared. This child probably isn't wanted by her parents. Li Chunmei sighed. Li Yun's hand, holding the bowl, paused slightly. Although she had already guessed, she still shook her head. So pitiful. Both the world and this child. Soon, He Yulan tiptoed away again, while Li Yun was inside the cave counting her belongings and seeing what else she needed to buy. It was so empty, it could be described as bare. With the new year approaching, the cave was truly empty. She really wasn't used to it. It seemed she might need to exchange some industrial coupons with Secretary Ding later to buy a few more things. Yun, I wanted to ask yesterday, what is this? Li Chunmei pointed at the colorful hot water bottle on the ground, her eyes wide with curiosity. How come the water I poured yesterday is still steaming today? Li Chunmei loved the hot water bottle Li Yun brought back. For several days, whenever she poured hot water outside, her face was full of confusion and excitement that never faded. The snow had stopped. Zhao family ditch was covered with thick snow, blindingly white everywhere. The sun came out, shining on the snow, making it dazzling and hard to look at. But the temperature dropped even more, turning everything into ice. Inside the cave, Li Chunmei got up early. She first dressed a hua. The cotton-padded jacket Li Yun brought back was too big. She had altered it to be smaller overnight. Now it fit Dehua, thick and warm. The child had never worn such warm clothes before. Her face was rosy, and she was bouncing on the Kong. Soft, Dehua held up her small hand. The sleeve of the cotton jacket was long, and she swung it around playfully. Annie. Bye, soft. Don't bounce. The Kong might collapse. Li Chunmei patted Dehua's head, stuffed a piece of red sugar into her mouth, then looked at the child sleeping in the corner of the Kong. Li Yun had given her a temporary nickname, Little Snow. The child was already awake, with big black grape-like eyes, lying quietly. Over the past few days, Li Yun has been feeding her porridge and red sugar water every day. The child's face has gradually regained color and no longer looks like a purple little kitten. She is indeed small and feels light when held. However, He Yulan came to see her and said that the child is actually about 7 or 8 months old, just starving so badly. Starving like this. Li Yun couldn't help but curse when she heard this. Li Chunmei felt a bit sad inside. Li Chunmei took good care of the child and then went to look at the magical thermos. Li Yun bought it through a group purchase, claiming it was a defective product, but in fact it was just a dented plastic shell that didn't affect its use. The round plastic shell was painted green and had a wooden stopper on top. Li Yun carefully taught Li Chunmei how to use it. Pour boiling water into it at night, seal it tightly with the wooden stopper, and the next morning, pour out the water. It's still hot. Li Chunmei was skeptical but tried it. That night, she poured boiling water from the stove into it and sealed it. The next morning, she opened the stopper and poured out the water. Hot steam burst out, and the water was still quite warm. Li Chunmei was stunned right then. How does this thing work? She was a rural woman born and raised in the countryside. The only high-tech she had seen in her life was flashlights and radios. She had only seen thermos bottles behind the glass at the supply and marketing store, never touched one. She heard that to buy one, besides using industrial coupons, it cost more than 10 yuan, which ordinary farmers couldn't afford. But now, there were suddenly 2 in the cave. So these days, Li Chunmei's first thing every morning was to open the stopper and watch the white vapor come out. She would stare at it in amazement for a long time. Now that we have hot water, I won't have to get up in the middle of the night to boil water. I can drink hot water anytime. Li Yun was lying on the Kong, opening a 10-jean bundle of Xinjiang cotton, carefully pulling out the cotton and putting it into another quilt. During the cold winter months, drinking hot water keeps us warm. We boil a pot of water every night, one for foot baths and one for drinking at night. It's just right. Yes, this is really a good thing. Lee Chunmei liked it more and more, her face unconsciously showing happiness. Now, I can drink warm milk powder at night without getting up in the cold. By the way, Yunzi, this morning Sun Widow brought over some dried willow leaves, and Zhao Laoxi's wife sent a plate of pickled vegetables. We can soak them at noon, mix with lard, heat up some steamed bread, and have a meal. What do you think? Okay, in a couple of days I will go deliver some grain, and see if I can get some oil tickets. Li Yunzi agreed happily, and sat down to help pick out the dry firewood. The dried willow leaves are actually tender willow tree leaves. When fresh, they are picked, cooked, dried in the sun, soaked to soften, and mixed with seasonings before eating. In my memory, when I was a child, Granny Wang always told me to go pick willow leaves in spring, and I would eat them for a whole month. Other families' willow leaves are bitter and astringent when mixed. But Li Chunmei is skillful. She rinses the leaves 2 or 3 times more than others before mixing, so her cooked willow leaves are not bitter and have a light, fresh aroma. While they were talking, footsteps came from outside the cave. Yunzi, Chunmei, are you at home? It was He Yulan's voice. Li Chunmei quickly opened the door. He Yulan stood at the door, holding a bundle of firewood, with 2 people behind her. Her eldest grandson, Goshen, about 7 or 8 years old, was very thin, with his pants and seat area worn white. Her little granddaughter, Yaya, about 4 or 5, with 2 sparse braids, shyly hid behind her. Auntie, come in quickly, it's cold outside. Li Yunzi turned around, found a large ceramic bowl, put in some brown sugar, and poured hot water to serve. The snow has melted, and it's really cold. Standing outside, the snow water would soak into the shoes. Come, warm your feet. Oh, brown sugar, such a precious thing. You should keep it for yourself. He Yulan placed the firewood by the stove and kept refusing. I'm just an old woman half buried in the earth, and I still drink this? Isn't that a waste?
Drink it.
We don't have much good to offer you at home. I'll buy some more in a few days. Li Yunzi didn't hesitate and handed the ceramic bowl to He Yulan. She also grabbed one for Gosheng and Yaya, placing them on the Kong, heated bed, letting the 3 children play together. Gosheng and Dawawa had played for a few days and were already familiar. Now, they crawled over using hands and feet, chatting loudly and nonsense. Yaya was more timid, just tugging at He Yulan's sleeve and sucking her thumb. Nowadays, elders raising children often get teased. Yaya and Gosheng's clothes are not thick, and their faces are red with cold blood vessels on each side. The exposed fingernails were sharp and long, with black dirt under the nails. As a clean-loving old lady, Li Yun frowned at this. She simply found a basin, poured some hot water, and helped Yaya wash her face. Oh, Yunzi, you're so quick and efficient. He Yulan turned to look at the big flower, who was thin but clean, then at her own 2 dirty little monkeys, and couldn't help but blush. She changed the subject. This cave has been tidied up nicely, much better than when you 2 first arrived. I think Chunmei is quite capable. She still didn't dare to drink the bowl of brown sugar water, just holding it to keep warm. Indeed, Li Chunmei hadn't been idle these days. Although the cave was old and broken, it was cleaned, the stove was rebuilt, and a thick quilt was laid on the Kong. It was an old quilt sent by Wei Fulai's family, but it was better than nothing. In the corner, grain sacks were stacked and covered with oilcloth. On the table, there were a few bowls and a porcelain cup. He Yulan looked around, and her eyes fell on the 2 warm water bottles, one red and one green, and her expression brightened.
Oh,
Is that a hot water bottle? She leaned over, circled around it, wanted to touch but was afraid, and happily said, Can I have my sister-in-law take a look?
sure.
Li Yun smiled as she helped Yaya wash her face, while Li Chunmei looked a little nervous, pursing her lips and watching He Yulan carefully, afraid she might drop it. He Yulan held the warm water bottle with both hands, as if holding a sacred object. She turned it over and over, then unscrewed the wooden stopper, looked inside, and then put it back, gently shook it, and listened carefully to the sound inside. What's inside? It looks like glass. She whispered to Li Chunmei, as if afraid of making too much noise and breaking it. Is it glass? Lee Chunmei wasn't very sure either, placing a picked willow leaf vegetable into a clean porcelain bowl. Anyway, it can't be dropped. If it falls, it'll break. Glass? He Yulon clicked her tongue. How much do you think that costs? Yunzi said she bought it for 8 yuan. Lee Chunmei glanced at Li Yun, smiling slightly. She said it's a defective item. No industrial coupon needed. 8 yuan. And no industrial coupon? He Yulon's eyes widened, and she took a deep breath, then nodded. Worth it. Really worth it. I heard the supply and marketing cooperative sells them for 15 or 16 yuan, and you need an industrial coupon too. The way of the opera girl is really impressive. She carefully places the hot water bottle back on the table, her eyes full of envy. Just a small item like that can save so much effort. Spring Plum, your girl Yunzi is really talented. Hyulon sighed. She's only been here a few days and she brought food, a hot water bottle, and even found a child. Li Chunmei smiled and offered her some sugar water. Auntie, drink some water, drink some water. I'm not joking. Hyulon shook her head. My husband Wei said, Yunzi is like a savior for our village. Without her, how many people would have died this winter? I heard that in the neighboring Xiaowangzwang, Deng's family has already resorted to eating medicinal earth. Such a tragedy. As they talked, Go Sheng and Yaya were already holding porcelain bowls, drinking sugar water. The two children drank very carefully, taking small sips, looking enchanted, as if they were drinking fine wine. Dahua watched with envy, reaching out her arms to be held by Li Yun, nodding eagerly, her face turning red. Li Yun immediately understood. She used to be protective of her food when she was a child. So she skillfully stroked Dahua's head and poured 2 bowls of malted milk. Dahua enjoyed 1 bowl herself, while Go Sheng and Yaya shared another. But even so, He Yulon felt embarrassed and restless. These days, food is precious. She always remembers to bring a bundle of firewood when visiting, just to avoid taking advantage of others. In just a short while, she had already drunk a bowl of brown sugar water and a bowl of malted milk. She felt utterly ashamed. But watching the 2 children gobbling their food like little pigs, He Yulon hesitated to refuse again. Oh well, she might as well be shameless and take some advantage. After chatting for a while, the atmosphere in the house became lively. The children played on the Kong, heated bed, while the adults sat by the stove talking. Li Chunmei started repairing the padded jacket again. The jacket Li Yun brought back was a one-size-fits-all, but Li Chunmei was clever. She could turn one into 2. He Yulon watched her sew and praised loudly. Wow, you're really skilled. Your stitches are tight. The thread runs straight. If only I had your skills. Li Chunmei shyly pursed her lips. In the past few days, while fixing Li Yun's jacket, she kept thinking. Her sister was so kind to her, and she had nothing special to give in return. She has only this much skill, but she insists on making the quilt as fitting and warm as possible. My sister is very clever and smart. She learns things quickly. Li Yun looked at the sleeping child and quietly returned, taking off her shoes to show He Yulon the insoles. Madam, look at the insoles my sister made for me. They are soft and comfortable. You can't buy such outside. Li Chunmei made these insoles for her yesterday. Just this one sentence made Li Chunmei happy for a long time. He Yulon glanced at the baby sleeping by the bed and whispered, How's the child been these past 2 days? Much better. Li Yun guessed something from her expression and whispered, He can eat and sleep and isn't crying. But he's too light. When I hold him, he feels so small. That's because he's hungry. He Yulon sighed. Nowadays, adults are hungry, let alone children. She paused and lowered her voice. The thing you asked about, there's some news. Seeing her serious expression, Li Yun also became serious. And he, go on. He Yulon looked at the children, 3 little ones playing happily on the bed, not paying attention to the adults talking. She spoke. That child I asked around. Knowing your thoughts, Yunzi, I was extra careful before asking. Asked my relatives on my mother's side to keep an eye out. And then, she paused, her face complicated, and suddenly slapped her thigh. It turns out I did find out. Whose family? Next door in the village, in Xiaowangzhuang. He Yulon sighed. The Wang family, the daughter-in-law married in 2 years ago. She had a girl in her first pregnancy. That family favors boys over girls and has been harsh on the daughter-in-law. This year, with the grain shortage, everyone is hungry. Those wolves they keep, they shame their family, and they force the daughter-in-law to hang herself. Lee Chun-mei took a deep breath.
Lee Yun frowned.
He Yulan shook her head. Normally, after the daughter-in-law died, leaving behind this girl, anyone with a conscience would take good care of her until she grew up. But that family, whether they were feeling guilty or what, kept making noise at night. They said the daughter-in-law was coughing outside the window, washing clothes, walking around, scaring the family so much they couldn't sleep. Seeing their family about to fall apart, they spent a bowl of sorghum flour and found someone to look into the matter. Are you watching something? Yes, it's a fortune teller. Yulan lowered her voice and suddenly looked a bit gossiping. Guess who? You know this person. Li Yun raised an eyebrow, already guessing. Before Li Yun could speak, Yulan revealed the answer herself, with a disdainful tone. Bah. It's Spring May's brother-in-law's wife's mother, a so-called fortune teller who claims to help people with their problems and bring good luck. She's really harmful. She took a bowl of sorghum noodles from that family and told them their child was possessed by her own mother, saying she wanted to kill their whole family. She even told them to abandon the child, preferably far away, or else the whole family wouldn't survive. Li Yun felt a chill. So they really threw the child into the graveyard in the snow. Yes, Yulan pursed her lips. A few days ago, that family told others the child was gone, and they just buried him somewhere. But actually, that day, the child's father carried a broken bamboo basket out in the snow, and villagers saw it. But no one cared. After all, nowadays, people are struggling just to survive. So who cares about others' affairs? These wicked people, I'm afraid the heavens will strike them down with lightning, and it would be best if the child's mother was punished too. At this, Yulan seemed worried that Li Yun might think the child was unlucky, so she quickly added, Yunzi, I'm just saying this. You just listen. It's a new society now, no such evil spirits or monsters anymore. I'm not afraid. Li Yun shook her head, feeling some sympathy for the child. I was thinking if her family really couldn't make ends meet, maybe I could find a way to help a little. But now, maybe I should find out where her mother buried her, so we can burn some paper offerings during festivals. Hearing this, Yulan and Lee Chun-mei both widened their eyes. Yunzi, are you serious? You really want to keep this child? Yulan lowered her voice and said, Have you really thought about it? Are you sure you want to raise this child? Li Yun didn't lift her head and skillfully cut the fabric with borrowed scissors. But Yulan hesitated, looking at Li Yun's expression, then couldn't help but say, Yunzi, you're from outside. I see you're only about 20, and you look like a young girl who hasn't been married. This child. Your man is gone, and who knows if he's real. Later, you can say you're still a girl, find a family with a good official background, and have support for the rest of your life, having a child. If you want to remarry, it will be hard. Her words were sincere and heartfelt. Yulan truly cared for Li Yun. She had lived over 40 years and had seen many widows struggle to live with their children. Nowadays, women raising children alone face many difficulties. Li Yun was capable of getting food. If she found a good family, she wouldn't have to worry much about the future. She could live in the city in a small apartment, enjoy government supplies, and be respected. How good that would be. Of course, this was based on Yulan's idea of the best life for a woman. Li Yun paused her work. She looked up at Yulan's face, which was wrinkled from years of hard work, and felt a bit emotional. Yulan truly wanted the best for her. Although her idea of best was based on the values of this era, women should marry and have support. But Li Yun was not from this time. Moreover, she had no plans to get married in her life. Uncle Li Yun gently continued, I know you're doing this for me. But I don't want to marry. How can a woman not marry? Yulan was anxious, her eyes wide as if she saw a monster. You have good conditions, you're capable, and you look decent. Finding a good official family isn't a problem. Uncle Li Yun interrupted her with a smile. I have a bad temper, and I can't stand being controlled. I want to live alone and be free. Yulan opened her mouth to say something but swallowed it back. She remembered how Li Yun had smashed things when she was upset. This girl definitely wasn't someone who could be controlled. All right then, He Yulan sighed and gently touched the child's small hand. So, what are you going to do about this child? Raising a kid isn't like taking care of a cat or a dog. If you've made up your mind, I can ask around to see if there's a kind family willing to take him. I'm keeping him, Li Yun said. My sister can help watch him in the village. When he's a bit older and can run and jump, I'll let her play with Dahua. He Yulan looked at the sleeping child and then at Li Chunmei, hesitating but not speaking. Li Chunmei carried a basin of blanched willow leaves into the room. She noticed the fake smile on Li Yun's face and, for some reason, suddenly understood it clearly. She placed the basin on the ground, shook the water off her hands, and said to He Yulan, "Auntie, it's cold outside. You should go home and rest. You still need to prepare lunch." Her words sounded polite, but He Yulan could tell she was trying to send her away. "Oh, look at my mouth," she said softly. But she wasn't upset. She gently touched her own mouth and said, "All right, I'll go then." "Gosheng, Yaya, come back with me." The two children hesitated and didn't want to leave. Li Yun understood and reached into a basket by the bed to take out a paper-wrapped piece of candy and 2 pieces of rock sugar. "Go on. Next time, come play with Dahua again. If anyone bullies her, just come tell Auntie, okay?" "Okay." Gosheng saw the candy and nodded eagerly, puffing out his chest and promising, "I have a lot of strength and can run fast. If anyone dares to bully Dahua, I'll beat them up." Li Yun. She wasn't really trying to find a hero for Dahua. He Yulan left, and the cave became quiet again. Li Chunmei closed the door of the cave and sat down by the bed. She didn't speak, just lowered her head and used chopsticks to stir the willow leaves in the basin. After a while, the leaves unfurled, revealing a tempting green color. Li Yun knew what she wanted to say. "Sister," she started first, "do you also think I shouldn't keep this child?" Li Chunmei paused, then softly said after a moment, "Yunzi, I'm your sister. I know you've been kind to me these days, but there are some things. I don't know if I should say them." Li Chunmei looked up at Li Yun, her eyes a little red. "You're alone now, taking care of the child. What will you do in the future? These days, it's so hard for women. You don't want to marry again, so when you're old, who will take care of you?" Li Yun smiled. "Sister, I have you, Dahua, and the one in your belly. Aren't you my family?" "It's not the same." Li Chunmei wanted to say something but hesitated, unable to speak clearly. "Sister," Li Yun interrupted her seriously, "I know what you're going to say. I really don't plan to find someone else anymore. This way is fine. Even though this child isn't mine by birth, it was such a cold day, and I just happened to see him. Isn't that a mother and son bond from heaven?" Li Chunmei was stunned, lowered her head and muttered, "After all, he's not my own. What if in the future I can't take care of you? So that's what you're worried about?" Li Yun smiled. "This child is so young. I'll raise him as if he were my own. We'll register our household together in the village. There's no difference from raising my own." Li Chunmei trembled and looked at Li Yun. Li Yun's expression was calm but firm. "Sister, you really need to think carefully," Li Yun said. "Chung Feng, you've seen what kind of person he is. You've also experienced what a marriage is like. If you stay there, you'll only suffer more. Or, do you really want to leave Chung Feng? There's no such thing as wanting to leave or not. Women are supposed to live with men. It doesn't matter who you live with. At least Dahua's father doesn't hit anyone. In the village, many wives are living like this. Isn't that how they all got by?" As she spoke, tears fell from Li Chunmei's eyes. "I'm Chung Feng's wife, and the child is from Chung Feng. And this one in my belly, how can I let you keep raising him forever? Chung Feng is too cruel, sister. I may have picked up this child, but I still need someone to help take care of him. I need you." Li Yun held her hand seriously. "You don't have to do anything, and don't worry or feel burdened. I only have you as my family in this world. As long as you're with me, I feel peaceful, happy, and motivated. I can work hard to earn money. When the big flower blooms, let her take her younger sister and brother to school, attend college, and later go to big cities to see the world." Perhaps Li Yun's description of the scene was too beautiful, so Li Chunmei lowered her head and said nothing. She thought about the hardships she had endured over the years, the betrayal by Chung Feng, the difficulties caused by her mother-in-law, and the indifference of her father-in-law. She remembered the days when she was pregnant alone, digging wild vegetables in the mountains. Lee Chun-mei was just over 18 when she gave birth to Dahua. Her knowledge about health and hygiene was very poor. She only knew that men and women sleep together, then have babies, and that giving birth can be very painful. Lee Chun-mei always believed that all women in the world had to go through this. But now, Lee Yun told her she didn't plan to remarry or have more children. Dahua could leave here in the future. She wouldn't have to suffer anymore. She wouldn't have to be used as a workhorse by her in-laws just because she had no dowry. Something inside Lee Chun-mei was beginning to loosen. She could endure these days, but she couldn't bear for her children to go through the same. But Lee Chun-mei was still struggling. She didn't understand why, when they were talking about the child, it suddenly became about her. No buts, Lee Yun said firmly. Listen to me, sister. In a few days, I will go find Captain Wei and get the household registration sorted. Just say I am a widow, and this child is mine. I just brought her back a few days ago. From now on, we will live in the village and take care of ourselves. Is that okay? Lee Chun-mei was silent. She looked at Lee Yun, feeling a bit confused. This suddenly appearing younger sister was very sincere to her. She fought for her against her mother-in-law, beat her husband, and slapped her father-in-law. Now, for a found child, she was even willing to bear the label of a widow. He Yulan was right. This child was as good as a saint. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Lee Yun didn't rush her mother to make a decision immediately. Honestly, although she adopted this child on a whim, she had her own reasons. First, she didn't plan to remarry in her life. Claiming to be a widow and having a child would save her a lot of trouble. Second, she wanted Lee Chun-mei to completely cut ties with Chung. Adopting a child could also divert her mother's attention. This child indeed has a sad background. If she is sent away as He Yulan suggested, she might not survive. She doesn't know why she traveled through time, or if she will leave someday. If something happens to her, this child will be Lee Chun-mei's emotional support. Lee Yun admits her idea is a bit selfish. But in this life, as long as her mother is happy and content, she feels truly happy inside. Perhaps sensing something, the sleeping baby girl on the bed let out a small whimper. Next to her, Dahua rolled onto her stomach, playing with her fingers and sucking on sugar. Lee Yun smiled and started cooking. Because Lee Yun insisted, the steamed bread was made from pure cornmeal, with just a little bran inside. No wheat bran or sorghum flour was added. When Lee Yun first married, she tried a similar cornmeal steamed bread. It was sour and bitter and didn't hold together well. Bite into it and it was full of crumbs. It was like eating a cloth-flavored sugarcane residue. For Lee Chun-mei, dinner was a luxury. There was a plate of yellow, soft cornmeal steamed bread, a bowl of pork fat and vegetable stir-fry, and a dish of pickled vegetables sent by Zhao Laoxi's family. The steamed bread was golden and soft, with no sugar added, but after steaming, the whole cave smelled sweet. The vegetable had been soaked several times, losing its strange bitterness. Stir-fried with pork fat, it was fragrant and tasty. The pickled vegetables from Zhao Laoxi's family had been stored for a while, but Lee Chun-mei didn't waste them. She sliced them carefully, rinsed them lightly with water, then mixed them with leftover cooking oil, making them crispy and delicious. In front of Lee Chun-mei, there was also a bowl with 2 red sugar eggs. Smell it, eat. Dahua didn't pay attention to the eggs at all. She grabbed half a steamed bread and tried to feed it to Lee Yun. Auntie. Lee Yun smiled and caught the bread with her mouth, not showing any dislike. She turned to remind Lee Chun-mei, "Jia, I need to go to the county tomorrow. I've already arranged with Aunt He to come help. Fetching water, carrying firewood, doing laundry, these chores you can leave to others. I'll hire someone soon. The new year is coming, and there's a lot to prepare. Yunzi, how much will all this cost?" Lee Chun-mei put down her bowl, frowned slightly, and unconsciously spoke in an older sister's tone. "You're young and don't understand the importance of money. Save some of your own and don't buy things for me. I only buy things for the family." Lee Yun quickly finished her pickled vegetables and the small steamed bread in her hand, wiped her mouth, and carried a bowl with half a bowl of fried pork fat and 2 steamed breads as she headed outside. "Big sister, you all eat first. I'm going to Aunt He's house. It's been several days." Why hasn't there been any news from Wei Fulai? Could there be a change in the household registration? Li Yun plans to go see for herself. Li Yun carried a bowl of stir-fried vegetables with pork fat and willow leaves, holding 2 cornmeal steamed breads, and stepped on the snow toward Wei Fulai's house. The snow had stopped, but the sky was still cloudy. It looks like more snow might fall. The snow on the ground was about half a foot thick, and when stepped on, it made a creaking sound. The village's dirt road formed a narrow path, with white snow on both sides. Wei Fulai's house was not far from the village office. It was a bit better than some of the yellow mud houses in the village, 3 earthen caves, with a fence made of branches at the yard entrance. When Li Yun reached the yard gate, she heard voices asking inside. "Who is it, Li Yun? Yunzi?" There was a rustling sound from the bed, then He Yulan's somewhat anxious face appeared at the door. "What's the matter? Coming so late, did something happen?" Winter days get dark early, and with the snow and cold weather, everyone in the village stays at home. As she spoke, He Yulan was about to raise her voice to call her son. "No, Andy, I just need to see the team leader about something." Li Yun quickly stepped forward and was invited inside by He Yulan. She pushed open the door, and inside the main room was lit by a kerosene lamp, the wick small, casting a dim yellow glow. Wei Fulai sat cross-legged on the kong, a traditional heated bed, holding a dry tobacco pipe, filling it with dried smoke tree bark powder. Next to him, his 3 sons sat around a broken table, each holding a handful of hemp, twisting hemp ropes. This was a delicate task. The hemp had to be soaked in water first, then twisted into thin ropes, and finally braided into thicker ropes for making baskets and tying things. The 3 grown men moved skillfully, clearly experienced in the work. On the other side of the kong, heated bed, Wei Fulai's wife, He Yulan, and 2 daughters-in-law sat together. The eldest daughter-in-law held a small dog, and the second daughter-in-law's belly was slightly rounded. They all sat on the kong, using the faint light from an oil lamp to mend shoes. The needle pierced through thick cloth, making a soft, sizzling sound from time to time. Dog and Yaya heard the door open and looked over eagerly. Dog saw the bowl of vegetables and 2 small cornbread loaves in Li Yun's hands, and his eyes lit up. "Meat. It's meat." Yaya also sniffed and showed a longing expression on her face. "Shame on your ancestors with a dog nose. Only your nose is sharp." Wei Fulai scolded, noticing Li Yun coming in, and quickly sat up straight. "Comrade Li Yun, what are you doing? I made some cornmeal buns today and brought 2 for the children to try." Li Yun placed the bowl on the table and took out the 2 cornmeal buns. She moved quickly, and the food was still hot. The aroma of pork fat and vegetable greens mixed together, making the cold room feel especially inviting. Although the buns were made from cornmeal, they also contained some white flour, making them look golden and soft. Wei Fulai's family also received some cornmeal, but He Yulan didn't want to use it and secretly swapped it for sorghum flour. "Wow!" Dog immediately pounced over, his little head close to the bowl, sniffing eagerly. "So fragrant. So fragrant. Aunt Yun, how can you be so kind, so good?" Yaya also ran over, leaning on the table edge, staring at the food with her mouth watering. A few years ago, during the large steel-making campaign, the village's iron pots and knives were taken away for steel production. Wei Fulai's family was no exception. Now, they only had a small iron pot exchange from someone else, but it was so small that it was hard to even cook an egg. When they smelled the delicious aroma of stir-fried food, Wei Fulai's 3 sons couldn't help but move their throats. Eldest son Wei Dagong kept staring into the pot, forgetting to twist the hemp rope in his hands. Second son Wei Ergang swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down. The youngest, Wei Xiaojiang, only 19, couldn't hold back and secretly licked his lips. Seeing his son's eager expressions, Wei Fulai's face turned red with embarrassment, and he felt ashamed. He tapped his pipe and cleared his throat. "Sit properly. No manners. It's embarrassing." The 3 of them finally came back to their senses and quickly lowered their heads to continue rolling the hemp rope, but they couldn't help but glance at the bowl. "Yunzi, look at this." Yulon blushed so much, she was almost speechless. Keep it for Chun Mei and Dahua to eat. Our dog leftovers and Yaya are tough. They don't need fine food. They've already eaten, Li Yun said, setting down the bowl and smiling. Auntie, don't be polite. Let the kids try some. Yulon then divided a small portion of vegetables for dog leftover and Yaya, and broke a small piece of steamed bread. The two children held their bowls and ate eagerly, their faces covered in food. Wei Fu watched, feeling both happy and a bit sad. Happy because the children could eat good food, but sad because he, as their grandfather, felt he wasn't capable enough to make sure they didn't crave so much. He sighed and said to Li Yun, Li Yun, sit down. You came to see me about the household registration, right? Li Yun sat across from him, nodded silently. Wei Fu took a moment to think, then lit a piece of bark, inhaled deeply. The smoke curled under the kerosene lamp, making his eyes squint from the sting. Li Yun, he began, his voice a little heavy, I checked with the commune yesterday about your situation. Li Yun listened quietly. Your case isn't easy. Wei Fu clicked his tongue. You're an unregistered person. Your ID and introduction letter are lost. According to the rules, to get registered, you need a few things. He counted on his fingers. First, an application form for household registration. Second, an introduction letter from your original local team. Third, proof of widowhood. You said your husband is gone, right?
You need proof of that.
Fourth, proof that both your parents are deceased. Oh, you can get that from your sister's team. Fifth, proof of your relationship with your sister. Since you said you were adopted out, that also needs proof. He paused. Do you have these documents? Li Yun was unsure about how strict the identity checks were in this era. She could only shake her head with a serious expression. Since Wei Fu didn't outright refuse, it meant that although difficult, it was still possible to handle. Sure enough, Wei Fu sighed and changed the subject. That makes it complicated. Getting registered involves land use rights, work points, and grain distribution. Since you're unregistered, technically, you can't get grain. After all, if you settle down, the village has to give you a share of food. These days, food is life. Li Yun understood. Captain Wei, what if I don't take my food share this year? Wei Fulai hesitated. You don't want it?
Then.
What will you eat? I have my own way, Li Yun said calmly. As long as I can settle down, I don't need the food this year. Wei Fulai looked at her with complicated eyes. This girl really has confidence. He paused for a moment and said, even if you don't want the food, the paperwork still needs to be done.
But
these past 2 years have been unstable, and many procedures are not so strict anymore. He took a puff of his cigarette and slowly explained, our village can first give you a household registration receipt. Accountant Zhang, and the militia captain will sign and stamp it. Then you take this receipt to the commune to submit your documents. After they approve, you'll need the police station to come for an interview. An interview? Yes. Wei Fulai nodded. They need the village elders to confirm that you are indeed your sister's younger sister and that you were adopted out by your parents. Then the police will verify with the commune and issue an official introduction letter. That's the process. After speaking, he looked at Li Yun with a mix of guilt and hope. Li Yun knew he hadn't finished talking. Captain Wei, she asked directly, if there are difficulties, just tell me. Wei Fulai took another puff of his cigarette, coughing harshly this time. He coughed for a while before waving his hand, his voice hoarse. Comrade Li Yun, I won't hide it from you. He looked at the people inside. Yulan, her 3 sons, 2 daughters-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. Everyone was watching him, with concern and a hint of fear about what might come next. Wei Fulai took a deep breath and said, yesterday, I went to the commune and heard something. What is it? Yulan couldn't help asking. Wei Fulai looked at her and spoke in a low voice. This year, things are even harder. There might be no relief grain. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. Yulan's shoe's sole dropped onto the Kong. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she seemed to lose her backbone. What? No relief grain? How can we live? The higher-ups only care about collecting grain, not our lives. The eldest daughter-in-law hugged little Yaya tightly, while the second daughter-in-law covered her stomach, her face pale. The 3 sons also stopped their work and looked blankly at their father. Gosheng and Yaya didn't understand what relief food was, but seeing the adults' expressions, They knew it was bad. Gosheng licked his lips and whispered, "Mom, what's wrong?" Hyulan didn't answer, just held him close. Wei Fulai looked pained and continued, "Not just our village, but several nearby communes are like this. Forget relief food. Some places have started eating goddess earth, a type of soil, and some people have starved to death." He looked at Li Yun with red eyes and said, "Comrade Li Yun, I'll tell you the truth. There's only 87 yuan, 3 jiao, and 2 cents left in the village account. That's not enough to buy food, but in a few days, the weather will get colder, wild vegetables will be gone, and even bark from trees has been stripped. When that happens, people in Xiaoqiao Temple Village might really die." As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Li Yun. "Comrade Li Yun, I beg you," his voice choked with emotion. "You have connections and can get food. I, Wei Fulai, promise you, if you can get food and help the villagers survive this winter, I will do everything I can to get your household registered here, even if I risk my life." The room was eerily silent. Everyone looked at Li Yun with pleading eyes, hopeful, desperate, and full of worry. Li Yun was shaken inside. She knew Wei Fulai was a responsible team leader, but she didn't expect him to go this far. "Captain Wei, please sit down first." She helped Wei Fulai to sit and understood his situation. "Tell me, what do you plan to do?" Wei Fulai sat down, wiped his face, and calmed his emotions before speaking. "Over at the commune, I have a friend who handles household registration. He owes me a favor. As long as the village provides a receipt of acceptance, I can go to him. He should be able to help. I also know someone at the police station. I can visit and investigate and have the village elders testify. As long as our stories match, it shouldn't be a problem." He paused, clenched his teeth, and looked a bit ashamed. "Comrade Li Yun, if you get the food, I promise to get your household registered within a month. And I will also help you and your sister move out of your current household registration and set up your own household." When he said this, even Wei's family was stunned. "Father," Wei Ergang blurted out, "living alone? That's not proper, is it?" "Even if it's not proper, we have to do it." Wei Fulai glared at him. "Getting married like that, with Chunmei staying with them, something will happen sooner or later. Li Yun can support herself and her sister. What's wrong with living alone? It's not like they're dividing the village land." He looked at Li Yun nervously, rubbing his hands. "Comrade Li Yun, I know this is against the rules, but I really have no choice. Someone in the village might die, and I can't just watch and do nothing." Li Yun looked at him, quickly calculating. Living alone in this time really isn't proper. In the countryside, household registration is based on families, and it's rare for women to live alone. Especially Chunmei, who, although married, is still a married woman. Moving her out of her family registration is like admitting that marriage doesn't restrict her. This would offend her family and cause gossip in the village. But Wei Fulai is willing to take that risk. For that reason alone, she has to accept. "Captain Wei," she said directly, "how much grain do you want?" Wei Fulai was stunned. He didn't expect Li Yun to be so straightforward. He swallowed hard, even stammering. He opened his hands, making a 4 with his fingers, voice weak. 400? No, 4,000 jin. Is that okay?" The room fell silent again. Wei Dagong almost slipped off his stool. "Dad, 4,000 jin? Our village's account only has about 80 yuan. Wei Fulai ignored his son, just looked at Li Yun with a guilty expression. He knew that number was impossible. 4,000 jin of grain, at market price of 1/8 per jin, is about 320 yuan. At black market prices, it's at least 500 or 600, and even then, it's hard to buy. The village account only has over 80 yuan, which is way too little." He thought about borrowing first, then settling the account next year by converting work points into grain. But he didn't know if Li Yun would accept that. After all, this was trading household registration for grain. Some might call it extortion or blackmail. It's embarrassing. Too embarrassing. But Wei Fulai was truly at his wit's end. He was waiting for Li Yun to get angry. But Li Yun only paused for a moment and then asked, "Captain, just 4,000 jin, and any kind of grain is fine." "Yes." Wei Fulai was surprised and felt hopeful. He quickly nodded. "Anything. As long as it's edible," Corn flour, sorghum flour, sweet potatoes, yams, all count. Li Yun then asked carefully, how do you want to settle the payment? The village account still is 87 yuan, 3 mao, and 2. Wei Fulai was honest. The rest can only be borrowed with an IOU. When spring comes next year, we'll convert it into grain based on work points, and then pay you back. As for interest, you can set the rate. Li Yun didn't say anything, just started to think intensely. 4,000 jin of grain could be bought at the cheapest price. She remembered that in the group buying chat, there were often deals on potatoes, costing 55 cents per jin, which in this era was about 5.5 cents per jin. There was also near-expiry flour and rice, costing 35 cents per jin, about 3.5 cents. If she bought only potatoes, 4,000 jin would cost only 2,200 yuan, equivalent to about 22 yuan in this era's currency. Buying only near-expiry flour would be even cheaper. It would cost 1,400 yuan, roughly 140 yuan in this era. And the village account had 87 yuan, that was real money from this time. Converted at the exchange rate, it would be about 870 yuan in WeChat. Over 800 yuan, enough to buy half potatoes, half flour, and then exchange for coarse grains on the black market. It was a bit complicated, but it was a sure profit, plus a legitimate household registration. But Li Yun didn't show any of this. She only paused for a moment, and then softly said, Captain, I understand, but with so much grain, I don't know how to gather it all at once. Tomorrow I have to go to the county transportation team to deliver the grain, and I'll ask around about this. I'll give you an answer later. Wei Fulai felt uneasy inside. He thought Li Yun might bargain or refuse outright. But she said nothing. If Li Yun had agreed immediately, he might have doubted her, but for now, he couldn't help but breathe a small sigh of relief. He couldn't help but ask, Comrade Li Yun, aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? Li Yun replied with a question. I need so much grain. Wei Fulai's face turned red. I know this is blackmail, but the village really has no money. There is no relief grain at all. You don't understand, he added. Yesterday, I went to the commune team. The team leader himself was so hungry he was malnourished and swollen all over. This isn't blackmail. Li Yun looked at him and suddenly smiled. Captain, if I settle in our village later, it's normal to seek some benefits for the village. Wei Fulai's eyes welled up with tears. Li Yun stood up to leave. I'm going now. Don't forget about tomorrow. It's always better to be clear and straightforward than vague. At least Wei Fulai isn't acting for personal gain. Taking the grain is genuinely to get things done. For example, Cheng Jia recently didn't dare to bother Li Chunmei anymore. I heard Wei Fulai went to see Grandma Wei and called Cheng Dashan over to scold him. Hey, Wei Fulai quickly nodded, then suddenly remembered something and greeted. Early tomorrow morning, I'll take the donkey cart. Oh no, the donkeys are gone, just the cart remains. I'll pull the cart, and we'll go on foot to the town to pick up the educated youth. It's a good chance to take you along. The roads have been quite dangerous lately. If you're alone, you might run into trouble with bandits, which wouldn't be good. Educated youth. Li Yun paused slightly as she stepped outside. Yes. Wei Fulai sighed. The commune announced that young people from the city and the south are coming to the countryside and will be assigned to our village. She wondered about the situation in the city. It was so urgent, they couldn't wait until spring. In the middle of winter, what are they going to do in the countryside? Li Yun's mind moved. Young people coming to the countryside? She hadn't expected that. In her previous life, she heard that in the 1950s and 1960s, there was indeed a movement of educated youth going to the countryside. But large-scale movements started in the late 1960s. In 1959, it was probably just a few pilot projects. Anyway, they had come now. Her immediate concern was food and household registration. Okay, I'll come early tomorrow. She pushed the door open. Outside, it was even darker. The snow reflected faint light, making everything look hazy. Li Yun stepped carefully toward the cave, still thinking. 4,000 jin of grain was exchanged for a formal household registration, and it also allowed my mother and sister to leave the family and become independent households. This deal was very worthwhile. It could also save more than 300 people in the village. Two good things at once. She quickened her steps. Inside the cave, Li Chunmei was not asleep. She was holding her baby and soothing her on the Kong bed. Dahua was sleeping nearby, her face rosy. The baby girl had woken up, kicking her little legs and making soft sounds, looking much more lively than yesterday. "You're back." Li Chunmei looked up. "How did it go?" "It settled," Li Yun replied. Li Yun took off her cotton jacket and sat on the Kong, gently touching Xuexing's face. 4,000 jin of grain for a household registration. And we moved out from the family to become independent households. Li Chunmei paused. 4,000 jin? There can't be that much grain. I can get it, Li Yun said confidently. Li Chunmei looked at her with complicated eyes. She knew her sister had connections, but 4,000 jin of grain. That was an enormous amount. Big sister. Li Yun held her hand. Don't worry. I have a way. Li Chunmei nodded but didn't ask further. Instead, she changed the warm bedding for Li Yun and, worried she might be cold, covered her feet with her own cotton jacket. Outside, the snow started falling again, fine and silent. Inside the cave, the yellowish glow of the kerosene lamp was warm. Li Yun closed her eyes, leaning against the Kong. The sound of falling snow and Li Chunmei softly patting the baby blended together, and she quickly fell asleep. Before dawn the next day, Wei Fulai and Zhang Huiji were waiting at the cave entrance. Wei Fulai had tossed and turned all night on the Kong, thinking about those 4,000 jin of grain. He knew Li Yun had also promised the county transport team 3,000 jin of grain. 3,000 jin. Wei Fulai, nearly 50 years old, had never seen such fine grain before. When those 15 bags of cornmeal were moved into the warehouse, his hands trembled. Today, he was also tasked with going to the county to pick up educated youth. Yesterday, the commune announced that 6 educated youths would be assigned to Xiaoqiao Temple Village, and they needed to go to the county commune to pick them up. Wei Fulai was worried at the time. These days, they couldn't even support their own people, and now they had to take an educated youth? But he had to obey the commune's orders. Now, it was a good opportunity, picking up the educated youth and delivering Li Yun in one trip. Li Yun had already gotten up and was feeding the baby girl some rice soup. The child was weak and nearly had a fever last night. Li Yun spent the night giving water and wiping the child's body, busy all night. By dawn, the baby finally recovered a bit, drank some corn porridge, and fell asleep. She planned to wait a couple of days until the weather was better, then borrow a transport team's vehicle to take the child and Li Chunmei to the county hospital for a checkup. After settling Li Chunmei, Li Yun followed 5 others toward the county town. Wei Fulai kept inviting Li Yun to sit on the donkey cart, and others also urged her. But Li Yun felt too shy to accept. The snow had stopped, but the road was still covered with thick snow, so the cart moved very slowly. The wheels crushed the snow, making a creaking sound. On both sides of the road were vast, white fields, with a few withered trees occasionally visible. The bark had been stripped from the trees, exposing their white, bare trunks. After walking for more than half an hour, dawn broke. Wei Fulai pulled his cotton-padded coat tighter, and his breath turned into white frost. When they were nearing the town, they saw someone standing by the roadside from afar. It was a young man, about 27 or 28, wearing a nearly new padded coat and a dogskin hat, stomping his feet to keep warm. It was Wei Daqiao. Seeing the donkey cart approaching, his eyes lit up, and he ran over to wave his hand. Stop. Stop. Comrade Li Yun, he still looked thin and bony, but his complexion was better, probably because he had a good meal these days, and his face had a bit of color. Captain Wei, Clerk Li. He hurried over, looking excited, almost like he had seen a delicious dish. Finally, I've been waiting for you. The transport team's vehicle is already here. Come on, get on my cart. Li Yun was surprised by his words first. Clerk Li, didn't your brother-in-law tell you? Wei Daqiao rubbed his hands. You're now a clerk in our transport team's procurement department. Your position has been approved. Li Yun's mind moved, but she kept her expression calm. Oh, Secretary Ding is quite efficient. In fact, she wasn't sure what Secretary Ma was up to. Li Yun remained calm, but Wei Fulai and Accountant Zhang's eyes looked at her quite differently. A clerk. still a clerk in the county transport team. Initially, Chung Feng was very proud of his achievements. Chengdeshin Wangpozi was also happy and boasted to everyone that their son was now working for the government, making him half a city person. However, after Li Yun arrived at Xiaoqiao Temple Village for just a few days, someone was already asking her to find a job. Working in the city, in the eyes of rural folks, was like holding a golden rice bowl. You didn't have to farm all day, count work points all year, or live a hard life. In the city, there was grain supply, a supply and marketing cooperative, and every month you could get grain and meat with your food and meat coupons.
Meat.
There was always meat every month. Two militia members looked at Li Yun with envy, puzzled by her calmness. When they got on the bus, Lao Jiefeng drove straight toward the county town. Passing by the abandoned tile kiln, Li Yun looked over. It was still the same, standing alone on the barren hill, surrounded by white snow. The bus didn't stop. It went directly to the transport team. Wei Daqiao eagerly offered to send Wei Fu over. No need, no need. Wei Fu kept waving his hands. Only officials go out by bus every day. We can just pull a donkey cart. It's still early, and I don't know if the educated youth have arrived yet. Wei Daqiao didn't insist. After all, sending Wei Fu was also because of Li Yun's face. He was still worried about gasoline. The transport team's yard was the same big yard, but the atmosphere was noticeably different. When workers saw the bus come in, they stopped their work and looked eagerly. They knew this bus was going to fetch grain. Since Secretary Ding brought back 400 jin of cornmeal 3 days ago, the canteen had started serving meat. Each person had a bowl of thick corn porridge. Although it still contained wild vegetables, the amount of grain was enough. No longer just a clear soup that reflected a person's face. The workers' faces showed smiles, and they greeted Li Yun warmly. Comrade Li Yun has arrived. Have you eaten? Today, our canteen is steaming steamed buns. Did Xiao, why aren't you going to fetch the grain? No one mentioned Chung Feng. Secretary Ding was already waiting in his office. When he saw Li Yun come in, he quickly stood up, smiling kindly. Comrade Li Yun, you're here? Please sit, please sit. The office was small. A table, a few chairs, and files piled in the corner. There are porcelain cups on the table, steaming, hot water with some tea leaves floating inside, probably brewed for a while. Li Yun sat down, and Secretary Ding personally poured her a glass of water. It's cold outside. Have some hot water. Li Yun took the cup and took a sip. It was a little sweet, probably with some brown sugar. Secretary Ding, let's get straight to the point. She put down the cup and smiled. 3,000 jin of cornmeal, same price as before, no receipt for 70% of a jin, and we can deliver the goods today. Secretary Ding's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. Great.
Great.
The money is ready. He opened a drawer, took out a bulging envelope, and pushed it toward Li Yun. This is the remaining half of the payment, 105 yuan. Plus the deposit I gave earlier, the total is 210 yuan. Please check. No need. Li Yun took it and put it directly into her pocket. If Secretary Ding trusts me, I trust you too. This made Secretary Ding feel reassured. He rubbed his hands again and lowered his voice. Comrade Li Yun, there's one more thing I need to tell you. He took out another envelope from the drawer. It was thinner than the last one, but still full. This is a small token from our transport team. Li Yun opened it and saw a stack of vouchers. Industrial coupons, cotton coupons, sugar coupons, egg coupons, and even a coupon for a cast-iron pot. She looked up at Secretary Ding, who remained silent. Secretary Ding showed no embarrassment and said frankly, "The secretary thought since you just arrived from the frontier, and it's cold here, he's worried you might not adapt well. These coupons, you can exchange them for some things. You probably need a cast-iron pot in your village, and the cotton coupons can be used to get a few pounds of cotton for making beds and thick quilts. As for the sugar and egg coupons, they're for your sister and children to help them get by." He paused and added, "Don't worry, this isn't from the public funds. It's the secretary's personal contribution, so it's within the rules." Li Yun understood what this meant. In these times, coupons were life. One sugar coupon could exchange for a pound of red sugar, useful in emergencies. One cotton coupon could get half a pound of cotton. Secretary Ma, as an official, only received a few coupons each month, but he gave them all to her. showing he truly regarded her as family. Secretary Ding waved his hand. Don't refuse. You helped the transportation team a lot. This small gesture is deserved. There is one more thing. I took the initiative without discussing it with the secretary, and I was worried you might be upset. Lian thought it was probably about the work Wei Daqiao mentioned. But she didn't fully believe Secretary Ding's words. Handling's such a big matter for someone else. If Secretary Ma didn't know, that would be suspicious. She didn't think Secretary Ding, who was so clever, would act first and report later.
Go ahead, she said.
Secretary Ding carefully chose his words, looked out the window, and then spoke. Comrade Li Yun, your grain trading, honestly, it's a bit of speculation. Although the situation is special now and higher-ups turn a blind eye, if there's an investigation someday, it could be troublesome. Li Yun didn't see this as a problem at all. She had lived for decades and seen everything. She knew some people in the world are truly bad and some are truly good. As an old woman who had lived a full life and was part of a buying group, what was there to fear? She couldn't just hide her wealth to avoid suspicion, nor could she be stingy and not use her resources. And she certainly couldn't watch her mother and neighbors go hungry. Besides, if her grain dealings were discovered, at worst, the officials in the 1960s would notice something unusual about her. If it really came to that, she, an old lady, would simply admit everything honestly, and maybe she could contribute a little to the country. After all, since she moved into the village, she had been full of flaws. One flaw was nothing, but many flaws meant she was truly suspicious. Secretary Ding continued. So, Secretary Ma. No, I want to give you an official position, an employee in the procurement section of the transportation team, within the official system, with a salary and grain coupons every month. This way, your grain trading with the transportation team would be transparent and above board, and anyone investigating could see it clearly. He paused, looked into Li Yun's eyes, and smiled. Of course, you won't need to clock in every day for this job. As long as you can get grain for the transportation team, everything else can be handled. By saying this, he was clearly making it obvious. He was giving her an official identity to cover her activities. She just needed to focus on getting grain, and the transportation team would handle the messy parts. Li Yun hesitated for a moment, then accepted the proposal. All right. Thank you, Secretary Ding and Secretary Ma, for your votes. Secretary Ding let out a sigh of relief, smiling happily. Great.
Great.
From now on, we are like family. He took a small notebook from his drawer and handed it to Li Yun. This is your work ID. It's ready. Also, here is this month's salary and food coupons. Keep them for now. Li Yun took the items and opened the ID. The words, and County Transport Team, were written in small letters. Below that, it said, and County Transport Team Procurement Section Staff, Li Yun, ID number 037. The photo space was empty, covered with a red stamp in advance. In other words, as long as someone's name was Li Yun and they had a photo, sticking it on would give them a job. The salary was 18 yuan and 50 cents, and the food coupons were for 15 jin of grain, based on worker standards. As for work procedures, household registration, and referral letters, compared to thousands of jin of grain, Secretary Ding thought these were minor issues. After all, now the grassroots were a mess, with one makeshift team after another. Before, Ganqing province even had a farcical story of a family of 8 starting a steel factory, with someone acting as the factory boss. Li Yun nodded and said, Secretary Ding, let's go get the grain. Already so soon? Secretary Ding hurriedly stood up, looking excited. Right now? Okay, I'll call the driver. Oh, Li comrade, you've really helped us a lot. No, I should say, you've already made a big contribution just by starting work. Oh, this is wonderful. It was still the same truck, driven by Wei Daqiao, heading west to the abandoned kiln 10 miles away. But this time, the atmosphere was noticeably different. Secretary Ding sat in the passenger seat, talking a lot along the way, asking Li Yun about Xinjiang, about life there, about the grain supplies. Li Yun answered casually, adding some details from short videos she had watched in her previous life, mixing truth and falsehood. But even these small bits of information shocked everyone who had never left Ganqing province in this life. The vehicle stopped outside the kiln. It was still that broken kiln, with half-collapsed brick walls and scattered tiles on the ground. The surrounding area was blanketed in white, with snow reaching above the ankles. Comradely, same as usual, Secretary Ding got out of the car, rubbing his hands as he looked at the kiln. Waiting for your friend to come deliver the grain. 3,000 jin of grain. Do you really not need anyone to help carry it? Although I'm not sure how the grain was brought here, he already sent people to check around the cave yesterday. No need. It was agreed earlier that the grain would be delivered today, but my friend can't show up.
Li Yun nodda.
You all wait here. I'll go inside and take a look. She entered the cave alone. Inside, it was still the same, dim, broken, and drafty. But the ground had been clearly cleaned. Corn stalks were gathered, and broken bricks had been picked up and set aside. Li Yun had an idea. Next time, she would change the location. She opened the group purchase chat. Old Zhang from the grain and oil shop was still diligently posting updates. Li Yun ordered 3,000 jin and chose to pick up the goods. Soon, 30 bags of cornmeal appeared in front of her, neatly stacked. Exactly the same as last time. Not even a sound. Li Yun called out loudly, "Secretary Ding, the grain has arrived. Come in and help load it." Secretary Ding, Wei Daqiao, and 2 workers came in. When they saw the pile of sacks, despite being prepared, they still gasped. 3,000 jin of grain, stacked there like a small mountain. Secretary Ding knew what to do. He untied one sack, took a handful of cornmeal, and sniffed. It was the same smell, mixed with white flour, fine and sweet. "Move it." His voice trembled. "Load it onto the truck. Quietly, don't let anyone see." Wei Daqiao looked at Li Yun as if she were seeing a fairy. He had come to clean the cave yesterday, and it was spotless. No grain left at all. When was this brought in? 4 men each carried a sack to the truck. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips. By the 5th trip, they were all exhausted, but no one stopped. This is grain. Real grain. Carrying it was tiring, but their hearts felt sweet. 30 sacks, nearly an hour and a half of work. When the last sack was loaded, it was already noon. Secretary Ding took out a cigarette and handed one to Wei Daqiao and the 2 workers. Good cigarettes, the kind he usually didn't buy for himself. He instinctively offered one to Li Yun, then suddenly remembered something and quickly signaled Wei Daqiao to put out the cigarette.
Kumrada Li.
He looked at her, his eyes curious. "May I ask one question?" Li Yun summarized briefly, but her gaze stayed on the group by chat, checking what she could purchase. This round of grain reselling earned her 30 yuan profit in just one transaction. Converted into balance, that's 300. Change, 1,032.5. How exactly did you get this grain into here? Secretary Ding pointed around, looking genuinely curious. In this remote area, with no roads or vehicles, 20 bags of grain just appeared out of nowhere. Li Yun looked at him, arms crossed, saying nothing. Hey. Secretary Ding was a bit nervous under her gaze and quickly waved his hands. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to ask about your connections. I'm just curious." He paused, then smiled bitterly. "Honestly, I've never seen anything like this. The grain appearing like magic is more reliable than the supply and marketing cooperative." Li Yun smiled gently and said, "Secretary Ding, just pretend I have a fairy friend who can conjure up grain. Where in the world are there fairies?" Wei Daqiao and others laughed. Secretary Ding was momentarily stunned, then waved his hand. "All right, fairy friend or not. As long as the grain is real, I don't care if she's a fairy or not." He thought for a moment and lowered his voice. "Comrade Li, can your friend get anything else? Besides cornmeal?" Li Yun looked at him, thinking for a moment. "What do you want?" Secretary Ding swallowed hard. "Well, with the new year coming soon, several big factories in the county can't deliver their benefits. Our transport team's workers are craving meat like crazy."
Pork.
"Can you get any?" Li Yun thought for a moment. If they wanted a lot, she might really be able to buy out that batch of frozen pork fat. Then she could ask old Zhang for a discount, and she'd make another profit. Li Yun scratched the back of her hand, pretending to think, but actually sending a message in the group chat. After getting confirmation, she exhaled and said confidently, Yes, there should be about 5 tons of pork fat in stock. How much does our transport team need? How much? 5 tons. Secretary Ding's eyes widened instantly. His voice almost cracked. 5 tons of pork fat? That's how many pigs would you have to slaughter? Secretary Ding was stunned. 5 tons of pork fat. That's how much? That's 10,000 gene. A pig can produce about 10 or so gene of fat at most. 10,000 gene of fat. How many pigs would that take? 800 heads? 1,000 heads? The entire Gansu province probably doesn't have that many pigs. His mind was buzzing, like he'd been hit with a stick, and he couldn't speak clearly for a long time. Li Yun looked at him and shook her head silently. 5 tons of pig fat, in modern times with good cold storage, is enough to last a small county for half a month. It's a matter of 10,000 yuan. But in this era, that's a huge amount of money. With that much money, there aren't that many pigs, let alone fat pigs. In this time, fat pigs are the best, and pig fat is a popular item everyone wants to buy. Secretary Ding, Li Yun nudged him, and Secretary Ding finally snapped out of his shock, trembling. Comrade Li Yun. Li Clerk, are you joking? This is no joke. It's just that the price hasn't been settled. I'll ask again in a few days. Secretary Ding took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He rubbed his hands and paced back and forth in the snow, muttering. 5 tons of pig fat. 10,000 gene. 2 ounces per person. Enough for 50,000 people. No, that can't be right. It needs to be processed into oil. He suddenly stopped and looked at Li Yun. Li Clerk, this is a big deal. I need to go back and ask Secretary Ma. Our county's transport team can't handle so much, you. Wait for my news. The latest tomorrow. I'll send a chow to pick you up. Okay. Li Yun nodded. Secretary Ding suddenly remembered something and asked eagerly, how much is pig fat per gene? The supply and marketing cooperative sells pig fat for 6 mao per gene, but only if there's a receipt and stock available. But this year, the whole province is short of food. Everyone is hungry and has eaten everything they can. There's no other feed for pigs anymore. As for the black market, it's even more expensive. Secretary Ding heard from workers going to the black market that you can't buy a gene of pork for less than 3 yuan. It's not that they can't afford it. There's simply no pork at all. So, where did Li Yun get these 10,000 gene of pig fat from? Where could so many pigs come from? Nothing is settled yet. Li Yun thought for a moment. But it will definitely be cheaper than the market price. The supply and marketing cooperative sells pig fat for 6 mao per gene, which is equivalent to 6 yuan and 1 jiao per gene in WeChat balance. The profit here is much higher than reselling cornmeal. Good. Good. Secretary Ding nodded repeatedly. I'll give you a definite answer tomorrow. Get in the car first. Let's eat at the transportation team's canteen today. Li Yun didn't refuse. She knew she couldn't give out too much grain all at once. She had to take it slow, feeding these people little by little. Let them get used to it, depend on her and rely on her. Only then could she firmly establish herself in this era. For lunch, they ate at the county transportation team's canteen. When Li Yun entered, she realized that because of grain shortages, the county transportation team's canteen had long been split up and was now sharing meals with the nearby textile factory. That's why Secretary Ding asked if she knew how to get some meat. The textile factory workers seemed to have stable jobs and good benefits, but in reality, life was very hard. First, the factory's machines ran nonstop for 24 hours a day, making constant loud noises. Many female workers in the textile factory had hearing problems from working there for years, and they spoke loudly to be heard. Also, in this era, there were no weekends or regular days off. Most places worked only 1 day a week, with a rest day, and some factories had workers on rotating shifts, working 48 hours a week. During urgent tasks, workers had to work around the clock in 3 shifts. Such intense work, combined with not enough food and bland meals, was really dangerous. Li Yun didn't have a lunchbox, so she borrowed one from a sister in the transportation team. Secretary Ding kindly served her food. She had 2 cornbread buns, a boiled Chinese cabbage, and some stir-fried shredded potatoes with no oil at all. But even this simple meal was hard to come by in many small factories. Give me some cabbage, some potatoes. Hey, 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 why are you shaking so much? Again with the cornbread buns, they make you constipated and uncomfortable. Do you want white flour buns? That's even better. When can we eat meat? The workers in the canteen were talking loudly, making it sound like thousands of ducks were quacking inside. Li Yun tore open her bun, dipped it in the vegetable soup, and swallowed it. The cornbread was rough, and she chewed bits of it. After just half a day outside, she was already missing her mother's homemade cornmeal buns. Several people ate and talked together. Suddenly, Li Yun noticed someone staring at her. She first pretended not to see, lowered her eyes to eat, then suddenly looked up when the other person was looking her over. The other person didn't expect Li Yun's reaction and was caught staring directly at her. Thin eyebrows, an oval face, some flesh on her cheeks, short hair, and a somewhat old-fashioned linen suit made her stand out. The woman's face showed clear hostility and curiosity. Li Yun slowly swallowed the cornmeal bun in her mouth and smiled at the woman. She was Chung Feng's mistress, the sister of the deputy factory director at the textile factory. The woman who ran away during the scandal was also the owner of that red thread dress. The woman clearly didn't expect Li Yun to react this way. She then provocatively lifted her chin, sneered coldly, and sat down next to Li Yun with her lunchbox. Secretary Ding stopped chewing his bun. Many people in the cafeteria, who knew the truth, quietly exchanged glances. The textile factory cafeteria was quite large, able to seat over 1,000 people at once. It was mealtime now, and workers lined up with enamel cups and aluminum lunchboxes to get their food. Most of them had plain vegetable soup or dark, coarse cornmeal buns. Occasionally, someone's bowl had 2 slices of pickled vegetables, which was considered a small improvement. Zhang Widow's food caught many eyes. A few workers passing by glanced at her table, their throats moving nervously. The cafeteria was noisy, and the workers around her slowed their eating, afraid to miss a good show. Li Yun also looked at Zhang Widow. She was wearing a nearly new linen suit, her hair shiny and well-groomed. Her face had a layer of snow cream, and she walked confidently. Her enamel lunchbox lid was open, revealing golden cornmeal buns. Not the dark, coarse sorghum bread, but soft, steamed pure cornmeal. Underneath there was fried chicken, though it was dry and only a few pieces. But the oily, shiny appearance of the chicken looked like gold among the workers eating vegetable porridge. Zhang Widow smiled softly, her voice sharp with a gentle tone. "Isn't that Chung Feng's sister-in-law? What are you doing here at the transport team? Looking for your brother-in-law?" Li Yun looked at her without showing any emotion on her face. Secretary Ding looked a bit embarrassed. He obviously knew who the widow Zhang was, sister of Deputy Factory Director Zhang Weiman. Relying on her brother's influence, she worked as a worker at the textile factory and often wandered around the transportation team. A few days ago, Li Yun caught her in an affair, and he was there too. Although he didn't see the whole thing clearly, he had heard faintly about who the other main person involved was. Most people would have been so embarrassed they would run away with their face in their hands. But Widow Zhang was different. She was a family girl from the factory, spoiled and raised at home. She always got what she wanted and was very bossy. Her parents and brother also favored her, so outsiders couldn't say much. Take this recent incident with Chung Feng and Widow Zhang. Rumors spread in the transportation team, but Widow Zhang, confident because she had an older brother who was a deputy factory director, was fearless. If it had been someone else, they would have already reported her to the committee. Comrade Zhang Xiaoying, Secretary Ding cleared his throat and frowned. Comrade Li Yun is now a clerk in the procurement department of the transportation team. I've asked her here to discuss work. Procurement department? Widow Zhang covered her mouth and laughed, sizing up Li Yun from head to toe. Oh, impressive. Coming from the countryside, and still able to be a clerk? TSK. Really resourceful. She said this, placing her lunchbox on the table, deliberately facing the chicken part toward Li Yun, and said warmly, "Comrade Li Yun, you come from the countryside. Life must be hard. You probably can't get this kind of food in your village, right? Wanna try? This is a dish cooked in the small cafeteria, and the chicken was bought from the countryside. It's a bit lean, but at least it's meat. You're from the countryside. So pitiful. You probably haven't had meat in a long time, huh? Her voice was loud, and several workers at nearby tables heard her and looked over. Leon looked at this woman in front of her and felt that this wasn't even a real provocation. In her previous life, she had lived into her 50s. She had seen all kinds of people. Wasn't she just trying to get back at Ching-Fong? She was so stupid and mean. No wonder Ching-Fong was so easily fooled and treated her like a treasure. Li Yun had initially thought that widow Zhang, also known as Zhang Xiuying, was a pitiful woman tricked by Ching-Fong with sweet words. That's why she had deliberately let her go when catching her in the act. Today, I saw that woman's proud look and her sense of superiority, as if she thought she was better than everyone else. It wasn't that she was tricked. It was clear she was in cahoots with Ching-Fong. These two, one greedy for money, the other for pleasure. Neither is clean. Li Yun wasn't angry. Getting upset with such people would make her look bad. She put down her chopsticks, looked up at widow Zhang, and suddenly showed a sincere smile. Comrade Zhang, you're truly so kind. Li Yun spoke softly, but everyone around could hear her. Zhang Xiuying was surprised, not expecting Li Yun to react this way. Li Yun nodded and said, "You're right. I haven't seen meat in a long time. Recently, I helped at the transport team. I can eat at the canteen every day, but our squad leader and the accountant, that's Wei Filai, our village production team leader, and Sister Zhang, the accountant, they're out working for the commune today and haven't eaten yet." As she spoke, she naturally reached out and took widow Zhang's lunchbox. They say city folks are kind-hearted. Today, I see that's true. Comrade Zhang, since you're so kind, I won't be polite. Li Yun smiled sincerely, as if she didn't know Zhang Xiuying's status. These steamed buns and chicken, I'll take them back to share with others. Anyway, since you're the deputy factory director's sister, you get to eat well every day. This meal isn't much. After saying that, Li Yun placed the lunchbox on her side, covered it, and pushed it aside smoothly. Her movements were natural and seamless. Zhang Xiuying was stunned. Secretary Ding almost spat out the steamed buns from his nose. Wei Daqiao stared with wide eyes, mouth open, unable to react for a moment. Low laughter sounded around. Zhang Xiuying's face turned red. Her lips trembled, and she wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words again. She couldn't say, "I didn't really give this to you out of kindness." Could she? That would be too embarrassing. But if she just accepted it like that, it was a box of good food. 2 pure cornmeal buns and a small portion of stir-fried chicken. She had saved that from her brother's ration. Her sister-in-law even argued with her brother over it. Zhang Xiuying felt heartbroken, but she couldn't lose her temper. Surrounded by so many people watching, if she argued with the woman over a lunchbox, it would only make things worse if it got out. She took a deep breath and forced a stiff, awkward smile on her face. Comrade Li Yun really cares about the group, she said through clenched teeth, her eyes red with anger. Fine, you can have it. I eat every day anyway, so I don't need this one meal. As she spoke, she stood up to leave. But just as she was about to walk away, passing by Li Yun, the woman bent down, leaned close to Li Yun's ear, and whispered quickly so only the two of them could hear. "I heard your sister's pregnant again?" The countryside's poor conditions might make it hard for her to have the baby. Her voice was soft and gentle, like concern. But every word sounded like a poisonous snake. Li Yun's mind buzzed loudly. Suddenly, she remembered something from her past life. When her mother, Li Chunmei, was pregnant with her younger brother Chunlai, Ching-Fong ran off with someone. A few months later, Wei Filai heard that Ching-Fong had been seen in the provincial city. Li Chunmei, heavily pregnant, still walked dozens of miles to the city station to stop him. But in the city, something happened. Li Chunmei, with her big belly, suddenly went into labor and gave birth to the baby. Back then, conditions were poor and mother and child almost didn't survive. After that, Li Chunmei never mentioned finding Ching-Fong again. She focused entirely on raising her 2 children. Later, when Li Chunmei was older, she slowly talked about that time, saying it was like walking through the gates of hell during her delivery. Li Yun was still young then, and didn't understand. As she grew up and thought about it sometimes, she always felt something was strange. How could it be just a coincidence? Why did Li Chunmei suddenly go into labor when she was trying to stop him? Now, looking at Zhang Widow's fake face, she suddenly had a new suspicion. It wasn't just a coincidence. Cheng Feng was involved with the woman in front of her. Even if he didn't do it directly, he was connected to both of them. Li Yun's hands clenched tightly under the table, her nails almost digging into her flesh. But she showed no sign of it on her face. If anyone dared to provoke her, they would be kicking steel bars. She simply looked up at Zhang Xiaoying and smiled. "Comrade Zhang, what do you mean by that? I will take good care of my sister, so you don't need to worry." Zhang Xiaoying felt a strange chill in her heart as she looked at her. Li Yun's pupils were dark and black, like a frozen lake, hiding a deep, bottomless black water underneath. She instinctively took a step back. I was just trying to warn you kindly." She forced herself to say, "The conditions in the countryside are poor, and the maternal death rate is high. That's a scientific fact." "Thank you for your concern, Comrade Zhang." Li Yun still smiled. "But you should be more worried about Cheng Feng. He has new injuries and old wounds, yet he still refuses to go to the hospital. If he gets infected, well, that could be deadly. Why don't you take him to the hospital?" Zhang Xiaoying asked instinctively, then realized her words might be inappropriate and bit her lip. "Comrade Li Yun, I think what you did that day was too much. Cheng Feng is your brother-in-law. You hit him without proof." At that moment, Secretary Ding spoke up. "Comrade Zhang," his voice was quiet but firm. "That's enough. Comrade Li Yun is one of our transport team members. Your behavior isn't appropriate. What's wrong?" Zhang Xiaoying turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong? I was just trying to help her by giving her food and caring about her sister's delivery. Do you think I did something wrong?" Secretary Ding looked at her with disdain. He knew Zhang Xiaoying's background and also knew her brother Zhang Weimin was recently competing for the factory director position. There were rumors from above. Zhang Weimin was going around collecting votes and giving gifts, waiting for the old director to retire, so he could take over. At this point, offending Zhang Xiaoying was the same as offending Zhang Weimin. No one dared to report Qingfeng's issues to Zhang Xiaoying, but he simply couldn't stand it anymore. "Comrade Zhang," he lowered his voice. "Some things everyone knows in their hearts. Qingfeng's situation, you probably don't know yet, brother. If he finds out..." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Zhang Xiaoying's face changed. Of course, she knew her brother didn't like Qingfeng. If news about her relationship with Qingfeng got out, it wouldn't be good for her brother's factory director campaign. A sister with improper conduct could make her colleagues look down on Zhang Weimin. She clenched her teeth, glared fiercely at Li Yun, and then turned to leave. When she reached the door, she looked back once more. Li Yun was holding her lunchbox, laughing and chatting with Secretary Ding, as if nothing had happened. Widow Zhang was so angry her stomach hurt. In the cafeteria, Li Yun watched Widow Zhang leave, still smiling. "Secretary Ding, thank you." Secretary Ding sighed. "Comrade Li Yun, don't take it to heart. That person, well, she relies on her brother's influence and acts arrogantly in the county town, ignoring everyone. But don't worry, she won't go too far." Li Yun nodded and said nothing more. They hurriedly finished their lunch and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Li Yun clutched her stomach, frowned, and said she needed to go to the bathroom, asking Secretary Ding and Wei Daqiao to go ahead. Secretary Ding didn't think much and told her to be careful, then left with Wei Daqiao. Li Yun exited the cafeteria and turned toward the bathroom. At this time, the textile factory looked just like when she was a child. There were no toilets inside the factory, only 2 outdoor dry toilets on the left and right. It was noon, right after lunch, and there weren't many people near the toilets. Li Yun found a hidden spot behind the wall outside the toilet and squatted down to wait. The textile factory operated 24 hours a day with 3 chefs. Some workers, being lazy, would hide for a while during bathroom breaks. Li Yun bet with her slightly worn-out linen outfit that Zhang Xiaoying was definitely taking a break. After about 20 minutes, Zhang Widow's figure appeared as expected. She walked angrily toward the toilet, muttering and cursing as she went. "What is this? From the countryside, daring to take my things." Sooner or later. You'll see. As she cursed, she slipped into the women's toilet. Li Yun stood up from behind the wall, stretched her arms and legs, and followed directly inside. The toilet was a dry toilet, with a row of squat pits, reeking of smell. At this moment, no one was inside except Zhang Widow. Li Yun moved quietly behind her. Zhang Widow was about to squat, still muttering, when she suddenly felt a chill on the back of her head. A hand covered her mouth, and another hand firmly grabbed her waistband. Ugh! Zhang Xiaoying struggled in fear. Li Yun grabbed the other person's hair and forcefully pulled them up from the squat toilet. Her movements were quick and firm, without any hesitation. Widow Zhang wanted to shout, but her mouth was tightly covered. Li Yun was very strong, so she could only make muffled sounds. Li Yun dragged her to the corner of the bathroom, where a bamboo mop was lying upside down, probably used for cleaning the dry toilet. It was dirty and covered with grime. She released her hand from covering the mouth, picked up the mop, and directly pressed it against Zhang Xiaoying's face. Ugh, ugh. Zhang Xiaoying's face was covered with filth, and she felt so sick she almost fainted. Her clothes, which were part of her uniform, also got dirty. She could only scream and stamp her feet. You're crazy. You're crazy. Ugh, ugh. Li Yun ignored her and vigorously scrubbed her face and mouth with the mop, like cleaning a child's face. But instead of a towel, she used a mop soaked with dirt. Your mouth is dirty, so wash it more, Li Yun said calmly as she scrubbed, as if she were chatting about everyday life. You're messing around with that bastard Chung Feng, dragging my sister into it? Are you angry because I hit him that day and not you? Fine, I'll make up for it today. Li Yun scrubbed about 10 times, and the dirty water on the mop dripped down Zhang Widow's face. It ran into her neck and into the collar of her uniform. The other woman trembled all over, half out of anger, half out of disgust. She wanted to run, but Li Yun grabbed her again like catching a chicken. By now, the workers had started working, and since this place was remote, no one was around. I say, young girl, how did your parents teach you? Li Yun threw down the mop. What's wrong with farmers? Who in the family isn't a farmer for 3 generations? Your brother is a factory director, so what? Directors are chosen by ordinary people too. Zhang Xiaoying collapsed on the ground, covering her mouth and vomiting uncontrollably. Tears and mucus covered her face, mixing with the dirt on the mop and flowing down. Ugh, ugh, ugh. You're finished, you're finished. I will report you. She looked so helpless, like she had just been pulled out of a cesspit, vomiting violently. Ugh, ugh. You're done for. She pointed at Li Yun, her hand trembling badly, unable to speak clearly. Li Yun squatted down and looked at her face directly. Comrade Zhang. She spoke softly, but each word felt sharp. Let me be clear with you. I don't care about your little issues with Chung Feng at all. It's best for you two to stay apart forever, but if you can get him to sign a divorce paper with my sister, I promise to celebrate and give you a big gift. That kind of man is fake and selfish, always thinking about making money. Even during the new year, my sister finds him unlucky. Only you still see him as good. You're talking nonsense. Chung Feng said it's your sister, who keeps bothering him. Zhang Xiaoying suddenly wiped her face, looking a bit pitiful. She even tried to seduce him when Chung Feng came home and got pregnant with his second child. If I were her, being disliked so much by my own husband, I'd be too ashamed to see anyone. Can't you understand what people are saying? Li Yun paused, her eyes turning cold. Listen carefully. If you dare to interfere with my sister, hurt her in any way, or harm the baby in her belly, don't blame me for being rude. She chuckled softly. That red sweater in Chengfeng's dorm, was it yours? Widow Zhang remembered that red sweater, and her face suddenly turned pale. Li Yun continued to threaten. I also have his signed guarantee letter, stamped and signed, with witnesses from the transport team's Ma Shuji. He admitted to having an affair with you. Li Yun kicked the mop in front of Zhang Xiaoying. Tell me, if this gets into your brother's hands, or the factory leaders, or the police's, what do you think will happen? Zhang Xiaoying's lips trembled, unable to speak. Of course, she knew what would happen. Having an affair is a serious moral issue. At best, she could be fired. At worst, sent to reform through labor. Her brother was fighting to be factory director. If she caused this kind of trouble, his future would be ruined too.
You.
What do you want to do? Her voice trembled, no longer as arrogant as before. I told you. I want you and Ching-Feng to stay apart forever. Li Yun stood up, clapping her hands. Ching-Feng wants to be like Chin Shimmy, but he also doesn't want his wife and kids to take care of his parents. But such good things don't happen in this world. If you can find a way to get him to sign a divorce paper with my sister, maybe one day I'll forget about that red sweater. Zhang Xiaoying looked at her with a strange expression, as if she were seeing an alien. Are you asking me to persuade your brother-in-law to divorce your sister? In this time, most people think that when someone talks about divorce, it means the woman is being abandoned. Even the woman's family sees it as shameful. It's almost like a sickness. Don't ask me why I do this. Li Yun's patience was running out. She frowned and urged, can you do it or not? Think carefully. If you want Ching-Feng to agree, and your sister to leave her family, once they divorce, that promise letter won't be a problem anymore. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoying started to seriously consider the possibility. Would Ching-Feng agree? If he doesn't want to, just make him want to. Li Yun didn't bother to prepare herself for becoming a stepmother. She straightforwardly said, Ching-Feng relies on his work with the transport team. In the county, he's been flirting around. If you really want to get married and live peacefully, you need to make him lose his job first. Then your whole family will depend on you and your brother. Zhang Xiaoying stopped trembling and took a small breath, as if she was listening carefully. I don't care who can't live without whom, or who loves who desperately. I don't understand why you seem to look at Ching-Feng like he's some kind of treasure, Li Yun patiently advised, but I know Ching-Feng and his family. If you want him to follow your wishes, you need to hold something over him. If he loses his job, his whole family will always support and protect you and take care of you, right? Do you want to end up like my sister, pregnant and still having to serve her in-laws, walking 10 miles to fetch water? Why should I believe you? Zhang Xiaoying clearly felt her heart move, but she still looked at Li Yun with suspicion and resentment. You and your sister are the same. You can't stand to see Ching-Feng do well. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I have the promise letter. If after the new year, I don't see your sister and Ching-Feng's divorce certificate, I will report it to the provincial authorities. Li Yun said this and turned to leave. I don't know how much time passed before Zhang Xiaoying slowly got up. She looked at her dirty, ragged clothes and suddenly burst into tears, crying out loud. While crying, she suddenly remembered the red sweater and the promise written by Ching-Feng. She felt both scared and angry. Ching-Feng, you useless person. She clenched her teeth and cursed. How can someone find a handle in this? Her clothes were filthy and she couldn't wash them. Zhang Xiaoying could only cover her face and force herself to run outside. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, she bumped into 2 women from the textile factory. Oh, Sister Zhang? One of them looked surprised. What happened to you? Why are you so dirty? The other sniffed and looked strange. Sister Zhang, you smell like... Did she fall into the toilet? She didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes said everything. Zhang Xiaoying's face turned red. She didn't dare tell the truth and stammered, I accidentally fell. Fell? In the dry toilet. The 2 women exchanged looks, their expressions even stranger. Zhang Xiaoying dared not say more. She lowered her head and hurried away. Behind her, the 2 women whispered, Did you smell that? That smell? Yes, the toilet smell. She probably fell into the toilet. No way, she's so big. Who knows? Besides, can falling cause her to smell like that? She probably fell in. TSK, so unlucky. People say you get what you deserve. Looks like she's getting her punishment. Stop talking, it's disgusting. Let's go. Zhang Xiaoying heard everything clearly, feeling humiliated and furious. She stomped her foot and turned to enter the deputy factory director's office. Clatter, what did you say? In the office, Zhang Weimin angrily threw a ceramic cup, almost in disbelief, and asked his sister, Ching-Feng? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Weimin sat on a stool, his face pale and angry. He is 38 years old, the deputy director of a textile factory, in charge of logistics and personnel. In this time when everyone is thin and hungry, Zhang Weimin still looks relatively healthy. It's not because he eats a lot, but because the factory has some special meals, and sometimes he can join late meetings to get a meal. Although the food is simple, at least he can fill his stomach. Zhang Weimin wears a faded blue Zhongshan suit with frayed cuffs, but it is clean and neat, and he buttons it carefully. His hair is shiny, and he wears black-rimmed glasses. He looks gentle and refined, but right now his square face is twisted with anger. Shame on you, you old fool. Stop crying. Halfway through scolding, he suddenly remembered this was his own sister, and such words were like insulting his ancestors. Zhang Xiaoying shivered in fear. Her crying softened a bit, but she was still sniffling. You tell me clearly, start from the beginning. When did you get involved with Qingfeng? And now Qingfeng's sister-in-law has come to find you. Explain everything to me step by step. Zhang Weimin took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, trying to keep his voice calm. How far have you gone with that Qingfeng? Zhang Xiaoying looked up with tears in her eyes, her clothes still wet in large patches. What can I do? What can I do? They say many troubles happen in front of a widow's door. My husband died 3 years ago, and everyone points at me. So, you also want to call me shameless? Say I'm no good? Scold me? I want to beat you to death. Zhang Weimin's anger flared again. Is he the only one? Zhang Xiaoying, look at the person you've chosen. Someone from the countryside, married, with a wife and children. What do you see in him? His words were harsh, and Zhang Xiaoying's face turned red. Brother.
How can you say that?
How can I say that? Zhang Weimin sneered. You did this yourself, and now you're afraid of what others will say? He got more and more angry, reaching for a cup to drink water, but he missed. Zhang Xiaoying, scolded by her brother, couldn't lift her head. After a long while, she muttered softly, I don't really like him. They're family. They only have him as the only child, with no descendants left. Before my mother-in-law died, she held my hand and asked me to make sure to leave a descendant for the old Su family. She said this, tears falling again. Zhang Weimin's face changed, and he said nothing. Zhang Xiaoying continued. I thought about it. I can't remarry. If I do, the Su family's lineage will end. But I am alone. How can I have children? So, I want to find someone to help me have a child. You. Zhang Weimin's eyes widened, looking at his sister as if she were a strange creature. Zhang Xiaoying lowered her head, afraid to look at him. I've decided. When the time comes, I will have 2 children, one with the Su family's surname, and one with mine. That way, the Su family will have descendants, and I will have a child to care for me in old age. But I've asked others, and when they hear these conditions, they don't want to. Some say it's bad luck, some say it's shameful, some just want to take advantage of me. And some are willing, but they don't look good. She looked up, tears in her eyes, and said to her brother, Brother, what can I do? I am a widow. I am looked down upon. Anyone I ask, they think I am trying to climb too high. But Qingfeng is different. He's from the countryside, and he wants a city household registration. I promised him that if he's willing, I will help him get a city registration and let him become an official. He agreed. Zhang Weimin listened, his face showing mixed feelings. Zhang Xiaoying became more excited, gesturing wildly. Brother, you don't know Qingfeng. He really treats me well. When we are together, he washes my feet, wipes my face, and at night, he even helps me with the chamber pot. Which man would do this for me? Which one? These words felt like a knife stabbing into Zhang Weimin's heart. He looked at his sister's face, twisted with emotion, and suddenly felt sad. Yes, which man would treat a widow like this? Those city folks, those with jobs. Aren't they all proud and aloof? They look at Zhang Xiaoying either with pity or wanting to take advantage, never truly caring. Qingfeng, though not perfect at least. At least he's willing to lower himself. But this isn't right. Zhang Weimin shook his head fiercely, trying to push away that faint softness in his heart. No, this isn't right. He pounded hard on the table. Even so, you can't go after him. He has a wife and children. You're just breaking up a family, Who said that? Zhang Xiaoying was scared by his anger and shrank back, but she quickly straightened her neck and loudly argued. His wife is a country girl who can't read much. What's so good about her? Cheng Feng said he doesn't like her. His family forced him to marry her. If it weren't for his parents' insistence, he would have left long ago. Wanna leave? Forced? I heard his wife is pregnant again. So, his parents forced him to have a child with her, forced him to sleep in the same bed. Zhang Weimin sneered. When this gets serious, you two might as well go to jail together. I don't care anymore. When he mentioned this, Zhang Xiaoying said nothing. After a while, she softly said, I know that little sister-in-law. Li Yun. What do you know? She forced Cheng Feng to write a promise. Zhang Xiaoying hesitated and honestly explained. Promise to give all his salary to Cheng Feng's wife. Promise not to contact me. His little sister-in-law also said that if he does it again, she will send Cheng Feng to jail. Zhang Weimin took a deep breath. He had been a cadre for many years and knew well how serious such a promise was. It was a trap. If Li Yun took that promise to the authorities, Cheng Feng's job could be at risk, and it might even involve him. Compared to his own future, Cheng Feng's job was nothing. He almost gritted his teeth, rubbed his head hard, and looked at his sister. Do you still keep in touch with him? Zhang Xiaoying lowered her head. I just can't bear to. Can't bear? Nonsense. Zhang Weimin finally lost his temper. You can't even bear him washing your feet or pouring water for you. Zhang Xiaoying, can't you be a little more sensible? He stood up and paced anxiously around the room. The office floor was cement, and his cloth shoes made a squeaking sound as he walked. There was an iron stove in the room, burning fiercely, with the radiator hot to the touch. This was installed by the factory. As he was deputy director, he still enjoyed some benefits. Frost had formed on the window glass. Zhang Weimin walked around several times before stopping and looking at his sister. He asked, I want to know, does Li Yun still have anything with her? Zhang Xiaoying wanted to hide the truth at first, but seeing her brother's expression, she told him everything honestly. She explained about the incident when Cheng Feng was blocked at the county transport team's dormitory. Li Yun had let her go for some reason, but then used a kitchen knife to cut Cheng Feng's buttocks. Also, today, Secretary Ding from the transport team said Li Yun is now a clerk in the procurement department. Zhang Xiaoying thought hard and added more details. A few days ago, the transport team sent out some food supplies again, probably cornmeal. I don't know if it's related to her work. Who? Secretary Ding Yenin? Cornmeal? Zhang Weimin frowned. He knew about this matter. A few days ago, Secretary Ma from the county transport team was worried because they couldn't export the grain. But now they had sent out some food supplies. The source of the grain was still unclear. Even a fool could tell that most of this grain probably came from free redistribution. Of course, the textile factory also benefited a little. Recently, they added cornmeal to the new type of steamed bread at the dining window. Now, the transport team mysteriously has a new procurement officer. Something fishy was going on. Zhang Weimin squinted his eyes. Yes, I heard she's from out of town. That day, she even had Secretary Ma witness and sign a guarantee letter. Zhang Xiaoying was still crying and complaining. Today, I saw her sitting and eating with Secretary Ding. I just wanted to stand up for Cheng Feng, but look at her.
She's so mean to me.
Brother, you have to stand up for me. Otherwise, I'll go tell Mom that you're not on my side. Zhang Weimin quickly thought through the situation. Out of town?
Connected?
Could the batch of cornmeal the transport team brought back be related to her? He knew Secretary Ma was a principled person. If Li Yun really had connections, she wouldn't have become a procurement clerk. The only possibility was Li Yun got that batch of cornmeal herself. People who could get such things in these times weren't simple. Zhang Weimin thought for a moment and suddenly asked, who has the guarantee letter now? It should be in Cheng Feng's wife's hands. Zhang Xiaoying wiped her tears and muttered, maybe it's in Li Yun's hands. She still has one of my red thread dresses. Zhang Weimin just felt a toothache and started to think carefully. He sat back in his chair and looked seriously at his sister. Xiaoying, listen to me now. She nodded obediently. First, from now on, you are not allowed to see Cheng Feng. But, no buts, Zhang Weimin interrupted her. If you meet him again, things will only get worse. Li Yun is not someone to mess with. She has a guarantee letter and can make trouble at any time. If that happens, losing Chungfeng's job is small. It could also involve you and me, which would be troublesome. Xiaoying bit her lip and said nothing. Zhang Weimin continued. Second, I will find a way to meet Chungfeng and find out more about him. Why do you want to see him? What for? Zhang Weimin sneered. What else? First, let him divorce his wife. No matter what, the guarantee letter in someone's hands is a bomb. I need to defuse it first. He paused, his eyes turning cold, and after a moment, he seriously asked Xiaoying. Xiaoying, tell me honestly, do you really have to be with Chungfeng? There are so many good young men at our factory. Haven't you liked any of them? Brother, I'll tell you the truth. Xiaoying hesitated for a long time before speaking hesitantly. I'm not stupid. Those unmarried men seem to get along with you well, but secretly, they look down on me a lot. If Chungfeng divorces, then I'll be with a man who's left his wife, and he'll be with someone who's betrayed his wife. Neither of us will be looked down upon. She remembered Chungfeng washing her feet. She remembered him pouring water with a basin, being attentive, and lowering himself to please her. Honestly, Xiaoying liked the feeling of being taken care of. As for Chungfeng, Xiaoying slowly pressed her lips together and said firmly, I just want to find someone to have a child with. That's easy. Zhang Weimin nodded. Chungfeng's sister-in-law is right about one thing. Once Chungfeng divorces, the guarantee letter in his hands won't be a problem. At that time, you and he'll just be dating, mostly a matter of style. You can give his rural wife a little more compensation, and then this matter will be over. Also, Zhang Weimin suddenly remembered something. That Li Yun, I need to see her. Help me. Never mind. I'll meet Secretary Ding after work today. Zhang Xiaoying shyly nodded. Only then did Zhang Weimin stand up, walk to the window, and look at the snow outside. Li Chunmei, a woman from the countryside, is easy to deal with. Just scare her a little, and she'll probably back down. But this little sister-in-law. He grabbed the glass and muttered, she's hard to handle. Outside the window, the snow was falling heavier and heavier. Zhang Weimin vaguely felt that this matter wouldn't end so simply. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away at the entrance of Xiao Family Gully Village, Li Yun jumped out of the car, carrying a large snakeskin bag, saying goodbye to Wei Daqiao. Okay, I'll be dropped off here. The same time in 3 days. Please come here to pick me up, Master Wei. That's not a problem at all. Wei Daqiao smiled kindly. Li Section Chief, our transport team depends on you to fill our stomachs. Alright, I'll head back now. Li Yun nodded, watched the liberation truck leave, then secretly slipped some items into her snakeskin bag, a 5-pound bag of soybeans, a bag of dried beans, a bottle of calcium tablets, 3 pairs of cotton shoes, 2 large and 1 small, and a box of vintage snow cream. And most importantly, a pack of 4 frozen chicken thighs, 9 yuan 9, with free shipping. Just after doing this, Li Yun looked up alertly and saw a donkey cart far ahead. Their village's donkey cart without a cover is really easy to recognize. Wei Fulai, with a dark face, walked ahead alone, frowning. Accountant Zhang pushed a cart with militia members following behind, along with 5 unfamiliar faces. 3 men and 2 women. They looked to be in their early 20s, all wearing city clothes, but already wrinkled and covered in mud. They shivered with their necks tucked in like quails, their faces pale, but their eyes still shone. That's the youthful glow, still unblemished by life. Wei Fulai, wearing a patched sheep leather coat, glanced at them without speaking. Li Yun guessed something had happened. Otherwise, Wei Fulai wouldn't look so grim. Accountant Zhang and a few militia members followed behind. They're called militia, but actually, they're just young men from the village, all carrying hoes and shovels, looking very angry. The donkey cart stopped near the village entrance. At the front, walking unevenly, was a tall young man wearing a blue cotton coat. His coat was old but had no patches, and he wore glasses, something rare in the countryside. He had a long face and fair skin, clearly raised in the city and not used to hard work. He looked around as he walked, but now he was exhausted and breathing heavily. This is Xiaoqiao Temple, the village. He took a deep breath, sounding very disappointed. It's so desolate and broken. The village after snow was very white and glaring, with mud brick houses and cave dwellings everywhere. There weren't many people on the road because it was too cold, so most stayed indoors. A shorter boy beside him quickly tugged his sleeve. Wang Jiangwo. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Jiangwo. Liyun looked at him more carefully. The name sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. But the childhood memories had faded over decades, and she couldn't recall it now. The second boy was tall and thin, with even fairer skin, wearing a leather hat and a nearly new military coat. Military coats were valuable these days. He hadn't spoken, just looked at the rundown village with a very serious face. The third boy was of medium height, with a round face, looking honest, but also showing shock in his eyes. Two girls followed at the back. The first girl was tall, with short hair cut to her ears, wearing a gray padded jacket, old but clean. She had no expression on her face, just observing the surroundings calmly. The second girl was smaller, with a round face, two braids, and a red padded jacket. The red color on her clothes had faded, and the padding didn't keep much warmth. She shivered in the cold wind, curling her neck, but her eyes looked around curiously.
Hey.
Wang Jiangwo had already seen Liyun get off the car and suddenly asked with some suspicion, "Is that big sister also from the village? Since the village has a car, why didn't they let the car come to pick us up? Your way of hosting is really too." Before he finished speaking, the tall girl in a gray cotton-padded jacket pulled his arm. "Wang Jiangwo, don't say nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense." Wang Jiangwo pointed at Liyun. "You all saw it. She just got off the car, carrying a big bag. Why should she sit in the car while we walk?" Liyun raised an eyebrow. "Who does this young fool think he is?" "That's Liyun from our village, but the car isn't from our village." Wei Fulai's face darkened, and he snapped loudly. "Our Xiaoqiao Temple village is only about 10 miles from the county town. You city kids can't even walk this much? We only have one donkey cart in the village, but the donkey died of hunger last fall. If you don't like the donkey cart, then carry your luggage and walk back yourself." Wang Jiangwo scowled in anger, then turned to look at Zhang the accountant. "Zhang, is this how your village treats young, educated workers?" Zhang the accountant rolled his eyes. The young workers looked different from each other. The small girl in a red cotton-padded jacket nervously tugged at her clothes. The tall girl in a gray cotton jacket frowned, seeming to observe. The tall, thin man in a military coat looked expressionless. The chubby, honest-looking man rubbed his hands, unsure of what to say. The militia members all looked angry. Militia Wei Taizhu, the eldest son of Wei Lao's family, was called Wei Fulai's sixth uncle. When he heard this guy ask such a question, he almost wanted to hit him with a hoe. Wang Jiangwo, feeling embarrassed, simply stood still, crossed his arms, and looked at Liyun. Zhang the accountant and Wei Fulai both looked unhappy. They seemed unsure what to do with the knowledge youth from the city. They just ignored the complaints and turned to greet Liyun. "Liyun, you're back from the county. Comrade Liyun, is the load heavy? Maybe we can put it in our car." Behind them, Wei Taizhu was stacking the young workers' luggage on the donkey cart, making a big space for Liyun. "Comrade Liyun, come here. I'm strong enough to carry you to the cave. No need. Team leader, Zhang the accountant, I can manage myself." Liyun slung the snakeskin bag over her shoulder, quickly caught up with the donkey cart and cheerfully greeted a few people. "Uncle, why didn't you wait for me?" "Oh, I was just worried these city kids might catch a cold." When Wei Fulai heard that Liyun still cared about them, his face lit up with a smile. He lowered his voice and asked Liyun, "Is it settled?" He was asking about the grain. "Yes, but in 7 days." Liyun replied casually, but Wei Fulai and accountant Zhang understood immediately, their eyes shining with excitement. The young people nearby thought the people in this village were all a bit strange. The overlooked Wang Jiangwo felt even more embarrassed. He kicked the snow on the ground hard. "Hey, miss, you're so rude. I was talking to you." Smack. The frozen snow scattered and hit the ruts in the road. "Are you trying to get hit?" Wei Tieju's eyes widened with anger. He waved his fist at him. "What's wrong with us rural folks? Do rural people owe you anything?" Liyun ignored Wang Jiangwo. Instead, she started looking for something by the roadside. Wang Jiangwo was stunned and asked instinctively, What? What are you looking for? Li Yun paid no attention and kept searching. There were some dry tree branches by the roadside. She picked up one, looked at it, too thin, so she threw it away. She picked up another, still too thin. Finally, she found a thick stick about arm's length. She hefted it and nodded in satisfaction. The young people watching were all stunned. Wang Jiangwo was so scared he stammered, What? What are you going to do? Certainly, anyone seeing a brave person who can carry a bag of dozens of pounds with one hand and weigh a wooden stick would be afraid. Li Yun still ignored him. She greeted Wei Fulai and Accountant Zhang. Then, carrying the stick and the snakeskin bag, headed straight into the village. When she passed by the courtyard, she stopped. The gate was closed, but a window was slightly open. Li Yun walked over, placed the snakeskin bag on the ground, supported herself with one hand on the windowsill, and flipped inside. She moved quickly and smoothly, more agile than a cat. The young people at the village entrance watched this scene from afar, their mouths agape.
She
climbed through the window to get in. The shorter girl whispered, Is it her home? The short, chubby boy replied nervously. Not quite. The tall, thin boy in a military coat frowned and said, That yard is pretty run down, and who climbs through their own window to get home? Not to mention, he's carrying a stick. That thing should be called a weapon, right? A few people swallowed hard. Just as he finished speaking, they heard a man scream from inside the yard. Chung Feng's scream sounded just like a pig being slaughtered. Then came a second scream. Stop hitting me. Stop. Widow Zhang is bothering you and I don't care? I'm done with her. I swear. Why are you hitting her? Why are you hitting me? Then came a third and fourth scream, along with the dull sound of sticks hitting flesh.
Bang, bang, bang. Help.
Someone's killing me. The screams grew more desperate and piercing. The young workers looked pale. Wang Jiangwo's legs went weak, and his pupils dilated in shock. This. Robbery. What kind of people are they? They just start beating someone to death without a second thought? He had just called her big sister with bad intentions, right? He was just being rude. Shouldn't he be punished but not killed? The usually calm girl in the gray cotton-padded jacket also looked upset. The short girl hid behind the chubby boy, trembling. The sound of sticks hitting flesh stopped after a few more strikes. After a moment, someone climbed out of the window. It was Li Yun. She dusted off her hands, picked up the snakeskin bag at the door, and walked back as if nothing had happened. She didn't stop her steps when passing by the young workers. They all took a step back in unison. Wang Jiangwo almost fell. Li Yun glanced at him, then continued walking forward. Her look was like she was watching a naughty little kid. Wei Fulai also saw this scene and looked complicated. He wanted to say something, moved his lips, but finally sighed and turned away, pretending not to see. Captain Wei, Wang Jiangwo's voice changed, losing his arrogance. That comrade just now is. Wei Fulai thought for a moment and said, That's Comrade Li Yun, returning from Xinjiang. You'd better not provoke her. The educated youths nodded repeatedly. No trouble, absolutely no trouble. They wondered if anyone would dare to hit someone so hard in front of the team leader. Did no one in the whole village try to stop them? Not only Manager Zhang, but even Captain Wei Fulai was kind and gentle to her. Anyone who provokes her is a fool. The tall, thin young man in a military coat suddenly asked, Captain Wei, was the scream just now from that yard? Oh, that was her brother-in-law, Wei Fulai replied coldly. If you make a mistake, you deserve to be beaten. The young educated youths looked at each other in surprise. Her brother-in-law? A sister-in-law hitting her brother-in-law? And making such a loud cry? What kind of village is this? They heard that the countryside isn't peaceful and that there are always village bullies. Did they just happen to meet one today? The group of young educated youths, all around 20, were trembling in fear when they saw Li Yun, who was so wild and fierce. They huddled together like quails. Wei Fulai nodded with satisfaction. Finally, no more trouble. He quickly said, Let's go. Follow me to the village office, and I'll arrange a place for you to stay. The group silently walked toward the village. As they passed by the family courtyard, The youths couldn't help but glance inside again. The yard was messy. A man was lying face down in the snow, his buttocks sticking up, groaning. An old woman was squatting nearby, crying. An old man sat on the doorstep, his face as dark as a pot bottom. This made Li Yun seem like a village bully who bullied men and dominated the countryside. The young educated youths had different thoughts. Some looked at her with contempt, some clenched their fists secretly, and others looked angry. Li Yun didn't care at all about what those 5 children were thinking. Although she looked to be in her 20s, she really had nothing in common with these peers. Did they know which shopping app had a 40% discount on Wednesday or an 80% discount on Friday? Did they know which bank gives rice, flour, and oil when you deposit 50,000 yuan? Did they know how to buy 3 free-range chickens from a pyramid scheme for just 198 yuan? Did they know how to use a stick to make someone hurt the most?
No.
They didn't know at all. So, what's the point of seeking their approval? Li Yun carried a woven bag and opened the door of the cave, happily going to hug Li Chunmei. Big sister. I'm back from running errands. Li Yun walked into the cave with the woven bag, and the sky outside was already getting dark. Large snowflakes were falling from the sky, making soft, puff-puff sounds. Inside the cave, an oil lamp was lit, casting a warm, yellowish glow that made the snowy night feel especially cozy. Li Yun pushed open the old wooden door, and a warm air rushed out. Li Chunmei was sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, sewing diapers with a needle and thread. Da Hua was already asleep, curled up in the corner of the kong, covered with a thick, soft new cotton quilt Li Yun bought from the system. The new quilt was very warm and comfortable. Next to her, the found child was lying on the bed, bare-bottomed, babbling and making little sounds. On a nearby stool, there were a few diapers with urine stains, and on the ground, a large plastic basin. Oh, Yunzi is back. And your husband should be home soon too. Hurry up and stomp your feet a bit so you don't bring in the cold air. Yulan was also helping to sew diapers. When she saw Li Yun return, she quickly stood up to greet her. The kong is warm. Go up and get cozy. In this cold weather, women shouldn't catch cold, or you'll be in pain when you're older. The baby girl on the kong, with her bottom bare, tilted her head and stretched her arms, seeming to want Li Yun to hold her. Yunzi is back. Are you cold? Take off your shoes, sister will keep you warm. Li Chunmei looked up with concern. Are you freezing? Look at this little one. She's just like you. She was sleeping just now, and now she's awake. I'm not cold, sister. I took the transport team's vehicle today, but I missed the team leader and the others, so I didn't come back with them. Li Yun responded, placing the woven bag aside. The heavy woven bag made a dull thud sound. What's in this? Li Chunmei looked curiously at the bulging bag, busying herself to pour a full basin of brown sugar water for Li Yun. The brown sugar sank to the bottom of the basin and wouldn't dissolve, making the drink very sweet. But Li Yun forced herself to drink every drop without leaving any. Of course, it's good stuff. Li Yun untied the rope sealing the bag and said, Sister, come see. Li Chunmei then came over to look, while Yulan, who was sewing, wisely decided to get up and leave. Yulan had come earlier in the morning to help Li Chunmei tidy the cave, wash the diapers, and wipe down Da Hua and the children. Don't worry, Auntie. There will be more things for you to take back later, Li Yun said, reaching into her bag and pulling out a cloth bundle. She opened the bundle to reveal bright yellow beans, round and shiny, glowing under the oil lamp. Soybeans. Li Chunmei was very surprised and whispered, So many. 5 Jin. Li Yun handed her the bundle. Enough for us to eat for a while. You can cook the beans or grind them into tofu. You and Da Hua need to boost your nutrition. In winter, there aren't many green vegetables, but I'll grow bean sprouts and send some to you when they're ready. Then she took out a paper-wrapped package, opened it, and revealed about 10 square pieces of dried tofu. They were dark in color, with a slight shine from the marinade. What is this? Li Chunmei sniffed the aroma gently, while Yulan swallowed hard. Marinated tofu. You can eat it as is, cook it in dishes, or add it to soup. It's good for protein. Li Yun broke off a piece and handed it to Yulan. Try some, Auntie. Even if you don't eat it now, take it home to add to your meals. You've worked so hard today. From her quick glance, she could tell that the old clothes and scraps used for sewing diapers were probably made from old clothes of Gosheng and Iya. And the pile of nearly dry diapers was likely washed by this diligent aunt. Hey, I can't accept this. We're all neighbors and kin. Helping each other with diaper washing isn't a big deal. Giving me things is just to save face. If you do that, how can I dare to come to your house next time? Yulan looked surprised and wide-eyed, waving her hands quickly. Beans are so precious these days. Who would waste them making tofu? They must be expensive. You should keep them for yourselves. How long had it been since she last ate any soy products? Yulan couldn't remember. Auntie, don't be polite to me. My sister is young. Her family is far away, and she can't rely on her mother-in-law. With more elders at home, she feels more at ease, and I feel better too. Liyun spoke sincerely. I know you are kind and straightforward. Giving money directly might seem rude. But I'm taking this money to buy extra food for the children. They need more protein to grow taller and stay healthy. Besides, if I don't bring these things, won't you come to help with chores? All right, I'll accept it. I won't do this again. It's just washing diapers and feeding the baby. The baby's poop isn't dirty. Her words touched Yulan's heart. She rubbed her hands and blushed a little. She decided to visit Li Yun's house more often and help out. It's just washing a diaper or sweeping the floor, simple tasks. Li Yun was very generous. She realized that Li Chunmei, her younger sister, was even closer than a real sister. Yulan stood up, placed the half-sewn diaper in a basket and smiled. Yunzi, Chunmei, I'll go now. I'll take this diaper home and ask De Gang's wife and others to sew it. It'll be done by tonight. Old cloth is best for diapers because baby skin is delicate and they get sick less. Li Yun remembered the ceramic jar hidden under a plastic bag. She quickly found the rice bowl pressed under 2 bottles of calcium tablets and handed it to Yulan. Anihi, take this home. It was originally given to me by the women workers at the county textile factory during lunch. There were many people, so I didn't give it to the team leader. It's a small amount, but it's warm and can add a dish to the family. Workers at the textile factory. Yulan's mind raced quickly. The keywords flashed before her eyes, linking to Qingfeng's outside affair. Li Chunmei also looked surprised and quickly checked if Li Yun had been taken advantage of. I didn't lose out. The food was good, and the meat was nice. It's a pity to waste it. Li Yun smiled and recounted today's events. Of course, she omitted the parts about the outhouse and the fight with Qingfeng. Why are city folks so mean? They bully us rural folks. Yulan was angry too. She understood that if Li Chunmei really ate that meal, she probably felt uncomfortable inside. But the fragrant chicken and cornmeal buns were innocent. She thought for a moment and didn't refuse anymore. Tonight, I might as well take apart another old piece of clothing from Gosheng to sew future diapers for Li Yun's baby for the next year. Gosheng. When she reached the door, Yulan still felt uneasy and turned back to remind her. Yunzi, don't worry. When you go back, I'll urge Lao Wei to handle your household registration soon. Whether you can get food or not, I just want to help because of your kindness to Chunmei. You 2 women with 2 children and Chunmei is pregnant with another one. The family situation is like that. As long as our village can help, we will. No one can say anything. Don't be afraid. The party is here, and no one can bully you. After speaking, she pushed the door and left. Li Yun looked at her back, feeling a bit warm inside. Yulan and Wei Fulai are a rare, understanding couple. In her past life, her memory of her hometown was already a bit blurry. She often needed a key piece of information to connect people and events. Li Yun doesn't remember what happened to Wei Fulai and Yulan in her past life. She only remembers that Wei Xiaojiang's eldest daughter was very talented and was the first in their village to get into Tsinghua University. At that time, Wei's family held a thank-you banquet and even invited Li Chunmei. After Yulan left, Li Yun continued to pull things out of her snakeskin bag as if by magic. 2 bottles of calcium tablets, 3 pairs of cotton shoes, 2 large and 1 small, all bought to fit her family members' feet. There was also a box of vintage-style snow cream called Wanzi Qianhong. That's so much stuff. Li Chunmei was genuinely worried now. She knew very well that the 50-something yuan and vouchers she previously gave Li Yun couldn't buy so many things. Not to mention the big bag of cornmeal at home. And those 2 hot water bottles, 2 quilts, and the iron pot. The 50 yuan she got from Chung Feng was spent just as easily as others' money. Just as she hesitated to ask, Li Yun had already turned around to hold the sleeping baby girl on the Kong. It turned out that the naked baby girl had been staring at Li Yun without any response, puffed out her cheeks, held her breath for a long time, and kept making sounds. By the time Li Yun noticed, the child had already turned red in the face from holding her breath, about to pass out. This child really takes after someone such a strong temper. If I don't hold her, she might suffocate herself. Li Yun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She quickly took off her thick coat, skillfully picked up the child, and gently patted her with a cloth. After comforting her for a while, the child finally let out a small cry. Wah 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 wah. Her voice was soft, tiny, and interrupted, sounding like a kitten crying, which made people's hearts feel sad. Maybe she finally got a response, or maybe the news brought a familiar feeling. The baby stopped crying after a while, opened her big dark eyes, and looked steadily at Li Yun. Big sister, look, this child already knows how to recognize people at such a young age. Li Yun gently rocked the baby, sat cross-legged on the Kong, a traditional bed, and slowly said to Li Chunmei, who looked a bit nervous, "That's calcium tablets, for you and the baby. Both of you are undernourished and need to eat 1 tablet a day. I'll buy more once these are finished. And those cotton shoes, your shoes are so big they look like overshoes, easy to fall when walking, and not warm enough. De Hua's cloth shoes are worn out at the soles. How can she avoid frostbite?" Li Chunmei looked at the worn cotton shoes and started to cry again. The shoes she wore when she got married had long been broken, with her toes often exposed. She had sewn patches, but they were torn again. Eventually, she couldn't wear them anymore, so Wang Posey took them away, replaced the soles with a few beans, and gave them to Qing Tao to burn and eat. She had no choice but to wear the leftover, worn-out liberation shoes she found. Chung Feng's feet were big, and the soles of the shoes were torn open, only sewn up with string, and the shoe upper was hard, letting in cold air everywhere. Li Chunmei wore them, feeling like she was walking on a boat. Every step she took, she slipped. Despite that, Wang Posey often mocked her, saying she was lucky to marry into a good family, with new shoes and new clothes. Li Chunmei, feeling dizzy, washed her feet and put on the new shoes. They fit perfectly. The cotton was soft and warm, like walking on clouds. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. "Big sister, why are you crying?" Li Yun was genuinely surprised to realize her mother used to cry so much when she was young. Now she thought about it. She must have cried many times to become the capable mother she was today, taking care of 2 children. "Look, and this snow cream. In winter, your hands often get frostbite, and when you warm them by the fire, they itch terribly." Li Yun held the child in one arm and opened the lid of the snow cream, handing it to Li Chunmei. "Use this to put on your face and hands. Take good care of your hands through the winter. In a few days, I'll see if I can buy some frostbite ointment. Don't cry. I just feel like life now is so comfortable. It's like a dream." Li Chunmei wiped her tears and gently leaned in, smelling the snow cream like Li Yun did, then smiled. "It smells nice. But you keep this for yourself. As a married woman, I'm afraid people might say I'm not proper if I use this. Who dares say I broke his teeth?" Li Yun gently dipped her finger into the cream and dabbed it on the sleeping girl's face. The girl, in her dreams, seemed to sense something, made soft sounds, turned over and hugged Li Chunmei's waist, rubbing against her. Li Chunmei carefully held the snow cream box, cherishing it very much. She then tidied up the remaining things. The soybeans and dried tofu were wrapped in oil paper and placed in a basket hanging on the beam, to prevent mice from chewing and to keep others from stealing. Calcium tablets and new cotton shoes were hidden under the bedding at the back, so no one could see them easily. "Big sister, don't cry anymore." Li Yun sat next to Li Chunmei, holding the child. "These things will come again. As long as we work hard, life will get better and better." Li Chunmei nodded, but her tears still wouldn't stop. Big sister, I have good news too. Li Yun lowered her voice and told her that she was now a clerk in the county transportation team's procurement department.
What?
Li Chunmei was stunned for a full minute, still unable to believe her ears. Work? How did you get a job in the city just by going out once? She couldn't believe it. Her salary was 18 yuan. Food stamps for 15 jin, plus allowances and benefits. Knowing that Cheng Feng had been working in the transportation team for 5 or 6 years, apprenticing under someone, always respecting his master, making connections everywhere, and now, he only earned 28 yuan and 50 cents a month. But Li Yun just started working in the transportation team and could get 15 yuan? And from what Li Yun said, that 15 yuan was free, considered a favor from the county transportation team. Her sister was so capable. How could she be so talented?
Li Chunmei didn't know what to say.
Li Yun smiled and explained patiently, Sister, the transport team is really short of food right now. If I could get them some grain, they would be eager to support me. Her words were sincere. Li Chunmei thought about it too. These days, whoever can get food has the power to speak. But she still felt shocked inside. Back then, Cheng Feng had used many connections to join the transport team, inviting many guests. Her father-in-law, Cheng Dashan, had paid over 50 yuan just to get a senior driver to agree to let Cheng Feng become an apprentice. Now, Cheng Feng often scolds his master, but he still remembers how the other person made him fetch a basin, pour out sputum, wash his feet at night, and massage his legs during the day, like he was a son. But look at her own sister. Just a few days, she became a clerk in the purchasing department. Does this mean Li Yun is much more capable than Cheng Feng? Yun, this is good news. In a few days, I'll take you back to the mountains to burn paper for Uncle and Annie so they can be happy underground. Li Chunmei's voice choked with emotion, but she was very happy. Our family has never had someone from the city. From now on, I'll have a city girl, and Dahua will have a city aunt. She didn't say another thing. In the future, it will be easier for Li Yun to find a partner. Sister, you'll be capable too someday. Li Yun held her hand. Take your time. I believe in you. After all, she was personally taught by the other. Li Chunmei just thought she was comforting herself, feeling a little shy, and turned to warm the flatbread. The sisters talked for a while longer. Li Chunmei mentioned the changes over the past few days. She cleaned the cave thoroughly, and Dahua's clothes and the baby's clothes were all washed. The bed was warm, and life was starting to look better. Li Yun just smiled and held the baby, watching her smile back. Her mother, Li Chunmei, had suffered too much in her past life. In this life, she wanted her to live comfortably. While they were talking, suddenly they heard noise outside. What's going on? It sounds like it's from the neighboring cave. Li Chunmei looked confused, raised her head, adjusted Dahua's blanket, and touched her daughter's face. The bed is too hot. Yun, if you can't sleep well tonight, don't kick off the blanket.
Li Yun nudda.
The sound came from the neighboring cave. Those 2 caves also belonged to the village collective and were right next to theirs. They had been empty before, filled with some clutter. Now the lights were on and people were talking inside. Why do we have to live in this broken place? Exactly. Can anyone live here? The windows are all broken. The stove isn't even lit. The young voices carried a clear non-local accent. Li Yun and Li Chunmei looked at each other. Both put on cotton-padded jackets and peeked through a small crack in the door. It was still snowing, but less than before. At the entrance of the neighboring cave, a few young workers stood, their faces smudged with black ash like cats. The cave door was wide open, and thick black smoke kept billowing out. Wei Fulai stood in front of them, his face purple from the cold, speaking with a tone of helplessness and frustration. Comrades, this is the best cave we could clear out in our village. We've cleaned it up, firewood is prepared for you, and food rations have been distributed. Our village can't even feed itself, but we're sharing food with you. What more do you want? Is this called cleaned up? Wang Jiangwo pointed incredulously at the cave, eyes wide. There's no bed inside, just a big, dark stove. How can anyone sleep there? The windows are all broken, and the wind blows right in. And the firewood is wet. The firewood is bad. It smokes a lot when burned, choking us. Are you deliberately bullying us? The other young workers didn't speak, but their eyes mostly showed the same meaning. You city kids don't understand anything. Wei Fulai's beard trembled with anger. Wet firewood? It was just taken out of the snow. Of course it's wet. Can't you dry it? Besides, these are the villagers' own firewood, and you still pick at it. But we don't know how to light a stove. Another round-faced young man looked very aggrieved. We've never lit a stove in the city. How would we know? Wei Fulai. Nearby villagers. Oh my, everyone knows that wet firewood smokes when burned. Even children in the countryside know that. And these young people from the city don't even know this? Are you still called knowledge youth? Doesn't the school teach this? Li Yun watched the scene with amazement, then turned around. Li Chunmei's eyes also sparkled with curiosity and excitement, and there was no sign of sadness or tears on her face. She almost forgot that her mother was only in her early 20s, still young, and at an age to enjoy watching lively events. Wei Fulai took a deep breath, calmed his anger, and said slowly, "If you can't burn, then learn. If you can't roast, then learn. You are here for re-education, not to enjoy comfort and be spoiled." His words were quite harsh. The young man in a military coat wanted to say something, but a short-haired girl stopped him. "That's enough. Say a few less words." The short-haired girl spoke to hold him back. She looked delicate, with big eyes, but her face was pale, obviously. She didn't eat well in the city. She looked at the cave and then apologized to Wei Fulai. "Captain, we are new here and don't understand much. Sorry for bothering you and the villagers. This cave. We will tidy it up and maybe we can live in it." "Exactly, the cave has been cleaned, and since Comrade Li Yun can live here, why are you so special?" Wei Fulai's expression improved a little. "It's better that this girl understands." Then he pointed to the pile of things pulled from the donkey cart. "This is your half-month rations. Eat sparingly. Tomorrow, I will send someone to teach you how to make a bed." After saying that, he turned and left. But the young people looked at the pile of rations, their faces changing. A bundle of dried sweet potatoes, shriveled and blackened, looked like chew-proof bark. A basket of dried wild vegetables, actually dried bitter herbs, which are fed to pigs in the city, but pigs might not even eat them. Half a bag of black sorghum flour, which, when opened, smelled moldy and looked gray. "Is this all?" The round-faced young man's voice trembled. The tall young man squatted down, picked up a handful of sorghum flour, and sniffed it, turning green. "This flour is moldy." Meanwhile, Wei Fulai had already disappeared. "Even if it's moldy, you have to eat it," the short-haired girl sighed. "Before I went to the countryside, my parents asked around. They said rural life is even harder than in the city. The village can only give us what the villagers have saved from their meager earnings. How can there be no grain in the countryside?" Wang Zhengwo almost seemed to hear something unbelievable. "How hard can farming be? Just plant the seeds, weed occasionally, and catch some bugs, right? On the way here, we passed through cultivated land. So much land has been farmed. How could the village have no grain?" "I think they're just bullying us," another small, thin young girl also whispered. "When we came, they said we'd have enough to eat. I just arrived." No one responded. On a snowy night, 5 young people stood in front of a broken hut, looking at a pile of moldy food, their faces full of despair and anger. Li Yun looked at them for a while, then shook her head and closed the door. "These young kids have been away from farm work for too long. Farmers rely on the weather. Planting and harvesting crops isn't easy." Although the hut was broken, it at least kept out the wind and rain, much better than some villagers' houses, which could collapse under the snow at any time. Now, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, the villagers can't go up to collect firewood. The wet firewood was gathered by Wei Fulai from his own woodpile. There are also dried sweet potatoes, wild vegetables, and sorghum flour, each saved little by little. Every grain of food is like a life. But these city kids think the villagers are being exclusive. She knew these young people weren't lying. The propaganda in the city truly promoted the idea that the countryside is vast and full of opportunities, and that you can have enough to eat. But what's the reality? The rural people themselves can't even eat enough, so where is their extra grain to share? It's not anyone's fault. She simply didn't have the time to explain. Young people in their late teens and early 20s are impulsive. No matter what you tell them, they need to experience it firsthand. Once they've felt the hardship of clearing land, walked the fields with their own feet, and seen the farmer's struggles, they probably won't say something as foolish as, "Farming isn't that hard." Li Yun thought this way. She guessed Wei Fulai thought the same. But unexpectedly, on the very first day the young people arrived in the village, they caused a big surprise.
Bang, bang, bang.
Just past midnight, Li Yun was awakened by knocking on the door. When she finished dressing and carried a kitchen knife to open the door, she saw Accountant Zhang with a serious face standing at the door with the militia team. The educated youths have run away. Li Yun suspected she was still half asleep. Many people learn about the rural youth movement and this part of history through movies and books. In TV shows, the educated youths are full of emotion, hopeful, and look happy working in the fields with no dirt on their faces. But in reality, they face much tougher problems. Take Xiaoqiao Temple Village as an example. There is no food, no proper shelter, and that's just the beginning. They have to go far to fetch water, carrying buckets back and forth. Summer is easier, but in winter, when it snows, the roads freeze over, and mud mixed with water becomes hard as ice. Walking in muddy shoes causes sharp pain in the soles, then numbness, and finally a burning pain. There are no public toilets, and no one regularly cleans or collects waste. Better-off families build simple outdoor toilets behind their caves so they have some privacy when they go. In winter, the whole family's waste freezes, and when it piles up high, they have to use a wooden shovel to clear it. In summer, the waste ferments, and before they can even take off their pants, they see the white, fat maggots wriggling inside. For those with weak stomachs or cleanliness habits, it can feel like they're swinging on a neck swing right then and there. As for washing clothes and bathing, Gansu province suffers from severe water shortages. Some remote areas only have one well of water, enough to marry a new wife. People might only bathe once every 3 months, and they're considered quite clean. Bathing requires firewood, and frugal people don't like to waste it. Besides the tough living conditions, there's also mental pressure and physical hardship. Farming isn't just digging a hole, planting seeds, and waiting for the harvest. It involves fetching water, carrying manure, spreading manure, weeding, and plowing the land. When the crops are ready, they have to harvest, bundle, transport, thresh, winnow, and dry the grain, then store it. After handling the grain, they need to plow, harrow, deeply turn the soil, and dry the fields. If there's a collective task, villagers also have to repair ditches, build dams, make compost, gather firewood, and collect medicinal herbs. Near the village of Xiaoqiao Temple, there are wild licorice plants on the mountain. Every year, the local commune assigns a task to the villagers to dig up licorice roots. This year's task is 500 jin, about 250 kilograms. So, villagers can often be seen carrying bamboo baskets, carefully digging licorice from the soil on the mountain. When collected, these licorice roots become medicines, herbal remedies, or foreign exchange. However, the simple villagers of Xiaoqiao Temple only receive a small amount of work points. Because of this, Li Yun, who experienced those times, truly does not understand the modern idea that farmers contribute nothing.
Bang, bang, bang. Everything wake up.
Don't sleep. Help find people. Wake up quickly. Someone's in danger. Militia members knocked on every door to wake up the young men and women. Soon, more than 20 villagers gathered, holding torches and shovels, spreading out to search the mountain. The torches flickered in the snowy night, like a winding fire dragon. Comrades from the youth team. Where are you? Lin Xiaohong. Wang Zhengwo. Calls echoed through the village. But all they got in response was the sound of the wind. Yes, they ran away. Accountant Zhang was very angry, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The squad leader wanted them to get used to things quickly and reduce resistance to sharing food, so he asked me to assign them work. Since these kids hadn't done much in the city, I arranged for them to help Old Wei take care of the livestock, and their work points were counted as half. Once they got used to it, they could go to the mountain to dig licorice roots. But they said I was bullying them and insulting intellectuals. Most of the big animals in the village had already died, leaving only an old ox in the village barn. The barn was filled with firewood all day, and the old ox drank warm water. When it snowed, Old Way even swept the snow very clean. The barn, aside from a bit of smell, was really warm. Compared to the hard work of mountain digging, many people wanted to do the job of feeding the ox. But in the eyes of these city youth, this was seen as villagers bullying and was considered evidence of village people being unfair. These unlucky kids really think they can fool us. Leon also chuckled angrily. I'm worried they might sneak out in the middle of the night. My sister, and I can hear every sound. Yunzi, who is it? What's wrong? On the bed, Lee Chunmei also woke up. The baby she was holding was startled awake and cried softly. Dahua grunted and turned over, still sleeping deeply. Lee Chunmei quickly patted her and listened carefully to the sounds outside. There's some trouble in the village. It might get noisy tonight. Spring Mei? Li Yun responded, and Zhang Xuelan also called out, then turned to whisper to Li Yun. The patrols saw the youth's cave door open and went inside to check. The luggage is still there, but the person is gone. The snow is heavy, and the footprints are almost covered. I think they ran for nearly an hour. The team leader has already sent people to look from the east, Zhang Xuelan said. Another team is coming from the north. I'm responsible for the west. The south has a cliff, so they probably won't go that way. The team leader asked me to see if your family has a flashlight. We need it to find people at night. A flashlight? Li Yun's mind raced quickly. At this time, flashlights were rare. Only Wei Fulai's family had one, given as a reward by the commune years ago. The batteries were used up long ago, and it was just for display. Ordinary families couldn't afford flashlights, let alone batteries. But right now, the youth couldn't be caught causing trouble. Accountant Zhang, wait a moment. Li Yun turned back to the bed, pretending to search through her bundle. Group chat search, Old Jiang department store. Clearing out stock. Vintage metal flashlights, fit 2 size 1 batteries, bright and durable. 20 in stock, 15 yuan each. Batteries included, 2 for 5 yuan. Hurry if you want one. 15 yuan each, roughly equivalent to about 1 yuan 50 in this era. Li Yun decisively ordered 2 flashlights and 4 sets of batteries. She pretended to search again, and while Zhang Xuelan wasn't paying attention, she reached under her bundle and took out 2 newly arrived metal flashlights. The system automatically delivered them. Luckily, the cave was dark and no one noticed. Found them. She took the flashlights to the door. 2 of them, plus a few batteries. Such a precious item. Just lend it to me. Zhang Xuelan took the flashlight, her eyes shining brightly. She looked at it over and over again. Metal shell, glass mirror, completely new. No rust at all. This must be worth a lot. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it and won't break it. Objects are dead. People are alive. First, find someone. It's late at night, and if it falls again, that would be really dangerous. Li Yun pressed the switch, snap. A bright beam of light shot out, especially dazzling in the dark. Zhang Xuelan was startled. It's so bright. Li Yun then realized that this vintage flashlight was indeed very powerful. The seller wasn't lying. It used a high-brightness bulb, much brighter than the dull yellow flashlights from this era. Fortunately, the situation was urgent, and no one paid attention to the difference. Good. Zhang Xuelan hurriedly took the flashlight and led the others outside. After walking a distance, she called out loudly, Comrade Li Yun, Sister Chunmei, remember to lock the door. Don't sleep tonight. There's chaos in the village. I'm worried someone might take advantage of the situation. The team leader also said to be careful. I know, Li Yun nodded. Zhang Xuelan left, her footsteps quickly swallowed by the snowstorm. Li Yun finally closed the door, locked it securely, and returned to the bed. Li Chunmei was already sitting up, holding the child, her face pale. Yunzi, what's going on? The educated youth ran away. Li Yun simply explained. Li Chunmei was stunned, then said after a while. Ran away? In this heavy snow, where could they go? It wasn't that she didn't believe, but she had never seen such foolishness. In the snow, in the middle of the night, in the mountains. Any one of these alone would be dangerous, even for a 6-year-old in the village. but these city people still ran off in the middle of the night. It's important to know that Xiaoqiao Temple Village, though close to the commune and county, has roads that look similar everywhere. Without someone guiding them, they could easily head deep into the mountains. And with the snow falling, based on what those educated youths were wearing, if they got lost in the mountains, they might freeze to death outside. Li Yun also wanted to know. She searched her memory, but couldn't remember if this had ever happened before. At that time, she was young, only a few years old. Later, as she grew older, she vaguely remembered that the village was not very welcoming to the educated youth. But she didn't really understand why they weren't welcome. One thing she was very clear about: sending young people to the countryside was a political task. If any of these 5 people really got into trouble, whether they ran away, froze to death, or were eaten by wolves, Little Grass Temple Village would be involved. Wei Fulai, the team leader, was the first to suffer. Her household registration hadn't been settled yet. Big sister, Li Yun quickly decided, you take Dahua and the children to Aunt He's house. I'll go help look for them. Go to Aunt He's house. Li Chunmei was stunned and a little worried.
Why?
Haven't they already gone to look? It's so cold, and there are wolves in the mountains. Why are you going out? I'm not going into the mountains. I'll just check near the kiln cave. I think these young people probably didn't go far. The village is chaotic now, and it's unsafe, Li Yun said as she put on her cotton jacket. Aunt He's family is many and safe. Stay there, and don't come out.
I'll go see what I can find.
You're going out? Li Chunmei was anxious. There's so much snow outside, and it's so messy. No, you can't. I know what I'm doing. Li Yun was also worried about her household registration. Don't worry, sister. I'm strong. Cheng Feng and Cheng Tao can't beat me. Most people aren't a match for me. Li Chunmei wanted to say more, but the door of the kiln cave was knocked again.
Bang, bang.
Bang! This time, the knocking was rhythmic, and a woman's voice called out. Chunmei. Yunzi. It's me. He Yulan. Her voice was strong and clear. Li Yun opened the door. He Yulan was standing at the door, followed by 3 young women, her 3 sons' wives. They all held something, one with a rolling pin, another with a bag of grain, and the third with a thin old hen. He Yulan also held a long-handled axe. Aunt He, what's going on? Li Yun was surprised. I brought this for you. He Yulan stepped inside, placing the axe on the ground. Your uncle and my 3 sons went to look for those city kids. I think tonight might be dangerous, so I came to stay with you. More people make us braver. She turned to the 3 women and said, go inside and close the door. 3 wives entered the cave, each looking nervous, but holding their tools tightly. These days, there's no way a phone call could bring the police. The village's only phone was a manual one, with weak signals that often cut out. Now, with the snow, it was completely disconnected. At this moment, the militia and men had gone out to look for people, worried someone might take advantage of the chaos to steal grain. He Yulan saw Li Yun and widened her eyes. Yunzi, are you also going out to look for someone? I'll check the neighboring cave first, just in case those young workers haven't gone far. Li Yun added, thank you, Auntie. You're still thinking of me and my sister. There's no need for so many polite words. You're just embarrassing me. He Yulan simply handed her the axe. You're strong. Take this for protection. No matter what you bump into, one swing and you'll be safe. Li Yun took it, weighed it in her hand. It was heavy. The axe was sharp enough to chop wood or people. A warm feeling filled her heart. Thanks, Auntie. Li Yun then took a kitchen knife from the bed and handed it to Li Chunmei. Jia, hold this. Stay here with Auntie and the others. Don't go out. Besides me, don't open the door for anyone. Okay. Li Chunmei took the knife, her hands trembling but her eyes firm. Yunzi, be careful. Li Yun nodded, fastened the axe to her waist, and picked up another flashlight. She had given one to Zhang Shuilan earlier, kept one for herself. She opened the door and cold wind and snow hit her face. Outside, it was still snowing. The snow was heavier than in the evening, blanketing everything in white. Visibility less than 10 meters. The snow already covered her ankles, crunching loudly with each step, making walking difficult. Now, dark clouds covered the moon, so the snow-covered ground was only vaguely visible as white, and nothing else could be seen clearly. Li Yun turned on her flashlight. The bright beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the swirling snowflakes. She followed the direction of the young workers' cave, walking cautiously. On the village road, there were scattered footprints. They were left by the militia earlier, but the snow was falling fast, and the footprints were quickly being covered. The door of the young workers' cave was open. Li Yun stopped and shone her flashlight inside. The cave door was open, dark inside. There were some broken belongings, bedding, a basin, and a porcelain cup scattered on the ground. In the corner of the wall, there are supplies given by Wei Fulai to the educated youth, moldy sweet potatoes, dried wild vegetables, and black sorghum flour. The stove is also messy, looking like it has been used, as if someone wanted to cook, but the fire hasn't been lit. Li Yun guessed that it was just a few young, impulsive kids who didn't understand the rural situation and thought the villagers were bullying them, so they ran away overnight. But no matter how upset they felt, they shouldn't have gone up the mountain in the snow. Isn't that risking their lives? Moreover, going to the countryside as an educated youth was a political task. If caught, they would be sent to a farm for reform. Except for Wang Jiangwo, the other 4 young people didn't seem foolish. They wouldn't do something that would ruin their future, right? Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Li Yun's mind. Could it be that these young people weren't heading to the county, but were instead running toward the commune? Could they be planning to run overnight to report to the commune? And what would they report? Just as she was about to keep going, she suddenly heard a faint sound. It sounded like someone crying. Li Yun tilted her ear to listen carefully. In the wind, there was indeed a crying sound, weak and intermittent. She followed the sound and walked closer. After walking a few dozen meters, in a snow-covered hollow protected from the wind, she saw the 5 missing young people. A few of them were huddled together, covered in thin snow. 2 of them were motionless, lying awkwardly on the ground. The other 3 were still breathing, but moving very slowly, clearly frozen stiff. Oh, these unlucky kids. Li Yun hurried over and shone her flashlight. The 5 young people included Wang Jiangwo and the round-faced youth Zhou Ming, who were not moving. Their faces were pale and blue, with purple lips, clearly knocked out from the cold. The other 2 young women, although still awake and covered with a male youth's military coat, looked about to pass out, trembling all over and unable to speak. The young man in the military coat saw Li Yun and suddenly felt hopeful. Help. Help me. Save me. Save me. My leg is broken. Wang Jiangwo, who had fainted from the cold, struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Li Yun, he almost burst into tears. My leg is frozen and broken. I can't feel it. My dad is a department head. Please save me first. Li Yun ignored him. She crouched down and touched the 2 fainting young people, both still breathing, but very weak. They had to be taken back immediately, or it would be too late. Walk by yourself, Wang Jiangwo. I can see you still have strength to shout. Li Yun stood up and asked the young man who had given his coat to others, "Can you walk?" The young man was stunned, then nodded, gritting his teeth. I can. But I think my leg is broken. Li Yun looked at him. His leg wasn't broken, it was just frozen stiff, so he couldn't walk. The other young woman, biting her lip, said, I can walk too. Li Yun nodded, bent down, and carefully carried the 2 fainted young people, 1 man and 1 woman, each in her arms, like holding 2 cloth dolls. Let's go. She had a flashlight tucked under her arm and led the way confidently. The group of young people was lost, scared, and cold, so they had stayed in a snow hole not far from the village. 3 of them struggled out of the snow hole, helping each other, following Li Yun. After a few steps, the conscious young woman suddenly shivered and said, Turn off the flashlight. Li Yun was surprised but quickly understood. In the mountains, animals are not protected like in modern times. Wild beasts are everywhere. The flashlight's beam was too bright and obvious in the snowy night. If it attracted trouble, she could run, but these unlucky kids definitely couldn't. She turned off the flashlight. Suddenly, everything was dark. Only the wind, the snow, and the heavy breathing of a few people could be heard. They groped forward, following Li Yun, stepping carefully. The snow covered their ankles, and each step took a lot of effort. After about an hour, suddenly, a loud howl came from the distance. Howl, woo. Everyone froze in place. Wang Jiangwo shivered suddenly, tears in his eyes, looking at Li Yun with despair. Big sister. Big sister. Is that a wolf? Is it a wolf? Li Yun glanced at him. It's not a wolf. Everyone let out a small breath of relief. Then the old lady slowly said, if it's not a wolf, then it must be a dog. A group of young people almost kneeled and started crying. In such a serious moment, can we please stop joking, sister? If it had been a pack of wolves, she would have said nothing and taken the young workers to hide, waiting for someone to come and rescue them. But there was only one old wolf. She glanced at the 5 young workers behind her. 2 had fainted, 1 was awake but almost frozen, another could still walk, and Wang Jiangwo was staring at her with a frightened look behind her. The old wolf was clever and was getting closer. Li Yun didn't have time to think much. She gently placed her flashlight and axe on the ground, then squatted down and moved the 2 fainted young workers, Zhou Ming and Zhao Xiaoyan, to the side, leaning against a big tree. What are you going to do? Wang Jiangwo's glasses were missing, and his voice was trembling. Li Yun ignored him. She bent down and picked up the axe. It was the long-handled axe that He Yulan had lent her, sharpened and heavy. Li Yun held the axe tightly, testing how it felt. Then, she did something that shocked all the young workers. She turned around, with her back to the wolf, and walked into the darkness in the opposite direction. Everything was quiet, only the sound of snowflakes falling softly on the ground.
She
ran away, Wang Jiangwo exclaimed. Don't shout, Lin Xiaohong, the short-haired young woman, whispered loudly, but with trembling voice. Wang Jiangwo almost cried, muttering uncontrollably. She ran away. She left us behind. I knew it. I knew no one would care about us. Zhao Xiaoyan was still fainted, Zhou Ming was too, but Lin Xiaohong and Chen Weidong were awake. They supported Wang Jiangwo, watching helplessly as Li Yun, their lifesaver, abandoned them and walked into the darkness. The wolf saw it too. It stopped, tilted its head, as if judging. Then, the old wolf turned its gaze toward the 5 young workers under the tree. There was the smell of blood, and they were easier prey. It started moving toward them. It's over, it's over, it's over, Wang Jiangwo muttered, squinting and unable to see clearly, only noticing the grayish shadow getting closer. Lin Xiaohong bit her lip, tears silently falling. She wanted to run, but her legs were frozen and numb, so she couldn't move. Chen Weidong pulled Zhao Xiaoyan behind him, even though he was scared too. Wait a moment, that thing. Come here. He clenched his teeth and managed to say a few words to Lin Xiaohong beside him. I'll hold it off. You all hurry back and call for help. I've injured my leg and I don't think it can be fixed. Lin Xiaohong didn't move. She just clenched a handful of snow, hoping the villagers would come soon. The wolf was getting closer. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Suddenly, the wolf stopped. Its ears stood up, as if sensing something. But it was too late. Li Yun suddenly lunged from the side, swinging her axe with all her strength, aiming at the wolf's spine. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was especially clear in the snowy night. The old wolf didn't even bark. Its back half collapsed. Its front legs still struggled violently, but it couldn't move anymore. Li Yun didn't stop. She swung her axe again, hitting the wolf's neck hard. The sharp blade cut into the bone, feeling stiff and resistant. Blood sprayed out, splashing on her face, hot and stinky. The wolf twitched a few times and then stopped moving. In the snow, everything was silent. A few young villagers stared wide-eyed, as if they were watching a superhero. Li Yun stood there, holding her blood-dripping axe, her face splattered with wolf blood. Under the snow's glow, she looked so calm it was almost frightening. Being young is good. One axe, and it doesn't go crooked. Turns out wolf bones are even more fragile than pig bones. Pretty interesting. Sister, do you realize you're still smiling? Your axe is dripping blood? You single-handedly killed a wolf. A wolf. Wang Jiangwo opened his mouth, wanting to shout, but no sound came out. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lin Xiaohong and Chen Weidong were also stunned, staring blankly at Li Yun, forgetting to breathe. Li Yun took a few deep breaths, calming her heartbeat. Then she raised her sleeve, wiped the blood off her face, and said to the two remaining conscious young villagers, "Why are you just standing there? Come help." Lin Xiaohong finally reacted, her legs trembling so much she almost fell. Chen Weidong helped her, and the two staggered, stumbling and crawling over. Looking at the wolf's body on the ground, they still couldn't believe it.
Did
Did it die? Chen Weidong's voice trembled. How did you do it? That's a wolf, and you just cut it open? How do you have such strength? It's dead, Li Yun confirmed. Its spine is broken, it can't live. She rubbed her axe in the snow, then put it back on her waist. She squatted down to look at the two unconscious young workers, Zhou Ming and Zhao Xiaoyan, and the recently fainted Wang Jiangwo. Can they walk? She asked Chen Weidong. He nodded, then shook his head, pointing to his numb leg and saying with difficulty, I think my leg is broken. That's just frostbite making you numb, Li Yun said, glancing at him. She found it amusing how these kids were so naive. Even at midnight, you sneaked out to avoid people, but you didn't realize you could freeze to death in this heavy snow. Lin Xiaohong felt very ashamed and kept her head down without speaking. Chen Weidong tried to carry Zhou Ming on his back, stumbling a little but managing to stay steady. Lin Xiaohong went to help Zhao Xiaoyan, but she was too weak to lift her. All right, let me do it. If I stay here, the smell of blood might attract other animals, Li Yun said. She quickly picked up Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Ming, holding them under her arms, like carrying two bundles of heavy meat. Lin Xiaohong was stunned. Chen Weidong was also surprised. He had been about to say something earlier. This big sister is really strong. Li Yun ignored their surprised looks and asked Lin Xiaohong, "Can you walk on your own?" Lin Xiaohong nodded, biting her lip. "Yes. Then let's support each other and walk. Moving around is good, and if we stay frozen here, we might really freeze to death." Li Yun tilted her chin. "Let's go down the mountain. The villagers are still looking for us. When they hear us, they will call for help." She carried Zhao Xiaoyan in one arm and Zhou Ming in the other, walking ahead confidently. She was steady as if she was holding 200-pound pigs. Chen Weidong and Lin Xiaohong supported Wang Jiangwo, walking carefully behind. The six of them struggled to move through the snow. Fortunately, they hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard shouts from ahead. "Is anyone there?" "Li Yun." "Comrade Li Yun," young worker comrades, Wang Jiangwo, Lin Xiaohong, Chen Weidong. It was Wei Fulin's voice. Li Yunxin relaxed a little and carefully turned on the flashlight, waving it toward the sound. Soon, a group of people appeared in sight. Leading the group was Wei Fulai, followed by Zhang Shuilan, Wei Taizhu, and 7 or 8 militia members, all holding hoes, shovels, or primitive guns. Seeing Li Yunxin and the line of people behind her, Wei Fulai first looked happy, then his face changed when he saw the blood on Li Yunxin. "Why is there blood?" "I just heard a wolf howling." He quickly walked over. "Did you run into a wolf pack on the mountain?" "We did, but it wasn't a pack, just a lone wolf," Li Yunxin replied. She handed over the 2 people to the militia to carry, then showed Wei Fulai the bloodstains on her axe. "I already killed it." "Killed it?" Wei Fulai looked at a few young workers and then at the axe in Li Yunxin's hand, which still had blood on the blade. Everyone behind them took a deep breath. You fought it alone?" "Yes," Li Yunxin nodded. "It was a lone wolf, probably too hungry to fight well. Otherwise, I couldn't have done it. I'm fine, but I need to save these kids. They're freezing." Wei Fulai finally snapped out of his shock and quickly told the villagers to take the young workers back to the village. Some carried, some helped, and others followed the footprints to drag the dead old wolf back too. Although wolf meat isn't tasty, it was still meat, and there was wolf skin and bones. If sent to the supply station, they could exchange them for grain. Back in the village, it was still dark, with only a faint white glow on the horizon. The young workers were taken back to the village cave. Someone ran ahead to report that Hiyulan and a few women had been waiting. They had hot water, ginger soup, and a thin porridge made from sorghum flour and wild vegetables. Inside the cave, a fire was burning, and the bed was warm. The young workers were helped onto the bed, and the women hurriedly took off their wet cotton jackets, rubbed their frozen hands and feet with snow, then washed them with hot water and fed them ginger soup. Once everything was settled, Wei Fulai finally couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. "You little bastards! Are you out of your minds? Running up the mountain in heavy snow. Do you want to die? Losing your way is one thing, but don't you have a mouth? Don't you know to shout for help? We are still heading toward the county town. If Comrade Li Yun hadn't found you, you might have been swallowed by wolves or frozen to death by morning." Wang Zhengwo had already woken up and lowered his head, afraid to speak. Lin Xiaohong bit her lip, feeling ashamed, and whispered, "Captain Wei, we know we were wrong." "Know you're wrong? What good does that do?" Wei Fulai's anger grew. 5 grown people, and you just ran off without a word. If the militia patrol hadn't found you, the whole village would have searched for you all night. Do you know that Iron Pillar from Wei Laoqi's family almost rolled down the hill, with several others? If Comrade Li Yun hadn't shown her flashlight, Iron Pillar might be dead or seriously injured now. Li Yun slightly furrowed her brows but said nothing. A few young workers didn't dare speak either. Wei Fulai continued scolding. "You want to run away?
Fine.
Tomorrow I'll take you to the commune. I want to show Secretary Wang how we've been bullying you into running away. By then, you'll be sent to the farm for reform or sent back to your hometown. I don't care anymore." Even though they were foolish, the young workers now realized they had misunderstood the villagers. If they truly didn't care about their lives, why would they risk their lives searching for them in the middle of the night? "Captain Wei." Wang Zhengwo looked miserable and said, We weren't running away. We were planning to report to the commune. But we got lost and fell into a snowdrift. We heard your voices, but it was too cold, and we couldn't shout. Report to the authorities?" Lin Xiaohong gathered her courage and whispered, We thought the villagers didn't like us, so we wanted to go to the commune and ask the leaders to change our situation." She couldn't say more. "Bullying you? Just because I let you stay in a cave and clean the cowshed?" Wei Fulai listened and was stunned for a moment, almost crying from how foolish these young workers were. Who's bullying whom?
Ha, ha.
"I asked you to feed the cows because the barn is warm and the work is easy. This cave is broken, but at least it blocks the wind.
It's a place to stay.
When spring comes next year, the village will figure out how to build a youth station. How am I bullying you? As for you all running to the commune to complain late at night, feeling wronged." Wei Fulai, usually very patient, was so angry he let out a loud squeal like a startled groundhog. "We didn't know." Lin Xiaohong cried, and the other young workers also lowered their heads to admit their mistakes, looking like a bunch of quails. Li Yun didn't speak or try to plead. She simply watched silently. These kids, the oldest being 23-year-old Chen Weidong and the youngest 17-year-old Zhao Xiaoyan. In her previous life, they were still children at this age. A group of proud, energetic young people thrown into this remote countryside, almost causing a big problem. They only felt suffering and thought they couldn't go on. They never considered that millions of farmers on this land had also endured such hardships. Wei Fulai finally softened his attitude. After scolding for a while, he asked someone to help look after a few young workers' legs. Chen Weidong was the coldest. His legs were purple and cold to the touch. He Yulon saw his face and changed color. "Oh no, if he keeps freezing, his legs will be ruined. What should we do? It's too late to send him to the clinic now."
"Rub."
He Yulon directed. "Rub with snow. Rub hard." A few women took turns rubbing Chen Weidong's legs. After more than half an hour, his legs slowly regained some color. Chen Weidong was in pain, trembling, but he clenched his teeth and didn't shout. The others gradually recovered. After surviving the danger, they hugged each other and cried again. Wang Zhengwo cried loudly, no longer showing the pride and arrogance he had when he first arrived in the village. I thought I was going to die. When I heard the wolves howling, I thought I was definitely going to be eaten." Lin Xiaohong also cried, "It's all my fault. I didn't think about the consequences and didn't stop everyone." Zhao Xiaoyan just woke up, not knowing what had happened, but seeing others crying, she started crying too. Zhou Ming and Chen Weidong also had tears in their eyes. For a moment, the cave was filled with crying. Li Yun felt a headache coming on. She turned away Fulai and said goodbye. Uncle, I'm going back now. My sister and the kids are still waiting for me. She was elderly, and it was already past bedtime. When Li Yun spoke, the 5 young workers on the Kong looked at her eagerly, like little chicks waiting for food. Clearly, after this, they saw Li Yun as their emotional support. All right, you go back first. I'm here. I've sent someone to take the wolf you fought to Lao Chi's house. You have a favor with him, and I promise he'll handle that wolf thoroughly. Wei Fulai stood at the door and set up the smoke pot again. Inside, there was a powder made from elm bark, giving off a strong, unpleasant smell. These young workers.
Really?
I told you our village is having a hard time. Secretary Wang somehow found out that our village hasn't gone hungry yet, thinking we have extra food, so he sent 5 people from his family here. I think someone in the village probably took cornmeal to sell on the black market for sorghum flour, and someone saw it. Yulan answered loudly, still rubbing her arm with red marks. That cornmeal is mixed with a little white flour, and many people are reluctant to eat it. They all swapped it for sorghum flour. 1 gene of cornmeal can be exchanged for 2 gene of sorghum flour, which lasts longer and is more economical. Li Yun guessed a little and was worried about Li Chunmei. She nodded and said goodbye. After Li Yun left, the faces of the young workers fell. They stared at Wei Fulai, waiting for judgment. Joining the countryside was a task, and each of them had signed a letter of willingness. If Wei Fulai, the team leader, called the commune and labeled them as deserters, their lives would be over. Wei Fulai smoked his elm bark cigarette, his face pale. After a long moment, he knocked heavily on the smoke pot and said coldly, "Are you done crying?" The young workers sniffled and dared not speak. "Once you're done crying, listen to me." Wei Fulai frowned. "This matter tonight is neither big nor small. If you still want to stay in the village, you must honestly write a self-criticism and reflect deeply. After writing it, you will read it aloud in front of everyone in the village. Is he planning to forgive them?" The young workers looked up in surprise, their eyes shining with hope, then nodded eagerly, like little chicks pecking at rice. Also, Wei Fulai took a puff of dry tobacco and continued, "Starting tomorrow, you all don't need to go to the cattle shed anymore. Follow the villagers from our village to climb the mountain and peel elm bark and dig for licorice. Peeling elm bark is to gather food, and digging for licorice is a task assigned by the commune. If you don't do it, no one will get to eat." Peeling elm bark? Digging for licorice? A few young workers looked at each other in confusion. This was completely outside their knowledge. Wang Jiangwo put on a humble expression and carefully asked, "Captain Wei, is elm bark edible?" "Of course it is." Wei Fulai took another puff and said, "Grind it into powder and mix it with food. It can fill you up." Licorice is a medicinal herb. The commune buys it, and it can be exchanged for money or food. Peeling bark and digging for licorice? It didn't sound so tiring. The young workers stopped talking. Wei Fulai looked at them and said sternly, "I know you city kids aren't used to these things, but right now, just having something to eat is good. Our ancestors have been living like this for generations. Since you're in the village now, you're one of us, and you'll have to learn it sooner or later." Wang Jiangwo lowered his head and whispered, "Got it." Lin Xiaohong nodded and promised, "Captain Wei, we will work hard. One more thing." Wei Fulai nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice. "Do you know, tonight, if it weren't for Comrade Li Yun, something serious might have happened." A few young workers looked at each other blankly. "Some villagers, like Wei Taizhu, went to look for you near the cliff. It was dark, the road was slippery, and a few of them almost fell down the slope. If it weren't for Comrade Li Yun's flashlight, which lit up the path, these young men might have." Wei Fulai didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Chun Weidong, who was older, was the first to react, and his face suddenly turned pale. He couldn't bear to think that if they had gone looking for them and something had happened to the villagers, they would be forever in debt for their lives. At that point, how could the villagers look at them with any good feelings? In other words, Li Yun saved them twice today. The others gradually came back to their senses, each feeling a wave of fear. "All right, it's good enough to know you're afraid. That means you're not heartless. just a bit slow or foolish. Wei Fulai, with his hands behind his back, nodded happily. You city kids don't know how tough the mountains are. I won't bother you anymore. Just think about it yourself. Before they left, Wei Fulai repeated, remember to write a reflection. Be deep and specific. Read it aloud in the village tomorrow. The group drank warm but bitter wild vegetable porridge, feeling shy and scared. They were shy because they had foolishly misunderstood these simple, kind villagers. They were scared because if Li Yun hadn't been there today. That night, no one in the kiln cave where the educated youths stayed slept.
Li Yun slept deeply.
When she woke up, it was already bright outside. Sunlight shone through the crack in the kiln cave window, warming the bed. The snow had stopped, and the sun was out. Rare good weather. Li Yun stretched lazily, feeling very comfortable, though she didn't know why she had traveled through time or how she had returned to her youth. But being young is wonderful. Her shoulders wouldn't hurt from shoulder inflammation, rheumatism, or a slipped disc. Her bones wouldn't creak like rusty metal. Lifting two people back wouldn't be a problem. On the other side of the bed, Li Chunmei had already gotten up early, sitting nearby picking licorice. The small grass temple village had a task to dig 500 jin of licorice up the mountain. This was divided among households, 10 jin each. It didn't seem like much, but these licorice roots were sent to the state to earn foreign exchange. However, licorice isn't weighed with a scale. 10 jin is about 1 sack. Ideally, this should be dug before the frost in October. But this year, there wasn't enough grain to eat. The villagers were busy filling their stomachs, saving grain, and the purchase tasks kept getting delayed. So, they could only dig during the winter when they had free time. In winter, the ground is frozen hard. Without tools, digging with fingernails into the frozen soil would cause bleeding in no time. Who sent this licorice? I don't know. Li Chunmei sighed softly as she picked. These past few days, before dawn, a pile was left at the door. It doesn't look like one household's doing. Sometimes there's more, sometimes less. How are we supposed to return this favor? Every day there are small gifts. Sometimes more, sometimes less, just a handful. But it's exactly this that makes them feel so precious. On such a cold day, with such hard soil, that small handful of licorice, who knows how long the villagers searched and dug to gather it. It's okay. In a few days I will bring the grain. Li Yun guesses this is probably a return gift from the villagers. Feeling warm inside, she turns over and pushes down the big flower that just got up. When the time comes, I want the villagers to eat well, and that will be our way of returning kindness. Suddenly pushed onto the cotton quilt, the slow-moving big flower rarely shows a hint of anger. But when she sees that the person pushing her is her auntie, the girl bites her lip and politely sits upright, trying the same gentle push again. Clearly, she thinks Li Yun likes to see this. Li Yun laughs happily. She was so funny as a child. Elsewhere, the child has woken up, just lying quietly and watching the ceiling beams without crying. If she didn't occasionally make a little noise, Li Yun would wonder if the child is a bit slow. Hungry? Not hot. The fire hasn't been lit. Li Chunmei looks up and touches Li Yun's forehead. The porridge is still warm, and the steamed bread and eggs are still hot. I, De Hua, and the baby have already eaten. Big sister. Li Yun sits up and stretches lazily. What time is it? Almost noon, Li Chunmei gently says. Since you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't wake you. Almost noon? Li Yun gets up, puts on her cotton coat, and just finished washing when she hears footsteps outside the cave. Spring May, is Sister Li Yun here? It's a young voice, familiar to her. Li Yun opens the door and sees Wei Taiju standing at the entrance, with a simple smile on his face. He carries a big bundle on his shoulder and holds a cloth bag in his hand, his face red from the cold. What's this? Sister Li Yun, I am Taiju from the Wei 7th family. By rank, I should call you sister-in-law. Wei Taiju scratches his head. My dad asked me to bring you some things. Wei 7th family? Could it be about the wolf hide? So soon? Li Yun quickly called someone inside. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Wei Taiju stomped his feet at the door, knocking off the snow before shyly entering the cave. He put down his bundle on the ground and unwrapped it. Inside was a wolf skin. It was tanned, with grayish-white fur, intact and complete. The skin was soft and thick, with a faint smell of gunpowder. There was also a pile of meat wrapped in oil paper, frozen solid. Next to it were several bones, both big and small, all clean and stripped of any flesh. The most special thing was 2 strings of wolf teeth, threaded with red string. Those were bracelets made from wolf teeth. Each string had 7 or 8 teeth, all smoothed and rounded, threaded with red string, and tied with a lively knot. 2 of the teeth were clearly new, whiter in color, and slightly larger. These were made overnight by my father, Taiju said. The 2 big ones are from the old wolf you killed. My father said wolf teeth ward off evil, and it's best for children to wear them. He also added some of his old wolf teeth to make 2 strings, to protect your 2 children and keep them safe. Li Yun carefully examined the bracelets. The wolf teeth were polished carefully, with no sharp edges, so they wouldn't hurt the children. The red string was tightly woven and tied with a lively knot, making it easy to put on and take off. It was clearly made with care. She felt warm inside. Wei Laoqi probably hadn't slept all night. Please thank your father for me, Li Yun said sincerely. This gift is very precious. I appreciate that your father remembered my 2 children. It's not precious at all. Taiju shyly waved his hands. Li Yun, you saved me and my grandmother. You're a lifesaver. This little gift doesn't matter. He pointed to the frozen wolf meat on the ground. The wolf skin is broken, unfortunately, not a whole piece. My father said that old wolf skins aren't as warm as those of young wolves, but they can be used as shoulder pads or knee protectors, and they're warm enough. It's already tanned, though it lacks some tools and chemicals, but it can definitely be used. My father also said that wolf meat isn't tasty, but it's meat nonetheless. If cooked until soft, it can fill your stomach. As for wolf bones, soaking them in wine is best for treating rheumatism. But the wolf head, brain, liver, and intestines are hard to handle, so my father didn't bring those. My father brought back wolf meat for me. Although it's not as good as pork or lamb, it's still meat. My mother said that when cooking, add more wine and spices to remove the gamey smell, and it will taste better. Lian looked at the pile of things on the ground and felt a bit emotional. These days, a tanned wolf hide can be sold at the market for some grain. Wolf meat may not taste great, but it's still meat. Wolf bones soaked in wine are also rare and valuable. Wei Laoqi, a hunter, doesn't have a wealthy family. Nowadays, when hunters handle hides, they usually leave some things as a token of thanks. But Wei Laoqi not only tanned the hide overnight, he also brought all these things. Li Yun thought for a moment, squatted down, picked out the 2 biggest wolf bones, weighed them, then pushed the wolf meat back. I'll keep the bones to soak in wine and the hide, but you can take the meat home. Taiju was surprised. Why? Don't you eat meat? I don't mean I won't eat. Li Yun looked at him as if he was her own grandson and said, It's just that I'm not used to eating it. Since your family has many people and the old lady is with you, I'll leave the meat for you to eat.
No.
Taiju was anxious. That's not right. My father said that since you caught the wolf, the meat belongs to you. Our family can't take it. Li Yun looked at him, red-faced and nervous, feeling a bit amused. This child is too honest. Taiju, she said slowly, listen to me. The wolf is mine, but I can't eat much myself. Your family has many people, and the old lady is sick, so she needs nutrition too. I'll leave a little meat for tasting, and the rest you can take home. Think of it as my way of showing respect to my sister and my 7th uncle, okay? Taiju was stunned and after a while asked, Respect my grandma? Yes, respect the old lady. Li Yun liked her great-aunt, whom she had never met before. In her previous life, Li Chunmei was driven out by her in-laws, and it was the old lady who, wielding a cane, beat Qingdashan to make them give up. If it's really not enough later, you can hunt again and give me a piece of meat, she added. Taiju scratched his head, thought for a moment, and because he was simple-minded and didn't know how to argue, he nodded quickly and said, Okay. Sister Yezi, I will remember that. When spring comes, I will go up the mountain to set traps and catch 2 foxes for you. Fox fur is more valuable than wolf fur and looks nicer. Li Yun also smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll wait. Then Taizhu happily carried the remaining meat away. Before leaving, he turned back and called out, "Sister Yezi, Sister Chunmei, my father said that if you ever need help, just ask. We are all family." Li Yun smiled and nodded. Li Chunmei, nearby, also happily pursed her lips. After seeing Taizhu off, Li Yun returned to the cave and handed the wolf fur and wolf teeth to Li Chunmei. "Sister, look at this." Li Chunmei took the wolf fur and touched it. Even though it's from an old wolf, it's well tanned. If made into knee pads, your knees wouldn't hurt even after walking 2 miles in winter. Li Chunmei's family lives in the mountains. Though they are poor, they have one advantage: many wild animals in the mountains, so she often sees different kinds of animal skins. She also picked up the wolf tooth bracelet and looked at it repeatedly. Uncle Chi's craftsmanship is really good. People say wolf teeth ward off evil. If 2 kids wear them, they can keep away bad luck and stay safe. Although she didn't say it openly, Li Yun could tell that her mother was a little afraid of that child. People are so strange. Knowing that adopting a child is a good thing, but Li Chunmei still worries that her child's biological mother might cause trouble for Li Yun later. Li Yun understood her mother's worries and nodded happily. "That's perfect. 1 child each, 1 bracelet per kid. Yes, yes. My sister treats your children well. She found them in the snow, dressed them, fed them milk powder. You just keep an eye on the kids from afar, don't scare them." Li Chunmei happily stroked the 2 new wolf teeth and muttered softly, "Thinking of my sister's kindness. Once the snow melts, we'll take the children to burn paper offerings for you." Clearly, she was saying this to the biological mother of the child, who is no longer there. Maybe because since the day she was found, the child has been quiet and only occasionally whined. Li Chunmei always felt that she didn't seem like a normal child. When she saw her mother so lively, Li Yun couldn't help but squint her eyes. Li Chunmei remembered last night when Li Yun killed the wolf, and still found it hard to believe. "Yunzi," she whispered with envy, "did you really kill a wolf?" "Yes, I did." Li Yun gently patted the child's head and handed her a wolf tooth to play with. She casually replied, "Auntie, you already knew I was strong, right? Otherwise, how could I have beaten that old man, Deshawn? How did you fight the wolf?" "I took advantage of its distraction and chopped it with an axe." Just imagining that scene made Li Chunmei shiver. "Auntie," Li Yun pointed to the wolf bones on the ground, "we'll keep these bones. In a few days, I'll buy some wine." "I heard wolf bone wine can help with rheumatism." Li Chunmei had health issues from not resting well after giving birth, which left her with lingering problems. Over the years, she worked too hard, and her arms became deformed from severe rheumatism, even needing joint replacements. Li Chunmei was surprised and asked again, "Are you really giving that big piece of wolf meat to Uncle Chi's family?" She didn't mind being respectful to her elders, but seeing such a large piece of meat given away made her feel sad. "No." Li Yun shook her head. "We have enough food. In a few days, I'll buy some pork. We're not short of meat. Uncle Chi's family has many people, and the old lady is still sick. They need these supplies. Moreover, the old lady needs to live a long, healthy life. Otherwise, how could she deal with the bossy Deshawn?" Oh, Yunzi, your heart is so kind, so good." Li Chunmei was deeply touched and repeated, "Why is your heart so kind?" Li Yun smiled but didn't reply. She wasn't a good person, but when it came to these honest villagers, she was willing to be kind. As they talked, there was a gentle knock on the door again. This time, it was timid and hesitant. Li Yun opened the door and saw Lin Xiaohong standing outside. She was wearing an old cotton-padded coat, her face red from the cold, with her right hand in her pocket and a small bundle in her left hand. Seeing Li Yun, she looked nervous and pursed her lips. "Big sister."
Li Yun.
"I want to thank you on behalf of the 5 of us." Her voice was soft, and it was clear she felt very ashamed. Li Yun had a good impression of the young girl and kindly stepped aside to open the door. "Come in." Lin Xiaohong entered the cave and saw Li Chunmei, quickly nodding. "Hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Oh, the girl from the city is really pretty." Li Chunmei also nodded and invited her to sit down. "If only our Dahua could be as fair and lovely as you someday. This child is really..." Lin Xiaohong looked up, originally wanting to praise the child, but seeing Dahua's blackened head, She forced out a sentence. "This child is very clever, Li Yun." Not sure how to respond, Li Chunmei also. Lin Xiaohong stood there without sitting, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. "About last night," she whispered. "We discussed it among ourselves and really want to thank everyone. Comrade Wang and Zhao Xiaoyan were freezing badly, and Comrade Chen hasn't been able to go back to work yet, so I am here to represent." She hesitated a bit as she placed a small bundle on the edge of the Kong and opened it. Inside were 3 items: a piece of cured sausage, about 3 or 4 ounces, greasy and shiny, a small handful of Iraqi dates, golden yellow and looking sweet, and a half-gene national ration coupon. Li Chunmei looked at Li Yun with some surprise. She didn't know the full situation, but could tell this gift was quite thoughtful. "This is what a few of us pulled together," Lin Xiaohong slowly explained. "We didn't bring much when we went to the countryside, but at least it's a small token of our gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Li, for saving us. Thank the villagers for looking for us all night." As she spoke, a hint of fear appeared on her face. "Yesterday, Captain Wei gave us a stern lecture, and we did a deep self-examination, promising not to make similar mistakes again." Li Yun looked at her. This girl's face was pale, lips bluish, clearly suffering from the cold. What caught her attention even more was her right hand. Hidden in her pocket, the little finger was a strange color. It was dark purple, slightly shiny, like a rotten radish. Li Yun's heart sank. She walked over and gently pulled out Lin Xiaohong's right hand. Lin Xiaohong tried to dodge, but she didn't pull away. That hand, the index, middle, and ring fingers are swollen and red from the cold, but the worst is the little finger. Starting from the second joint, it is completely black and purple, feels cold to the touch, and has no sensation. "Did you get this last night from the cold?" Li Yun frowned and asked. Lin Xiaohong nodded and whispered, "Maybe. Maybe. It's okay. It should get better in a few days." Li Yun shook her head. "You kids are so silly. This is frostbite. Tissue is dying. If you're not careful, you might have to lose the finger." Lin Xiaohong's face turned pale with fear. "Big sister." Li Yun turned to Li Chunmei and said, "Watch her. I'm going to find Aunt He." Before Li Chunmei could answer, she quickly left the cave and headed to Hyulan's house. Hyulan was sweeping snow in the yard. When she saw Li Yun, she put down her broom. "Yunzi, what's wrong?" "Annie, do you know about frostbite?" Li Yun asked. "There's a girl who got her hand frozen. It looks black now." Hyulan's face changed. She followed Li Yun to the cave. Inside, she saw Lin Xiaohong's hand and gasped. "How did it get like this? Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Lin Xiaohong was startled and shrank back. Hyulan grabbed her hand, looked carefully, and gently pressed the black-purple area. She asked, "Does it hurt?" Lin Xiaohong shook her head. She was starting to feel scared. "No, it doesn't hurt, but I can't feel anything." Hyulan's face looked worse. "This is serious frostbite. We need to treat it quickly or the finger might be lost." Lin Xiaohong froze and asked, "Lost? The finger? Don't be afraid." Hyulan pinched the finger. "There are some traditional methods we can try, but it will be painful." She looked at Li Yun. "Yunzi, do you have any alcohol at home?" Li Yun remembered that she still had half a jar of alcohol left from when she cleaned the children. She quickly took it out. Hyulan took the alcohol and told Li Chunmei to go and heat some water. Li Chunmei responded and left. Hyulan then told Lin Xiaohong to sit down, poured the alcohol into a bowl, and lit it with a match. The blue flame flickered inside the bowl. Hyulan dipped her hand into the burning alcohol and quickly rubbed it on Lin Xiaohong's hand. Lin Xiaohong shivered with pain but clenched her teeth and didn't cry out. "You children, your parents in the city must be very worried about you," Hyulan said while rubbing. "This homemade method can promote blood flow and reduce swelling, but it might hurt a little. Just bear with it." Lin Xiaohong nodded, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. After rubbing for about 10 minutes, when the wine in the bowl was finished, Hyulan asked Li Chunmei to bring warm water and soak Lin Xiaohong's hand. After a while, the small purple finger, which was originally black and purple, seemed to have lightened a bit. Li Yun blinked without hesitation and learned a new trick. Hyulan sighed. "It's still early to notice. The fool from the neighboring village, a few years ago in December, drank grain wine, and lay by the roadside all night. When they found him, his ear was frostbitten, and he still can't find a wife. From now on, you can use warm wine to rub, soak in warm water, and gradually recover. Just remember, never use hot water directly or burn with fire, as that will make it worse. Lin Xiaohong nodded repeatedly, tears finally falling from her eyes.
Thank you. Thank you, Auntie.
I thought. She thought that after yesterday's incident, the villagers would only dislike them, the outsiders who caused trouble. Lian shook her head and patted her hand. Silly girl, don't run into the snow again. There are many dangerous things in these mountains. Lin Xiaohong cried even harder. Meanwhile, Li Chunmei and He Yulan both felt that Li Yun's tone sounded a bit strange, almost like an older aunt from the village.
But that shouldn't be.
After crying for a while, Lin Xiaohong wiped her tears, stood up, and bowed deeply to Li Yun and Li Chunmei. Comradely, Annie, thank you both. Her gaze was firm. Thank you for saving me, saving us. We will work hard in the future and never let you down. All right, knowing your mistakes and correcting them makes you good kids. We all went through this age. Li Yun pointed to the sausage and grain coupons. Take these back. You need them more. I'll keep the honey dates for the children to enjoy. Lin Xiaohong shook her head like a rattle. That's not right. We truly want to thank you. I know, Li Yun interrupted. You have no relatives or friends in the village, so it's even harder for you. The sausage is for nourishing your body, and the grain coupons are for emergencies. From now on, if you have any questions, just ask. As long as you improve and live a good life, that will be the best thank you gift. Lin Xiaohong looked at her, tears welling up again. She nodded, choking on her words. Comradely, I will remember. She packed away the sausage and ration tickets, leaving only the Iraqi honey dates. Then she bowed to Li Yun, Li Chunmei, and He Yulan before turning to leave. At the door, she looked back and said, I also want to visit Captain Wei's house, Accountant Zhang's house, and those families who looked for us last night. I want to thank them one by one. Li Yun nodded. Go ahead. He Yulan, standing nearby, watched and said with a click of her tongue, I like this girl the most among these young people. She looks smarter than the others, very sensible. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked Li Yun. Yunzi, your uncle asked me to ask you, what big name do you plan to give this girl for her household registration? You can't keep calling her baby all the time. Li Chunmei was stunned. Li Yun suddenly slapped her forehead. She had been busy with other things lately and felt like she forgot something important. It turns out she hadn't named her daughter for her whole life. Big Hua on the Kong was holding her wolf Fong and blowing bubbles. The silent baby girl reached out and grabbed Big Hua. In the end, Li Yun decided to name the girl Li Jianqing. This child was found under a withered tree. The snow-covered ground is just white and barren. Bad luck, not auspicious. Li Yun touched the wrinkled face of the baby girl and slowly explained to Li Chunmei. Jianqing means seeing green in a withered tree, spring after winter. The name includes the color green, symbolizing growth. When she grows up, she will be a lush, big tree, able to provide shade without relying on others. That's good. For nickname, she suggested something easy to care for, like Sui, meaning a good harvest in autumn, symbolizing hope that the child will never go hungry. It's also good that she shares your surname. When she grows up, she will be your real daughter, and she can take care of you. Li Chunmei thought more and nodded. Oh, I understand. The full name is a big tree. Big tree is good, long-lived, strong. Since this child is weak, she should have a tough name to support her. Her nickname is Suazi, which is nice. Each crop has its own flower, just like our big flower, so we are like sisters. Although this explanation is a bit mistaken, from another point of view, it makes sense. Li Yun gently touched the child's warm face, a look of love at her eyes. This child will belong to her in the future. Seeing Qing.
Li Jianqing.
I hope you grow up to be a tall, strong tree. You don't need to rely on anyone, or depend on anyone. Just grow on your own and reach upward. The little girl who just got her name stretched her hand and put her small hand into Li Yun's. Li Chunmei looked at the two children on the Kong and her younger sister in front and spoke softly. Dahua, Suazi. Live well, all of you. In the future, they will be a family of 4. The snow stopped for 2 days. The dirt road outside Cacao Temple Village was finally passable. Wei Fulai had been very busy these days, dealing with the educated youth, worrying about the grain, and patrolling the village with people. Who has snow on their roof? Call someone to clear it quickly. Who has a yellow mud house that might collapse? Move out quickly. Who applied to harvest reeds from the collective lake? Approve it quickly. Even when someone's sorghum paste thickened, this responsible old team leader had to go in and give a few words, saving some. There's still some time before the new year. The food is finished. What will they eat in spring? Will the whole family be left opening their mouths to the northwest wind? He didn't come to rush Li Yun to get grain. But Li Yun could see the anxiety in this team leader's eyes. Finally, the snow melted a bit. The winding dirt road outside the village was barely visible at the far end. Li Chunmei sat inside the cave, feeding Suezi. She was too young, and there were no women in the village who had just given birth, so she could only give her milk powder. She didn't know how much stuff Li Yun had brought back from outside. But one thing was good. As long as Li Yun brought something back, Li Chunmei wouldn't ask where it came from. Dahua finished a bowl of milk powder and was very eager. Seeing her eager, cat-like eyes, Li Yun boiled some rice soup and added red sugar to comfort her. She knew her childhood self very well. Her eyes would show hunger. Even when her stomach was full, seeing others eat made her unconsciously lick her lips. Using psychology from past lives to explain, it's like I was so hungry before that I never felt full inside. Dahua finally felt happy. She hugged the red sugar rice soup and drank it little by little. Go away, you kid. Even if you have a bit of dirt in your mouth, you still want to lick it. Li Chunmei gently tapped her daughter's forehead and saw at once that Dahua couldn't eat anymore. Soon she would vomit. Yunzi, you're too indulgent with the child. The milk powder is expensive. If she's full and then vomits, it would be a shame. No, I won't give her more. Dahua held a porcelain cup, staring at her sister, stubborn like a little donkey. Dahua's.
Jia, don't worry.
She'll feel uncomfortable after vomiting a few times. Then she won't try to eat so desperately in the future. Li Yun gently tapped Dahua's forehead and wiped the rice paste off her face. The more you don't let her eat, the hungrier she'll feel. She'll think she's not full, and that will cause trouble when she grows up. Li Chunmei then gave up trying to take the red sugar rice soup from her daughter, but still felt a little sad about the food. You're quite experienced and reasonable. This timid kid. Suezi seemed to understand their conversation. After drinking her milk and burping, she reached out for Li Yun to hold her. Li Yun skillfully picked her up. Only then did Li Chunmei finish drinking the remaining milk in one gulp. While busy, suddenly there was a series of honking sounds outside the cave. Honk, 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 honk. Cars were rare in these days. In the entire village of Xiaoqiao Temple, except for the transport team's old truck that came once before, no other vehicles had appeared. Li Yun's mind moved. She put Suezi down, put on her cotton coat, and went outside. On the village road, a green truck with the label and county transport team was parked. The truck's paint was chipped, but it was still recognizable. Next to the truck stood 3 people: Wei Daqiao from the county transport team, Secretary Ding, and Secretary Ma. Many villagers peeked out to watch, excitedly looking at the visitors.
Kumrada Yun.
Secretary Ding saw her and hurried over with a warm look. Finally found you. Our Secretary Ma from the transport team came specifically to see you. Secretary Ma approached, extended both hands, and firmly shook Li Yun's hand. Comrade Li Yun, long time no see. The last batch of cornmeal you sent saved our transport team in a hurry. Li Yun smiled politely, neither humble nor proud. Secretary Ma, you're too kind. It's all to help the workers fill their stomachs. That's not just politeness. Secretary Ma seriously shook Li Yun's hand. In these days, being able to get grain is like having a living Buddha. I heard from Secretary Ding that you also have a way to get pig fat. He lowered his voice on the last part. Li Yun understood what he meant. She nodded. That's true. Secretary Ma's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and said, let's find a place to talk. Li Yun thought for a moment and took them back to the cave. Inside the cave, Li Chunmei had already boiled hot water and was soaking brown sugar water in a porcelain bowl. She invited the guests to sit down, while she carried Suezi and Dahua to Hyulan's house next door, giving them space. The cave door was open and many people were peeking outside. Secretary Ma sat down, looked around the cave, and seemed a bit confused. Comrade Li Yun, you and your sister live here? Didn't Chingfeng give you any subsidy? He might have thought that family members had driven the two of them into the cave, and his eyes gradually showed some anger. This Chingfeng. That's too much. Even Secretary Ding, standing nearby, frowned. To them, it seemed that the family was unhappy with the guarantee letter, and they forced the pregnant daughter-in-law and sister-in-law out of the house, making them live in a broken cave. It's just too inhumane. Of course, no one casually told them the details of that day. So, no outsiders knew that Li Yun had broken up with Chingfeng and voluntarily moved out with Li Chunmei. Li Yun was too lazy to care about Chengfeng's fate and slowly said, "We just moved here not long ago, so it's okay. That Chingfeng. Don't worry, the organization will give your sister an explanation." Such a morally corrupt person, our transport team absolutely cannot tolerate. Secretary Ma nodded, didn't say more, and directly got to the main point. Comrade Li Yun, I heard from Secretary Ding that you can get pig fat? How many gene exactly? Despite Secretary Ding giving a detailed report, Secretary Ma still wanted to hear Li Yun speak directly. Li Yun didn't beat around the bush. 5 tons. The group member who posted about the warehouse clearance sale is still diligently posting the sale information on time these days. It seems this batch of pig fat is definitely gone. But it's a good deal for her. 5 tons? Secretary Ma gasped. Secretary Ding also tried to control his expression. Although it wasn't the first time hearing this number, it still shocked him. 5 tons of pig fat. That's 10,000 gene. But now, 10,000 gene is a huge amount. Secretary Ma was stunned for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and asking, "What's the price?" 1 yuan and 50 cents per gene, no receipt. Secretary Ma and Secretary Ding looked at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. 1 yuan and 50 cents? And no receipt? What kind of unbelievable price is that? The supply and marketing cooperative's pork costs only 80 cents per gene, but you need a meat ticket, and it's almost impossible to buy. And forget about getting the fatty parts. They're mostly snatched up. Nowadays, everyone's short of oil in their stomachs, and good things like pig fat are out of reach for most. They've already been used up internally by the supply and marketing cooperative long ago. Pig fat on the black market has risen to 1 yuan and 60 cents per gene and is still in high demand. It's really impossible to buy even with money. Li Yun's deal is great. 1 yuan and 50 cents without a receipt. Practically a bargain. Even Secretary Ma couldn't help but ask, "Comrade Li Yun, this oil. Is there any problem with it?" "That's oil. Fat. White pig fat. 1 yuan and 50 cents and no receipt?" He felt like he was getting a real bargain. Li Yun, however, caught a deeper meaning in his words. In these times, being able to get so much oil at once definitely raises suspicion about its source. She smiled and explained, "Secretary Ma, don't worry, the oil is definitely clean. It's from a new friend of mine in Xinjiang who helped me get it through official channels, but..." She paused and lowered her voice. "It's an unexpected share, so it can't go through official accounts and must be traded privately." Secretary Ma nodded, understanding. After all, at this point, whether the oil is private or official, what really matters is what ends up in their stomachs. He thought for a moment and then spoke, 5 tons of pig fat, 10,000 gene. The transport team can't eat all of it, so we probably need to find another factory to buy some together. I think the same, Li Yun nodded. Then Secretary Ma said again, "At the textile factory, Zhang Weimin is the deputy director. I also heard about his sister, Zhang Xiaoying. Li Yun, do you have any issues with Zhang Xiaoying? Should we avoid the textile factory when buying the oil?" Li Yun's mind moved. Secretary Ma is very thoughtful. She thought for a moment and came up with an idea. "Secretary Ma, honestly, I want the workers to get some benefit from this oil, but at the end of the day, it's a bit of a risky deal, a borderline situation. You know Zhang Xiaoying's character. If Zhang Weimin gets the oil first, he might use it to threaten me and report me. That wouldn't look good for anyone. Secretary Ma nodded, understanding that Li Yun's concerns were reasonable. I know Zhang Weimin. He's handled his sister's matter quite poorly. He paused and then said, how about this? We talk to the steel factory. Old Zhao is a good friend of mine. I know him well. He's loyal and discreet. If he takes the oil, he definitely won't tell anyone. Li Yun thought for a moment and asked, how much can the steel factory take? Secretary Ma looked at Secretary Deng, who quickly did the math. The steel factory and the transport team have over 1,500 people. With their families, that's about 3,500 mouths to feed. Even if each person gets 1 gene, that's nearly 4,000 gene. The remaining 6,000 gene, we can split with the steel factory, and that should be enough. Li Yun nodded. All right, that's settled. But Secretary Ma, I need to clarify one thing. Go ahead. This oil sells for 1.5 yuan per gene, but the payment must be made in full at once. 5 tons is 15,000 yuan, no less. When the time comes, pay when delivering. Got it. Secretary Ma took a deep breath but quickly nodded. I'll find a way to get the money. The factory has a special fund for workers' benefits, so handling the accounts isn't a problem. I'll go to the steel factory today. When can we get the goods? Li Yun thought for a moment. In 3 days at the earliest, but I also need to check with my friend. Pig fat costs 6.1 yuan per gene, which, based on 1960s prices, is about 0.4 yuan per gene. That means, for each gene of pig fat, she can earn a net profit of 0.96 yuan, or 9 yuan and 60 cents in 1960s currency. 10,000 gene of pig fat oil equals 9,000 old coins, which is 90,000 yuan. Indeed, the essence of doing business is exploiting information gaps. Huge profits, indeed. All right, no problem. Secretary Ma stood up and shook Li Yun's hand again. Comrade Li Yun, thank you. This 10,000 gene of oil is not just a matter of the transport team. It's an urgent issue for the whole town. Rest assured, I will handle this properly. No one will find out about you. He paused and added. Even if someone investigates, it will be official to official. The oil was bought as a benefit for the workers, with proper procedures, and the money was paid through official channels. When the workers get the oil and eat it, who can find out later? Li Yun understood his meaning. This is called collective protection. As long as the goods reach the workers' hands and everyone benefits, no one will report it. Even if someone tries to investigate, they won't find anything. Everyone has eaten the meat. How can they take it back? Then I'll leave this to Secretary Ma. She also felt relieved. When Secretary Ma and his group left, many villagers curiously asked questions. Comrade Li Yun, is he a leader from the county? He looks very educated. Li Yun, your sister, the leaders came to ask for your help. Comrade Li Yun, can you still get grain? My family also has someone who wants. Comrade Li Yun. The crowd chattered and Li Yun didn't say much, just responded briefly and headed back. Just before entering her cave, she suddenly noticed Granny Wang with her hands in her sleeves, sneaking around like a thief, peering into the direction of the liberation truck. Is her family planning to cause trouble again? Li Yun thought for a moment and decided to find Ching Feng and give him a good scolding. Based on Secretary Ma's reaction today, Ching Feng's job is probably doomed. At that time, the family will realize what it means when the sky falls. The steel factory is located in the northern outskirts of the town, taking up a large area. From afar, you can see several big chimneys, billowing dark smoke. As you get closer, you can hear the constant roar of machines, clanging and banging, so loud it hurts your ears. At the factory gate, there is a small guardhouse with 2 uniformed guards standing there. Their faces are red from the cold, but they stand straight and tall. Secretary Ma's car, a Liberation model, stops at the gate. The guards recognize the car, lean out to look, and when they see it's Secretary Ma, they wave him through easily. The steel factory and the transportation team are like brothers. Sometimes they borrow drivers and vehicles from the transportation team to haul coal or machinery. The car drives into the factory area, bumping along a cement road. On both sides are rows of gray factory buildings. Some windows are broken, with wooden boards nailed over them. Workers push carts along the road, loaded with dark, unidentifiable stones, either coal or ore. The workers wear worn cotton jackets, safety helmets, and have faces that are dark and pale in patches. But their eyes are bright, and they look eager to work. Finally, the car stops in front of a small two-story building. This is the office building of the steel factory. Its gray brick walls and red-painted doors and windows look old, with paint peeling off, giving it a worn-out look. Secretary Ma gets out of the car, tidies his clothes, and walks upstairs. Secretary Ding follows behind. Before arriving, they had already spoken on the phone with factory director Zhao. Zhao, a veteran comrade who once fought alongside Secretary Ma, still thought Ma was joking and hesitated before telling them to go directly to the purchasing department to see Director Niu. On the second floor is the purchasing department. The door is slightly open, and a woman's voice comes from inside, sounding angry. Let me think of a way. What kind of way can I think of? Our purchasing department isn't a fairy. We can't produce white flour and meat out of thin air. The supply and marketing cooperative needs a ticket to buy a pound of meat. Where are the tickets? You should give me the tickets. I only have this much ticket money. What can I buy with it? It's New Year's time, but I don't even know if it's really the New Year anymore. Workers work all year round and can't even eat meat. What right do I have to be the head of the purchasing department? Secretary Ma and Secretary Ding exchange a glance, but say nothing. The voice belongs to Niu Guixiang, the head of the purchasing department. Niu Guixiang is in her early 40s, known for her fiery temper but also for her competence. She has worked at the steel factory for 20 years, from a worker in the workshop to the head of the purchasing department. She cares about the workers and understands their hardships. Knock, knock, knock. Secretary Ma knocks on the door. I am Ma Changda from the county transport team. The door suddenly swung open. Niu Guixiang was standing at the door. She was in her 40s, of average height, with a round face, curly hair, and a black hairpin neatly holding her side hair. She was wearing a faded blue cotton jacket, with the cuffs rolled up, revealing part of her forearm. There was a hint of anger on her face, but when she saw Secretary Ma, her anger turned into surprise. Secretary Ma? What are you doing here? I'm here to talk to you about something. Secretary Ma smiled and said, Why, Comrade Niu, don't you welcome me? They both had the last names Ma and Niu, but both worked hard, so they were often mentioned together by the workers. So, they were quite familiar with each other. Welcome, welcome. Niu Guixiang quickly moved aside and opened the door. I still need your transport team's help. Come in quickly. The office of the purchasing department was small, with a desk, a few chairs, and a filing cabinet. The desk was piled with documents, reports, and a few enamel cups. On the wall hung a portrait of a great leader and some awards, all from the steel factory. Niu Guixiang poured water for Secretary Ma and Secretary Ding, then sat down herself. She rubbed her face, trying to calm her anger, and put on a smile, though it looked a bit forced. Secretary Ma, please don't mind. I was just angry on the phone earlier. The supply and marketing cooperative is giving me a hard time again. Secretary Ma nodded understandingly and said, It's about the benefits for the new year, right? Exactly. Niu Guixiang patted her thigh. The new year is coming soon. Our workers have been working all year, just hoping to get some supplies for the holiday, so their families can celebrate together. Rice, flour, oil, meat. At least some things, right? But look at now, the supply and marketing cooperative has nothing available. She pointed to the reports on the table. Our factory has over 3,000 workers. 1 pound of meat per person. That's over 3,000 pounds. Do you know how much the cooperative has approved for me? 200 pounds. And they want a ticket for it. How about grain? Oh, grain is even worse. No cornmeal, only a little black sorghum flour, but the workers are very unhappy. Steelmaking is hard work, you know that. If you don't eat meat for a day, your hands get weak from pushing carts. Recently, workers have been whispering that if they don't receive their supplies during the new year, they might stop working. Niu Guixiang sighed and said, This year's situation is tough. I just hope next year will be better. She was really worried. Secretary M looked at her and understood her feelings. He had known Niu Guixiang for many years. In the past, the transportation team often delivered goods to the steel factory, so he had interacted with her many times. He knew she had a quick temper, but was kind-hearted and honest with the workers. She never deducted their benefits. The workers trusted her and would go to her with any problems. Now, seeing her so anxious, it was clear the steel factory situation was not good. Director Nyo, Secretary M said carefully, "I'm here to bring you good news today." Nyo Guixiang was surprised. Good news? What good news? He glanced at Secretary Ding, who understood, and went to close the door. Seeing this, Nyo Guixiang became more curious. Secretary M, what's going on? Why all the secrecy? He lowered his voice, sounding a bit excited. There's pork fat, no receipt needed, costing only 1 yuan 50 cents per kilogram. Do you want some? She was stunned. How much? If it was 2 yuan per kilogram, she would say it was worth the price. If it was 1 yuan 80 cents, she would think she was lucky to get such a good deal. 1 yuan 50 cents for pork fat and no receipt? If she ate that oil, she'd get an upset stomach, but she'd still praise it for being strong and good quality. So she asked again, 150 per kilogram, starting from 1 ton up to 5 tons. As long as we can eat it, we can buy. Her eyes widened suddenly. 5 tons of pork fat? That's a lot, about 10,000 jin. Enough for over 3,000 workers at the steel factory, giving each about 3 jin, with some left over. Where does it come from? She blurted out, then felt she shouldn't have asked and waved her hand. Never mind, forget I asked. Are you serious about this price? I tell you, I'm like an ant on a hot pan right now. If you're serious, if we can't get the pork fat, I'll really roll up my sleeves and argue with you. Director Nyo, it's true. One of Secretary Ding's assistants lowered his voice and repeated, no invoice, 1.5 yuan per jin, but payment must be made up front and delivery upon payment. Nyo Guixiang suddenly stood up, nearly knocking over her chair. Are you sure you don't want an invoice? She stared at Secretary Ma, as if accusing him of lying. Secretary Ma, are you joking with
Me?
These days, even lard on the black market costs 1.5 yuan per jin, and it's in high demand. You tell me no invoice, just 1.5 yuan? I tell you, whatever amount you have, I want exactly that much. Secretary Ma waved his hands quickly. Calm down, calm down. Sit down and let's talk slowly. Nyo Guixiang sat back down, but kept her eyes fixed on him. Only then did Secretary Ma mention Li Yun's matter. Of course, he kept the details of the source hidden. He only said there was a girl who recently returned from the frontier who had connections to get lard, and the price was fair. She had already sold several thousand jin of cornmeal to the transport team, ensuring the quality was genuine. After hearing this, Nyo Guixiang was silent for a while. Is she trustworthy? Reliable? Secretary Ma recalled as he spoke. I personally went to her house to talk. The girl is young, but she speaks and acts confidently, not like someone unreliable. Nyo Guixiang thought for a moment. 5 tons. That's about 10,000 jin. She couldn't help but stand up, pacing in the office, muttering as she walked. 3 jin per person, over 3,000 people. That's about 10,000 jin. Enough, enough. After distributing, there might be some left, and we can give more to the hardest workers. Secretary Ma chuckled and scolded. Enough already. And we have our county transport team too. Are you planning to keep it all for yourself? Nyo Guixiang paced a few more times before stopping and looking steadily at Secretary Ma. Old Ma, do you think this person is trustworthy? I mean, is the source of this oil legitimate? If we pay and don't get the oil, or if the oil has problems, won't our steel factory be in trouble? I understand your worries. I asked about that too. Secretary Ma nodded. The girl said the oil was brought by her new friends from the frontier, and the source is definitely clean. Even if someone comes to check, they won't find anything. Anyway, the oil is real, and the workers will really eat it. Who could dig oil out of a worker's stomach? Nyo Guixiang couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. That's an interesting way to put it. She thought for a moment and asked, how will the money be paid? Pay half as a deposit first and the rest when the goods arrive. Secretary Ma said, the young lady said she trusts us, but business is business, and we need to follow the proper procedures. Nyo Guixiang nodded. That makes sense. She walked back to the table, picked up a pen, and did some quick calculations on paper. 5 tons, 10,000 jin, at 1 yuan 5 per jin, total price is 15,000 yuan. Pay half up front, which is 7,500. Our steel factory has the money, and workers' benefits are reserved funds, so that's no problem. She put down the pen and looked at Secretary Ma. Old Ma, if this works out, you'll be a great benefactor to our steel factory. The workers haven't had a good meal in months. Now they can finally celebrate the new year. Secretary Ma waved his hand. I wouldn't call myself a benefactor, just helping each other. Our county's transport team can't handle that much oil. He paused and added, but, Director Nyo, there's one detail I need to clarify. Go ahead. This pig fat, originally we could buy it together with the textile factory. Since it's a large amount, we might even get a better price. But that girl has some issues with the textile factory, and we're worried about trouble later. So we need to buy the oil just between us, your steel factory and our transport team, taking the 5 tons ourselves. Nyo Guixiang raised an eyebrow. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Secretary Ma hesitated and briefly explained the situation with Li Yun and Zhang Xuelon. He only kept out the names and specific details. After hearing this, Nyo Guixiang's face changed. Zhang Weimin? He's not a good person either. Last time, when their textile factory wanted to transport goods, they argued with our transport team, and it was quite unpleasant. I believe that bastard would do something sneaky, first taking the pig fat, then turning around to report us for speculation or profiteering. His sister isn't any better. Her whole family has problems. Thinking for a moment, she offered a suggestion. If it really comes to it, I can issue an official document saying local commune supports the factory. Anyway, Gongqing commune has so many resources and Zhang Weimin can't investigate each one. All right, then I'll go back and gather the money. We'll split the deposit in half and the pig fat in half, too. Secretary Ma immediately stood up and left. Sure enough, as he stepped out of the office building, he heard Nyo Guixiang shouting from the window, Good job, Ma Changda. I just realized. Who told you that you get half? How many people work at our steel plant, and how many are in your transport team? 37. 37%. 37% isn't enough. It should be at least 46%, right? Ma Changda, come back here. I'm calling old Zhao right now. Secretary Ma quickly ran away, moving so fast that even Secretary Ding behind him started to run. Just joking, slow down. If you go too slow, you'll lose thousands of pounds of pig fat. 3 days later, February 1st, 1959. Less than a week before the new year. On a cold winter night in the Heshi corridor of Gansu province, the cold was so fierce it could freeze your nose. The wind carried fine sand that scraped against your face like tiny knives, making it hurt. Not a single star was visible in the sky. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. From the distant and county steel plant's chimney, occasional faint yellow lights flickered. At 2 in the early morning, when people are sound asleep and even stray dogs are nowhere to be seen, several old, half-used liberation trucks from the county transport team quietly drove over the bumpy dirt road outside the town, lights off. The truck beds were empty, not even covered with tarps, and the tires made faint, muffled sounds as they rolled over gravel. Click! The sound of stones scattering in the silent night was especially sharp. In the driver's seat, Wei Daqiao sat straight, not daring to even breathe loudly. He was very tense. Every time the wheels made a sound, his arm muscles reflexively tensed up. Next to him, Secretary Ding from the transport team sat nervously. Usually, he was a calm, well-read man, but now he looked even more nervous than the driver. He hunched his neck, clutching his ear covers tightly over his ears, only showing a wary pair of eyes. It was as if a group of city inspectors with red armbands might jump out from behind a dirt mound at any moment. That would be deadly. On the truck bed, 6 men dressed in steel factory work uniforms sat against the side. They were carefully chosen by Gao Guixiang, quiet, strong, trustworthy, all experienced workers who had been hungry and desperate, with families to feed. Nowadays, not only would robbers attack on the road, but even carrying grain could be risky. So, some security personnel from the steel factory were hiding in the truck bed. Li Yun is not afraid of others stealing from her. She dares to sell, so she's not worried about getting caught, but the steel factory and the county transport team are not the same. If she screams, these people will definitely run faster than her. Also, She doesn't think Secretary Ma and the factory leaders are fools who can't tell the difference between a full meal and an empty stomach. On the contrary, as long as she acts tough and has enough confidence, these people won't dare to make a move because they can't figure out her background. If it really comes to fighting with Li Yun's strength, she might not be the one who gets hurt. A few workers and security staff, dressed in faded old cotton-padded jackets, huddle and squat at the corner of the truck. They breathe quietly and shallowly, like a group of mice trying to steal grain. The person sitting in the middle of the truck, the most steady, is Li Yun. She wears a cotton jacket, covered with a gray cotton coat that Secretary Ding quickly found, her hair simply tied back with a black cloth strip. Even though her nose is slightly red from the cold, she still looks calm and sharp. This is Secretary Ding's first time doing something sneaky, and he takes a quick sniff, glancing at Li Yun secretly. If he hadn't seen her skill in handling grain, he'd think she was crazy from hunger and talking nonsense. 1,000 gene of pig fat? Pure fat? What era is this? No crops grow in the fields. People are starving to the point where their stomachs are pressed against their backs, not to mention pigs that are as thin as sticks of firewood. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative can only slaughter 1 pig in half a month. That's considered a big deal. Even then, the pig is so thin that you can see its ribs, with skin sticking to bones. When they buy it, the clerk is very strict, weighing the lean meat mixed with fat, charging for the fat. If you dare to pick and choose, they'll just pack up the meat basket and say proudly, "Eat it if you want, there are plenty of people fighting for it." Looking for pure fat? And 1,000 gene? That's not a dream. It's just crazy.
But now?
When they hear Li Yun managed to get so much pig fat, Niu Guixiang is so angry, she slaps the deposit onto Secretary Ma's desk with a snap. "I don't care. Our steel factory has many people. We need more, even if we have to pay extra. Our factory has over 1,000 steelworkers who work daily in front of high-temperature furnaces. The sweat they produce can almost squeeze water out of their work clothes. The food in the cafeteria is plain and watery, with no oil or flavor. The workers can't handle it. Their strength is failing, and steel production isn't improving. Our factory director Zhao is so worried he's almost speechless. Our logistics and administrative departments are also criticized daily by the workers, who say we don't do enough to help them. We have 1,000 pounds of pure pig fat. It's not just oil. It's a life-saving thing, a magical treasure that can help all the workers survive and keep the steel plant running. Guixiang believes in it. She's brave enough to trust it. That's why Secretary Ma later agreed to set aside 8,000 pounds for the steel plant and 2,000 pounds for the county transport team. Of course, this also has to do with the county transport team being poor and unable to gather that much money quickly. Secretary Ma sighed deeply for 2 hours over this. The truck moved forward another half-mile, and Wei Daqiao suddenly pressed the brake gently, stopping steadily on a deserted dirt hill. Around here are old abandoned kiln caves left from before liberation, broken and dilapidated, rarely visited, even by sheep. At night, the caves are pitch dark. When the wind blows, the entrances creak loudly, sounding like ghostly wails. "Are we there?" Secretary Ding tensed up instantly, speaking in a whisper like a mosquito. "Comrade Li, are we at the place?" "Yes." Li Yun nodded softly, her voice calm and steady. "Don't rush. Drive around the caves 3 times first." Wei Daqiao obediently started the car again, keeping the lights off and honking silent. He slowly circled the abandoned caves along the dirt path. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. With each turn, everyone's nerves tightened. They weren't new to working with Li Yun. The last 2 times, she had also arranged supplies in such a mysterious way. No one knew how the cargo handlers unloaded so much cornmeal. The items were placed neatly, as if dropped from the sky. No one knew where Li Yun's goods came from, nor had they seen her so-called friends, or the convoy, or the warehouse. Everyone thought she had a powerful connection outside, with a background so strong that no one dared to offend her. While the whole country is starving, she's the only one who can get so much grain. Doesn't that say something? The Zhang family only has a big pimple on their shoulders. Instead of thinking about how to support Lee Chunmei or how to connect with this capable relative, they even pushed people away. Thinking of this, Secretary Ding couldn't help but click his tongue. Sure enough, some people are so useless that even if the way to heaven is right in front of them, they wouldn't know how to walk it. It's just fate. After 3 turns, Wei Daqiao stopped the car again and turned off the engine. The area was completely silent, only the cold wind howling. Li Yun was the first to open the car door, stepping onto the frozen, hard ground. She looked back and gently waved to the people inside the car. Goods are here. Everyone get out. Be careful. Don't make noise. Wei Daqiao, Secretary Ding, and 6 steel factory workers quietly slipped out of the car, tiptoeing like cats, not daring to step hard on the ground. The 7 of them followed Li Yun, sticking close to the hillside, heading toward the biggest abandoned kiln in the middle. The kiln's entrance was blocked by half-collapsed dirt, looking like it hadn't been used for over 10 years. Li Yun held a brick for self-defense, turned on her flashlight, and carefully entered. Everyone was peeking around, hiding in the snow, waiting for a signal. Even when snow water dripped down their necks, making them grit their teeth from the cold, no one dared to make a sound. After about 10 minutes, they heard Li Yun's low voice from inside. The goods are inside. Secretary Ding's heart suddenly jumped, almost coming out of his throat. Wei Daqiao clenched his fists, his palms sweaty. The old workers from the steel factory were trembling in their legs. They weren't afraid of the dark or the kiln. They were afraid it was empty inside. They feared that this big hope would turn out to be just an empty dream. Okay, I'll go now. Oh, right. The remaining deposit, I'll give it to you. It's in the car. Secretary Ding scrambled up the hill, trembling as he fished a box of matches from his pocket. He was so excited that he rubbed several times before sparking a faint flame. In the next moment, the match's flame lit up the cave. Secretary Ding's breath paused for a moment. Silence. Deadly silence. Only the sound of cold wind brushing past the ears, and the pounding of several hearts beating wildly in their chests. The cave wasn't small, about 2 or 3 zhang deep and over a zhang wide. At this moment, the abandoned old kiln was packed tightly inside, almost to the point of no space to step. Whole blocks cut into neat, square pieces, clean and white, pork lard. Frozen solid, like white jade stacked together, a bright white expanse. It dazzled the eyes and made the mind feel dizzy. There wasn't a single bit of lean meat. No impurities at all. Not the kind of greasy, bony fat seen in local supply stores. It was all pure, thick, top-quality pork lard. Secretary Ding's match snapped as it fell to the ground, extinguishing the flame. But no one cared. No one paid attention to the darkness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the white fat filling the entire cave, unable to move or look away.
Gulp.
Oh my goodness. Someone swallowed hard first. Then came a series of swallowing sounds. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Wei Daqiao stared with wide eyes, mouth open, unable to make a sound for a long time, tears almost coming out. He had been in transportation for 7 or 8 years, seen many scenes. But he had never seen so much, so good pork lard. The fat was nearly as wide as a palm, pure white. It was clearly taken from well-fed, fat pigs, not comparable to the thin, bony pigs in the supply store. The goods are all here. Li Yun stood at the entrance, speaking calmly. A total of 10,000 jin, stored in 4 kiln caves. 1 is the main one, and the other 3 hold some of the rest. The weight will only be more, never less. Old Zhang, who managed the cold storage in the group buying chat, was so happy when he heard she was placing an order that he almost couldn't contain himself, eager to supply Li Yun. After all, it was a business worth tens of thousands of yuan. They also sent a few boxes of cold chain fish, shrimp, and some pork. Li Yun didn't have an excuse to take out at this moment, so she kept everything in her WeChat storage. 10,000 jin. These 3 words sounded like a thunderbolt, hitting everyone's heads. They had heard of numbers before, but seeing a pile of 10,000 jin of pure pig fat right in front of them was shocking, enough to make anyone who is hungry lose control. What does this mean? Over 1,000 workers at the steel factory could each get nearly 10 jin. Dozens of people from the county transport team could also share a good amount. In a time when oil coupons were only worth a few cents a month and it was hard to get meat for half a year, 10 jin of pure fat was like a life, a good year, and a way for the whole family to get through the winter safely. 3 veteran workers from the steel factory immediately had tears in their eyes. Old Wang, the oldest among them, in his 40s, had 4 children at home, and his mother was crying every day from hunger. He looked at the full cave of white oil and suddenly wanted to kneel down, but Li Yun quickly grabbed his hand. This is a business based on mutual consent. Li Yun's voice was quiet but carried a sense of maturity beyond her age. The stuff isn't mine, and this is also contributing to the revolutionary cause. Old Wang's tears streamed down his face turning purple from the cold, but his excitement made it red. Comrade Li, you are a living bodhisattva saving suffering and trouble. We steel factory workers will never forget you. Never. Another younger worker clenched his teeth and said, "Wow. So much oil. Pure fat. I've never seen so much oil in my life." If the canteen used this oil to cook, the smell would spread across the whole county. Comrade Li, no need to say more. From now on, if you need a vehicle, just ask. We will be ready anytime. Even if it means climbing mountains of fire and crossing seas of fire, we won't hesitate. Secretary Ding was trembling with excitement. He was from the transport team, and this oil was his share, and his family's too. He was already planning in his mind, bring it home, refine a big jar of clear oil. It could be used for cooking, for frying snacks, for making fried dough and meatballs during the New Year. The children could eat their fill, the elderly could enjoy some meat, and life would suddenly feel like it was back from hell to heaven. One old worker suddenly felt weak in his legs and almost collapsed to the ground. He reached out his trembling hand, wanting to touch a piece of fat, but didn't dare. His hand stopped in midair, shaking like a leaf.
This.
His lips quivered so much that he could hardly speak. Comrade Li, is all this the lard from our factory? Only 8,000 pounds belong to your factory. The other 2,000 are for our transport team. If we didn't have so few people, Wei Daqiao quickly interrupted, urging Secretary Ding to hand over the money. Brother-in-law, hurry and give Comrade Li the money. He sounded as if he was afraid that if they delayed even a second, Li Yun would take the lard and leave. Yes, Comrade Li Yun, here's the rest of the payment. We're paying together with the steel factory, 7,500 in total. It's all on the truck. Would you like your friend to check it? Secretary Ding hurried out of the cave and used a flashlight to signal outside. The security staff from the steel factory immediately started carrying sacks back and forth from the truck. At that time, there were no 100 yuan bills yet. The largest denomination issued by the government was 10 yuan, which workers called big white edges. The deal had been made earlier, 10,000 pounds of lard at 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound, totaling 15,000 yuan. 3 days ago, the steel factory had already paid half, 7,500 yuan, as a deposit to Li Yun. The remaining 7,500 was to be paid upon delivery today. 7,500 yuan. In a small county in Gansu province in 1959, that was an enormous amount of money. A top-level worker at grade 8 earned only 80 yuan a month. 7,500 yuan was nearly 10 years of wages for such a worker. An ordinary worker might never see that much money in their entire life. One of the security men carrying the sacks peeked inside and was so shocked by the sight that he fell to the ground. Secretary Ding carefully took the sack and placed it in front of Li Yun. Comrade Li Yun, since this was arranged privately under the name of worker benefits, most of it is in small bills. His palms were covered in cold sweat, and he was extremely nervous. All the money is inside, not a cent missing. Would you like to check it? The sack was heavy, filled with 10 yuan big white-edge notes, along with 5s and 2s. The thick stacks piled up like a small mountain. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Yun, waiting for her to receive and count the money. After all, it was a large sum, and anyone would carefully check it. No need. But Li Yun didn't even look at the sack of money. She just gently shook her head, as if it wasn't 7,500 yuan, but just a pile of worthless paper. I trust the steel factory and the transport team. Since I don't handle the money, you can just leave it in the cave after you finish loading the goods. When she said this, everyone was stunned. Leave the money in the cave? This abandoned cave in the wilderness, with no one around and no guards, just left here casually? 7,500 yuan in cash just lying around like that? If someone found it or stole it, it would be a huge loss. Comradely, this isn't safe. Ding Jiangwo was so worried his voice even changed. This place is too remote. What if? There's nothing unsafe about it. Li Yun shook her head. Just put down the money and load your oil. You don't need to worry about the rest. Everyone looked at each other, feeling both surprised and suspicious. But seeing Li Yun so calm and unconcerned, and recalling her unpredictable methods before, a frightening thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Li Yun was so confident to leave the money in the abandoned cave because she had already set up an ambush nearby. And not just a few people. Each one was clever and resourceful. Watching this place closely, thinking of this, Secretary Ding's scalp tingled, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Luckily, they behaved properly and didn't cause trouble. Tension and fear swept over everyone. The earlier excitement was mostly suppressed, replaced by extreme caution and vigilance. The more they looked, the more it seemed as if there were people lurking in the trees outside. Understood. We will do as told. We will do as told. Ding Jiangwo, frightened, quickly nodded and carefully placed the money bag in the most visible corner of the cave. They didn't dare to touch it much, as if afraid of being watched by those people hiding in the dark. Wei Daqiao and a few steel factory workers also felt so scared they couldn't breathe properly. They felt like eyes were watching from all directions. When the wind blew and the leaves moved, they shivered all over. Stop hesitating. Hurry up and move the oil. It's almost dawn. If we're caught, no one can save us. Li Yun spoke again to urge everyone, breaking the silence. One sentence woke everyone up. Yes, now is not the time to be afraid. The most important thing is to quickly move this 10,000 gene of life-saving oil back to the factory. This isn't an honest deal. It's an unplanned, self-managed, secret operation. If they are caught by the city inspection team, the investigation squad, or the police, it would be considered illegal trading. They could be arrested, publicly criticized, have all their supplies confiscated, or even sent to jail. Otherwise, why wouldn't Secretary Ma and Niu Guixiang come to help with such an important task? Hurry! Secretary Ding was the first to regain his senses, lowering his voice urgently. Don't just stand there. Move quickly. The faster, the better. It's almost dawn. If we're caught, we're all doomed. The excitement was suddenly replaced by a sense of urgency.
Yes.
Let's move. Wei Daqiao clenched his teeth. I'll turn the truck around and get it close to the cave entrance. You all move light and fast. Stay quiet. Don't make any noise. Old Wang, you three are responsible for loading the truck. Make sure it's neat and secure. Don't drop anything. Secretary Ding, keep track of the weight. Remember the amount. Don't make mistakes. Comrade Li Yu. You stay at the road entrance and keep watch. If you see anything, cough once and we'll stop immediately. Li Yun nodded with crossed arms. Got it. She stood on the dirt slope outside the cave, keeping watch, while inside, a few people were frantically moving. Without lights, they moved in the dark. Their hands froze from the cold, so they stuffed them into their padded jackets, then kept moving when they went numb. A block of pig fat, weighing over 10 jin, was heavy to hold. But no one complained or felt tired. Footsteps quickened, breaths grew shallow, and everyone's eyes sparkled with greed and happiness. Bright white oil blocks were carried out of the kiln cave and loaded onto trucks. In the truck bed, a small white hill quickly formed. After finishing, it was already late at night. Before leaving, Li Yun went into the kiln cave again, but came out empty-handed. Everyone was lost in intense excitement and joy, and no one knew that the bag of money, along with half of the previous deposit, had all turned into a warm WeChat balance. Balance, 93,265.5. equivalent to 9,326.55 old currency units. Li Yun slowly exhaled, but her eyes shone brightly. Money. Ah, having money is really wonderful. At 4 in the morning, while it was still dark, the first truck of oil finally arrived at Steel Factory Number 1. The factory gate was tightly closed. Old Zhou, the gatekeeper, had been informed in advance. When he heard the truck tires rolling, he didn't turn on the lights but quietly opened a small gap in the gate to let the truck in. Once the truck was inside, he swiftly made a squeak sound, closed the gate tightly, and locked it. His movements were smooth, quick, and steady, as if he had practiced many times. The truck drove directly to the back logistics warehouse at the factory. At the warehouse door, Niu Guixiang was already waiting. Niu Guixiang managed the food, clothing, housing, welfare, grain, oil, and daily supplies for over 1,000 workers in the factory. Usually, she walked with confidence, spoke loudly, and everyone dared not offend her or disrespect her. But tonight, Niu Guixiang was unusually quiet and low-key. She wore the thickest old cotton coat from home, hands tucked into her sleeves, pacing back and forth at the warehouse door. She took a few steps to look toward the factory gate, then rubbed her red, frozen hands, muttering softly, "Why isn't it here yet? Why isn't it here yet? Don't let anything go wrong. Don't let anything go wrong. Don't let anything go wrong. We can't get caught by the inspectors. If really necessary, I'll find old Jiang from the police station." Niu Guixiang had been waiting since 1 a.m., several hours in the cold, her feet numb. It wasn't that she didn't trust Ma Changda, but she was afraid to believe. 100 gene of pure, fatty pig fat. This news is too shocking, too unbelievable, and almost like a gift from heaven. She was afraid of getting her hopes up, afraid the workers' hard work would be for nothing, and afraid the factory director would be disappointed. She was even more worried that the over 1,000 workers in the factory, all waiting eagerly for the oil, would be disappointed in the end. So, apart from a few people involved in pulling the oil and the factory accountant, no one else, including Niu Guixiang, knew about this. Just as she was feeling anxious and her heart was pounding, she finally heard the faint sound of a truck approaching from afar. "It's here." Niu Guixiang suddenly stood still, her eyes wide with surprise, holding her breath. A familiar Liberation brand truck quietly rolled up to the warehouse door. The headlights were off, and the truck bed was raised high, covered with a dark, old tarp. Beneath the tarp, it looked full and bulging, clearly packed with goods. When the truck stopped steadily, the driver quickly jumped down and, seeing Niu Guixiang, spoke in a very low voice but with unmistakable joy. "Chief Niu, it's done. It's done. The goods are back." Her tense heart finally relaxed with a loud thud. Her hands trembled as she hurried over and pointed at the truck bed. Is it oil? Oil." The driver nodded heavily. "Pure pig fat. Not a bit of lean meat. Very good. You better go take a look." Niu Guixiang couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly lifted a corner of the tarp. In the next second, the old chief who had worked in the factory's logistics for over 10 years and had seen everything was stunned in place. Beneath the tarp was a sea of white. Whole blocks of pig fat, stacked neatly. The pig fat was shiny and thick, looking incredibly solid. It wasn't just a little bit or a small load, it was a full big truckload. Niu Guixiang, who had lived 50 years, had seen grains, flour, and oil. But she had never seen so much, so good, and so pure pig fat. Compared to this, the oil sold at the supply and marketing cooperative? That was just lean bones with some bits of fat stuck on. This is real oil. This is the kind of pure, high-quality pig fat that can be refined into a clear, fragrant pig oil that can fill an entire street with its aroma.
Wow.
Wow. I can't believe it. Niu Guixiang suddenly slapped her thigh, her voice uncontrolled, then quickly covered her mouth and lowered her voice. Oh my goodness. It's really back. And it's so good. So much. Am I dreaming? This excellent oil is well worth her stubbornness and persistence in arguing with Ma Changda, forcing her to take an 80% share. It's also worth her risking the suspicion of the accountant and confidently promising the factory director, that she could gather a large sum of 12,000 yuan. Niu Guixiang almost wanted to laugh out loud to the sky. From now on, who will dare say she's not capable? Getting the pig fat isn't the main point, but she asks, who else has the courage to spend 12,000 yuan in one go to buy pig fat? The bald man from the administration department still wants to compete with her for the position of procurement chief. What does he have to compete with? She's confident now. Her promotion next year is guaranteed. Niu Guixiang carefully touched a piece of oil. It was cold, hard, and oily, with a real, tangible feel. Secretary Ding also got out of the car, smiling and nodding. Chief Niu, don't worry. It's all good oil. 1,000 jin, divided into 4 trucks. This is the first truck. The other 2 from your steel factory will arrive soon. Comrade Li is very reliable when he handles things, no hesitation at all. He lowered his voice and told her again about what happened tonight, and said he had already asked Wei Daqiao to send the person back. Niu Guixiang was so excited her whole body warmed up, and the cold she had felt all night disappeared instantly. Good job, Secretary Ding. Thank you for your hard work. Once this truck of oil is delivered, your county's transportation team and our steel factory's logistics department will be able to stand tall and speak confidently. Workers can now eat oil, and they can work harder at the furnace. The transportation team and the factory director will definitely give us big credit. She originally thought this would take several days, gathering trucks, risking dangers, waiting for enough pig fat, waiting for Li Yun to contact the other side. Maybe they'd even face obstacles and difficulties. She was prepared to wait 2 or 3 days, feeling anxious every day. But she never expected Li Yun handled it smoothly and quickly. When she said when to deliver, she meant exactly when to deliver. 12,000 jin, exactly 12,000 jin, no less, no more. Decisive, efficient, and capable of anything. In her life, Niu Guixiang has always admired people who get things done and keep their promises. Right now, although she hasn't met Li Yun in person, her admiration for her has already soared to the sky.
Quick.
Don't just stand there. Cao Guixiang quickly regained her confident, efficient manner as the logistics manager. She waved her hand and lowered her voice to give orders. Hurry up and tell the workers to unload the trucks. Move all the oil into the main warehouse, lock the door, seal it tightly, and no one is allowed to touch it. Once everything is unloaded, we'll distribute it overnight. Yes, a few workers responded in unison, their voices full of excitement. With hope in their hearts, they worked faster to unload. Large white blocks of pig fat were taken from the trucks and carried into the warehouse, neatly stacked. Soon, the second and third trucks arrived one after another from the steel plant. Each truck was full of pure, high-quality pig fat, no defective pieces, no fake parts. When the last piece of oil was stored in the warehouse, Cao Guixiang closed the door, locked it, and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. Then she couldn't help but laugh out loud, her mouth wide open, tears of joy in her eyes. 1,000 jin. Exactly 1,000 jin of top-quality pig fat, lying quietly in her logistics warehouse. This was a big win for the steel plant. The workers were energized. As the logistics manager, she could finally hold her head high and give the workers a proper explanation. It was almost dawn, and a faint light appeared in the east. Cao Guixiang wiped away her tears of happiness, her eyes sharp. Secretary Ding, go back and rest. Everyone, park the trucks properly. No more deliveries today. Stay on standby in the team, and, you guys, go to the cafeteria and drink some hot water. No talking, no gossip. As for the rest, she paused, her voice filled with restrained excitement and urgency. Immediately call all the staff in the logistics department. Get to work. Work overtime tonight. Distribute the oil. With her command, the steel plant's logistics department suddenly sprang to life. In the steel plant staff housing area, at the very west end, there was a row of small single-story houses. It was not yet dawn, not even 4 o'clock, and everything was silent. Everyone was asleep. Only the wind outside was howling. Wang Xiulian, a logistics clerk, was sleeping soundly. She was in her early 30s, with 2 children at home. Her husband was a furnace worker at the steel plant, doing heavy physical labor. After work, he was so exhausted he looked like he might fall apart. 2 children, one 13 and the other 11, are at the age of growing taller. They are all very hungry, looking pale and thin, and constantly crying out for food at home. Wang Xiulian has worked in the logistics department for 5 or 6 years, mainly managing welfare distribution and grain and oil registration. Although she has some small authority, during these years of famine, no matter how much power she has, she cannot create grain or oil out of thin air. Wang Xiulian is so worried every day that she can't sleep, even dreaming about where to get food. Suddenly, there is a quick, gentle knocking on the door. Wang Xiulian is startled awake from her old wooden bed, sits up quickly, her heart pounding loudly. Knocking at midnight usually means something serious. It could be an accident at the factory, a problem at home, or maybe someone has reported her. Could it be that her secret exchange of eggs for chicken at the black market was discovered? She is so frightened that her whole body stiffens. She quickly wakes her husband. Husband, husband, wake up. Someone is knocking. Her husband, still sleepy, rubs his eyes and grumbles in a hoarse voice. Who is it? In the middle of the night. Knocking. Don't talk. Wang Xiulian quickly covers his mouth, her face full of tension, listening carefully to the sounds outside. The knocking continues, steady but not loud, with a hurried rhythm, yet deliberately quiet. Comrade Wang. Comrade Wang. Please open the door. Clearly someone familiar, worried about being overheard. Wang Xiulian's heart skips a beat. It's someone from the logistics department. She didn't ask where the oil came from. She just grabbed Xiaoli's arm, her voice trembling. Is it really, really good oil? It can't be fake. Xiaoli lowered his voice, smiling so much he couldn't close his mouth. It's all back. A whole warehouse full. Pure pig fat. Very good. Section Chief Neo said to divide it overnight while it's dark, finish before dawn, and not to tell anyone. If outsiders find out, we won't be able to share this oil. Pure pig fat. And a whole warehouse full. Wang Xiulian felt her mind explode with a loud bang, and she felt like she was floating. She had shared oil before, but only a little, just a few ounces each time. It was never enough, and it was mostly scraps of fat. This time, it was pure fat, and they were dividing it overnight. Wang Xiulian couldn't hold back anymore. She turned around and rushed back into the house, hurriedly dressing. Her husband was confused by her actions. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and beside him, 2 kids were munching and smacking their lips. Xiulian, what's wrong? Where are you going? It's not even dawn. Is there an emergency at the factory? Don't tell anyone. I'll be back soon. Wang Xiulian quickly fastened her belt while turning back. Don't ask. But this year, our family can have a good year. I need to go to the factory quickly. If I go late and outsiders hear the news, we won't get anything. A good year? Her husband's eyes widened instantly, all sleep gone. He was also a worker at the steel factory. He understood everything. As soon as he heard this, he immediately understood. They had gotten some valuable supplies from the factory. It was worth rushing the logistics team to work overnight for such a good thing. He nodded quickly, speaking very softly. Go quickly. Go quickly. I'll watch the house, and I won't let the kids say anything. If anyone asks, tell them you went to your mother's to borrow some grain. Hurry up. Don't delay, okay? Wang Xiulian nodded firmly, grabbed an old scarf at the door, wrapped it around her neck, and followed Xiaoli, rushing toward the logistics department. Along the way, the family compound gradually lit up with faint lights. One door after another was gently opened. Employees from the logistics department, wearing padded coats, looked tense yet excited as they hurried toward the office building behind the logistics office. No one spoke, no one made noise. But everyone's face showed the same thought. They were about to share the oil, and they could have a good year. When Wang Xiulian arrived at the logistics department yard, it was already brightly lit and bustling with activity. The logistics team was crowded with people. Team leader Niu Guixiang stood at the front, looking proud but speaking softly. Is everyone here? Once everyone is here, we start work. I have the keys to the warehouse. 2 people per group move the oil. Are the axes and saws ready? The oil is frozen hard, so we need to chop and saw it. We'll divide the work by seniority, and no one can take more than their share. Remember, no stealing. No private taking.
No ordin.
And don't say a word outside. Anyone who leaks information will lose their benefits for the whole year.
Got it. Team leader Niao.
A few dozen people responded together, their voices quiet but full of excitement. The warehouse door creaked open. A large pile of white, lard-like pig fat appeared before everyone. In an instant, the entire logistics yard let out a collective gasp. Oh my goodness. So much. All fat. My heavens. I've never seen such good oil in my life. How can there be so much? Such good oil? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pile of fat, shining with happiness and hope. With so much oil, if they boiled it down, clear oil could be used for cooking, and thrifty families could eat for a year. The leftover pig fat could be used for cooking, making dumplings, or just boiling vegetables with a little bit, enough to fill their stomachs. Even if they couldn't bring themselves to eat it all, sharing some with others could help exchange for more grain, making the new year better. Niu Guixiang waved her hand. Start work. With her command, everyone immediately got to work. The pig fat had been frozen overnight, hard as a rock, like stone. It couldn't be broken by hand or cut with a knife. But that was okay. The workers were full of enthusiasm. Axes swung. Saws pulled.
Clang. Clang.
Crack. Crack. The axes struck the fat with deep, heavy sounds. The saws moved back and forth, cutting the fat into even chunks. No one complained about being tired, cold, or bored. On the morning of February 2nd, 1959, a typical workday was expected. However, from the moment the factory gates opened, the air carried a very different feeling. It wasn't the smell of hot iron from the blast furnace or the plain scent of rice soup from the cafeteria. Instead, there was an undeniable, eager anticipation that seemed to seep from everyone's bones. Early in the morning, secret arrangements were made, hidden loading, unloading, and distribution. The logistics team kept everything tightly sealed. Before leaving, Niu Guixiang repeatedly warned, anyone who leaks even a word early will lose all benefits for this year and next, and the whole factory will be inspected. The logistics team, made up of dozens of people, all of whom had families to feed, dared not joke about their own livelihoods. As a result, most workers in the steel plant remained unaware that a great surprise was about to fall upon them. At 7:30 a.m., the factory alarm bell rang sharply throughout the entire plant. The steelmaking workshop, rolling workshop, maintenance workshop, power workshop, and casting workshop. There are more than 1,500 workers, all wearing faded, patched work clothes. They drag their weak, soft bodies and gradually head to their posts. Everyone's face looks pale. Their cheekbones are prominent, eyes deep set, lips cracked, and skin yellowish. Even walking seems unsteady, like they've been hungry for a long time. Food rations are cut again and again. Oil coupons are only a few each month, sometimes not issued at all. The cafeteria always serves plain boiled cabbage, boiled radishes, and boiled potatoes. There's not a drop of oil, let alone meat, fat, or greasy bits. The workers at the furnace do heavy work, standing for 8 hours straight. The temperature near the blast furnace is so high it could melt clothes. They sweat like water, but their stomachs are empty and they have no strength to lift shovels. Many workers, while working, see black spots in front of their eyes, lean on machines to catch their breath, and barely recover. Sigh, when will these days end? My kids cry every day, asking for food. As a father, I don't even know where to put my face. 3 or 2 drops of oil for a month. Cooking is the same as not using any oil. My mouth is so bland I can't taste anything. New Year's coming closer, but I think we'll just get through it hungry. Last year, we could still eat some meat. Why is it so bad this year? The workers walk to the workshop, muttering quietly and intermittently. Their voices are full of exhaustion, with no hint of holiday cheer. In these times, just eating enough is the biggest celebration. Having a bit of oil is like living as a fairy. Just as everyone is feeling down and preparing to grit their teeth and go into the workshop, the loudspeaker in the factory suddenly crackles. Attention, all workers. Attention, all workers. Urgent notice. All workers on duty, immediately put down your work and gather in the logistics department yard. Line up by workshop, sorted by seniority, to receive the year-end welfare pig fat. This welfare is in response to higher authorities' policies to ensure the lives of frontline heavy labor workers and is legally arranged with the local commune production team. Please feel assured to receive it. Repeat. Gather in the logistics department yard to receive the year-end welfare pig fat. In an instant, the entire steel factory falls into complete silence. All the workers froze in place. The walkers stopped, the chatters fell silent. The yawners froze mid-yawn, and the coughers swallowed hard, holding back their breath. Over 1,500 eyes looked straight at the high-hanging broken horn on the wall. It was so quiet that you could hear the wind blowing through the chimney and the stomachs growling. After 3 seconds, "What?" A young worker at the furnace turned around blankly and asked the old worker beside him. "Old Ding, did I hear things? Did the horn just say?" "What are we getting?" Old Ding blinked his dry eyes and his lips trembled. "It seems like lard." "Lard?" Another worker suddenly raised his voice. "No way. These days, even the supply store doesn't have fat. How could the factory give out lard? To all workers? Are you joking?" "Exactly. We can't even afford food. How can they give us lard? That's just to fool us. It must be a mistake from a horn. Or maybe we're just too hungry and confused. Stop thinking nonsense, get back to work, or we'll get deducted points." Most workers' first reaction was disbelief. Absolutely no way. In these times when even oil scraps are fought over, how could a steel factory, which constantly talks about quotas, lacks funds and supplies, possibly give out lard to everyone? Or distribute it based on seniority? That's like a pie falling from the sky, or gold dropping from the heavens. Behind the crowd, lively and clear footsteps approached. Niu Guixiang, dressed in a clean cotton work jacket, stood tall with a bright smile on her face, leading 5 or 6 logistics staff members, walking quickly. "What are you all standing around for? Are your ears stuffed with cotton? The horn is real. They're giving out lard. Pure pig fat. I guarantee it's not scraps, just good, solid fat. Real, quality pig fat. Hurry up and line up. Stand by your workshop. Level 8 workers in front, level 1 workers in back. The longer your seniority, the more you get. No one will be left out. It's true. It's really happening." Logistics head Niu Guixiang confirmed it herself. Now, the workers' doubts were completely shattered, turned into dust by the idea of lard. "Oh my goodness. It's real. We're really getting lard. Director Niu said so. It's definitely true. God has opened our eyes. Our steel factory has oil now. I'm not dreaming. I really am not dreaming." A loud cheer erupted from the crowd. Just moments ago, the workers looked sad and pale, but now their eyes lit up. "Let's go. Head to the logistics department to get the oil," someone shouted out. In the next second, the entire steel plant exploded with excitement. People were going crazy. More than 1,500 workers, steelmakers, rolling mill workers, mechanics, electricians, fitters, and general workers, everyone, like they had a boost of energy, rushed toward the logistics yard. They moved quickly, their tired faces gone, and their hungry bodies suddenly full of strength. "Wait for me. I'm a level 3 worker. I'm at the front. I'm an 8-level worker. I have the most years here. I should get more. My wife is waiting at home for the oil. This year, we can make fried dough. My family has 4 kids, and now they can finally eat some meat." Section Chief Niu, "Thank you so much. You're like a kind-hearted saint." Cheers, shouts, running, and laughter instantly filled the factory roof. The usually dull, oppressive, and lifeless factory area suddenly changed. Workers were running, laughing, shouting, patting each other on the shoulders, so excited they couldn't speak clearly. Some were crying tears of happiness as they rushed forward. Others hugged their friends, crying and laughing at the same time. Some ran while bowing deeply to the sky, thanking heaven. Long live the steel factory. We have oil now. We can have a good year. Over 1,500 people cheered together, their voices loud enough to shake the sky. The whole town could hear the long-awaited, joyful shouts from the factory. At the logistics yard gate, a long line had already formed. It stretched as far as the eye could see, full of workers with red faces from excitement. Wang Xuelian stood on a table, holding a metal megaphone and shouted, "Steelmaking Team 1. Rolling Mill Team 2.
No pushing.
No fighting. Everyone gets a share. Not a single ounce will be missed. This time, the whole factory has 8,000 gene of pig fat oil. All 1,500 workers will get their share based on their work level and seniority. It's pure pig fat oil, cut into pieces, wrapped up, ready to take away." Every time she announced a name, cheers erupted below. Pure pig fat oil. The weight ranged from 1.5 to 5 gene. During these days when eating a little oil for a month was a big deal, this was truly a sign of great wealth. The workers lined up, trembling with excitement. When it was their turn to receive the oil, they carefully held a package wrapped in old newspaper, firm and frozen. Some couldn't hold back tears and suddenly burst out crying. "Thank you, Supervisor Nyo. Thank you, factory. My child is saved. My elderly family members are saved. This oil will last me half a year after I make a big pot at home. There's hope for the new year. Truly hope." Some people held the oil and cried openly on the spot. The entire logistics department yard was filled with cheers, louder and louder. The gloomy, bleak iron factory of the past had become the happiest and most lively place in the whole town. Compared to the loud cheers at the iron factory, the other side of the town, where the county transport team and the textile factory shared a large dining hall, looked very different. Complaints and sighs echoed repeatedly in the dining hall. Most female workers were straightforward and loud, holding back frustration but unable to keep quiet. They spoke out loud about their worries. The whole dining hall was filled with a sense of despair and helplessness. In the southeast corner of the hall, about a dozen workers from the transport team sat quietly. They lowered their heads, shrugged their shoulders, said nothing, and desperately tried to look as worried as everyone else. But their slightly raised lips, secretly squinting eyes, and the quickening of their chewing couldn't be hidden. They were the only ones who participated fully in the secret oil transport last night. They were also the only ones besides the steel factory who received some of the pig oil. When the oil was distributed at dawn, Secretary Ma specifically told them, "Remember this. Take the oil home secretly at night. Don't make a fuss. Don't show off in the dining hall. If anyone leaks the news, Comrade Lee will cut off supplies, and we won't get anything in the future." So these transport workers were holding in their feelings, feeling very tense. They had to pretend to be suffering outwardly, but secretly happy inside. They ate quickly, trying not to show any signs of their true feelings. The corn buns in their hands were still the same coarse grain buns. The cabbage in their bowls was still cooked in plain water. But everyone's bowl secretly hides a small piece of crispy, golden, fragrant oil residue that smells so good it seems to lure the soul away. This is the leftover oil residue from rendering pig fat, so delicious that it can tempt anyone. Before leaving in the morning, the drivers secretly grab a handful and hide it in their pockets. Only at the cafeteria do they dare to quietly put it into their bowls. When the oil residue mixes with the cabbage, the aroma immediately changes. The workers in the transport team lower their heads, munching on their steamed bread, eating the cabbage with oil residue, and enjoying it very much. Their stomachs feel warm, their mouths are full of flavor, and their hearts are so happy they almost feel like they are bubbling over. Smells so good. A big sister secretly sighs in her heart. "I've lived over 30 years, and this is the first time I've eaten something so satisfying. Tonight, I'll make a big jar of pig fat. The kids can eat, the men can eat, even the elders can enjoy it. Comrade Lee is truly our great benefactor. Whatever she asks us to do in the future, we'll do it." A group of people desperately try to hold back their laughter, pretend to be calm, and bury their heads in their bowls. But they don't know that the faint aroma of the oil residue has already caught someone's attention. The cafeteria is crowded and noisy, especially a group of hungry female workers from the textile factory, with noses sharper than cats and eyes more keen than eagles. Sitting at a table next to the transport team is a few young female workers from the fine spinning workshop. One of them, named Zheng Guiying, has the sharpest eyes and the keenest nose. She holds her bowl of cabbage, which is just clear water, feeling wronged and tears welling up, when suddenly she detects a faint, piercingly fragrant oil smell.
Oil?
Wang Guiying quickly lifts her head and sniffs hard. Yes, it's the smell of oil, the aroma of pig fat, and the toasted scent of oil residue. Following the scent, she turns her head, and her eyes immediately lock onto the bowl of the transport team worker. In that worker's bowl of cabbage, clearly and brightly, are several pieces of oil residue. The oil residue is fried until crispy and dark, standing out sharply in the plain, watery cabbage. Zheng Guiying's eyes suddenly widen. Hey, look over there. She raises her voice sharply, points toward the transport team, and shouts to the female workers nearby. Look at the transport team's bowl. They have oil residue. They have pig fat. Her shout is like a thunderclap. The entire cafeteria instantly falls silent.
Boom.
The entire cafeteria was in chaos. What? Oil residue? Really? Let me see. Oh my goodness. It's true. There really is oil residue. And oil grains too. Why do they have it? We all eat from the same pot. So why do they have it and we don't? Hundreds of eyes suddenly focused on the table where the transport team was sitting. The female workers immediately got angry, their faces turning red with frustration and sadness. Why? Why do they have oil residue in their bowls while we don't? Is the cafeteria giving them special treatment? Are they being unfair? We work hard every day in the workshop. Our legs are tired, and we can't even get a drop of oil. Why do they get to enjoy the good stuff? This is so unfair. The cafeteria is being so unfair. The female workers, already angry, saw the oil residue in the transport team's bowls, and all their emotions exploded.
Cafeteria chef.
Come out and explain. Why are you giving the transport team special food? We're workers too. We contribute to the country. Why do we only get plain water and vegetables? If you don't explain to us today, we won't eat. We won't work. The cafeteria chef was so scared his face turned pale. He hurried out from behind the stove, waving his hands to explain. It's not me. I didn't give them oil. I haven't added any oil. I'm starving myself. Where would I get pig fat? But who would believe that? Starving workers. How could they listen to explanations? Amid the chaos, Ding's secretary from the transport team pushed his way into the crowd. His face was pale, and he felt a sharp pang in his heart as he glared fiercely at the workers who couldn't keep the secret. They've been caught. He knew the full story very well. The oil was brought by Li Yun, and it was only given to the steel factory and the transport team, deliberately avoiding the textile factory. The reason was clear. The deputy director of the textile factory, Zhang Weimin, had a widowed sister, Zhang Xiulan, who had stolen Li Yun's sister, Li Chunmei's, man Feng. The two families had a long-standing grudge. Li Yun was afraid that Zhang Weimin would get the oil and then report her to the city management committee for speculation and profiteering. So she refused to give anyone the oil and definitely wouldn't sell a drop to the textile factory. This was a top-secret matter and could not be revealed. Once the truth is revealed, Li Yun is in danger, the transport team is in danger, and the steel factory is also at risk. Secretary Ding was sweating nervously, but he had no choice but to step forward and desperately explain in a firm voice. Everyone, please be quiet. Please quiet down. This isn't about special treatment in the cafeteria, nor are we hiding anything on purpose. This bit of oil residue is a small benefit arranged through connections, a little help we managed to get ourselves. The amount is very small, just enough for our own people. There really isn't much.
Please understand.
Self-arranged benefits? A fiery female worker immediately stepped forward, pointing at Secretary Ding's nose and questioning. You guys can arrange it yourselves, so why can't our textile factory do the same? You have oil residue, but we at the textile factory have nothing.
Why?
Both cafeterias are together, and you even borrowed ours. Do you have some secret way and are deliberately not including us? Hearing this, all the female workers became even more excited. Why do they have it and we don't? Are textile factory workers not people? Don't we need to eat? Don't we need to celebrate the new year? Secretary Ding was pushed into a corner, sweating profusely. He couldn't say that the oil belonged to Li Yun or that Zhang Weimin was celebrating a holiday or reveal any truth. He could only mumble vaguely, well. If anyone has real questions, you can ask Deputy Factory Director Zhang at the textile factory. Benefits, resource allocation, those are decided by the factory leaders. Our transport team can't interfere with the textile factory's affairs. This statement was true, but it also became a trigger. What year was 1959? The working class held the highest status, workers spoke the loudest, and workers' needs were the greatest. Matters related to food, benefits, and whether we could celebrate the new year were huge issues. Once Secretary Ding said this, the female workers immediately found their target. Yes. We won't trouble others. Let's ask Deputy Zhang. Hold him accountable. He's the deputy director of our textile factory. He should get us food.
Oil.
Grain. Why does he have special privileges? His sister even gets chicken meat, but we have nothing. We're starving and dizzy. The steel factory can get supplies. The transport team can get supplies, but he can't? What is this deputy director doing? Does he lack ability? Does he not care about our lives and deaths? Did you take our benefits? Zhang Weimin. Come out here. Yes. Come out. Let's go. Find Zhang Weimin. Make him explain himself. If we don't get oil today, we won't go to work. We want to celebrate the new year. We need oil. We want to survive. Someone led the chant, and hundreds of women workers from the textile factory, shouting loudly, headed straight for the office building. Their footsteps thumped loudly, and their shouts of protest, questions, and anger filled the air. Zhang Weimin, come out. Why does the steel factory have oil? The transport team has oil, but we don't. Do you not care about our lives as workers? Are you useless? Are you incapable? If you can't get oil, don't be the deputy factory director. The noise was overwhelming, full of anger. The entire textile factory yard was quickly surrounded by the women workers. In the office, Zhang Weimin, who was leisurely drinking tea and reading documents, suddenly froze when he heard the deafening shouts outside. His new porcelain cup clattered to the table. He had no idea what was happening, nor that he had already become the target of the workers' anger. And all of this stemmed from a rural woman he had ignored.